um, uh, like gardens grow differently every 7 years or whatever. So that would explain all that. Because there's a fluctuation in how your garden grows.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get the shadow that date, but I was able to get it like a couple days before because it was raining, and a couple days after. But I still have. Keep hearing people in and out, in and out. So this date, and I'm done after this. We can change the subject. I don't want to dwell on this, but I just want to show you guys. So this one is 7 months later. Just like in 2021, I was able to get a shot 7 months later at the at the Yom Teruah mark, which is Feast of Trumpets, and the shadow is in the exact same spot where it needs to be, showing that it's consistent. Like the sun is consistent with this count. It's perfect. Even though the year started a week later, it's perfect. It's weird. I just don't, something with the sun speeding up and slowing down. It has nothing to do with the Earth.
Whoa!
All
Shout out
to
to
do with the
exploring
sun.
again. Holy cow!
Yeah. Yeah, so coffee converter. Nobody has one that I can think of. The only one that I have to explain that, the only thing I can think of is, like I said, the sun speeds up and slows down. But it's not that it speeds up and slows down. It's that it literally takes the same route. Like Enoch says that there's 364 circles that the sun does every year. Whether it's 366-day years or 365-day years, the sun only has 364 possible circuits. And I've noticed this because the shadows, there's only 364 possible increments. Like if you were to literally every day mark the shadow for a whole year, you're only going to have 364 increments. That's it. That's it. The thing is that the sun will make the same rotation around the earth twice a row, usually around the equinox. It won't change one increment, making it look like it took longer for it to reach its final destination, its revolution. And in certain years, like the leap years, it'll do it 3 times or 2 times. 2 times. I meant 2 times. Yeah, so it'll make the same rotation twice. And it keeps doing that on average every 4 years, where it'll do it twice, but sometimes it won't do it. It's like, I'm telling you, it accounts for the leap days on its own. The sun does. As long as you stick to a 364-day calendar, you'll never go wrong. Anyways, yeah, next subject. It's all good. I want to kill the chat.
Exploring again. You're out there, man? What's up?
Yeah, I'm here.
Cool, man. Good to know you're around. All right. This is a Snack to the Future. We hung out in a casino, if you recall.
Oh yeah, that's right. Hey.
Always bet on 33, dog. Come on.
But yeah, coffee converter, it's hard to be able to actually record the increments because you'd have to do it at solar noon every single day for 364 days or 365 days. And you got to be really committed unless you have a device that will automatically do it for you while you're at work or at school. That's why I haven't done it, because it's almost impossible for me to do that. I say this theoretically because what Enoch says, and it seems to be pointing to 52 weeks a year, 4 quarters a year.
The 52 deck card deck or whatever points to 52 weeks a year.
Oh, really?
Spring, summer, winter, fall for suits. Yep. There's all kinds of things they put out to imply all this information.
I'll show you some other phenomena on Stellarium. I already got him cut. Let me see. This one's pretty trippy. So this one that I just posted, it's the sun and the moon rising in the same gate on the 4th day of the week on the equinox. And Enoch talks about this. This is what happened in the beginning of creation. On the 4th day of creation, you had a full moon and the sun rising in the same gate on the 4th day of the week on the equinox. And what that does too is that it leads to this, which is a special phenomenon that the ancients recognized that nobody really knows about. but it's when the sun and the moon are on the opposite sides of the horizon at the same exact time. On the 4th day of the week, on the equinox. This is a specific sign that keeps track of time. It dictates the beginning of a year, but it also dictates the precession of a Shemitah. It's really incredible, because the only reason I say this is incredible is because it still matches the Gregorian calendar. The idea that this phenomena would still work, right, with a Gregorian calendar is, to me, that's what proved to me that Yah, one of the reasons why I think Yah is real is because the fact that you had men tinker with the calendar in history. You had Hillel, right? You have Julian first, and then you had the Julian, then you had Hillel, then you have Pope Gregory, and somehow through all this tinkering in history, we're still on a perpetual 7th-day cycle, Sunday being the 1st day of the week and Saturday being the 7th day of the week, and it still matches the biblical account of creation week. And the way that the luminaries match up with it, the variables are astronomical for it to be a coincidence. Even though Wednesday is a pagan name, it's still the 4th day of the week and still matches up with the luminaries. And with data that was recorded in the Dead Sea Scrolls 2,300 years ago, the data matches up with the modern data of the week, along with the luminaries and the lunar phases. It's pretty remarkable. Now, this is empirical data that anybody can look into if they're passionate enough and see that there's something going on here.
Don't you think that it all could be a script? I mean, did you film that yourself? Or is that something else?
Yeah. Yep. No, that's Stellarium. But these are my
Yeah, but
my stuff.
Stellarium. I mean, you're filming it from something they created to match what they created. So, I mean,
Oh no, well
that's
no, well hold on. I got videos of this in real time by other brothers, Hebrew brothers and sisters. So yeah,
but
I
you didn't
got real
post
footage.
that. You
Oh,
posted
I got
Stellarium.
you. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
post that. Yeah, I got you. But yeah, my sundial matches up with all this too. Like there's too many witnesses. But yeah, give me 1 second. I got you.
Oh, but I mean, I think the Bible itself is a solar story. So, I mean, if people watched it for generations or whatever and recorded what it was doing, they would have that analogy today. Right?
There is a lot. I mean, like the winter solstice is Christmas, basically. There is a lot of symbolism. Even saying the Son, calling the Son of God the Sun and Son, like I get that. There's a lot of symbology. Uh, It's hard for me to decipher, to be honest, too, because the Catholic Church has rewritten certain things, and they are Jesuits. They're sun worshippers. Who knows how much they've tinkered with it?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That was like why I was skeptical about the week actually still being the same perpetual week recorded in, Genesis. Like, how do we know that Saturday really is a 7th day, right? How could you prove that? Well, this is how. With the Dead Sea Scrolls, they meticulously recorded the weekdays along with the lunar and solar phenomena that, like I just presented. And the fact that these phenomena still match up today with the order of the week is remarkable. It shouldn't, but it does.
It's hard to know what's true and false because, like, even ancient texts, right? They could have been falsified, and it's hard to know because we can't go back that far with certainty, with 100% certainty. Who was this George Washington character? Like, who was he really, right? If they put him on their fiat currency, maybe he was one of the most wicked people that ever lived. We were told he's one of the most noble, selfless people and ever existed, right? They named the capital after him, Washington. If they're doing all this, man, he might have been, maybe this is blasphemous to say, he might have been one of the most wicked people in existence. I don't know. That just goes to show I don't trust any official narrative.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't trust the Bible. I don't trust the news. I don't trust any of their narrative. But
Back to what you
doesn't
just
mean there's
explained
not
about
truth in
the
it.
calendar. It proves
Because
design from a creator. It proves it. You just heard him. He just gave you basically prima facie evidence that the sun's got a design in its pattern.
We all know that. That goes without question.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the historicity of everything. I think that falls short.
But it
I
looks to
mean,
me like special creation.
no, it
The
points to
official-
creation, yes. The biblical narrative points to creation. Of course it does. But as far as
They've tried to do everything to the calendar, they couldn't affect it. It has never been up by one day.
right, but the calendar is step it is a step beyond. I mean, maybe they figured that out. But then some of the script of the Bible is basically what they're going to do in the future. And we see it happening. So it's like they incorporated all this other stuff into the esoteric value of the Bible itself. And people miss it because I was brought up in Christianity.
And you say
And I was
you say
always taught
Catholics,
that
right?
astrology was sinful. Like, don't look up. You know what I mean? It was sinful. So therefore, I'm missing out on this whole other aspect of life itself, which I should know, right? I should know when the sun is in springtime and fall and all this other stuff. I should know that.
Young children, there's a calendar that they go by and they can trust. The holy days. Pretty powerful stuff. That's what I think the school kids should be taught. That calendar.
They should be taught the lunar calendar. Every month should have the 28 days. We have how many days in this month? Oh, there's 31. What about this month? It's 30. It's 29. It's always changing. Like in a normal cycle, the luminaries are predictable. They can all be predicted. Like you can set your watch by them. But what your watch is an approximation of the time. In reality, right? In reality, it doesn't matter what your watch tells you or what a computer tells you. Whatever one lap of the sun, one complete rotation or one complete circuit is one day, regardless of what your timepiece says. It's one day
Right.
on
And
God's
and,
time.
and, and
So
the moon itself is the same thing because when there's a full moon and there's a no moon, that's the cycle of the moon, which is a month because that's what it's named after.
There's lunar months and solar months, according to Enoch. And the way that you keep track of time is a harmony between the sun and the moon that you need to figure out. And most people have lost that harmony. The moon actually gives us data on to tell you what Shemitah you're on.
well, even the Indians would say many moons ago, right? They count the moon cycles as that's how they keep track of months and years. They don't need a calendar because their calendar is in the sky.
Correct. Yep.
The thing with the Indians is that they actually are the lost tribes of Israel, most of them. So the reason that the lost tribes were even exiled to begin with is because they started worshiping other gods and started assimilating with the Assyrians. So I do take what the Native Americans say and I evaluate it, but I don't take it to heart completely, only because I know that they were corrupted.
Who's to say? You know, like the old chiefs, like
That's
at
just my
least they
personal opinion.
have a lineage where they pass stories down. Like they don't send their kids to public school where they get corrupted, like over here. You know what I mean? So I think their knowledge, whatever they pass down from the elders, is less corrupted than what we've been fed.
I
Well, the
mean,
Catholics
that's
wanted to
debatable.
teach you that they were all savages. That's all. They were just savages. They weren't God's people. They could just come in and kill them all they liked.
Well, whatever they say is usually the opposite, right? Like they were probably sophisticated people if they called them savages. That's whatever the official narrative is asked backwards. Like the globe is asked backwards of reality. Everything that's the official story is usually asked backwards.
These people were a thriving nation. They were in peaceful. They had a nice civilization there in the Ohio Valley with Missouri, and yeah,
That
all
that
the
totally
mountains.
makes sense. Makes sense to me.
And people were completely innocent, man.
I respect
So
them.
are we
Listen,
all, though. I mean, we're all victims of this system that's victimized us all. We're all trapped in this system. You know what I mean? Yes, they were given a raw deal, but so are we. We're given a pretty shitty deal as well. And to say that
Well,
one person did this to another group, like I didn't, like personally, like you could say the white man did it. I'm not responsible for anything that these assholes did to them. Just like if your dad was to have murdered someone, you're not responsible for the crimes of your father or grandfather.
I think it's about time we all wake up to the chaos, which is the Jesuit order of the Roman Catholic Church. That's what they teach. Total chaos. They want us all to kill each other, by the way.
They're doing a good job. Even like who do you think's behind the gangs like the Crips and the Bloods? If you look, it's all Freemasonry. Like the blue and the red, those are Freemason colors. Like there's so much of it. It's them. It's the hidden hand. They're the ones doing this shit.
Yeah, well, they're just a scapegoat for the Roman Catholic Church. There's
But
a
they're all
reason that man's wearing that hat he's wearing, man. That ain't a joke.
the
Yeah, but
Catholic
it
Church.
all comes down to we have to believe in what they're dishing out to us. That's the thing. We have to believe in what they're dishing out. And a lot of people believe in the ball. A lot of people believe in a flat earth or whatever. It's your belief that, and this is what they do. They want you to believe in something that they're dishing out.
Like the Catholic Church is one head of the Hydra. There's many heads on this Hydra. You can't. Then that's what they like. Oh, it's him. He's doing it. No, it's them. It's not. It's the Jesuits. Oh, it's the Jews. It's the Catholic Church. It's the Royals. It's all of the above. It's the Freemasons. They're like all one Hydra. Like when you trace these things back, they're all connected to the same entity, the same octopus. It's just one tentacle, right? So yeah, it's not
Right.
just the Catholic Church. It's the
Here's the
Catholic
problem.
Church is one
The United
branch.
States the United States is the military arm of the Roman Catholic Church.
I
London
understand.
is the
Yeah.
financial arm of the Roman Catholic Church, and the Vatican is the religious power on the earth. They represent the religious power on earth. And
Yeah,
billions
right.
of
And who
people are
controls the
fucking
Vatican?
zombies.
Who
I mean, they
controls the
put
Vatican
this
is
out
the Jews.
there with their obelisk in those particular areas. They show you that, and all of these things. The Rome is an entity of itself. So is Washington D.C., etc. They don't have to answer to anyone. We answer to them.
Y'all would just want us to just, sit by and not do nothing, not try to expose the lies.
Oh, that's all you can do. At the end of the day, we're just you can expose all the lies you want, but we're in a pretty shitty spot right here.
Some can do it better than others.
We could try, but we're preaching to the choir here. Everyone here is pretty much aware of the situation.
Yeah, well, I just want to, make sure you recognize who we're up against. There's no other focus should be on the Jesuit order. They're the ones who are creating chaos around the world. It's sickening behavior. It's not
There's a
funny.
bunch of factions, bro. It's the before it was the
They're all
Rosicrucians
working
and the
together.
Masons and the Jesuits and the Jewish cabal and the Sanhedrin with the Pharisees, the modern day rabbinical Pharisees. Bro, it's not just the Jesuits. There's a whole bunch of them, bro.
It's a hydra. Yeah, it's the Freemasons are connected with the Catholic Church. They're not. It's not one entity working by itself. They're all working hand in hand.
Well, if you read the oath they swear, I mean, they're basically telling the Roman Catholic Church to go find all the Christians that they can round up because they're going to use their deception to go the other way with it. They're just out for deception.
Have you
That's what
seen
they-
The Godfather? Or in the
Yeah.
mafia, right? The Godfather is the ultimate kingpin. They kiss his hand. So whoever is kissing the hand is basically the bitch. Look who's the Pope is kissing the hand of, a Rothschild. So basically, the Pope is just a bitch to the Rothschilds.
He's thanking them for their loyalty.
He's kissing their ass. He's literally bowing down to the man who's superior to him. A Jesuit is a Jew in a suit, and a Pope is a Jew in a robe. But at the end of the day, they're all the Jewish cabal.
Yeah, but I mean, I
How,
think we
how,
make
is
this
the Jesuit,
word.
how is the Jesuit order in control of most of Congress, most of the judiciary?
Okay,
How's that? What are you
there's a
talking
pecking
about?
order. Jesuits are under the Pope, and the Pope
Where's
is
all the
under
Jews
the
that are in
Rothschilds.
charge?
There's a pecking order. There's the Jesuits are controlled by the Pope. Pope is controlled by the Rothschilds. So there's a certain pecking order. And then the Rothschilds are controlled by Satan himself. The royals are controlled by the
Loyalty to him.
Rothschilds.
Who's talking? Wolfgang? Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Listen, you're on point, bro.
Look, there's two keys that the Pope of Rome holds. One is it's called ultramontane jurisdiction. It's called religious power on earth and political power on earth, so he can depose kings around the world. He's already shown his power. He went right through the Middle East and deposed all them leaders. Killed Saddam Hussein, killed Gaddafi.
But you
Just
got to
went on a
understand
murder.
puppet leaders,
Those
right?
who wasn't loyal to the Pope of Rome.
Yeah, but if you actually think about the biblical story or whatever, the Jews are the chosen people of God, and if God is the power structure, that would make sense, right?
No, you
But
got it
there's
twisted.
fake Jews. Fake Jews, it says in Revelations.
Those
The
who say they're Jews but are not, right? But do
Yep.
lie and are of the synagogue of Satan.
Yeah,
There you
but
go.
anybody's going to do that to get in the power structure of society, and we see that in our own lives. I mean, people build themselves up to be something they're not to make more money.
But that's who's acquired the power are the fake Jews.
Right.
The fake that's exactly what it warned us of. So these are not the real ones. These are fakers. And they've acquired vast wealth and power. Like look at he's poking Prince Charles, who's now the king. He's poking him. He's saying, you will do what I tell you, little bitch. Like that's the
Yeah,
fucking
but see,
king.
I see this. I see this whole story as symbolic because a Jew to me is something beyond this reality. It's
So yeah, you get
it's
turned
the
over to a
creator's
retrograde mind.
creators chosen people that follow the creation itself and learn about it and discover it and figure out how it works, sort of.
Can I ask you like a rhetorical question? Like if these are God's chosen people, why would he make them so ugly?
There is,
That's
but
not cool,
see,
bro.
I see it different
I'm
than
talking
you
about
because
the Rothschilds.
no, I understand what you're
Oh
talking
yeah, I
about.
feel what you're saying. I feel what you're saying.
Yeah,
And
I
these
understand what you're
these
saying.
people are
But the creator to me is different than the God in the Bible. The creator is a step above the Bible that we don't learn about.
the scriptures talk about sin and
Man,
wickedness actually
they
affecting
believe nothing but God.
your looks. I had to find the verses, but it does affect your appearance.
you can see these evil ones. There's a Rothschild. It looks like it might be a transgender one wearing a devil medallion, right? Ugly is the devil himself.
You're funny, dude.
I mean, yeah, I just
See if I can
crazy.
find.
I think that calendar is cool. That's all I was trying to say. That's cool, man. Thank you.
You're welcome, bro. I didn't really want to bore you guys with a lot of like, the complexities of it.
Well, now I can teach my younger children or younger man the truth. Appreciate it.
I think a lot of them are Baphomets. A lot of these wealthy, powerful families are Baphomets, and that's why they're pushing their transgenderism. They're trying to normalize blasphemy.
Okay. I just believe in Yah. I have a covenant. But these folks want a man wants to pretend he's a woman and live forever as a robot.
Yeah, well, you do live
Isn't that
forever.
crazy? Isn't that weird? Transhumanism, isn't that weird?
Yes,
That's
everything.
all.
We're in the end days, my man. We are in the end days. Couldn't be more obvious.
There's gonna be a shake and bake going on around here.
It's gonna get ugly. Okay, here's the one I'm looking for. These people in particular that I'm talking about that are just hideous looking creatures.
Well, I found the verses I was looking for. All right.
Well, everybody likes to blame the Jews. They just got blamed again. But the Roman Catholics are in power in this country.
They're
in
not.
power.
They're being told what to do.
No, they are. They are. Dude, Trump, any president will bow down to the Pope, dude. They'll kiss the Pope, dude.
Right,
Trump
right.
probably kissed the Pope.
Okay, if you're, let's say you're a private, right? That you bow down to the captain, and you bow down to the sergeant, and you bow down to the general, and you bow down to the president. There's many levels above you. There's many levels above the Pope, right? It's not the Pope. They will still bow to the Pope because he's superior to them.
Who's the
That
black
doesn't
Pope?
mean he's the top. Doesn't mean he's the top dog. Same thing. It's Jesuits will
God
bow
on earth, right?
Who's the black Pope? I don't know. I'm just
right
wondering.
here, right here with the black yarmulke, the Pope kissing his hand. He's the black Pope. He's one of them. I don't know that it's one entity or one guy, but see, he's got the black yarmulke. Pope has the white yarmulke. There's the black, and the Jew in the suit is the Jesuit. He is superior to the Pope. They both have the same hat, and then people that are Catholics will tell me, no, his hat, the Pope's hat is called something else, but it's the same hat. One is white, one is black. Same exact hat. Worn in the same position.
So I have a verse here from the Testimony of the Patriarchs. Shimon, chapter 5, verse 1 says, "Therefore was Joseph comely in appearance and goodly to look upon, because no wickedness dwelt in him. For some of the trouble of the spirit, the face manifesteth. And now, my children, make your hearts good before Yahweh, and your ways straight before men, and ye shall find grace before Yahweh and men." So it says here that some of the trouble of the spirit, the face manifesteth, and that Joseph was goodly in appearance, comely in appearance, and goodly to look upon, because there was no wickedness in him, or no wickedness dwelt in him.
How much wickedness is in these creatures with the giant gold devil medallions? You could just see wickedness pouring out of their faces.
Oh, hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
Maybe they're the ones eating the babies. Maybe they're these.
At the World's Fair in Chicago, they had this ceremony with Baal, they brought out the bull and they did like a mock child sacrifice. Like
You know,
at the end of the World's Fair
punishment.
in Chicago, then burned the place to the ground the next day.
Here, I got another one. This one, Zebulun 8:6 says, "My children, approve yourselves without malice, and love one another, and do not set down an account, each one of you, evil against his brother. For this breaketh unity and divideth all kindred, and troubleth the soul, and weareth away thy countenance." wherewith away thy countenance, which is your looks, your facial, your face. Like, it literally wears away at your soul and wears away at your appearance. Some of these people, their faces are sunken in. They look evil. They still look like the queen before she died. She had this evil, wicked look to her. You could see it in her eyes. You could almost see through her soul. And you could see that she was an evil, wicked woman.
I think there's something to that. Like somebody with the innocence about them has a good heart. They don't have they have a certain glow, their aura. They don't, and not only that, like you say, the wrinkles or those evilness kind of does pour through their face. Or maybe that's just some people call karma. You do bad, bad will come about to you, whatever. I think it's more than that.
Sir Charles is a king, and the Pope of Rome is God. That's their story, and they're sticking to it, and they live on a bowl of water.
Now, okay, like you were saying, one group or the other, but look at how the Masons and the Royals and the Pope, they're all doing the same symbolic hand gestures.
I think they're all loyal to him.
I don't think the Pope is top dog. Like, the top dog doesn't kiss the hand of a you know what I mean, of somebody that's beneath him. Top dog, like if you're the Godfather kisses no one's hand, but if the Pope walked in, the Godfather kisses the Pope's hand.
I know there's
Right.
a hierarchy. I just don't want to get into it. He speaks for all of them, dude. He's an agent of the principal. They're the principal. It doesn't matter. Notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. So the Pope of Rome, when I say he's loyal to the man in the little funny hat, I'm talking about the whole organization. I'm not talking just about. I mean, they obviously all believe he's God on earth. He kisses their ring.
Well,
Yeah, but isn't this the pyramid of structure that they portray throughout the world? And
There's
we
a
don't know who's on top. We don't know who the capstone is.
that's what the term the hidden hand means, right? Like the people that you don't see are the ultimate power. Like the ones that you see in public are not the ultimate power. The ultimate power, these people are a heat shield
Right.
for the real power. Doesn't mean the Pope
Right.
is not powerful. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying he's not the ultimate power. What you're saying, because back in the day when there was a king and the peasants revolted, they knew there was repercussions for the king if he treated the peasants poorly. It's like, he lives there, let's get him. They don't do that anymore. They don't let you know where the real power is, because then the peasants could revolt against that. They let someone else take the peasant revolt.
Right. I think this is how it all works is, the pyramid down. Like there's the hidden hand, then there's a obedient servants or whatever. And then all the way down to the bottom of the pyramid is us. I mean,
Yeah, look at Rockefeller. Death warmed over. Oh gosh, that's hideous.
So they've traveled far and wide upon the land, all over the earth, and they've spread this legalese language, right? It's a private language. It's not the law. It's a code. I don't know how many times I got to go over this, but it can't be the law because it's private. The law is public. So if you understand that principle, the Jesuits have their game they're playing, the legal society. We can just play man's game. We can just have our own contracts. We can have our own movement.
right, but I think the Jesuits lead all the way back to the Templars. And I don't think the Templars ever, got killed off or whatever. I just think they came back as other entities. Not
They are the ultimate chess
physical
player.
entities, but just different names.
Yeah,
They
the
moved
Knights
their pieces
Templar,
in
they
place.
split off into the Rosicrucians, and some of them turned Muslim. I heard some of them it's complex, too much for me to
The
go
Hydes
into it.
has many heads, man. That's how they disguise themselves amongst many. And then we're all fighting over who's the top of the pyramid. No, it's the Pope, it's the Jesuits, it's the Royals.
Right.
Like, everyone's pointing the
Right.
finger at someone else, and that's how they maintain some kind of plausible deniability. It's not me, it's him. The Pope's no, it's
Their
him.
religious belief. It's called Helios. Haven't you ever heard of it? They worship the sun.
From what I
I mean,
understand, the next temple is
to
at
me,
first.
this creates the ball, the cabal of all
I,
these entities or whatever that.
I think people that
Yeah.
have been, evil people around the world just taking advantage of the weak, the poor, simple farmers, just taking advantage of widows, and woe to the lawyer who hides the knowledge of the law. And yeah, they've been running rampant.
But my
But
point being, if you took out one,
in the
the
game,
system, the system would still be in place. It's like when you tear a weed out from the ground, you got to pull out the root completely, or it regrows. This hydra has so many roots. If you were to get rid of the royal families or the Catholic Church or the Jesuits, like it would pop up on these other power structures that are still there.
I believe the saints are going to be overcome by the beast. It says it. I think we'll be overcome by the beast. So look,
We've already have. Most of us already have. Like our history.
yeah. So, anyways,
And
yeah.
can't trust any of it. Like the history books, what can you really trust?
I'm
Well, there's
saying
some
though,
words
like
that were written down, and everybody tried to get rid of those words, and it turns out they couldn't. It's like the #1 best-selling book of all times. Was sold more copies than any other book in history, and they wanted to wipe it out for centuries.
hey, explore flat Earth. You're like really faint. Like your volume. You need to raise it up. You put the mic closer.
Sorry about that.
No, like it's really bad. I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, but you could
I-
also say the one book that they wanted to get out there, which sold millions and millions of copies or whatever, is also part of the plan because now they're trying to get rid of it, which they're just transitioning into the new world.
Second best-selling book of all time. I learned this just the other day.
Bible has a lot of truth in it. I'm not going to denounce that. Like I became a Christian because of flat Earth. I'm like, there's so much truth in here that could only have been known as like all the whole creation and everything. There's a lot more truth than that. So, but what I'm saying is that I think that these people may have tampered with certain parts of it. Like the Catholic Church might have got its grubby hands. They omitted parts and then they added parts.
Yeah, but you can't believe the historicity of the Bible and not believe in history.
Oh,
So,
I'm
I
saying
mean,
I don't
you,
trust 100% of it. I think I think there's stuff that's been
no,
tampered with.
there's truth in it because I mean,
Yeah.
I can relate Genesis to us being
Okay, what do you
born.
think's
It
been
hasn't been
tampered with?
I mean,
with to
there's
the
truth
extent
in
that
it
you're making it
for
out to be.
sure.
The scriptures are 95% accurate. That 5%
If
of
you know
textual
what they're trying
criticism
to
that you
teach
might
you,
have regarding the Bible are negligible. It doesn't really it doesn't do nothing.
listen, if you understand what the Bible teaches, the eschatology of the Bible, if you teach what the Bible's really trying to teach you, you can see the errors and see the mistakes they've made. You have discernment. A simple farmer can, it's called private judgment. A simple farmer can read the Bible and understand what it teaches.
We have a creator sovereign over all things that has preserved his word.
That's
It's
right.
preserved. It's still preserved.
I remember I think they might have killed Luther or something. They said, that's all right. We're going to bring about someone on this earth will never remove the word. And then they had Tinsdale. And this man went nuts.
Yeah, but the word to me is the creation itself. That is never going to change. It's always going to be truth. You look at the creation, that's truth.
Actually, no.
100%.
The scriptures say that heaven and earth will pass away, but my word will never pass away. So complete polar opposite to what you just said.
You can
So you don't
say that, but
see,
heaven and earth have been separated by man. They're all one thing. We're all connected. I mean, we talked about the stars earlier. We're connected to the stars. We're connected to the sun and the moon. But yet man has separated those to where it's not a reality anymore.
Well, there is a
This is what
division.
they've done.
The division is we're here and they're on the other side, right? Like we're on this realm on earth for whatever reason we're here and they're on the heavenly side. And this is definitely not the heavenly side, but it's not hell either. Like, this is not total misery. There's good stuff happening here. Hell would be the complete opposite, where everything's misery and suffering. We have misery and suffering on this, so we're caught right in between the two, and we're here for some reason, like a proving
Right.
ground. This is the proving ground.
Right.
Do you want to go to the hellhole or to the heaven side? Like, so you get there's going to be temptations, there's going to be hardship. People that don't want to suffer hardship, they do evil. People sell their soul to the devil. Like these entertainers, like maybe Eminem and stuff. Like, people
Let me give
sell
you-
out to the devil for
but
monetary reasons.
Let me give you a good
To
example.
me, I mean, the heaven and earth being destroyed or whatever, to me, that's within your own mind, because you realize that heaven and earth doesn't really truly exist
No, I
Nope.
think
in
You
their
see that the actual earth will be
reality.
melted. Everything will be melted. Everything will be renewed. The heaven and earth will be renewed, recreated, like literally, not
Well,
metaphorically. Literally.
haven't we
Hold on.
been? Yeah, but
So they-
haven't we been?
No, nope. That hasn't happened yet. It says in Leviticus 25:36, it says, "Take no interest from him or profit, but fear your Elohim, that your brother may live beside you. You shall not lend him your money at interest, nor give him your food for profit. I am your Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt." So right here we have a specific commandment against usury, one of many verses against usury and lending with interest. You know, if you lend your brother money, you're not supposed to charge interest. It's actually against the scriptures. And the
No,
Jews,
I
these are real
fully
Jews, right?
understand this concept.
But hold on, the
I'm
Jews
I'm
don't follow this, is what I'm trying to show you. And
fake
if they,
Jews.
it would
Yeah.
behoove them to actually take this out of the word, right? But they don't use, you see, they don't have the power to take this out of the word, because otherwise they would have.
okay, but you're saying this Jews word or whatever, and 90% of the population follows this same concept. They want to get something for nothing, and they charge usury. Like, I'm going to give you this gift, but I want something back. This is the population itself.
You know what? They've normalized it, because when you deposit your money in the bank, the bank will pay you interest, even however small it is. That makes people get accustomed to usury and think there's nothing wrong with it. Well, no, I earned interest. I earned this money, and they loan it to other people, and I collect a part of the usury. They think it's justified. They think, well, there's inflation. It's got to keep up with inflation, so you need to get some interest on your money. Okay, like there is investments are different than usury. Like, if you invest in a company and you get a dividend or something, but usury is against God's law. Even 1%, like even a 1% interest is usury. And these people they're not earning anything. The Federal Reserve doesn't earn any wealth. They just print it into existence, make digits, and they loan it out. Like, their usury is the worst of all usury. It's not even earned money, and they print it into existence. It's the most beyond usury.
Yeah, it's
It's
the
money.
worst.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a form of slavery. If you, but they do all this out of consent, so you're the one agreeing to it.
Well, you don't have any
You're
choice.
twisting your arm, dude.
Who's got a
He's
choice?
right though. You gotta give consent. The devil has no power over you until you give consent, but he has many ways to gain your consent without your even conscious knowing. You know,
What's
like
the alternative? Like, to buy something in this country, what is the alternative to fiat? If you need to eat, today. You need to buy some food for you or the people dependent on you. You need to feed them. What is your alternative than fiat currency? It's not that you're consenting, but at the end of the day, you got to feed your family. Not that I'd
Oh,
like it.
he's talking about
you
like
gotta
your birth
realize
certificate and your social security number and this whole you're filling out your W-2s. Like you're
I don't
giving
do that.
consent all the way since you were
I don't
born.
do that.
Your parents gave consent.
Can I handle this one? Okay, look,
Yeah,
imagine you woke
got
up
it.
from a dream and you believed all these things. You woke up from a dream and you said, "Oh, look at all these new laws that I discovered and newfound knowledge that says that I can claim my, authority on the earth." I don't have to play pretend games like persons and birth certificates, and I don't have to even play in the fictional world. Now I'm of the age of majority. I understand the law. I understand the contracts that you all have. You got private languages and stuff going on over there. I don't want nothing to do with it because I'll just accept the authority I got as a man. But
Okay.
yeah, you
I
let the piece
okay.
of paper world, they affect you, because if you get a piece of paper in the mail, you think, oh goodness, I owe a bill or something.
I don't
Someone
pay
has to
tax.
sign that. Someone has to sign it like a man. Like if I get a piece of paper in the mail, like somebody trying to talk to me or contract with me, and I don't see a wedding signature on there, I just could throw it right in the trash. Doesn't have any
You
purpose or meaning.
quite clear because I understand all that UCC law. I understand that. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, living in their artificial system, we don't have much choice. I don't pay their taxes. I don't do. I don't. I've opted out.
I already explained this. You're doing it under duress. Your time of war. You're trying to not be part of the beast system. And believe me, it's a war. It's very difficult to free yourself from that dragon over there. It's hard. There's ways to do it. You're going to have certain things in order to even, survive. But, yeah, he's, as long as he knows your heart's in the right place, he's going to do everything he can to help you accomplish your
What would
goal.
be nice is if we could have a community like the Amish have outside of their community, right? But we live autonomous in our zone where we don't their rules do not apply like just like the Amish, except with more autonomy. And we could do this in private societies. We can make private societies, but it's hard finding people because finding financing to do these communities is beyond most of our means.
You understand what I'm saying? In their world, you were rescued at sea. They found you after they signed the birth certificate and all that, and you didn't respond after 7 years. They considered you to be lost.
Abandoned,
Perishable
yes.
goods. Perishable goods. So, they wrote you off and they paid the
Off the
insurance
sea, dude.
policy on the certificate. But anyway, so
It's
it's all a game, man.
it's law of the sea, the universal commercial code. All the I read all about that shit. Your straw man identity. Like I get it. They hold the birth certificates. The Vatican holds them. It's done in Bradstreet. I get all these little nuances. The Black's law comes from the Queen, the royals. They've got it's the many heads of the Hydra. They all control pieces of it.
But when you understand that everything is a contract, wouldn't you rather have a superseding contract than their mumbo jumbo fictional stories? Wouldn't you rather have something that was valuable consideration that was a contract and it was
You got to
facts? It was
drop your
no fiction at all,
citizenship.
just all facts.
Drop your citizenship. Revoke your voter card if you have a voter
You don't have
registration.
to give up benefits, dude. You don't have to give up the
And it's not
benefit.
a benefit. What do you mean benefits?
Yeah, like a social security card and all that stuff. If they want to give you benefits, you can accept them if you wish. But they're not there to harm you. They can't. They're not a benefit, like a driver's license. It's a benefit in their society because they know that everybody's not a criminal. They can check them really fast.
You don't
Well,
need a
I
driver's
I get a
license.
license for the same reason. You can check me real fast. Here, just look at all my documents. Here you go. Here's a fee schedule.
You
Please
actually
don't
don't
bother me no more.
like you don't need permission to travel. You don't need a driver's license. A license means that
I know, but
you're
me,
you
I
know,
consider it. I'm doing it under duress, but I consider it like protection, so I don't get shot and killed for not having one.
well, you won't get shot and killed, but you might get
So
hassled.
you can go on YouTube and watch the shootouts. Go ahead, go over there and just look at these people who didn't
I've
have a driver's
been in
license.
jail for no driver's
They're
license.
actually murdered on the
Me
side of the
personally,
street.
I've been handcuffed and arrested for driving with no driver's license myself. So
All I'm saying is
no one shot me.
yeah,
No one shot me, but they
you
did
don't have to be
arrest
a part of the system, but you should write superseding contracts to let them know, hey, I don't want to play your funny stories. I don't want to be in your little world over there. Leave me out of it. And you can have a community. I just got brothers that all agree on the same contracts. And we believe we have superseding contracts. Even turns out even the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, the Postmaster General, they all believe it's true too. But people, they get punished for a lack of knowledge. They don't know where they're they don't know where they're living. They were taught by
Are we-
public schools.
Is this
They're not
really
meant to be taught where they live.
like if we all live in different areas, it's not an actual community. Like if we had a community of people living amongst each other, then you have real autonomy. It's like
But they control
we're
the
a
whole
bunch of
world, man. What are you supposed to do?
we're just speckled. Well, I mean, it would come with awareness where we could have legitimate, open. Nothing needs to be hidden. All this hidden government, two sets of rules, straw man names, all this stuff, like double meanings to
Oh.
words.
Once you claim that you're alive, they're not allowed to use your name against you. You can put a copyright copy claim on it, and if anybody steps on that property, boy, they're in big ass trouble. I mean, in big ass trouble.
You're gonna fight people that control the world. You've read the Jesuit oath, like
Fight
you
them,
think
dude. Why would you fight them, man? You just agree with
you
them.
dethrone them. I mean, it's pretty naive to think you'll dethrone them. I want them out. I want them off my back.
Dude, can I do it by myself? Absolutely not. That's why I rely on Yah, because he's going to handle all that stuff for me. I don't have to worry about all that. I have to just fish for men, a man. Really, it's not men. I don't like that word. I like man. I want to find a man, and I want to keep finding a man until, he shakes the earth and says, hey, how you doing?
Yeah, it's a little bit beyond our capabilities. Just like it's going to take an act of God to dethrone them because they're so
That's what you
ingrained.
said.
They're too ingrained in controlling
Yeah,
all
the
aspects.
Israelite army. David got up there and took down Goliath with the one rock. He talking about. If you have Yah behind you and a bunch of people who believe in his words, I mean Moses parted the seas, didn't he?
Well, we need some more divinity. We need the second coming, and it's not going to be pretty.
That's a day to rejoice, bud.
Well,
I think a day
Hey,
to
who do you think
think nothing other but rejoice. Say hallelujah.
enjoy Armageddon.
you heard?
Rejoice in his coming.
How hard it is.
You can go run in the mountains and hide and beg for the mountains to fall on you, but I'm gonna rejoice.
No mountains over here. I'm not afraid to die. I know this is a temporary pursuit. I don't fear that.
You shouldn't be. You had Yeshua. As long as you're willing to repent,
Good. I'm good with God, so I'm not worried at all.
Yeah, as long as you know that name and believe in him, you're king. He took the stand and took all your debts away. Said, I got him over here.
And what psalm was that? I'll walk through the valley of death and I'll fear no evil. Like that's what it's a metaphor for life. Don't be afraid of the wicked ones. Like as long as you got me, you're good. Like yeah, it's a temper, and that's what what does it say? In the end days, men's lives will be short. We're definitely people live 50 years, 75 years. These compared to Noah are very short lives. That's why it's hard for us to figure anything out. We don't live long enough to figure anything out. This stuff takes time, especially because a lot of it's hidden from us.
The book's only like 2,000 words, man.
What is 2,000 words?
The word. Roughly.
No, it's more than that, dude. But Wolfgang, I'm asking you a question. I don't know if you heard me. Who do
I
you
can
think
barely hear you. Your mic is super low.
Who do you think is the mother harlot? Or you talk about the Hydra on all the tentacles, right? But what do all the tentacles connect to? The main center.
I think I think they're all one unit. That's what I mean. Like each one of them is a piece of the Hydra. Like they make up the one beast. right? So it's not. I think the head is the devil himself who controls the Hydra, but these are pieces. The Rothschilds are probably the head of the octopus. They're pulling the. They're definitely the most powerful. They're controlling kings, queens. They're controlling the Pope. So, and the Pope, we know those people are still powerful, like, right? So there's the Queen, and then there's the City of London, which is its own community. The city, like Rome, Maryland was Washington D.C. Like there's levels to it, and I think that the peak is obviously what tells me a picture tells 1,000 words. If the Pope is kissing Rothschild's hand, and the Rothschild is speaking down to the king, I mean, just there's a certain or it's very obvious where the pecking order is, right?
Okay, let me ask you a question associated to that. So, my position would be we don't have a clue who's actually running anything. Yes, the Rothschilds are well known as being in the background of all of this, and they're well known to be owning the banks and very, very influential. But why do you think, if that's the case, why do they not claim rulership if they are ruling? And if they hang on, there's a second part to it. If they want to be secret, like they don't claim rulership because they're kind of secret, well, how do we all know about it? We all know that they were. Sorry, go.
I don't know if you were here, but back in the day when there was a king and there was peasants, the peasants knew directly where the king lived in the castle. And when they didn't like the way they were being ruled over, they would storm the castle and depose the king. If no one knows who you are, if you're the king and you don't want to get deposed, you don't reveal yourself. So yes, they reveal themselves. Oh no, we're not powerful. So to prevent themselves from getting deposed, they have puppet figures who are their heat shield. So we have a fake president who is a heat shield. You have these people, they hide behind these figureheads like presidents and prime ministers. That's the heat shield. So the peasants revolt against the president or the prime minister. King stays safe.
Right,
Let me respond.
Yes, but this is 2023. It's not just you and me and the people in this room who know about the Rothschilds. Their secrecy their cover is blown. They're not hiding in the shadows like they might have been in 1725. Everybody knows about them now.
No, they don't. They own the government. They literally own the people who would be relied upon to depose them. In other words, if you have a nation state, right, the nation state is controlled by them. The police, the army is not going to depose the person who's lead, and everything is structured like this. Like it's structured. You have a president controlling the generals of the military and all this. Those people are they're all being controlled by the Rothschilds. The king has no authority to depose them. The King of England has no authority.
So all these committees outside of what do they control? Because I think the committees, like the Committee of 300 and, all these other committees.
Bilderbergs, Club of Rome. Yeah, they're all controlled by them. These not NGOs, they call them non-governmental organizations.
So you think all these people are controlled by the Rothschilds? I don't think we would know who controls what. That's why it's called the hidden hand, because we have no idea.
There's layers. What I'm saying, there's layers. They all connect to the same octopus, but the octopus has a face, right? The octopus has a top of its head. They're the top of the octopus. It doesn't mean Soros isn't doing dirty work. Yes, Soros is doing dirty work. Rockefeller's doing dirty work. Bill Gates is doing dirty work.
Here's my point. If the Rothschilds are the face of the octopus, they're not very good at it.
They're the hidden face. They're not.
They're not the hidden face if we can see who they are.
What I'm saying is they hide their net worth. They say, no, we're just regular people. They're not.
They don't pretend to be regular people. Everybody knows they're worth trillions of dollars.
To see what's the crown? No, they don't. They're not listed in Forbes as the richest people. It's fucking Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates. They're not even, because they own fucking Forbes. The richest man in the world is Elon Musk. Bull fucking shit.
I agree with that.
Yeah, but I mean,
when I read
the Bible on the one layer,
Hold
that
on.
is God, the power structure, you have no idea who that is because it's
So
unknown.
I'm offering every man to just take his own authority over and just tell the Pope of Rome, I don't agree with you.
Yeah,
But do it in
I'm
paper
with that.
form.
It has
Do
some
it in paper
problems attached to
form.
it.
Give them notice. Tell them, hey, leave me out of this story. I don't want to be part of it.
Yeah.
So it's real easy to do.
How do I know though? How do any of us know that the Rothschilds are this hidden hand? Because they're not
I
hidden.
don't know,
How
but
do
look,
any of
I
us
don't want to
know
be
they're
part of that system. I want to be out of it as soon as possible. I
Who
already am out of it.
who
I
pokes
don't
the
want nothing
king
to do
and
with that
gets away with
beast.
it? Who pokes the king in the chest and gets away with it? Who does the Pope kiss the hand of and get away with it? Like, you tell me, if you were to poke
I'm
Prince
not
Charles, King
poking at
Charles,
them, dude. I'm
if
just
you were to
telling them
poke
to let me alone with their crazy stories
the Englishman
Now,
or
who
the
and
runs?
leave everybody else alone while they're at it.
I
Who
don't know which you
controls the
get,
Rothschilds? Who
English or
controls the
Australian.
Rothschilds?
That's a
If
good
you
question.
poke,
I don't know.
if you poked him, if you were to poke Prince Charles or King Charles, if you were to disrespect him, what would happen to you? As an
I'm not
English,
disrespecting nobody.
We would flush them out of the room. We'd finish it.
Who
I
controls the
I'm
can't.
just
Rothschilds?
letting them
Who
notice that
controls
I'm a
the
man and I don't
Rothschilds?
like the
You put
stories.
too much power in the puppets. And I
Yeah,
think all these people are still puppets. All of
In
them
yeah,
in
they
that
are.
we
in this
see.
world that we live on, on the plane we live on, there's authority here. It's called the Postmaster General. If you haven't heard of that before, and you notice them, and they notice the whole world because they are the principal of all the agents on the earth. So once you give them notice of you're alive, you're not dead, then really you're free from that devil, the beast, whatever they call it. Yeah, it's no good. That's not a good system. I don't agree with it. They don't agree with my covenant, so why do I got to agree with them? Every man has a right to do this, and I'm going to tell you something. I strongly urge every single man and woman on the earth knows how to write their autograph on a contract, put their thumbprint on it, seal it, make sure it's four corners, bind it if you have to, and send them notice. For this is easy. This is like second grader stuff. They didn't teach you punctuation. You don't even know how to make your autograph a fact that you're the man. You're not the crazy nonsense they believe in. And
Dude,
they
is this
I
believe in
agree with you.
contracts. Listen,
I'm totally
that's
with you.
why there's
You're the
treaties. That's why there's post offices. That's why there's all these things. Contracts are real. That's not a joke.
is this a meme tweet with David Rothschild and Trump? Is this a meme or something?
No, this is legit, bro. This was David Rothschild tweaking out when Trump was trying to go back to the gold standard, and the
That's
Treasury was trying to. But this is all like, hand, like this is a sleight of hand because Trump's still part of the same team, bro.
He is. He is. It's good cop, bad. They're playing good cop, bad cop, bro. 100%.
But the fact that David Rothschild is tweaking out about Trump, that shows you how much power the Rothschilds have, because he's getting mad about Trump messing around with the Fed, because they own the Feds, bro. The Rothschilds own
But
the
they
printing
can't.
presses
Like,
that
Trump
print their
can't.
money.
Right. But he is a puppet of them. It's good cop, bad cop. This is theater.
But at
This is
this
theater.
time, Trump was trying to give power back to the U.S. Treasury and take it away from the Feds.
I don't believe that. I don't think he was, dude. I think
But if they're all part of the same pantomime, how can you believe that Rothschild was wigging out at what Trump was doing? They're all
It's-
actors. Like, on the
it's
one
good
hand, you're
cop,
saying,
bad
yes, you
cop.
agree they're all actors.
But
Yeah.
You're saying you agree that they're all actors, but then you're saying that Rothschild's wigging
I'll
out.
tell you
That doesn't make that's a
I'll
disconnect.
tell you why. Because even amongst thieves, there's no loyalty. There's no loyalty amongst thieves. And even in the spiritual kingdom, the principalities are warring against each other over power and dominion. These guys are no different. Yes, they're on the same team, but don't get it twisted. Trump really wanted to get reelected. When he fought against Hillary really wanted to get elected. They're fighting over power and dominion, bro. They all want it.
The puppet doesn't come from the power doesn't come from the presidency, man. It's just the hidden power is the real power.
Yeah, but they still get fame, they still get wealth, they still get
Right.
they accomplish their, they got ulterior motives on the side
No,
that they want to
he
accomplish.
had all the power, right? He
Yeah.
could have deposed the Fed. He could have locked up Hillary. He didn't do any of it.
No, I
If
know.
he really
I'm
was
not a
in
fan of
power.
Trump, bro. I'm not a fan of Trump. I'm just saying that they really do want dominion and power, and if they can get
They
it
have it.
over another minion, they're gonna try to get it, bro.
They do have it. No minion gets into place unless he is selected. Go look. You've seen the picture probably with Theresa May, Angela Merkel, and the Polish president or prime minister. They're all as three young girls in the room, sitting together next to each other, and they all coincidentally grow up to be leaders of their nation, their respective country. Well, you know, the odds of that is like going to the store and buying 3 winning lottery tickets in a row. Like, oh yeah, this guy came in. He came in the next day and bought another winning ticket and another. Like that's how it's probably. The odds are probably greater than that. That
I
three
Yeah,
get
and
it,
random.
don't
but hear me out.
forget.
Hold on, hear me out.
Yeah,
What
but
these
don't
people
forget
want.
the
Hold on,
2020.
real quick. What these people want though isn't necessarily money; it's a legacy. So they still want to one up each other. It doesn't matter if they're working for the same team. Like if WWE, right, wrestling, even though it's all an act, you always got people that want they want to get the better role, bro. They don't want to be the loser. They want to be the winner, even if it is all an act. They want to get the script for the winning character. They want to
But they
be the one
can't.
that the crowd is.
So this
It's
happened in 2020 with all the health ministers all over the world that were the most unhealthy people ever.
Yeah, that's kind of strange, isn't it? They pick such sickly people.
like in a movie act, right? If you're acting for a role,
It's totally theater. Even they call it the world stage, bro. Literally called the world
but
stage.
you still like we want people that they still want to be the star, right? They want to be the star of the cast. They want to be like the center.
They can't.
The-
They
I
can't
mean,
choose.
maybe they think they have more power than they do. Whatever. I mean,
I don't
maybe
know.
that's a fact, right?
I think at that
That
level, they're just. I think they know better. Like someone comes up to him, even if they didn't. The man, like when the black suit comes up to him, look, this is the way it is, and you're really not going to change shit. And I think you should know this by now. Like anybody,
right,
like a
right.
legit
I mean,
person,
Trump is just a character.
yeah.
He has
Exactly.
no real.
I was fooled.
Um,
I was fooled when I was
yeah.
before he won the presidency. I was not a flat earther. I was very skeptical of the government. And then he started talking about shit and started talking about Obama's birth certificate. And I'm like, oh man, maybe he's legit. He's gonna reveal Obama. Hell yeah. But it was all to give him street cred amongst people like me that are skeptical. So it gave Trump some street cred. And then when I became a flat earther, I realized the whole shit was just a show. It's all fake. Like
yeah, me too, bro.
and that was around
I
the
don't
same
vote.
time, 2015. I was researching stuff about Trump, and that's when this flat Earth shit started popping up. I'm like, oh, this is a psyop. They're trying to infiltrate the 9/11 truthers, and because it kept being recommended, YouTube was recommending it based on other videos I was watching. Right, it was recommending this to me. I'm like, I'm not giving these assholes any clicks. I'm like, fuck it, I'm not giving them clicks, right? And that's what I thought they're trying to get clicks. Anyway, I'm like, I avoided it, and one day, for shits and giggles, I was bored. I'm like, let me just see how stupid could a flat earther? How stupid are these people? This is ridiculous shit. And I wanted to get a good laugh. I thought it would be something funny. Needless to say, I stayed up watching everything I could find. I did not sleep for 2 days. That's how much it kind of rattled me. I'm like, wait. I was cross checking what these people are saying, and it comes out that they're telling the truth. I'm like, wait, but they can't be right, and I couldn't sleep over it. Everything they're saying is true, but they can't be right. And then it rattled me, man. It rattled me hard, but I did put it together. It just took me like the 2 days was coming to grips with it. Like I kind of pieced it together, but it took me. I couldn't deal with it for a couple days.
Let me read something real quick regarding Nathan Rothschild, so you guys can understand how much money this guy has. Just one man, not his whole family, just one man of the Rothschilds. It says here in 1815, Nathan Mayer Rothschild made his famous statement: "I care not what puppet is placed upon the throne of England to rule the empire on which the sun never sets. The man who controls Britain's money supply controls the British Empire, and I control the British money supply." He would go on to brag that in the 17 years he had been in England, he had increased the £20,000 stake given to him by his father 2,500 times to 50 million in 17 years in 1815.
He used the word puppet. Literally used the word
Yeah.
puppet.
And now it
And
says this.
you know,
Hold on, let me just finish. At the time At the same time as becoming immensely wealthy, he also became the single largest debtor to the English government, which ultimately gave him control over the Bank of England. English bonds were a debt guaranteed by future tax revenue of the English government. Therefore, the taxes the citizens paid were going to pay 8% interest that the English government had to pay to borrow the money. Nathan Rothschild was guaranteed compounding interest per year for his money by England. Conservatively, if we calculate a mere 10 million times 200 years at 8% fixed interest equals $48 trillion, not including his other assets, capitals, and precious metal reserves.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm
can we
good
go
at
back to where you said the sun never sets? I mean, that's kind of telling right there, isn't it? Do you understand what that means?
Yeah, the sun worship.
No, well, I mean,
It means they had so much land. The British
Exact-
Empire had so much
They-
land that
Empire.
Biggest
yeah, the
empire
empire.
in the world.
It's pardon me.
It was the biggest empire in the world. It was all over the globe.
Well, yeah, the
Yeah.
sun never. It's
Oh, I
it
see what
just
you're
doesn't
saying.
set where the reach is.
Yeah, that's what we
But
used to hear as
that's
kids.
true on a,
Like,
that's true on a globe or a flat Earth model.
Yeah.
At some point, there's enough land that there's something under the sun that the
Yeah,
British
everybody's so low for me.
yeah, because
Why?
my granddad were at war, so we always used to hear all that shit. They were sort of obsessed with royal family and king and country and all that stuff. Which, in a way, I can see is a good. I never really understood it.
I don't understand how Americans are so in on or care about the royal family. Has
Yeah,
nothing
well,
to
exactly.
do with us. I have no idea why it's on the cover of all our friggin' magazines.
Yeah, I mean that's a crime in itself. That's nearly as bad as president going over and kissing the Pope's hand. Say that's probably
Right.
worse, but
I mean, do we do like I don't know what other king is there a king of Morocco? Do we care about that? No. Didn't we like fight England and say fuck it? Like I don't understand.
the idea.
That's their story, but I don't know about it. I mean, I
Of
question
course,
even that.
that's their story for sure.
And there
I-
are some
I-
writings of George
Does
Washington.
anybody
that
actually think that the Americans says there's ever been a legitimate president in America? Because I, for a long time, thinking no, I never thought they were.
we shouldn't be ruled over by a president.
Hard
There
to
shouldn't
tell.
be an overarching centralized government.
Yeah, I mean, in
think it was
principle,
rigged
it seems like a good
before?
idea, though, doesn't it?
You think it was rigged forever?
Yes, I do. I think it's I have trouble with history past 100 or so years ago. That includes the
Well-
creation of all the. I mean, we can't prove it. I mean, you can't sit here and prove to me George Washington was a real guy just because a wooden tooth is claimed to be his behind museum glass based on a story about that proves that I don't know how it's a story. It's all.
Wait,
all
well,
Good
they
at-
designed the whole.
But I'm curious.
Whole city around him, man. What are you talking about?
I'm
There's a
curious.
Okay, but I mean, how do we verify or
That
validate
whole
any of these
Washington
stories
D.C.
without
is all a tribute to him. What are you talking about?
him
I'm
That's what I
curious.
the idea of
Maybe.
him? The same way we
He's-
say, can you say that Galileo was a real person or Aristophanes was a real person? Can you show me that George Washington was a real person in the same way?
Yeah, I don't think
But
that's
I'm curious, guys.
a dispute.
What would America be without the government? Would we be an extension of Japan
You
or
can
something
govern
like
yourself.
that? We'd have to forfeit our military. We'd have to forfeit our military
It's
and our
not
protection
ours.
No, you
against other
wouldn't.
nations.
Here's the
Everybody
thing.
Everybody
comes
would
in and pay for a military.
idea. Every country's been divided and conquered ever since we've ever forever recorded history. It's always been divided and conquered in some way. And it's the stories that tell us about who was dividing and who was conquering that we believe or trust, but have no way to verify. And we've always been divided, always. I mean, for our current understanding of history, I think the whole world was unified in some way when you see the same architecture in every country in the world, all across the world.
It
That
just
was
means
the
we'll get a
old
copy.
order. And replaced, you wonder why they call these guys the New World Order? Because the old world order was
Yeah,
beautiful. And now what do we
exactly.
have?
They're literally the old world, exactly. And that's
The
why they're
new
called
world,
Freemasons, because they had
the new
Freemasonry
world
just sitting there.
is made of cinder block buildings, this brutalism construction style, right? Like
That's communist art. That's what the influence
communist
on that
art is
is.
brutalism, but look at the communist housing, like housing projects in America. They
Mhm.
were just square blocks. It's the same style of as brutalism. It's ugly. Back then, everything was beautiful, harmonious. Even we were talking earlier about evil people having their face, the evil come through their face and turning them ugly, like demonic looking, like these the Rothschilds with that. There's one of them with a gold medallion. It looks like a devil, and it has the most hideous face.
Mm.
It looks like demonic.
But that's again, your point being that the old world, that's why they call themselves the New World Order. Because
Right.
they're
They have replaced
rewriting the history of the
order
old world. Yeah. I
in
think there's so many
recent
different wars.
times.
Yeah, no, that's why you got
We don't have
a
to go
lot
back
of
very
stuff
far.
in the Middle East where you gotta, sorry, I keep breaking up because, but they're bombing, or like they got the Taliban bombing some ancient, building that now.
They're
Sorry, no,
destroying history.
exactly.
World War I and World War II, they destroyed buildings in Europe. They destroyed all that
100%.
history. Like, and even in Japan, they had buildings like that. In China, they had buildings like that. A lot of that stuff was destroyed.
South
So it's like,
America.
okay, how do we get rid of it? I know, let's have a war. The people have
Yeah.
no say so. When you say it, like our military, someone said, it's not our military. It's controlled by these same people that print the money. Like if they wanted Saddam deposed or whoever, they would use our military, which we have no say so. We don't have any say so. I don't want to attack Iraq. No, let's leave them alone. Nope, you're going to do it, whether you like it or not.
Exactly. And it's all under the guise of spreading freedom and democracy and oil and all these other things, which is all nonsense. It's all divide and conquer strategy.
And they use propaganda, like they used 9/11. Oh, these airplanes, they flew into buildings, and it was Saddam Hussein. Now let's go kill this guy who. Wait. But even according to your narrative, Saddam didn't order any airplanes flown into buildings. Yeah, but we got to get him anyway. Okay, you say so.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, this is obvious. That much should be obvious to anybody looking into this for 4 minutes. But
And it was stupid.
It's the
Like
broader picture when you step back from all of that.
It was stupid of other people in the world to hate Americans. Oh, you're an American. Oh, I hate Americans because you're doing this. It's like, hey, I have no say so. If you're gonna hate me because of something my government does, I don't hate the French people because they say that they hate Americans. They're just ignorant because they think we have any say so. Like, no,
they're not angry. They're under the same propaganda that we're under for the opposite
but
side.
I'm smart enough not to hate them.
And not everyone. But again, are you actually talking
most
to
people
someone
aren't
in
smart
France?
enough. That's a problem.
Or are you believing what the actual is? I know a lot of people from Europe, both sides. There are people who are woke that I know, and people who are blue pilled that I know, and they're under the same propaganda that we are here. It's just a different side of the coin. You just see it.
It's funny.
It's their
funny
divide
you
and
just said
conquer.
they're woke because that word has been co-opted. You might not even know, but they
know.
stole
It's
that word.
Diet woke.
Right.
Not
I
woke.
don't even I don't want to let them steal it. I'm like, fuck that. Don't give this word up, man. Don't give it don't let them steal it. Don't let them co-opt it because once they do, it's gone forever. It was such an effective word.
It was,
and they
and now
fucking stole it.
Yeah, it really did, and now it's sort of unhip.
It's been poisoned. They poisoned the
Yeah.
fucking well, man. Now it means you're just this. Oh, I hate it. I hate that they're so good at their propaganda, but we can't let them steal woke. So even though it sounds cringy, refer to yourself as woke. As cringy as it sounds, like it just sounds so cringy to use it, but I don't care.
Like, history is a real problem. Like it's just a story that we're told in school. We're all told the
Someone
same
said
story.
it's a set of lies agreed upon.
Yeah, Napoleon, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, that's their narrative. We don't know, but yeah.
But again, this is the thing is once we know their modus operandi, we can see through it and step back to see the forest for the trees. But a lot of people can't do that because they don't understand even just the base. What propaganda? Oh, bro.
Even people that I think that I like George Washington, I like some of his writings. I'm like, man, he was one of the good guys. Or someone like Andrew Jackson, he got rid of the Federal Reserve, like the first Federal Reserve Bank of the United States.
And they put him on the 20.
Yeah, right. Would they really do that? Put him on their fiat if he really deposed them? No, fucking.
He was the well, yeah. But again, there's stories, and the good divide and conquer strategy has they know the counter. Not only do they have intelligence, they have counterintelligence. So they know they're trying to see it from both sides. They're not like blind to the idea that some people aren't going to see through it, and they have a story for them too.
That's their reverse psychology to make us love their evil entities. Let's say they wanted us to love their god Apollo or whatever. They would make him out to be this noble person like George Washington or Andrew Jackson. And we love this person, even though he's evil. Like Lady Liberty is not a lady. It's literally, if you look at it, it looks just like Satan summoning his legions. There's a painting. And people say, that's the Statue of Liberty. That's a beautiful symbol of freedom. Really? Is it? Nothing could be further from the truth.
Didn't they put a George Washington statue in the shape of Baal, hand up and hand down?
Yes, the as above, so below. I've seen that.
I would be careful about throwing out all of history, personally. I don't think it's all nonsense.
Well, I'm not saying all of it. No, for sure.
I
completely understand what you're saying. Because pre-1800, I started saying allegedly a lot. Allegedly, this happened.
Yeah,
that's fine.
But
I'm saying
there's all kinds of evidence when you start to dig a bit deeper, and different writings from very different people, different continents, in fact, from the French Revolution. When you look into that, I mean, okay, that's 1790 something, but there's all kinds of death mass. I mean, look at the musicians, for instance. That's a good. Somebody wrote that music, right?
Right. I've looked at this all. I mean, Mozart, Beethoven, all these guys. Mozart did this at the age of what? He was writing like full operas at the age of 10.
That's very questionable too. Yeah.
No, I mean, he was writing. They weren't. It was still good, but it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't his best work. Let's just say, until he was sort of like 19 or something like that.
No. The story, at least in Amadeus, it was talking about how he was.
Yeah, I know. They say he wrote stuff at 5 and stuff like that, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
Just
that's how story go. If that's that's the story.
Is it? I don't think it is. Snacks is here. He'll tell you. He knows.
Well, I mean, either way, how can we verify?
I don't know anything.
We're just talking about
the point is they do have like busts of their face, of their hands, and
that can easily be I mean, that could easily be just.
I know, but there's something.
Like, this is what the guy looks like.
Wait a minute, dude. Wait a minute. There's something quite Marxist about just throwing it all in the bin.
I'm not throwing it all away. I'm just saying until we can verify it better, how do we know? I'm putting everything in a re-bin everything and make sure. I take nothing for granted at this point. Nothing.
Yeah.
You shouldn't. None of it.
Fair enough. But I'm just saying that
verify
about throwing it all in the bin, because this is what they did in the French Revolution. This is what they did. This was the point. They wanted a 10-day week. They would literally change it. They burned like 4 million books. This is what the New Order does. It's got to burn the old one completely. But what you realise is these people had fuck all. They had nothing. I mean, they didn't have a plan. So you better have a fucking plan. That's what I'm saying to you. Because I'm very much a revolutionary spirit. Until I looked into that French Revolution, I was like, holy crap. These people, they sold it to everyone as the age of reason, and they had fuck all. They were sophists. They were lawyers. And the people they killed were very much, they were well, let's just say they were the noble class, the Aryans, which is cognate with aristocracy. And yeah, they were better people. these 6-inch shorter grabblers that came in and chopped all their heads off, they eventually dragged them to gallows and all, and they went fucking screaming and fainting, and yeah, as you can imagine, while the noble people went quietly, and we lost class. So it just made me rethink the whole thing of revolution. It really did. I was like, oh shit.
I often think of that. There's a
Do you ever
line
research
in Gangs of New York.
Einstein?
He says a third of the population will pay the other third of a population to kill the other third. Well, everyone else sits back and writes about whatever history then you want to say.
I think it's more like the 1% will pay 5% to kill the other.
Yeah. In the movie, he says it that way, but you're right. Yeah, the 0.1% will pay a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, exactly.
They'll pay 5% of the thugs to destroy the 95% of decent people. Like, I think most people are decent. Let's say the majority of people are decent people. They have no ill. But the people at the top want to create different differences and divides, whether it's even sports teams or music or whatever. They create these stupid divisions.
Exactly. And from birth, you're separated by grades and by schools and different, and then there's rivalry, all these things. Exactly. It's a divide and conquer from day one. We believe in the globe before we believe in Santa Claus.
Even dividing states among college teams, like there's Michigan versus Michigan State, like two colleges in the same state, but they have rivalries and they hate each other.
Yeah, all this story, Romeo, all these just different, families not getting together, all kinds of, it's their whole divide and conquer. That's just part of it.
We need to unite and conquer.
They won't allow it.
Well, they'll have no say so.
They'll make it
because
illegal.
we don't know who they are, and they corrupt.
They are the hidden hand. They are the current system. The current system.
Also, yeah, but right now, 50% of all your friends and family are on side with them.
More than
and they
50.
don't even realize.
More than that, yeah.
So you go
I'll
try
have a
to talk
better
to your
time
friends about
protecting them
anything,
if you have
can't have a
authority.
conversation.
You'll have an easier time to defend your family if you get rid of the beast. Have your own authority, have your own government, govern yourself. Don't be part
Try
of
and
the beast.
govern your own family. They
That's
won't
the only
listen to
thing you
you.
can do.
They're arrogant and they're stupid and uneducated. I
It's easier
guarantee you
said
that.
than
Yeah, I'm a
done.
dummy. You're right. I'm just stupid.
I've kind of.
No, I'm not saying you are, but I find your family will be.
Most of them are going to be totally blind and ignorant, and they're going to
leave the globe, so nothing I can do about that.
See, here's the other thing. We have to qualify when people say who are they, because a lot of people say, oh, who are they? Who do you names for who they are? Well, it depends on what level of they you're talking about, because there are definitely people you can point to who are corrupt and you can see exactly who they are, and then there's also people behind the curtain that we know about that we can't illustrate as closely or clearly as the other they, but we are able to, like, some people don't even know about the first level of they.
We use that for brevity. Like, anyone in the know knows who they are. Like, so just instead of me repeating myself 100,000 times, we like use that word. They, the New World Order, whoever, like it's a known entity.
If you don't know, then you shouldn't be having this conversation.
Right. Shouldn't be in the room.
I like to notice the principle of the agents that are running the world. I like to notice the principle and tell them, look, I think you have a wonderful society over there. You want to do that. You want to create slaves and money and all that kinds of great stuff and cryptocurrency and, nano robots and all kind of good stuff. Just, okay, that's fine. But I have a covenant here and I'm just a man on the earth. I don't choose to be part of your story. I want to govern myself accordingly, not cause any harm to no man, and help another man learn what a contract is so he can do the exact same thing I do. Just claim your authority as a man on earth. Tell them you're not a citizen of there. You're a man living on earth. And if you give them notice with a contract, they will heed the contract. They
They've
they
already
believe in
co-opted the
contract law.
term
Believe it or
sovereignty.
not. Believe it or not, these people believe in the words. It's not a joke. As long as you got a proper contract, yeah, a superseding contract, they really can't do nothing to you. They can't hold you to their little beast system over there, whatever they're doing. Is it hard to live without it? You got to have a lot of man that's willing to stand on earth and declare his authority on the earth, and then hang out with a fellow man and see how many we can get together and hang out with, and all of us helping each other because we have a covenant with Yah, and we have a right to go and do that too. They're not saying, hey, you can't do that. Everybody believes that because you think that they control you, but you just got to give them notice that you're a man. No titles, no nothing. I'm a man. That's it. Done. I'm alive, by the way. Here's my hair. Here's my picture. Here's my thumbprint. Here's my fingerprint. Here's my autograph. And yeah, you just make sure, that it's structurally factual, and you send notice to the Postmaster General and the Secretary of State and the Secretary of your state. Just send them copies, registered copies. Keep the proofs of delivery. And then
What is
quit
that going
worrying
to
about
do
the
for you,
legal
though?
society. Quit worrying
What
about
is that
global
going to
leaders.
do for you?
Yeah,
I
what
want a
does
bunch
that
of
do for
men
you, man?
that can't be affected by the legal society, so we can all stand together, have a community like we deserve. We do have a right to a nation too. Us
You
flat
can't write a
earthers,
contract
God
that's
believers.
breaking laws. You can't write a contract to break the law.
We're not
But you
breaking the
can.
law. We're just giving them
You
our
don't have
authority
to
on
abide
earth.
by the law. The
You're
law is a
declaring
creation
Declaring
of
it.
man. It's false.
Believe me,
you
you
do
have that
Legal
right to
law
do it,
is
dude. It
real.
says it right
you
in
do
their
not have
stupid
the right to
constitution.
write a contract that breaks laws.
You have a
A,
right to govern
contract
yourself
is
accordingly.
illegal if it's breaking the law. You don't get to exempt out of laws.
Okay,
Yes, you
what law
can.
am I breaking? Go. Just tell me one law I'm
What
breaking.
law are you trying to break? You're trying to say
Huh?
no laws apply to you.
I'm not saying that. The code doesn't apply to me because I don't know their language. I'm like a retard to them.
But the code does
What
apply.
code
I
doesn't
mean, it
apply?
does apply. The thing is, here's the thing. If you're going to operate a motor vehicle on public streets paid for by tax dollars, if you're going to take advantage of the utilities that are provided to you by the municipalities, if you're going to partake in all these benefits of society, then you have to abide by the rules that govern that society. You
Like,
can build a wall
Hey, that's
around your
great. I
property,
didn't say
and
you
you
didn't
can
have
stay
to.
within the walls. You can stay within the walls of your property, and you can do whatever the fuck you want to. But once you step out onto the public domain, you're subject to the laws that govern that
That's right.
society.
You entered another country. You better have a sea pass. You better have something showing that, hey, I'm not coming in to harm nobody. I'm just coming here in peace. And if I have to
yeah,
get insurance and get a driver's license, I'll do all that stuff. Because I know, you could do a lot of stuff to me that I wouldn't like if I didn't go and get those things. But yeah, I'm trying to remain, peaceful. I don't want to go and do a scofflaw and drink and drive and all kinds of crazy, absolute, terrorize the
But
people. I ain't walking down the
what
street
about
with a
this?
tank or going anywhere with a bazooka around my neck.
What if you wanted to like build a business to make your living, and you were dependent on customers that are part of that society and blah blah blah? How would you enter into that without abiding by the rules and regulations that
Two-way
govern
street
corporations?
because
left
it's
lane. Why do you want slavery? You
I don't
constantly
want
preach
slavery.
It's
slavery.
not slavery.
I'm not
That's
slavery.
Can I
slavery.
answer the
No,
question?
it's
I'm
not.
out.
No, you're sitting
I'm out
there
here.
saying
You asked
you
me a
must
question. Can
abide
I
by the
answer?
government, right?
You
And the
must abide
local
by the laws of
municipalities.
society.
That's slavery.
No, it's not.
He asked me a question. Can I
101,
answer?
100%.
You got
It's not
Yeah,
you
let him
guys don't
slavery.
need
answer.
to be talking all.
You don't know what slavery is. You're calling that slavery.
Left
That's
lane.
slavery.
What was your
And
question?
No, it's
imposing
not.
a
The word.
system of
Hold on.
It's not by
authority on
any
a person who
definition of the
doesn't wish to
word.
be part of it.
Hold on.
Yo, guys.
Substitute the
Racism
Come on,
word
is the
guys.
same definition
Yo,
as
society.
slavery.
no
Substitute
need
the
Come on,
to
word
guys.
for everybody talking
society.
once here.
And
But
hold on.
is it possible,
Substitute the
like,
word
since Left Lane is probably the
society
only
with
person that disagrees
plantation.
with? Okay, is it
That's it.
possible you guys could let Left Lane kind of go for a minute here,
Well,
just
I'm
because
just
it's the
Yeah.
saying,
only
like, if
person with a different
someone's saying
opinion
it's
than
not
me?
Yeah, but he's
slavery,
just repeating the stuff that we learned in school.
Oh,
Like,
okay,
there's nothing we
then
don't
fuck
know.
myself. Okay, gotcha.
exactly.
Must be
Instead of
wrong then.
saying to participate in society, say work on the plantation, and then use the same words.
Mm.
Look, You can you if you choose to go out in the public and work, yes, you have to abide by their code, of course. You know, I'm
Yeah.
not trying to break their code or nothing. I'm not going out there saying, "Hey, you know what? I don't like your code. I'm just gonna go rob banks and shit, or do a bunch of crazy shit." I don't want to break their code. I don't want to break my law. But look, my law says that I have to. I don't listen to a piece of paper. I listen to a man who has a voice who verifies his claims against me.
Well,
I don't
I
listen to
don't
a piece of
disagree.
paper. The law
I
is
don't
expressed, not
disagree.
implied. Someone has to say it in order for me to pay it. That's just the
Yeah.
law. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I don't disagree with the man wanting to be independent, and I hate government too. I really do. But I mean, my situation owning a trucking outfit and running trucks up and down the road across the country, I've got to abide, or I can't run my company.
You have to
But
carry liability insurance in case you run somebody over.
yeah, but
Yeah, that's just the law,
if I
man.
were,
It's a code, and I agree. I think a man should have a bond if he's going to go and do something dangerous. I think a man should be bonded in order
but
to have
if
to be
I
able
wanted
to,
to,
even to have a business.
but if I wanted
But
to
they walk
separate
around
myself
with,
from, yeah,
they
if I
walk
wanted to
around with warrants
separate,
without bonds attached all the time.
but if I
They
wanted
don't
to
even
separate
consider
from,
their warrants.
yeah,
Shut the fuck
if
up
I
over
wanted to
there.
separate from society, I could do that very well. But I need to be able to be self-sustained. I need to be able to grow my own food, minimize contact with the outside, blah blah blah, all that stuff. Have my own water supply, and so on and so forth. People do that up in Alaska all the time.
You should have your
They're
own community of
self-sustained people.
people that you believe in, and let the Glovers and everybody believe what they want. Just go and build your own community.
Yeah, you can do that.
And people say David Koresh. I'm not talking about that kind of community. I'm talking about, you know, I'm talking about having a contract with them that states that you're a man. They need to leave you alone. They need to leave you be because you're not there to hurt nobody. You're just
What
there
would
to
that
live the peace
contract
on
be?
earth.
What would that
What would the
contract?
contract be? Well, just prove that you're alive. You're a man. You got dominion over the earth. It says it right in the words. You have
I don't
dominion over
understand.
all things on the earth, except for another man. You can't tell another man what to do.
How are you going to do this? What are you going to draft? What are you going to write? And who are you going to send it to?
Already been done. I just I drew up a live life claim. I showed my dad and mom had me at a certain place, certain times, and I put my picture and my thumb, and I had two other people, live life claimants, witness the same thing. So I witnessed that they're alive too. They're not dead. They
And
don't want to be part of the dead society. I'm sorry, they don't want to be slaves. They don't want to be none of that. But
what
they
did you do with
realize,
this document?
just having a live life claim doesn't really mean much. It's really what
It
you do
sounds
with
like
it.
you have one, but what did you do with it? Who did you send it
I
to?
just gave
What,
them notice that I'm a
what does it
living
mean?
man, and I choose
Gave
to
who
govern
notice?
myself accordingly. I don't need their help. No, thank you. I'm good. I'm good.
Gave who
I like
notice?
facts, by the way. Anyway,
No.
and I know
Gave
you
who
guys love
notice?
fiction,
Fucking hell.
so I know you guys love fiction, but I don't want to be part of that. I just want to know the law.
You
That's
gave
what
who notice? Who did you send the notice to?
to the Postmaster General. There's a treaty signed.
Postmaster General?
UPU. Yeah, there's a UPU. It's called the Universal Postal Union.
Yeah, that's a union. So
Right. Yeah, you're just telling them,
what
hey,
good is that?
you're giving them notice that you're alive. And they
Give me
have to notice
the
the whole
post
world
office.
with all the treaties that man's alive now. He's not dead. Leave him alone.
No, they don't.
Don't touch
They
him.
don't do anything like that.
Okay, you go on believing what you believe, and I'll go. You don't have to believe me, dude. I'm just looking for a man that's willing to just be another man on the earth and not have to just get out of the beast system. Just leave it all together. You don't have to be part of it. But I mean, when I say that, I mean, left lane's kind of right. I mean, we got to build a community. We don't want to go out and terrorize these people that believe they live on cartoon land. I don't want them disturbing me either.
There's a very easy commandment: be in the world, but not of the world. There you go.
That's about right. That's about all you need to say. But, in this world we live in, the contract is one of the most powerful things you can use because they believe the contracts are true. If it's a lawful contract and it's given valuable consideration, You know, it usually takes 2 or 3 witnesses to witness a contract. So
What you're talking about isn't a contract, though. It's a declaration.
pretty much, but it's still a contract.
No, it's not a contract. Who's the other party?
100%.
Who's the other party to the contract?
Okay, let me go over this again. Everything's a contract.
Who is the other party to a contract? There have to be 2
what
or more
is the
parties to a
live life claim?
contract.
So what is the
There,
live life claim?
there have to be 2 parties to a contract,
Okay, hold on.
at least. You can't
There
have a
isn't
one-party
a
contract.
party. The world, the legal society. They
Who?
think you're dead. That's
What's
why
the
you're
mailing
giving them
address?
notice, man. You're saying, hey, look, man. I'm alive over here. Don't treat me like one of your chattel. Don't piss on me and I won't pee on you. Just leave me alone. I'm gonna go over here and live my
You're
life and
saying you
govern
made a
myself
contract.
accordingly.
Who'd you make the contract with? Who's the other party that signed the contract?
Hold on. Instead
There's a
of
reason you
contract,
do it.
you
It's
mean-
because it's
you
called a
mean-
superseding contract. The whole
Who's the other
world is
party to the
corporate.
contract?
Everybody's bitching and whining about the whole world's owned by these 6 corporations. Great, because they only exist on paper. They're created by man. I'd rather be a man. I'd rather be a higher authority than the corporation. So the reason you put the contract in, and what it does is, it allows you to move freely through these corporations and these businesses without them terrorizing you with their magic spells and shit.
Well, you're talking about this in a contract.
Document.
What?
Do you mean official document, not contract per se? Just
Well, you make it yourself and just give them notice. You want to make it a proper contract. You got to learn contract law. It's very simple. There's a 4-corner rule in a contract. I mean, I found it at urlaw.org. That's where I found it. I think it's free to get that information. I don't think you have to become a premium member or nothing. I think they just offer it for free. urlaw.org.
Doesn't make it doesn't make it illegal because someone put it on a website.
No, it's not illegal, man. It's not even
Legal.
unlawful.
Doesn't make it legal. Doesn't make it valid. You can't have a contract with one
I'm
party.
going to tell you this. Let's see if you get it. I hope everything I do is illegal because then I know I'm not breaking the law. Because everything
that makes a
illegal
lot
is
of
like
sense.
a complaint. It's not even a crime. It's like a complaint. It's not a claim. It's a complaint. You can tell it's not the law because it's private. The language is private. It's been patented. It's copyrighted. Yeah. There's a thing called the Bar Association. So, but if you want to live in that society and obey those codes, that's up to you. I don't want to do that. Thank you. It's confusing, first off. I mean, if you know the law, it has to be like expressed, not implied. So in other words, you start putting decimal points and numbers and decimal points. It's not a fact. That's a code. And the only one who can interpret it is the one who wrote it down and put those periods where they are. And I'll tell you what, my wedding signature ain't on any of those codes. I didn't agree to do that. I don't want to be a terrorist.
You don't have to agree to it. You don't have to agree to it.
The
power of the state will enforce it.
If you go around thinking that, that you're scribbling on papers and making those, you think that's a contract? You can't scribble on a contract.
Next time you're driving your car, just ignore red lights. Just go through them and see what happens.
I didn't say I'd do that. Now,
Sounds like
when I pull up to a stoplight at 3:00 in the morning, there ain't nobody coming. Guess what I do? I just proceed with caution. I look around real good and just proceed with caution when there's nobody there.
And
Those
if a
are
cop
just
sees you, he'll pull you over and write you a ticket.
When you said
traffic
earlier,
is
what
just suggestions, bud. It's just every one of
No,
them
it's not.
starts with "You shall not do that." Well, shall is present tense, future tense. So you must stop at the stop sign. No, it doesn't say that. It says you shall stop at the stop sign. That's the code. Sometime in the future, a public servant will order you that you can't go through a stop sign. Sometime in the future, not now. Not now. You don't have to do that if you don't want to, because a public servant can't order you to do nothing. Does that make any sense to you? So they word this language. It's
Nothing
called
you're saying makes any sense to me.
Every code in the traffic code starts with something like "shall." You shall not do this. It's future tense. So sometime in the future, you don't have to do it. But look, I do it because I think it's safe, and they've made up a pretty good system, and I like to travel down the road safely without hurting nobody. But, you know, if a big rig's coming down the hill and you're stopped at the stop sign and it's going to about to smash you off the road, would you get out of the way? Would you run the stop sign? Yeah, you'd have to, or you would die. They're all, those are just suggestions. You know, it's not really the law. It's just a code that everybody chooses to live by. You know, these traffic codes and all this stuff, but it's a way for them to get revenue and get more cop cars and do more policing and build their business. And I don't have any fault with it. Just leave me out of it. If you want to go bother dead people, that's up to you. If you go and bother one of my live life claimants, one of my brothers, then we're gonna have business together. Then I'll start sending you contracts.
Sounds like you're saying traffic laws are irrelevant and you can do as you please.
No, they're not irrelevant. They're suggestions, man. It's not really a law for you to run a stop sign. It's
Yes,
a code.
it is.
Yeah,
Yes,
steady.
it is. A law and a code's the
It's a
same
legal
thing.
code, man.
When you said what legitimizes his contract or what
Got
enforces
numbers and stuff with dots on it. It's not the law. The law is express, not implied. Someone has to say you owe a debt in order to pay a debt. You can't do anything wrong unless someone comes into court and says you did something wrong. An eyewitness, third party impartial witness. Yeah. That's the law. That's been the law for a long time. But long before the Constitution. There has to be a damaged party in order for there to be a case. There ain't even a case without it. But everybody goes around believing that they broke a code and they really caused damage to the code, the piece of paper, and they got to pay the debt. Now, I don't mind. They tell me, oh, it's a $390 ticket. I said, look, I hope I was going to get off with like 100. You know, I know you guys need cop cars and stuff, but, you know, let me just give you 100. And they usually accept it. You know, they'll accept the best a man can do. It's not, but you got to contribute to society too. I mean, they got a wonderful system. I don't want to be part of it because I believe it's all a lie. It's a dragon system, but I will have to go through the world. Even Yeshua says I got to be persecuted. I'm going to be persecuted for his namesake. There's no question.
I just dropped
I got all
the
kinds of people calling me
definition.
crazy nutcase.
Slow down. I just dropped the definition of the word shall in
shall.
the shall. Yeah, SHALL.
ALL.
Yes, this is the legal definition of the word. I dropped it in a live chat. Check it out. It doesn't say anything about not being mandatory. It doesn't say anything about it being optional. It doesn't say anything about the future. It gives you the definition of the word
is
used in
future
the codes.
tense.
It's the
future
word
tense.
used in
What
the
does the word
codes.
mean? Look up the Latin meaning and
It doesn't matter what the Latin meaning. No one's prosecuted under Latin. You're
is it
prosecuted for
past tense, present tense,
a
or
code.
future tense? Which one? There's only
Read,
three. Past
read the
tense, present tense,
definition.
and future tense. Which one is it?
It is an imperative command indicating that certain actions are mandatory and not permissive. That's how the word's defined under the law. Nothing else you say matters.
Sounds like you're reading out of like a Webster's dictionary or something.
I'm reading out of a law dictionary. I posted it in the chat. You can read it yourself. You can pull a Black's Law dictionary off a shelf somewhere and read that for yourself and tell you the same thing.
How come you didn't use the Black's Law dictionary? What are you afraid of using that one? Why don't you dig that out?
Go right ahead.
Oh no,
You have one?
no, you're the one that loves sight and stuff. Why don't you get that out?
You know where I can find it online? I have one in my house. I just don't want to get up and get it right now.
Word shall is present tense. I don't think I'm fooling anybody. I think everybody pretty much agrees with me that shall is future tense, dude.
I think everyone's laughing at you right now.
Well, great. I hope they're all having a circus and throwing them all. I hope they're all throwing each other parades. But that's just the truth. It doesn't matter anyway. There is no damages for a code. No damages, no case. That's just been the law forever. That's all 12 people can judge me if I did something wrong. If I did something wrong, 12 people can judge me and find the law in the verdict. All the judge, the magistrate does is just witness what the jury says. It's called the trial by jury. For the record. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to gather 12. I got 9. If I can get 12, I can get I can start doing some things.
You can do what with 12 people that you can't do with 9?
Well, 12 witnesses you can assemble on the level and on the square.
And do what?
Just like they do at the courthouse. That's where they hold their business. So you go there and you do business. You get a clerk to witness what they did. You turn over the indictments to the to the federal marshals and have them executed. That's all. I mean, usually it takes 25 for criminal charges, but we're just talking about a civil matter. Somebody thought they could put me in a steel box for no reason, for not taking my hands out of my pockets and deprive me of water. And I'm just trying to tell them, hey, look, I didn't decide what the compensation is for that.
According to Black's law, shall, within the sense of mandatory, and can be also indicate that something is required. That's according to Black's law.
I know, but it's future tense. Sometime in the future, you must do it.
That's not what it says anywhere.
Is. Yeah, it's future tense. So sometimes you're going to have to do it. There's
not as defined
you're going to
in
have
the
to do
law.
it.
Can I just ask one question? So,
yeah, go ahead.
So for an example, if I got pulled over drunk driving and I said, "Well, where's the victim? There are no damages," and then if they replied and said, "Well, the reason why we're stopping you because you're drunk driving, you have the potential to cause damage. That's why you're going to get a fine." What do you say to that?
I tell that man, you got a DUI, you better go handle it yourself. Now, look, if you weren't really causing any harm, like I know guys that are sitting in a Camaro with no engine in it get a DUI in Salt Lake City. Similar story right there in Sonora. Some guy sitting in his car with no engine in it gets a DUI. Where was he at, on his property? I said, I can help that man. But any man that chooses to go out and, be a danger to society and drink and drive and get all loosey-goosey, I got no help for them. I can't help you. You hurt somebody, you're going to pay the price. So you govern yourself accordingly. You don't do that shit. Because I'm a man and I don't want you out there trying to harm my family either, driving around like a crazy madman. It's the code. When a code comes against a man and the man really hasn't done anything wrong, I tell him to pay the debt. Just settle it. Just go to him and tell him, this is the best I can do. I'll give you $5 a week till it's paid off. I don't tell him to get out of it. None of that. Only thing I want is I want to be here in peace, like an ambassador, with clean hands. I'm not here to hurt nobody. I know the contract law. It's plenipotentiary judge. I know I can judge a contract. And, a man and a postmaster where I know that the authority on the earth is lawful money. Just because the legal society wants to create fiat currency and, debt notes and that great, if people believe that's currency, it is. I just don't choose to believe that. I believe lawful money is gold and silver dollars. In fact, the Constitution, your crazy code says it too. I mean, a lot of the legal society, a lot of those codes, I believe, that they're right, and they're there put in place to, so people don't go out and start getting crazy. Now, as far as penitentiaries go, I think banishment, was how they handled somebody, unless they really, there were crimes where they would bury you under the prison. There wasn't no trial or nothing. The village would just bury you right under the prison. If you were that evil. But I think it's a good system, but I don't want to be a part of the beast, so just please leave me out. I got my contracts already done. I've got 9 brothers of mine that believe in the covenant that we have with Yah and the law that's written within those words. And we choose to believe those things, not codes. But we're not here to terrorize people, for hell's sakes. We don't go around teaching children that they live on a spinning ball in space. I'll tell you that right now. I don't teach that. I teach them that Yah is better than Helio. But I have a right to do that, by the way. Another man on earth, just because he's got, a bunch of contracts in place as a corporation, a creation of man, They have no authority over a man. I mean, what I'm telling you is it's common knowledge. It's been around for centuries. I'm not talking crazy. It's written right in the Bible. And I don't like to use the Bible because everybody says, "Oh, that Bible, well, that's no good." No, it's just the words that are in it that are powerful, that have meaning. And you get the right to, private judgment. You can privately judge what's in those words, and live together in peace. Have a community. Don't worry about what the legal society's doing. They push materialism and false news and all kinds of that politics. So that whole thing is crazy. But as soon as we start thinking we can get our own nation, and you could call it Flat Earth Nation, I don't care. Instead of America, you just call it, True Earth. True Earth. That's where we live. We live in True Earth. We get some property together and we decide to call it True Earth.
Set your goals a little smaller at a community level instead of a whole nation state, just like small independent communities speckled throughout this, throughout all different regions.
There's a lot of wealthy people that would come out of the shadows if they knew they had, their authority. They wouldn't try to hide from them. There's no reason to hide. There's no reason to fear them, dude.
I would like to have autonomous zones the size of a county. Like in the United States, we have a lot of counties in each state. We could have an autonomous zone that size. That would be a great start.
Lawyers that I talk to, they're astonished, because of some of the questions that I ask. But yeah, the minute they have a loyalty to the bar association, so this legalese system they set up, they're in a union. The bar association is like a union, just like the Universal Postal Union is a union, and they have to study, legalese in order to get that membership.
That's what you need, a private membership. You could have what's called a private membership group, because I went down this road. We're about building the realm, right? We were going to build our own realm with if you buy a piece of land, you could have a private membership group and allow or disallow whoever you want, and within that group you can have things the way you wish. So like, okay, there'll be no taxes here, there'll be none of this, there'll be none of that, and you could do whatever you please in there. Like, okay, there'd be no alcohol or drugs if that's the way you want to run it. But it's a private membership. You have to be a member, and it's a private club, and you can distinguish who you invite in the private club.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what you're saying, pretty much. Because they don't make private laws; they make public laws. Okay. In other words, you can do it. You own your own castle, your own property. And we can. I mean, there's enough wealth from among the flat Earth community. We could set up a nation of people that have the same beliefs. It's not that far fetched. And then if they came against the contract, then we could void their contracts because they got treaties in place and they got all these pieces of paper saying that we can't do it. What are they going to tell us? We can't do it? That they can't, because they're governments. They're there to protect the world.
I wish there was the funding. Like everyone I know is a flat earther is pretty broke as far as doing something like this. Like, I can't even get my truck fixed. I got shit to fix on my truck. I haven't started it in months. I'm hoping to hit some money on the crypto. If I can make some big bucks in the crypto, I would put my money where my mouth is, and I'd start a small community, like 5 people that I like, and see if they want to live in build a small community like the Amish, and expand it from there. Add a couple more, and pretty soon we have a whole community of people like-minded. We'd have our own farming. That's what I want to grow, our own food, no GMO food, and I want to have like our own homeschooling. Like, we have our own like small schoolhouse where they teach the children and things like that. There would be none of this bullshit they're teaching now. No lies. But that's a pipe dream for now until I get the funding.
Well, no, you're supposed to get together with your brothers, and you have got abilities that your brother doesn't have, and he's got abilities that you don't have. and you all work together, and you help each other. That's all. I mean,
My brother
I'll
lives with
trade
me.
my work for food. I mean, I can do concrete work. I can do a lot of things, man. I don't mind.
my
I mean,
my younger brother lives with me, but my other brother is a globetard, right? I couldn't live with him. Like he's he's just, we couldn't coexist.
what I'm saying is people with those kind of assets and that kind of wealth, they're terrified to come out against the globe because they're afraid of the legal society. Well, you can
About that,
tell
I
them
think
you're not part of their society. No, thank you.
I
I
have
don't need your help.
I have some globy friends that are comfortable the way things are. Like they don't want to take the red pill. They have a nice, 2,500 square foot home, make a nice living, $100,000 job, and they live well. And they really could care less about the rest of it. They're comfortable in their servitude.
Well,
They're
they're
like the
living
high
in the world.
slave, right? They're comfortable the way things are.
They like the beast system. They're comfortable there.
They're the top level slaves. Like how you had different slaves. You had the slaves that would pick the cotton and slaves that worked in the kitchen or the maid or whatever. They had different levels of slaves. These are the high level slaves that they don't mind their slavery because they live well. So it's hard to call it slavery when you're living that well. You know what I mean? And there's people living much more higher means than that, like Silicon Valley people that are living very well in the system.
Like I said, what destroys a man is usually it's lack of knowledge. It'll just destroy God's people, Yah's people. Lack of knowledge. So what I'm saying is that yeah, they really do recognize a contract. You're not being a terrorist with them. I mean, whoever told you that they don't know the law. Anyway, so you're giving them notice of who you are, but I suggest you set that up long before you start trying to build a community. Set your project on a strong foundation, starting with a contract that says, "Hey, I'm just doing my business over here. Just leave me be until I hurt somebody."
Yeah, and don't register your land. Don't register it with the Register of Deeds. When you register
Like I
your
said,
land, I don't know if you covered. I wasn't here if you covered that.
if we're fruitful and they leave me alone, I'll take visits into their town and make sure everybody's doing good. If we got abundance, I'll go try and help them, even if they're just a legal society. I'll try and give them food if I got spares. If my community is thriving, I'll try to help my outside brothers, the people outside the whatever in their own community. I don't think there has to be a wall. I mean, I think we should be able to just live as nations of people and just we visit people of their own different customs and beliefs. Some people want to be in the legal society. They have a right to it if they want, but just stay and do. Don't don't lump me in with everybody else. Don't
There's
make
ways
me
that
part of your
you
system.
pay property tax. If you register your property with the county, like the Register of Deeds, if you register a title, then then you have to pay taxes because you've agreed to do such. When you register it, the deed, that means
No.
you've given them over ownership and you agree to pay them taxation.
Okay, they come to me and say you owe $25,000 on this land for
Did you
property tax.
register the land? Let's say you just bought it from me, right? Let's start with a clean slate. You bought the land from me and you don't take it to register with the county. You just hold it. You don't owe them jack shit in taxation. From a private land transaction, you buy it from me. Now you own it. As long as you
Have you
don't
ever
take
heard? Have you ever heard of it's called oh man, it's called the common law lien. You ever heard of that?
common law lien?
Oh yeah.
Never heard of that.
Doesn't even have to be on paper. You just get 25 of your brothers that swear to God that's your property. Who's going to come forth and say that that's not your property? Who's going to come and say from the county that that's not your property? Who's going to
Person
say it?
who holds the deed to the property is going to say that. What is he?
So
He's not going to say it because
You don't understand. It's a piece of paper. They're there for a benefit. The state. It's not. It's the county that's fighting you. It's not some man owning property or nothing. Thinking he owns, your property.
Well,
If
most
he comes
people.
into court and swears that that's his property and he has a right to it, you make him prove the debt. How does he have a more vested interest in the property than you do?
Most
He holds
people when
he holds the deed.
I love
most
it when they say that. They say, "Well, we're gonna come and testify." It says you better be under oath because if I prove that there was no damages done to you,
All
you brought a false
testimony in
claim
court is
against
under
me.
oath. You realize that?
of course,
Anybody who
but
testifies in court is under oath. You guys, I say this stuff like it has to be under oath. It will be under oath. If they're in court, it's going to be under oath. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, if you're in the code world and you're a person and you're the defendant, you're gonna pay. There's no getting out of it.
You're not going to get out of it
If you're
anyways.
a man on
How are
earth
you going
and
to
you
get out
know
of it?
that the damages that there has to be a bill for damages or there's no case, then yeah,
You're
you're gonna.
claiming property that I own. There are damages.
Okay,
I think we're on.
so the county owns it. You're saying the county owns your property.
No, I'm
You're
saying
just a
I own my
custodian of
property.
land.
I'm saying I own my property, but I owe the county certain taxes for the school district and things like that. Road improvement, government. Yeah, I owe taxes, but I own the property.
It depends if
Told
you
you
have
already. I don't mind paying taxes if there's a
You don't own the
community.
property. You know why you don't own the property? Eminent domain.
Well, aside from the eminent domain, but if you do people think when they buy a property or whatever and they register it with the county, they think they're staking their claim. Like, here, I want to register. This is my property with you. Like, but they're actually signing it over to them. You signing your ownership over. You reside there, but you owe them taxation. Like, they're holding the title for you.
So look.
Even without tax, let's say you aren't being taxed, the fact that ultimately they can come and take your property and
Not if you don't
compensate you or whatever, but it's
This
against
is
your
how
will.
a man would handle it. Okay, look. This is how a man would handle it. You get the title, you get it registered, right? You got the certificates in your hand. Okay.
Okay,
You take
Carmen.
them home. You put a stamp, a thumbprint, autograph, copyright, copy claim on it, right? And the backside, you give it. You bind the contract, and then you hold those permits and titles or whatever, registrations and titles. And when the man comes knocking and says you owe those taxes, you show him the contract and say, "Look, I got a superseding contract says I don't have to pay you nothing unless there's a bill for damages. Did I do
No,
anything wrong? Did
that's
I
not a
hurt the
contract because you
the
took it
land?
home and
Did I
put a
do
stamp
anything
on
wrong?"
it. It's not a superseding contract because you took it home and put a stamp on it. It doesn't
No,
work that way.
it has a lot to do with your the way you autograph your name through the
No, it
stamp
doesn't.
with the thumbprint. They're sealing it. You're
No,
giving it lawful money. You're giving it valuable
that's
consideration with
wrong.
the stamp.
Holy
This
fuck,
is
is that wrong?
contract law. This is like contract
This is
law
not contract
101.
law. There is no contract law that says you have to put a thumbprint on something. What
You
the
know
fuck
how
are you
they put a
talking
I would
about?
rubber
still say
seal
on this one,
stamp?
you need two parties
Remember
to
they
have a
stamp the
contract.
seal? They put a
What
big
I said
rubber
earlier.
stamp on it and seal it at the courthouse. You're sealing it with
You can't make a
you're telling
contract
them
with
you're a
yourself,
man.
man.
What?
Exactly.
You can't make a contract with yourself.
You're
Exactly.
binding it into law is what you're doing. You're binding that contract. It's what's
It's
loosed
not a
on earth and loosed
contract
in heaven.
if there's no other
Same
party.
thing. What? I'm just saying, man, you better look into this before you start making a community. And I don't want the legal society coming along and thinking they have it and you don't have this authority. Because really, truly, without it, I really am not even supposed to help you until you're you're gained your authority as a man. Because I don't like talking to persons. I don't like talking to bushes and gas pumps and prosecutors and judges, and I don't like talking to fictional things. I like
There are a
talking
whole
man
lot
to
of
man.
things I don't like too, but I don't get to avoid them just because I don't like them.
I mean,
I don't
you
avoid them. I
could.
can avoid them. What
Well,
are you talking about?
yeah, if I could move to the wilderness and live in a
I mean,
cabin.
there are other ways
All I
than
know is
just
this is
criminal
from
behavior.
firsthand experience. I took over a gas station in California. I don't know what you know about California, but having a gas station in California, there's
Moneymaker.
like hundreds of thousands of codes, or even millions, maybe, governing gas stations codes in California, including permits and all kinds of goodies. But I done this. It's already, it's been proven. I did it. I've got several witnesses that seen this. All it is, you take authority of the document because now it's yours. Everything
What
on
happened to
there
the
is yours.
gas station? What happened?
All their fiction just disappears because you're a fact. And
So
let me
what
tell you
happened to
their
this gas
motto.
station?
Let's see how good you guys are at. And I want to hear it. I want to hear
We'll get
you
a straight
guys find
answer.
the citation. Okay, I want you Globers to go and look this up. You lawyers and stuff. The motto of the legal society is no truth or fact will be tried in open court. And now I
What
can
legal
prove it.
society is it? What legal society? What
Called the
legal
Bar
society?
Association. You ain't heard of it?
Bar association. Every state has its own bar association.
All
Every
right.
single one.
You're
So
exactly
which
right.
state are you talking about? Which state are you talking about?
Okay. They're really not supposed to come outside the 10-mile square of Washington, D.C. without registering as a foreign
No.
agent. I mean, they can't do that. There's a FARA Act, but they do it all the time. They ignore it. Anyways, no one's there to hold them liable.
We were
No
just
one's putting
talking
a
about bar
contract saying, I want to
associations.
press
Where are you
charges.
going to Washington, D.C. now? We were just talking about bar association. You said the bar association. Which bar
And
association?
I think it's in Philadelphia. The plaque's on the wall of one of these courthouses. It says it right on the plaque.
Fucking
The
hell.
motto of the legal society, the bar association, is no truth or fact will be tried in open court. So how do you fight them? You become a fact. And punctuation, you put your name in colons. You use proper punctuation. You can actually make your name a fact, not fiction. I told him one time, I told the judge to sue me by my proper given name, and yeah, he was having a great day. And then I said that to him. He looked over his glass and says, "That's very serious." And then asked me if I would identify. And I wrote it down. And the very next time I talked to any of them, it was a prosecutor saying, just stay out of trouble for 90 days. We'll forget this ever happened. So yeah, I'm pretty familiar. I've been through the ringer with these people. I know who I'm dealing with. And there's levels in a courtroom. You walk in, you're not on the level in the square. Not, everybody's not on the same level. So they're breaking the chain of evidence is what it's called. In contract law, they're breaking the chain of evidence. You can't have different levels or different boxes. It all has to be four corners. That's why there's so many multiple boxes in the courtroom.
Okay, here's the Bar Association homepage for Philadelphia. Show me where I can find that plaque. The public plaque, you should be able to find it, right?
So if you go to what's his Carl Lentz webpage, it's
No. You said it's a Philadelphia. It's a Philadelphia
yeah, I'm
Bar
trying to find you
Association. Well,
he visited there and he took a picture of it, dude. Just let me think for a second. Trying to remember his website. I mean, you can research this stuff. I mean, this is common knowledge, man. It's not. They cannot use truth because it's fiction. It's a private language. It's not a fact. I mean, everybody knows this. I don't know many truthers that don't know this. Okay, what I'm saying is I'm not making this shit up. This is like common knowledge. I mean, so many people know this, dude. They got the square and the compass. You gotta be on the level and the square in order to present your contract to the public. And you bring witnesses, and everybody witnesses that it's a fact, and the jury decides whether or not someone's in breach of contract. Right?
that's true. If you go to court and you present your contract, the jury will decide whether or not it's a valid contract.
But you think court is
under
somewhere you
instructions.
go. You think the
Under
court is somewhere that
instructions.
you go, right? You think you go to a building and you go inside some courtroom, right? That's what you think by court. That's the legalese society. What contract law is, the court is the contract. It's four corners. That's where you're playing the game on the document.
The court is not the contract. The court is not the contract.
Everything's
the contract is the contract. No.
Okay, so they wouldn't register. They wouldn't record my award into public in like 3 different buildings. They told me no. This has to come from a court, or we can't record it. No, they can't record it. They told me there's several people. We can't record this because it's not from a court. So I went to the state capital of Arizona, Flagstaff, Cocochino County, to that county recorder. And I went up and presented, so I need this award recorded into public. She says she's on the phone with the city attorney. I know they're always doing that. They're reading over my award. They're trespassing on my property. They're not even supposed to be reading it. Anyway, so she comes back
You're
and
not
says,
supposed to.
she
You're
says that
not
this
supposed
has
to
to
read.
come from a court. And I told her, I says, ma'am, the court resides on the four corners of that document.
That's not
I
true.
know what a court is.
That's not what a court is.
She turned beet red. Okay. And I said, here, I don't want to have to present the law interfering with a process service to the city attorney upstairs. She went back, got on the phone about 3 minutes later, come back and said it'll be $145. So tell me that court is not a contract. Again,
The court is not a contract. It's not.
Okay, you can believe that if you wish.
It's not. It's
I mean,
simple.
kind of silly after I just explained it.
You explain nothing. A contract is a agreement that's written, typically, but it can be oral. It is between two or more people or entities.
Of course it can be oral. We've been living under common law for centuries, man. It can be oral. Some man has to come and say you did something wrong to them in order for you to owe a debt. There got to be a verified claim. Otherwise, it's just a complaint. It's just nonsense. That's the legal society. They're always complaining. It's complaints. It's not. It's a code. And like I keep telling you, if they want to run and be and live in that system, that's fine. I don't choose to do that. I choose to have a contract with them that says, please leave me alone. I want to govern myself without your code. That's it. No damages, no case. Leave me alone. And if I can get enough people, man, who are of the like mind as me and believe in a contract and they know what a fact is and they make themselves a fact, then the legal society will say, hey, okay, we get it. We're not monkeying with you. We got too many other, television watching cartoon believers out here. We can take advantage of them. We better leave that man alone because he knows what a contract is. That's all I do.
Legal society.
Yeah,
legal
they're
society
powerful, man. They deceive
is
most of the
what?
world.
What is it? What is it? Legal
I told
society.
you,
What
it's
is
a
it?
private company. It's like they got a private language. It's a business.
It's not a private company.
business. Sure, it is.
Well,
It's a private language. It's
private
copyrighted
company.
language. Dude, you have to pass the bar in order to get in there. It's not free to the public.
Company,
Everybody
can't
can't
enforce
just
laws.
go and join the bar association without having the bar card and their
The bar association does not pass laws. It also doesn't enforce laws.
No, they're just code. They believe the code is real. So, and a lot of the code, I agree, is right, pretty much in line with what I believe is the law. But
legal code laws are not passed by the bar
do it on
association.
purpose. They had to do it on purpose because they weren't getting no money. Nobody was hurting nobody. So they had to find some way for them to have a government. So they just grew out of control, though, with their taxes, and they just, it's pretty evil how they act with but those people think they're dead, so it doesn't really matter. They're not going to be considered by Yeshua. He doesn't recognize a person, just a man. So I just wish that we could have enough man together so that they would really be scared, because then you can bring criminal charges and you can deliver it. The federal marshals, they know what contract law is. The whole world is governed by contracts. There is no getting out of it. And a man is, like I said, even, his people will be, destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So, I don't think I'm teaching anybody to be a terrorist or break the law. I'm just telling them, hey, why don't you just tell them who you are and what you know what you stand for, and your authority. You're a man on earth. You're designed. You're made in the image of the Father. And he's made some wonderful ones, man. I mean, I could just go on and on about the great man that he's created, and thankful that there's so many of these on earth. But we do have to start, we have to work together. We have to build our community together, just like they did. They're patient. They did it for thousands of years. They're going at it, man, with their language and their deceit and all kinds of great, wonderful stories. But they're not the truth. They're just not. And I know they're loyal because they offer tribute, like all these, police forces and courts and businesses, these local municipalities. They give a tribute to the Pope of Rome every time you get a ticket. Well, it's going right to the Vatican. You're paying a tribute. And I don't choose to do that. I mean, I don't like to. I mean, I got to not be a terrorist. So if they tell me, hey, we apologize if you apologize, you did this, but we don't want to, do nothing harmful to you. And I tell them, I don't mind paying a fine. I know you need police cars and, make sure this place is safe. You need guns and I'm not trying to even break their code. I don't even want to break their code. But if I do, there's consequences. You make mistakes, but when you're dealing with the devil, you got to tread lightly. They got all the guns, they got all the weapons, they got control of the whole place. I don't want to be a terrorist, and they'll just come and handle me in a hurry. But that contract and that live life claim, you're actually, witnessing it. You get two live life claimants to witness it with you, and the third witness is Yeshua. So don't think he's not witnessing that contract. And believe me, it's a superseding contract if you know how to write it correctly. You know how to, you don't have to be a professional or nothing. Just declare it. You have that authority here on this earth. And believe it or not, they are aware of contract law. That's not a joke. They really can't force you to do anything. Everything is like, they have to have your consent in order to do something. Now, I don't know how they got the consent to spray, aluminum, barium, and strontium on me. I don't know how they got that. I mean, I've asked for those public records. I didn't put a contract in for them, but I might have to start doing that. If they want to start using weapons against the whole world, including some of my fellow man, letting them know, hey, you can do whatever you want over there, just don't do it over there. Don't be burning everybody. Don't be killing everybody. I think they were going to do it to Sonora, California when I was there. And I think I changed their plans. That place after I left, they burned parts of it because they knew I was nowhere around to witness. You just got to have, the best thing to have is third-party impartial witness. That I tell every live life claimant, if you see a badge, you see a gun, just hit the record button. And make sure you get them to identify by their full given name. Then you're dealing with a man or a woman. If they hide that from you, then everything that they do from that point on is void ab initio, because they're required by law to identify, and they can't discriminate. They can't give you an abbreviation for their first name. This is all in the Constitution of the Universal Postal Union. The man has a duty and obligation to his fellow man, but public servants have a duty and obligation, right? They owe that duty and obligation no matter what, They're public servants. They have to identify. And I've scared so many just because they didn't want me to give me their name. They know what I'd do with it. I just turned it into the Secretary of State and said, this man's bothering me. Will you have him leave me alone, please? Real nice letter. Send her a postcard with the citation or whatever they attempt to play code on you. Send it to the Secretary of State. Tell me, you don't want to charge them 4 times damages for, terrorizing you, but I told you I'm governing myself accordingly. I didn't hurt nobody. Leave me alone with your code, please. I hope everybody understands that this is not that difficult. It's really not. And you guys are all in the truth movement. You've learned that the earth is not a ball. It's amazing. But I'm saying that, contract law is just kind of part of what I learned after I learned the earth was level. A level plane, I wanted to study in case I wanted a community, I could protect it from the legal society. So, but you really can't hate them. But I know that a lot of people that have been persecuted by the legal society, murdered. I mean, absolute crazy behavior exhibited. You can just get on YouTube. You'll see it everywhere. But those are from people that are citizens and they agree with the code. They're actually dead people. They're like infants. They have to be told what to do because they're, in that business. The corporation. They say, well, I'm not in that business. Yeah, you are. If you say you're a citizen, you are in that business. They say these policies doesn't apply to you. Yes, they do. Those policies apply. Because you are part of the business. They're just public servants, but you don't. And they start coming out and say, we kind of got this no recording in public. That's when, like Left Lane said, you go out into public, it's a whole different ballgame. Yeah, there's no expectation of privacy in public. So always hit the record button. And then I know once all the facts are there and there's a third party impartial witness, then I can help you. But if you go hurt another man or cause property damage or do something wrong to a man, you're going to pay for it no matter what. There is no getting out of it. One way or another. Now, if you repent and your brother forgives you, that's the whole thing. You got to go get your brother to forgive you of your debt. You try to talk to Yeshua without settling something with another man that you have a dispute with. That ain't going to go very well for you. He's going to turn you around and say, go settle that debt first. Then come and see me about your salvation. So I strongly advise everyone not to become in debt to some dragon. That's who they believe they are, by the way, the dragon. Right? I probably put everybody to sleep. I apologize.
No, you're good, man. It's interesting stuff.
So, any of those that are interested, I think I sent Battlemon a copy of my Live Life claim. They can look at it. You just ask Battlemon to share it with you if you're interested. There's also a fee schedule and a lawful money affidavit. And yeah, they're real contracts. They're registered. They're in the public domain. Everybody has notice. Please don't bother me with the code. I'm here just to help my fellow man live in peace and love and happiness and obey God's laws. Yah's laws. That's about it. Should be a good place. But we shouldn't focus too much on, these. I mean, if they want to be Jesuits, they can be Jesuits if they want. I can't. I think Yah has his own plans for them. I can't do nothing about it. Certainly I'm not going to try either. I'm just trying to help my fellow man protect himself from someone like that thinks they have authority over you. Some religion, some private company claiming they, are equal to the law. But the law will always be the law. Public. A right to every man has a right to the law. Just makes perfect sense. I mean, you could say a natural antecedent for a man being on earth is law. And there's laws written in the book. A lot of people don't believe with all those laws. some choose to not follow some, and some choose to follow others. You know, it's your walk, it's your covenant with your heavenly Father that you have to decide what you're willing to do. But hey, if I can contribute a little bit just by teaching a man how to protect his property from the legal society, and it's not very difficult. It might take you, I don't know, maybe a couple weeks to get your authority, and then you can start your community, do whatever you want, but do it with a contract that's something they'll recognize as authority. I already know it works. I've done this with several men. I got 9, and I've actually proved that the contract, they actually honor the contract if it's done properly, and you give them proper notice. So I hope somebody got something out of this. I'm really just searching for a man to claim his authority on the earth and have a covenant with Yah. That's about it. Don't think you won't be persecuted from by your family and everybody telling you you're nuts and you're crazy and all kinds of good stuff. Glover's just, completely just spiraling on you. But it's refreshing because some people are starting to learn the law. They really are. It's coming around. It's coming around quickly too. I think it'll spread like a fire once they get started. Something I don't think they'll be able to stop. That's why I suggest we start that way. You start and you build your foundation upon a fact, the truth. And really, the fiction can't really harm you or do anything to you. But we're going to have to come together as a community and stand up for what's right. I don't want to believe anything other than the truth. I mean, so help me, Father. I don't. I'm pretty scary. I can't say I'm scared really, but I just, so many people are deceived. Even the elect are deceived. If possible, I think it's possible, because I'm witnessing it. So anyways, we can talk about a man wanting to become a woman and then be a robot forever. That's kind of what you're up against. Kind of silly, but hey. I just want to go over here and love on y'all for a minute. Just leave me out of it, please. My sermon's over. I'm done talking. You guys are good. I'll mute. You guys got the floor. Like I said, anybody has any questions, BattleMod has a copy of the Live Life Clear. I sent one to Witsit. I hope he studies contract law. I hope he learns more about contract law than I do. That's my wish to my father almost every night. I don't really have to say, that's what I have in my heart. I hope he does it. He doesn't have to do a Live Life Claim. He can write his own contract. He can call it whatever he wants. He can say, hey, dummy, I'm alive. Put his thumbprint, autograph, copyright. I'll witness it for him. I'll witness that he's alive. So they'll leave him alone. I mean, it's like a duty and obligation for me. If something happens to any of my brothers, I have to go investigate, especially if there's any kind of fishiness going on. I owe a duty and obligation to them. I turn into like Columbo, but there's like 19 of us. we turn into Columbo. I believe there's power in it, and without that authority and giving them notice, I think they can just think that you're just chattel, a slave, that you're worth nothing. And you know what? They're probably right, because you didn't, give them notice. You're just being friendly. The post office, they used to have a notice board, like a cork board. You could go down to the local post office and post stuff on it, on the board. Say, hey, Johnny, I loaned Johnny $20. He didn't pay me back, so don't give Johnny any money. Put the little debt on the board. Basically, that's all you're doing nowadays, but you're sending it to the Postmaster General. That's your big cork board to the whole world, the notice board. I apologize. You guys have a great night. I apologize for being mean to Catholics.
Don't apologize, bro.
Please forgive me. I didn't mean to do it. Your lack of knowledge will destroy you. That's all. So now we can get back to lights in the sky and air pressure and what's left in a vacuum after you make it a vacuum and the legal society's bothering any of my truth brothers, and they need a little bit of help. I can just teach them 8 to 10 words that'll probably help them out if they just repeat them.
Go ahead.
Is there a man or woman here before the court so I may settle this debt? Yes or no? If no man or woman comes
Is there a
forward,
man or woman before the court that's willing to what?
come forth and swear I owe a debt. Point and swear I owe a debt. I would like to pay the debt right here, right now. If no man or woman comes forth, I believe that there's no remedy for which relief can be granted, and I require the case to be dismissed. You wait 10 minutes. No one talks, you leave. But you write it all down.
Well, the prosecutor says, I swear you owe the debt.
Boy, if you utter those words and they're already written down and put into the case, you put them inside the case. You mail it to the case that you're writing. What you wrote on the paper, and that's the only thing you repeat, and you keep repeating it. If they keep opening their mouth, you can hold them liable for bringing a false claim because they're not state of Nevada, they're not state of Utah, they're not nothing. They're not. They can't. They only. The lawyer can't be a lawyer and a witness at the same time. Let's put it that way.
Okay, what if the officer that pulled you over or whatever says he swears that you owe it?
Okay, what did the officers on the stand, right? And he's swearing under oath that I owe him a debt. Well, I start removing
so
his
the
title.
phrasing is if they owe them a debt.
You mean them? What do you mean them?
Yeah. So say the phrase again.
Well, you mean like the state of Utah is the plaintiff?
Yeah.
They're the plaintiff, and you're just the defendant. But really, you're bringing notice when you notice the court, and that's all it is just a notice. You notice to the court, and you just write simple. I'm here.
So the officer can't say
settle this case. Is there a man or woman who will come forth and verify, point at me, claim I owe a debt so I can pay? Yes or no?
Yeah. See right
if
there.
no
You're
man
saying
or woman
claim
comes
I
forth.
owe it. Hold up. You're saying claim I owe a debt, not claim I owe a debt to that person. They're two different things,
If they point at you and say you owe a debt, okay?
They could say you owe a debt, not to me, but you owe a debt.
So when the officer, man acting as an officer, gets up and points at you and swears to God as an officer that you owe a debt, He just committed like perjury
How?
because the officer can't be a complainant. They can't be the complainant. They can't make a complaint unless there's
The officer
damages.
acts as the witness against
If
you.
there's damages, that's a whole different ball game because then he becomes a man. He's no longer a
Now
title.
you could argue that you don't owe a debt until you're convicted of the crime. So the officer would be perjuring himself by saying you
No,
owe a
they have
debt
to
if you haven't
prove
been
the
convicted of
debt.
it.
In order to prove the debt, someone has to say it out of their mouth in order for you to owe the debt. So you say, "Is Mr. State of Nevada here today? Yes or no?" Have them take the stand, swear they owe the debt, and I will pay. And you wait 10 minutes because no
That's
one.
not how evidence works.
Listen, if they're smart, they'll keep their mouth shut. The lawyer hardly ever does. But if you put that kind of documents into the court, just those words, and that's all you repeat when you walk in there, and you repeat them 3 times, they're going to start shitting pickles.
No,
Nobody
they're
does.
not.
Nobody does this. It's hardly ever seen because they usually hold to you till the end of the day. But when I go in there, they don't even want me in there because they know I'm going to bring witnesses with me. They're going to take record and witness what happens in the courtroom. And so they usually they can't hold me till the end of the day, so they usually just call me first. But yeah, they want to make deals with me. They don't want me to go to their courtroom. They just say, "Stay out of trouble. We'll forget this ever happened."
Sounds like you're in court a lot.
You can ask them to sue them by your full given name. Yeah. They don't like that one. I'll tell you that right now. They don't like that at all. And if you know how to punctuate and make it a fact, they really don't like it. Because you supersede the fiction. If you're a fact is always superior to a fiction. Everybody knows this. Okay? It's basically a creation of man. It's just a corporation. It's a business. That court that you're going into and the code world and all that, that's just a business. And you don't want to do business. You don't have to contract with the legalese if you don't want to. If you're a man, if you're a defendant, you're gonna get convicted.
It sounds like you think that it's possible to opt out of laws, which isn't true.
They're not laws, though. They're acts and statutes, which
They're
have the
code.
force of law by consent.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Did you write the code?
I don't have to write the code for it to be law.
Okay. Is the man
I don't have
here
the authority.
today that wrote the code? Yes or no? Is a man here today who wrote the code? Yes or no?
Person that wrote the code doesn't have to be in the courtroom.
Okay, listen. I'm trying to establish whether the code is the law or not. If it's true, or if it's just fictional. So is the man or woman here today that wrote the code so they can take the stand and swear that this is true? The code is true. Yes or no? Is there that man here
Code is
today?
written. The person that wrote it doesn't have to be there. It's written.
Okay, let's say okay. Surely you got the code, the scroll, or wherever it's written in the public record, wherever that is. Can you go get the scroll and bring it here into the courtroom and show me the law? Roll out the scroll and show me the law.
I bet the judge has got it within
obligation
reach.
to read the law to you.
Yeah, the judge will probably have the law within reach of his chair.
Okay, Kenneth, look, before you go through all that hassle, I know my wedding signature ain't on that scroll. I did not agree to that code. For heck's sakes, I don't decipher codes. I don't know that language.
Which sounds like
Did I hurt
you
somebody?
think
Did I
you
hurt
can
somebody?
opt out of laws. You can't opt out of a law.
I want to just. I want to go just by the law, not by legalese, not by codes, because I know they're not. I didn't agree to those codes. First off, you have to agree. Everything's a contract, like I said.
No, you
They
don't.
have to give you definitions. They have to give you a glossary of the terms and the definitions of a contract. Whenever they try to do business with you and they have a contract, they give you a piece of paper. It's called a charging document. And people look at it, and the first thing the man in the black robe asks them is, "Do you understand the charging document?" And they say, "Yes." They just convicted themselves.
No, they
When
didn't.
I go up there and I got the piece of paper and they say, "Do you understand the charging document?" I say, "No, Your Honor, I am an idiot in legalese." And the man in the black robe says, "You understand how to read and write English?" I says, "No, you can say that. I'm never going to say that. I don't know what you're talking about." English could mean 10 different Englishes, okay? I start saying and claiming that I know English. I know every form of English. That's how they take it. They're
You
literal,
don't
man. They
get to opt out of law. You don't get to avoid the law because you say you don't understand it. Ignorance is not a
Can you
defense.
prosecute a retard? Yes or no?
Ignorance is not a defense.
Look, we don't go around unless that retard's caused somebody harm. We don't do nothing. We don't fake him. We don't trick him out. We don't play tricks on the retarded, dude. We don't do that. We don't come up with
Supposedly,
codes that the
you're in a
retard
court
never
here
going to
because
understand.
you harmed somebody. And that's why you're in
That's
a court.
different. That's the law, dude. Someone's going to come to court and say, "Yeah, that some bitch, he drove through my fence and killed like 17 of my, apple trees." That's different. That's the law. A code is just, it's a language, man. It's not the law, dude. It's private language, and they can interpret it any way they wish. It's their
No, it's
code.
actually written down. It's actually
You're not
written
even
down.
supposed to use it against them.
The law's written down. It's not made up on the spot. It's written down.
No, the common law. Everybody knows you can't hurt nobody. You can't go around and start being a terrorist. You can't go and hurt people.
There's the
Because if there's
golden rule.
witnesses, you'll be held liable. There's 12 people that are going to swear to God due to in a civil trial it's 7 preponderance of the evidence.
Dude, you
In
have to
a
give other
criminal
people a
case,
chance to
it's 12.
speak, okay?
I apologize. Go ahead.
Common law is no injury, no harm, and no loss. Everything outside of that falls under acts and statutes, which is why they make you a person, because that brings you under their authority, which means author of the writ. If you are a man, the living flesh, you're outside of that. So if you have not committed robbery or murder or things like that, then basically none of those things apply to you. That's what common law is.
But everybody knows if you hurt somebody, there's damages. You know what I'm saying? And look, I can't believe I'm on Earth Awakenings and talking to a bunch of people who are true Earthers. And, I'm going to let you guys talk about it. Surely there has to be someone. I'm not making this stuff up. This is not a joke. It's not made up. None of it is.
If you want to learn more, Steel City, I would start with Robert Menard's Bursting Bubbles of Government Deception. It takes a bit of time to wrap your head around the concepts and the understanding, because a lot of it is trickery, and they do it with word language. So legalese, they give you a word. Now you've been given the definition of that word, but under legalese, it's got a different definition. But again, yeah, it takes a lot of time to pick up the trickery and the understanding. But Robert Menard, Bursting Bubbles of Government Deception. Check it out.
Yeah, they speak in Latin. They don't know no one knows that you go into that on the ship. They start speaking Latin, but it sounds like they're speaking English to you, but all those words have Latin meanings that they're speaking. So when you start answering questions like, oh, so you're an idiot, you're an imbecile, you don't know what you're doing. And you say yes? No, if he asks me if I'm an idiot and I understand what it means, I say, yeah, I'm a private person. I'm not taking part in any legal stuff. I don't want to be a part of that system. No, thank you. I'm not a code decipher. I don't want to be part of the legal society. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a man. That's the only title I can accept at this time. And if there's no damages, is that you have no case, so I'll be on my way. Just come forth and verify there's a claim against me, and I'll pay it. I love paying my debts. Man's not afraid to pay his debts. Man loves paying his debts. Like I said. But anyways, you guys should know about this stuff. I'm not making nothing up, but you guys can talk about it. I've had enough time. Enjoy. I'm going on mute. If you have a question, I'll answer it.
It used to be very simple.
Thanks for being polite and listening. Thank you.
Thank you. The working classes who couldn't read and write had to understand these things to be able to defend themselves. So was extremely simple, but they've added more and more layers of obfuscation to hide the trickery. But as you start to peel it back, and as you start to see people apply it, and therein lies the thing, it does work. There are people that get it wrong, and those videos are everywhere, and everyone thinks, oh, look at these idiots, blah, blah, blah. But there are also videos where people are getting it right, and those are the ones not being promulgated. But they are out there. I'll post one that I've posted before. It's only a couple of minutes long, but it's a chap travelling with no registration, no tags, no anything, because it's not a municipal vehicle. And you can see this work in real time.
How do you think that works? So you think that like state laws don't apply whenever you travel then?
No, they don't apply because travelling is not driving. Again, it's within the word trickery. Driving denotes that you are using the road for business and commercial reasons, and therefore you have to pay a tax, and they want their cut. If you are just visiting a friend or family members, you are travelling and therefore don't need to pay taxes. So,
And you don't have to obey laws then as well, right? So like the speed limit, you can just go as fast as you want. Stop sign, they're optional. School buses with flashing red lights. The kids don't get out of the way. Survival of the fittest, right?
well, people want to survive generally, so they obey these things. It's common sense, right? Nobody's going to be silly.
But it sounds like you're saying those laws are optional and they aren't enforceable.
They're optional to everybody. Nobody has to obey them. They choose to obey them, right?
People go to jail all the time for DUI and criminal homicide and all kind of stuff. So there's a lot of people in jail that would disagree with you on that.
Right, but they've got licenses.
Some of those people don't have licenses.
Right, but you're legally not. You don't have to have a license legally. That's the point. There's a difference
You do in my
between
state.
legal and lawful, and
You
you're
absolutely
not
do in my
understanding the
state.
distinction.
I don't know where you live, but
I live under common law, the same as you. America, Canada,
that's fine.
and
Yeah, that's
Britain.
fine.
Yeah, it's absolutely against the law in all 50 states to operate a motor vehicle on public streets. Period.
Without driver's
I don't know, man. I've seen people getting away with it when they say they're not a driver, they're a traveler or
Yeah,
some
you're wrong,
shit,
guys.
and they.
I'm sorry, but you guys don't understand that America, Canada, and Britain are still common laws and not civic laws.
I
Common
understand
law
that very well, but we still follow a codified law that is enforceable.
Right, I'll show you the video, okay? Do you want to see
Following
the
the word.
video?
I want to see the court case where somebody
wasn't a court
who's
case. He got
without
pulled
a
over
driver's
by the police
license was
officer.
found not guilty. I want to
Listen
see
to
written
me.
in a court case.
Listen to me. He was pulled over by the police officer and asked why he didn't have registration or tags, and he explained to the police officer that he was travelling and that he did not need those things because it was not a municipal vehicle, and the officer wished him good day and sent him on his way.
No, I want case law. I don't want that. I don't want a video on YouTube.
Listen, I
want
agree
case
with
law.
Left Lane. I agree with Left Lane. I agree with him. Hold on a second. Now, you said that it's illegal to drive on public roads without a registration. Is that what you said?
Well, that's what I said earlier, but I've looked pretty deeply into this, and the conclusion drawn that in all 50 states, it's against the law to operate a motor vehicle without a driver's license.
I'm telling you, man. I think there's a
Hold on,
loophole.
hold
Left
on.
lane. Obviously, you couldn't do it
In
because
the
you're driving
commercial
for.
code. It's in the commercial
My
code.
bad.
So it refers to commercial vehicles, not household goods.
No, it doesn't.
Your property is considered household goods. So if you want to move or travel or do whatever you claim, what Left Lane said was right. If you call it a vehicle, motor vehicle, and you're doing some kind of business, it's under the commercial code. You have to pay duties and taxes. If you're doing business on a public roadway, you have to have a commercial license. You do have to you have to have proof. But a household good like traveling, me going down to the gas station, I'm not a commercial vehicle. It's called household goods. And if you read the law and you understand the law, the annotated statutes, okay, just refer to those. I mean,
It should be
you
really
can move
easy
your
for you to
property.
cite that law then. How about citing the law?
It's called
When they
common
get
law.
pulled over, when these guys
I
get
know
pulled over,
somebody
they
knows
do.
it by heart. I don't know it by heart, but somebody does.
What are you saying, Jeremy?
When these guys get pulled over, they do have paperwork and they are citing laws to the cops. I mean, I'd like to see a court case too where it actually went through and got thrown out or whatever. Yeah, that'd be neat.
I'll try and find the guy that has like he's been like to court like 9 times or something and beat him every time with just some contracts. That's it.
Like, I
Showing
do
that
feel like
his
this is
property's
written in the
household goods.
law.
Private property.
Yeah,
That's what it falls under.
it is the law. It's traveling, moving your property, your household goods. You can move your household goods wherever you want. It's property. Yeah. You use that word with them and they don't like that word. The longest court case in history. It was a Dred Scott, right? One of the longest Supreme Court rulings in history. The reason it took so long, and it takes like 2 pages, the ruling. Normally it's real short, a couple sentences, but they were trying to avoid using the word property in the decision, that Supreme Court decision. I think it's the Dred Scott, yeah. It's the longest one in her history, but they're trying to avoid using the word property. And household goods is just the same. It's synonymous with property. So
Okay, I posted the definition for vehicle in live chat in Pennsylvania motor law.
Mhm.
I don't
Yep,
think
and that doesn't apply. Doesn't apply to private property.
It
or
absolutely
household goods.
does. It absolutely does,
household
according to that definition. In Pennsylvania, you're going to jail if you don't obey traffic laws.
Read the code, man. Read it.
I just cited the code for you. Read it yourself.
Municipal vehicles
I
are
linked
different.
it. No, it doesn't say anything about that. Vehicle, any device, every device, upon or by which any person or property is or may be transported or drawn
Well,
upon
wait
a
till you see
highway.
the video. I'm finding it for you. I'll
I
find it.
don't care about your videos. I just posted the actual fucking law as it's written in Pennsylvania.
This is
So
common
explain to
knowledge
me.
throughout the law
Hold on a
community
sec.
that, yeah, you can move your household goods, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah, hold on
I
a
just
sec.
cited the fucking law. Show me
Yeah.
where I'm wrong.
Hold on, Steel City. Right. The point that I'm making is, if you are correct, and if this law is correct, which isn't a law, then the police officer would not have let him go. He would have cited him. He would have charged
Police
him. He would have arrested
officers
him.
have a lot of discretion.
Hold
They have
on
a
a
lot of
sec.
discretion.
Hold on a sec. You said that you needed a driving license. He didn't have one and he was let go. He didn't have a registration or a tag. And as he explained to the officer, it was not a municipal vehicle. It was his private property. And he didn't need those things as he had the right to travel under common law. And the
It's a
officer
YouTube
said,
video.
yes, you do, Teddy Bite. And the officer let him go.
It's a YouTube video. I'm citing the actual fucking law
No,
as it's
you're
written,
not.
as
You're
it
not
exists in the book.
listening,
Dude,
Steel
they're in the
City.
contracts,
You're
man. We don't
straw
feel like
manning.
doing research for you, dude, on the law. We already know what the law is. Sorry,
So
you
do
got to just
I,
do
and you've been
some
wrong
research.
in everything you've said so far. So
You're not
I think
quoting law. You're
you
quoting
just need
acts and
more knowledge
statutes.
about it, dude. Yeah. I think
Acts and
this a
statutes
lot of
are
people
not
know you can
law.
move your property. You don't have to. You
Yeah,
don't
he
need that.
doesn't understand.
So
Only
Pennsylvania
reason I do it
statutes are not law.
is under duress.
Pennsylvania statutes, the entire
Yes, they are not
embodiment
law,
of
correct.
Pennsylvania law is
They are
not
not
law.
laws, correct.
Because why?
Because they're acts and statutes.
That makes it a law.
No, it doesn't.
Code.
Yeah, it does.
I just told you codes are private
Then
language.
every Pennsylvania law is illegal, and there is no law and order in the state of Pennsylvania.
They call it a law, but it isn't.
Common
It's an
law
act
there, I
and
promise
statute.
you. There's common law all over that place. I'll guarantee it.
You know what common law is?
It's not a code.
It absolutely is.
It's definitely
Common
not
law
a
is
private
based
code.
upon codes and judges' interpretations of those codes. That's what
Good
common
for
law
them.
is.
That's an opinion. That's not
Common
the
law
law.
is an oral law. Common law is written statutes and judges' interpretations of those laws.
No, I just told you the common law is unwritten.
Just
It's
define what common
everybody
law
knows it.
is.
So you hurt somebody, you owe a debt. You got to pay. That's pretty much about it. You hurt somebody, you got to pay the damages. There's no getting out of it. If you violate a code and you didn't hurt nobody, I'm sorry, you have no case. There's no one to verify the bill in the first place. You
Yes,
just go
there
in there
is.
and hear
The officer
you're
that pulled
wasting
you
your
over
time.
verifies the charges.
Well, good for them. Let them come in and claim that I owe a debt and they can't prove it. They're in big trouble.
What do you mean they can't prove it? The
This is
officer
easy
testifies. That's it.
This is so easy stuff. This is why they refuse. You know that if they know you know their word game that they're playing, they get terrified of you. And all they're doing is playing word games with you. They're writing codes. And let me tell you something. That's a private code, and they can interpret it any way they want to. So go
In
pretend
legal
you're a lawyer, be pro se, and they'll give you that right for a day, and then they'll determine that you're guilty anyway. I don't care what kind of evidence you produce. I don't care
Yeah,
if you got 9,000 witnesses. They can say you're guilty anyway.
this is why they
If you're
call
a
it the
defendant.
force of law. It's not actually a law. It has the force of law by consent. It's a different thing. Acts and statutes are not laws.
So what is law if it's not a statute? What is law in the state of Pennsylvania if it's not the Pennsylvania
You entitle
statute?
yourself the claimant. And the one who did the damages, the wrongdoer, okay, I don't like using that word. That's a legalese word. I like using respondent. The reason they're responding is because they owe a debt for damages. That's how you know the law's coming after you. When they start calling you respondent instead of defendant, yeah. There's a big
Okay.
meaning.
Hold on.
They're required by law to respond, in
If
other
you
words.
read what Left Lane put here, to enjoy the privilege of driving, guess
Right.
what? Privileges are permission based.
Right.
You
You don't have a right to drive.
You have the right to
You have to-
travel.
Yes.
Yeah, it's literally written in our Constitution, dude. We have the right to travel here, and you can't stop
Feel
us.
free to walk wherever you want to go.
And you can
That's
do
like
it
basic
whilst in
stuff.
private property, be that
Nah,
a
man.
carriage or be that
That's like
something
easy
with a
stuff.
motor
Everything
in.
else is
Jeremy, what laws? When I'm driving my car, which laws are optional? I want to know. I want to know which laws are optional. Stop signs, red lights, school
They're
buses
not
with
laws.
flashing lights. Which laws are
They're
optional?
not laws.
They are
Stop signs
they
are
are
not
laws. They're statutes passed by state legislators that gives them
They're
the
not laws.
effect of law. It's law
They're
by
not laws.
every definition of the word.
I would say you have to obey. I would say you still have to obey the rules of the road. But as far as like needing a license and insurance and tags and all that, I don't think that's. I think there is a workaround for that because it's written into our Constitution or something, some shit where it's like we have the freedom to travel. You know.
As long as you aren't threatening people or causing harm, yeah, you can move your property. That includes your 2 legs. Now I know my legs are property, my property, because they're exclusive to me.
Basically, the optional traffic laws are insurance, registration, and inspection. Is that it?
And maybe a driver's dude. I don't know the exact thing, but I know that I have seen people with made up, printed up tags, not real tags, no driver's license, none of that shit. And
I seen it. I seen it too. I seen it twice, and
Yes.
and when it went pretty
YouTube
well for the
isn't law.
person,
Okay, whatever
I
you see
hey,
on
listen,
YouTube
dude,
isn't law.
Hey, listen, dude. Hey, listen, dude. Don't cut me off, all right? Let me just finish speaking. I seen what Jeremy's talking about twice, and I've come across, maybe a dozen of like the legal truthers on Discord stuff. And I know there's tons of them out there. Probably whole book clubs or communities of them, whatever. But all I've seen is a couple videos and some people talking some big game. And with all the people out there that are aware of this information, where's the 10-hour compilation of successful interactions? Like I've seen one or two. I mean, they're there should be plenty, right? Are they being suppressed or hidden on the internet? Like, if I could see like a 10-hour compilation, even like a 1 hour, 2 hour compilation, that would give me a little bit more faith that this shit works reliably.
You only need to see it once. That's how the Black Swan works.
Yeah, no, I don't need to see it once.
I'm presenting
I'd
an
like to see a
award, an arbitration award against the legal society. They put me in a box for no reason. Okay, I wrote a contract. I told them, answer these 535 proofs of claims that you had the right to even touch me, do anything to me, other than assault me, kidnap me, handcuff me, put me in a box for no reason. So
Legal
I'm going to present
society
that tomorrow night on
doesn't enforce
ADL. I'm
laws.
going to do a show. Robert Lee did whatever. That's an arbitration award. What it says is they owe me the debt for putting me in that box for no reason. Now I want to contribute that whole whatever that amount is, whatever it says they award on that award, whatever they have award me, I'd like to just donate it. I already told you, but anyways, I'm presenting it tomorrow night. It shows at 5:00. I'm just going to go through the award and explain to you, why they have to answer and the arbitration law. Because you can arbitrate with the legal society once they get a relationship with you and say, hey, you owe us for this code, and you can prove that their code is nonsense and they're not supposed to even ask you what your name is, not supposed to bother you at all, void from the beginning, then they owe you a debt.
Hold on a sec. Fundy left lane in Steel City. Check out those 2 videos I just posted. They can help edify you.
Keep in mind, when a traffic cop pulls you over, they have a lot of latitude about whether to write a ticket, or it's my brother-in-law, I'm not going to give him a ticket, or it's a friend somebody went to high school with, just get home safely. The traffic cop has a lot of latitude as to what he's going to do. Okay. But to claim that I don't have to have a driver's license because I saw it on YouTube.
No, you're not actually
because
watching
it's written in our.
You're hand waving it, and you are watch it and learn. Both of them. They show you the court case in the second video, and they explained in the first video.
Tennessee Code Title 55, Motor and Other Vehicles. If you'll read that, it's pretty much self-explanatory, or I can cite any other state of the union if you'd like, but that one reads pretty clear.
Do you want to edify yourself and watch the videos?
We just gave you the definition of vehicle, dude.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, you're posting videos. I posted the law.
It's a household good. They can move their property, man. It's written law. It's in the law. Jury decision.
F-Lane, you're not posting laws. You're posting acts and statutes which have the force of law by consent. You giving your license creates joinder, which puts you under their authority.
Mm-hmm. You'll get arrested, possibly put in jail if you try to operate a motor vehicle.
But what happened? They've both done it, and there was no problems.
I'm not saying that good old Johnny Boy sheriff or city police wouldn't let it slide. That's possible, absolutely. But
I've seen people get murdered for not having a driver's license. So yeah, what he's saying is very serious. You might want to just, hey, look, pick your battles. That's an easy one. I can go get my picture done and have a license. I just autograph it. I don't scribble on the document. I put my name on there as a fact. I supersede the contract because that whole document's fiction, but it is now my property. And yeah, I only believe in facts. So whatever that document says, you cannot hold me to it because it's legalese, and I don't want nothing to do with legalese. But I'll go get a license. I'll pay $65. I'll get all the licenses they want because I don't want to be killed on the side of the road by some maniac. How about that? How about that, Left Lane? You're right. But I don't think you don't have to do it.
No,
there's no law that claims you do.
No, I think if you can do it and get by with it, more power to you.
You keep citing a code.
Right, just read this quickly. This was Supreme Court. The right of the citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport his property therein, either by horse-drawn carriage or automobile, is upheld. So again, watch the videos. You don't understand the difference. This is the word trickery we're trying to explain.
Was vehicle anywhere in that statute, in that, or not? I'm sorry, in that decision, was the word vehicle in there?
Yes.
No, automobile.
Oh yeah, automobile.
Vehicle.
Because
No,
vehicle
vehicle
falls under
wasn't in
there.
that
Yeah.
decision. And a vehicle is used for transporting goods and services or
That's right.
for
Yeah.
commercial use.
So
That's why I
again, these
agree.
guys, please look at this information. If you do not exercise your rights, you lose them.
You gotta exercise it. It's like a muscle. But Left Lane's right. It's just the way they word it. They're word nerds. If you go watch Hollywood movies, the smartest person in the whole movie is doing crossword puzzles. Literally. Just go watch Hollywood movies for a minute. Just look for the smartest person in the whole movie and just look and find the part where they were doing crossword puzzles. They're crossing words with you. They're using that's why you want it in writing. That's why you have to have a contract. If you don't, you're really, like I said, I can't do anything. If you're willing to go in there and start opening your mouth in that courtroom without a contract in place, you're going to get in a lot of trouble, man. You start going in there saying Constitution is, Constitution that, you're going to get in big ass trouble. Put your contract in the court before you get there, right? And then only utter what's on the contract when you get there. And yeah, you can scare them. They'll dismiss the case before you finish. They'll say, "Oh, we're sorry, case dismissed."
Loggers, your two videos. The first one, the guy gets a ticket, and then the second one is just a guy talking about something. He doesn't cite the cases. He doesn't cite the case law. He doesn't cite to the code. He's just saying, "Hey, look, here's a legal document. I won." The document he shows it doesn't show he won. It shows that he swore an oath.
No, because it's not even against their code. It's like you can move your property.
Yeah, if you look at the fourth one that I just posted, right to travel, Supreme Court decisions regarding your right to travel. Check
even
that
their
one
law.
out.
Yes.
Even their law
Okay.
says it.
Right to travel.
So
Yes.
I don't know what you're arguing about it.
Doesn't mean you get to disobey traffic laws.
Nobody's saying that anybody's disobeying traffic laws. They're not laws, by the way.
Saying that, dude.
They are laws. They're statutes. They're passed. They have effective law.
They're suggestions.
No, they're not. People go to jail every day for breaking laws. Traffic laws are passed by the same people who pass a law that says don't steal, don't murder, don't break into someone's house.
Really.
They're all called statutes.
Look,
and they all have the effect of law.
Municipal codes and stuff like that for their company. You know that there's if you're in their company,
we're just talking about statutes.
Standards they have to live by. And
Municipal
most of
codes. What does that mean?
Well, they're public servants. So really, if you don't hurt nobody, they can't even be the complainant. Yeah, that's silly. Why would does your nurse or will you get your maid comes in to wash the dishes if you have one? Does she tell you to, get up and do the dishes? She sits down and relaxes? No, that's not how the world works. They're supposed to be a benefit to you. They're public servants. Yeah, they have codes and policies, but that's for them. It's not law because a man can move without. It's already, legal and lawful to move around without having your property. You can't do business like haul people around like some kind of bus or something as a commercial vehicle on the road with passengers, and you're using it to make money. All right. You're just moving your property. You have every right to do it. This is settled law. It's been for so long, I don't even know. But a lot of people are deceived. Oh, yeah, that code will get you in serious trouble. No. There has to be damages in order for you to owe the debt. Okay. But look, if it's a stupid code violation, say, hey, I ran that stop sign. Okay, what's the fine? $50. So I'll tell you what, I'll give you $25. That's the best I can do right now. you know, if my situation improves, you know, I could try to give you a little bit more if I could, right? But 25 is the best I can do. They usually say no problem. I said, you know, I know you. I told you, I know you need cop cars and bullets and for real criminals. Yeah, because they're out there. You know, I'm not one of these guys that I think they should be trained properly, and they're just not. We got just tyrants, absolute tyrants. Mainly, that's why I want to talk about having your status as a man, and it's easier to deal with them if they're not trying to bother you in the first place. If they know to keep away from you because you have contracts in place, then they'll keep their distance from you. They'll even pull up behind you and go, I don't even want to deal with that. He's probably a man. A long time ago, Carl Lentz, they had this big meeting with all the judges and you know, the legal society. He says, Carl, how do we beat your system that you teach people? He says, the best way to do it is just leave the man alone. I mean, usually if you quit bothering him, he'll leave you alone, right? But why would you try to get defeated if you can just go out and take advantage of all the other, you know, television watching cartoon believers? Stay away from the man. Because you know you're not gonna like it. So why do it? And they've been following that advice for quite some time, but they can tell if you're the flim flam man. They can tell if you're just putting on an act. I mean, it's a way of life for me being a man.
They don't like people questioning them. They want you to just do as you're told. Shut up. Don't think.
If you're the infant or defendant, you got no rights. You're done. I already told you.
That's why they create joinder by asking for your license. They know your name, they know where you live, but by providing a license, you've now made yourself a child and you've put yourself under their authority.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you scribble on the contract, like your signature, you're agreeing with it. You're the only one that knows how to write that way. Your name, you scribble it on there. A 2-year-old, you know, you're not supposed to scribble on contracts. Period. That's how you know it's fictional, because it's not real. It's scribbling. You can't prove it. It's not a fact. It's crazy. That's just the truth. But when you put your wedding signature on that document, you're agreeing with all those codes, and you're going to get your ass into big trouble if you go around breaking all those codes, because you're going to owe every single penny that every code you break, you're going to owe every single penny. I agree. But it's different when you have authority, you're a man, and you don't, you believe that the law is the only thing that affects you,
And
not
that's the
some
other
private
thing
code.
that's steered and left in that understanding that as a man you have more responsibility, and that's why you don't speed, and that's why you don't do these things, because ultimately when they remove the signs, people actually become better drivers or travelers because they have to be aware and they have to concentrate more. These things actually distract people and create more traffic accidents. But just to suggest that because somebody doesn't have a license, registration, or tag, it means they're going to drive at reckless speeds or do this, that, and the other, it's a silly position to take. People with licenses don't follow any of those things anyway. So with or without the license, it comes down to the individual. And if you stand as a man, then you have more responsibility, and therefore you're not going to be silly. You're going to be more sensible.
Well, I appreciate the time you guys give me, but yeah,
No worries.
I'm
I'm
done
going to try
for the
and
night
find this
now.
other one for him.
Probably can't hear me. I'm done for the night, folks.
Take care.
Loggers, you posted 4 videos, and 2 of the videos the guy gets a ticket, and one of the videos the guy just
Yeah,
says,
but he didn't sign the ticket, and that means it's invalid.
"What was that?"
He didn't sign the ticket, and therefore it's invalid.
No. You don't get to escape a ticket by not signing it. All your signature is acknowledging that you got a copy of it.
It's agreeing to the contract. And
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Hold on, I'm trying to find the one. It's quite far.
I'm not watching videos all night of failures because, like I said,
No, this isn't a failure. This one, I thought that one was another success. But this one is definitely successful.
Oh, okay.
I just gotta scroll up a ways. It's in my server. I've got all these various links and things. Just got to scroll up for like 20 minutes. Hold on. Where is it? I'll find it. But yeah, please do check out Bursting Bubbles of Government Deception. It's very elucidating.
Does it tell me which traffic laws are optional?
All of them are.
All of them are.
Yeah, they're not laws.
So again, flashing red lights on a school bus. Too bad for the kids. Stop signs.
Well, no,
if I hit somebody with my car.
No, come on. Be reasonable. You're
No.
suggesting
You said all laws are optional.
They're optional to everybody, whether you've got a license or haven't got a license.
So then again, I don't have to stop for the school bus with the flashing lights.
It's up to you. You have a choice, right?
I don't have to stop at a stop sign. If I hit somebody, I'm not guilty of vehicular manslaughter because vehicular laws are optional. So yeah, right. I'm gonna do whatever I want when I drive my car. Left side of the road if I want to avoid traffic.
Right, you have choices, exactly.
Yeah. And if you do those choices, you're going to go to jail, and you deserve to go to jail, especially for the flashing school bus lights.
Right, because of injury, harm, and loss. If you commit injury, you will fall under law then.
What law would I fall under if I commit injury?
Yeah, injury, harm, and loss are actual laws.
Where are they? Because I cited Pennsylvania statutes, and you said Pennsylvania statutes aren't laws.
Not laws.
There are no laws in the state of Pennsylvania that are not statutes. So there are no laws in the state of Pennsylvania.
Statutes are not laws.
What law is not a statute?
Statutes are not laws.
Okay,
Hey,
so
man.
which law is not a
Hey, man.
statute?
Hey, remember
No,
they
your
said that the
has
real
the
laws
force
aren't written
of
down
law.
anywhere. I said
There you go.
earlier.
Are not laws. Statutes have the force of law by consent. They are not considered laws.
So what laws are there? If I want to see what laws govern me, where would I look?
You'd have to look at common law. Those would be the laws that would govern you.
And where would I look to find the common law?
You'd have to look at your old documents. Here, I'll find it for you.
I don't have any old documents.
Constitution.
The Constitution gives the states the powers to make law, but I'm told that states don't actually make law. So again, I'm still trying to figure out where I would find the law.
Your reading comprehension is not very good, because if you actually read, you would say that acts and statutes are considered laws, but in legal systems, they are typically only the force of law. So they're not actual laws. They're laws by trickery and consent. You agree to them.
So where would I see the actual laws?
Hold on. I'll find it. I'll post it for you. Yeah, watch that one, Bursting Bubbles of Government Deception. There's your common laws.
You keep using this term common law, but I don't think you know what it really means.
What do you think it means?
It's the tradition of interpreting laws by judges and and judicial decisions. It's what empowers the Supreme Court, the appellate courts, the state courts, etc. I mean, that, the legislative branch makes
Citizen,
laws, writes them down. Yes.
can you hear? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I will. I don't know. I'm Australian. But I bet anything your Pennsylvania government is actually probably an LLC. It'll be a corporation. Okay, it'll
not.
be a registered corporation. That's where they draw their authority from. It's from a corporation. It's corporate law. What you are bound on this earth by is natural law, which is almost the same as common law. Natural law is do no harm, create no loss. Don't breach the peace and don't be deceptive in your conduct. That's natural law. But what you're talking about, these things you keep citing are statutes which are issued by a corporate entity, which will be probably registered either on the New York Stock Exchange or in Washington or somewhere like that. So you are being given directives and statutes by a corporation, which is a dead entity. It's not alive. It has no life of its own, but it's telling you what to do. So that's where the confusion comes in, is that the police force, for example, are effectively paid mercenaries of a corporate entity, right? They're not under Magna Carta 1215. All of this was sorted out and written down, which America, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and England were all still bound by Magna Carta 1215.
True. I have to stop you there because that's simply not true. The U.S. Constitution
is not
established our law.
I know. I understand that you think the U.S. Constitution is over and above everything, but it's not. I promise you.
It actually is.
All power and authority, it belongs to the people, not to government, not to a king, not to royalty. It rests with us. They've used over 800 years. They have usurped this power away from us into their corrupt system. So what you're saying, in reality, living your day-to-day life, driving your motor car, yes, you are ultimately at the end of somebody's gun barrel. But if you want to talk about what's real, even though it may not play out in your life necessarily, I can't see the other guy's name. What he's telling you is absolutely right, but how you inject that into your day-to-day life, that's the tricky thing to navigate.
So again, if I want to read the law, where would I go?
I've just given you the law. That's natural law. You go and read Magna Carta 12. Magna Carta 1215 is the Constitution.
I bet you can't find one person convicted of natural law.
Magna Carta 1215, only 1215, none of the later versions. 1215.
Magna Carta 1215 has no force of law in the U.S.
But it does. But it
doesn't.
does. It does, but it doesn't.
We declared our independence from Britain. When we did that, we severed those ties.
That's what you think. I understand that you think that's the case, but you're not. That's what I'm saying. You've all been indoctrinated into a paradigm. Magna Carta 1215, Article 39. There was an article that was invoked in 2003, March the 31st or 29th, 2003, where basically the King or the Queen of England at the time was sacked by the barons, right? You can look into this. It's all real. You are under Magna Carta, even though you don't think you are, and I get that you don't think you are, and I'm not ragging on you for thinking that you are, but you are still under common law, under British Commonwealth law. So is Canada, Australia, New Zealand, everybody, we all are. But your ability to, like I said, to actually live under it day to day within the system we're all trapped in, that's another thing, right? Because they have the guns, they have the power, they have the police force. We don't. We're just individuals. But there are measures you can take that give you some authority back. But yeah, it's hard to tread the line between the two. If you want to go and live on a farm and be off the grid and have no interaction with anyone, you can do it. But if you want to interact with the government and the city and the medical industry, it's tricky to do.
It sounds to me like we're forced in a position to try to beat them at their own game, which is not even worth trying to do.
Yeah, you can do it, but it will almost be a full-time job if you do. But I can give you videos where people in courts here in Australia have forced the judge to get up and leave the court because it's all maritime law. It's admiralty law. It's not the law of the land. Common law or natural law is the law of the land. What they've done is they've invaded the land under admiralty law, and we all now live under admiralty law, which is the law of the sea. That's why everything has got like a nautical or a water-based or terms that connect to the water.
But when you say we live under it, you're saying that we voluntarily all live under it, or we're forced to live under it?
Well, a bit of both, really, because you were issued a birth certificate. So what do you do with a boat? You put it in a berth, right? You're given a birth certificate.
I know the wordplay. Yeah, I know the wordplay.
Yeah, you know the word. Okay, cool. So we're given you're given a straw man entity without your own consent by the whoever, and your parents are a part of that because they sign off on it, and you've effectively been violated from the day you're born. You're given this straw man, and then this straw man exists within their system, and you think you're it, and so you sign off on behalf of this straw man LLC. We're all corporations that are registered on the New York Stock Exchange. And until you step out of that and start living as a living man on the earth, then they can't touch you. A dead corporation can't tell a living man what to do. But then there's practicality problems with that because the dead corporation own the roads, own the hospitals, own the utility companies. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to navigate the line between the two forms of existence because in one sense there's benefits to the system. It's not all bad, but it also is invasive and intrusive and encroaches on our actual living man rights. I have the right to do anything I want on this earth as long as I don't harm anyone, cause anyone loss, breach the peace, or act deceptively. Other than that, I can do whatever I want. That's natural law. But they want to tell me I have to stop at a red light. Well, I don't have to. Understandably, yes, I don't want to crash into another car, so it makes sense to stop at a red light, but I don't have to. If I crash into someone, then if I cause them loss or harm, I have to make restitution for what I've caused. So, as the other guy said, there's a lot of
somebody?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of yes, of course. There's a lot of responsibility that goes with being a free man.
But if you kill somebody, are you going to jail for murder?
Well, you will then go under Magna Carta. You will then go to a trial by jury, which is different to a jury trial. Okay, in a jury trial, you have a guy called a judge who sits on a bench and he controls the courtroom and he tells the jury what evidence is admissible. He tells them what they can put in and not put in. He has control over who appears as a witness and who doesn't. He's in charge. In a trial by jury, what they do is which is in Magna Carta, they select a jury of your peers, people who know you, people who are from your community, who will know that, let's say I killed somebody for whatever reason. Those people will know this is not what John does normally. He's a good guy. He runs the local butcher shop. He plays tennis at the local. He's a good man generally, but in a fit of rage, this was not premeditated. They know me, therefore they can pass judgment on me. In a jury trial, there's 10 or whatever guys sitting in a box who don't know anything about me. You've then got another guy in a black robe who decides what those 10 people are allowed to hear and not allowed to hear. And at the end of a day or a month or a year of hearing things, they then pass judgment on me. Now, that judgment is based on the inclusion and the not allowing of certain evidence. It's not necessarily going to be a decent outcome for the defendant or the respondent. Whereas if I'm judged by my peers who know me, and then they can actually make a proper judgment on the man. That's the sort of thing that gives you justice instead of.
So, okay,
you don't want to live.
Just to back up. Just to back up for a second.
Bias
So you're
towards you.
saying that a trial by jury is where the jurors have to know me personally?
Well, they're from your community.
So
Let's say you live. Sorry, go on.
like got chosen from the county, just like a jury trial.
Yeah, but they're not. Are they your peers? See, the original. If you think Magna Carta was put together back in 1215, where there would have been smaller communities and villages where everybody or knew someone who knew someone. So your character, the way you conduct yourself in your life, always have who you are as a person actually weighs in on your culpability and the likelihood of you being remorseful or being able to be returned to society, and continue a good life, because you're known to these people. That's why they're called your peers, as opposed to a bunch of 12 strangers who know nothing about you and make a decision purely based on filtered information.
So if I'm popular, it's easier to avoid a punishment, right?
If you're popular.
If I'm a popular guy, if we can get 12 people that know me and like me and we buddy around, then I'll probably be found not guilty because I'm a good
like
guy.
O.J. Simpson.
I mean, that's why you don't have 12 people that know you on a jury. That's why you should be tried by 12, citizens who hear the evidence and weigh the evidence and don't
What
base
evidence?
it upon, hey,
But
he's a
which evidence?
drinking buddy of mine. I don't want to send him to jail.
But which evidence do you get given? You get given what the man in the black robe allows you to hear,
Which is
so who's
based
actually
upon codified rules of
on
evidence.
his
Yeah.
predisposition. Yeah, okay. But if that's how you think it works, cool.
That's how it works in my state. That this is how people go to
You won't
jail
believe
and
that,
serve
buddy.
life sentences.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I just posted the video where the cop lets him go, by the way. I had to scroll up for like 20 minutes, but I found it for you. I hope you appreciate my efforts.
I'll watch it.
My scrolling fingers sore now.
I'll watch it. I watched the other ones.
I got them saved to a playlist. I've seen the first one you posted. I haven't watched the last two, but I will.
So, I mean, Loggers, do you agree with what I've said? Do you think I've misrepresented anything? Or?
No, I think you've
Well,
done
I got a
sterling job. I get that people, again, from the outside looking in, it's overly complicated. But once you start to dig through it, as I say, Bursted Bubbles of Government Deception was my introduction. And it took a year for me to flip my brain around. That's how people are so brainwashed in all manner of things,
Three.
So it took.
Give me your top three.
What?
Like, give me your top three, not most common, but most like potent examples of like, oh, these dumbasses who don't know what law really is, they got screwed over in this way, and they really could have gotten out of it if they just knew the right words to say and the right actions to take.
Again, you have to know the tool.
Top three, please. Top three, please.
Yeah, I'll give you the top three. So, firstly, you have to understand the trickery, right? So, when they ask for a license, it's not because they're saying, what is your name and address? They know that. They're asking for a license to basically create.
I know about the travel. I know about the sovereign
don't have
citizen
licenses.
traveling household goods thing. I'm talking about your. You heard my question,
Okay.
right?
Don't register things. When you register things, you give up ownership of them. They are no longer your private property.
No, not preventative measures or the right way to approach something. I said, what are the top three most potent examples of people getting screwed? And if only they knew a little bit more about how the law actually works, they wouldn't have gotten screwed so harshly.
Everyone's getting screwed every day because they're paying tickets that they shouldn't have to pay.
Top three potent examples, man.
There's millions of them every day. People paying tickets that they don't need to pay.
The problem you've got, Funny, is that if let's say I get pulled over for whatever, and I can stand in my rights as a living man, and I can, state everything perfectly correctly as it stands, and it's right, but I'll still get handcuffed and end up in a jail cell because the guy who's pulled me over may not even know what I'm saying is correct. He's effectively a paid
Yeah, but
mercenary of this
it should sort
corporate
itself
entity.
out without getting a fine, though, right? Should sort itself out in time.
Well, possibly. Depends how
If
long
you
I
know
want
the right
to, how much
things.
money and resource and time I want to put into avoiding a $50 speeding fine. You know, it's much more expeditious for my life to just pay the fine and get on with it. So, yeah, it's like I said, I
So no one's
understand
going to
both
give me a
sides of
top
this
3.
argument. Where you get. Well, here in Australia, we have council rates. Nobody should pay council rates, but we all do.
So
Okay,
no one's
but
going to give
you
me a
can.
top 3 or what? I'm not trying to be rude. I got one question.
I
That's
don't
all
know
I
what
want.
your top 3 is. What do you
Yeah, I'm
mean
not.
top 3?
Your top 3. It's
What
your
is
opinion.
top
What
3
you're
of what
aware of.
though?
Most potent
Example.
examples of people getting screwed harshly because these dumbasses didn't know law well enough to get away with what they're
What, the
being fined
people or
for.
the jury?
Whatever the person, the individual person.
Well, there are no
Situations
persons, but yeah, go on.
where the ignorant bloke gets screwed over and fined harshly, but they didn't have to pay it if only they knew the law a little better, like you guys.
Well, that's most of them. I mean,
Yeah,
if you're
top
not
3
injuring,
potent examples that you're aware of.
listen, Bundy,
God damn,
listen,
dude.
right? If you do not injure people, if you do not steal from people, and if you do
He's
not
asking
cause harm,
for examples. He wants some evidence.
yeah,
He wants case
the
law.
examples are everybody outside of that circle that has to pay money or is fined or anything else.
Yeah, every speeding fine ever.
Yeah. Anything
Okay.
outside of injury, harm, and loss is being screwed over by, again, acts and statutes are not laws. They have the force of law by
Okay.
your
How
consent.
about anything other than traffic tickets?
Yeah, well, anything. I mean, it can be, divorces, it can be mortgages, it can be anything, bank loans, all of it. It's all contract laws.
Wait, so I can borrow money from a bank, not pay it back, and get away with it?
Well, if you actually understand, when you get a mortgage, the mortgage is actually generated from your signature. The living man creates the thing. They don't go to the back, get money, and give it to you. Your signature is what generates the cash. If you actually look at the word for mortgage.
Are you just saying don't take out loans? That's how you get away with it? Because I don't
I'm
take
just
out
saying,
loans.
like,
That doesn't require any
again,
special knowledge.
just watch Bursting Bubbles. Watch
Okay, so
that
I'm
one.
not going to get a top 3.
No, we've already given you a top 3. You've not understood.
Yeah.
I got one, and it was red lights, or I'm sorry, speeding.
All speeding tickets, all
Every traffic
tickets, basically, all traffic tickets.
that doesn't involve injury or loss. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because where is the harm done? If I go 65 instead of 60, who's the victim of that act? Where's there any harm done to anybody?
I fully understand what you're saying there. Yep.
Yeah.
No, I got you.
So there you go. Every
More
person
power to
gets.
you.
In order for there to be a crime, there has to be a victim of the crime. You can't, rolling through a stoplight or a stop sign, speeding, you're not paying your local county land tax. There's no victim there. That's not a crime, but they'll try and assault you financially for it.
Okay, forget top 3. Maybe just if you have some examples off the top of your head of victimless crimes that people are often fined for. So let's say possession of marijuana. You think you could like get away, or let's just let's go hardcore. Possession of heroin, right?
Sure.
All good,
Yep.
right? You know the right legal jargon. You're gonna walk down the street waving a bag of heroin in the air. All good.
Oh, you'll get arrested, I'm sure.
Instead of asking people to do, your, study for you, that's not right, man. You should go, really, really study You know,
Well,
like
I've
even
heard everything
research.
I've heard tonight.
How about researching how many dismissals they are for charges that you're talking about?
Hey man,
Have you
I've heard
looked into
everything
those
spoken to me
numbers?
tonight.
Have you looked how many cases were actually tried and were dismissed? Did you
Not at
look
all.
those numbers up?
How many are there?
Where
I don't
where
think
do we
know it
draw the
either.
line on where do we draw the line and where we stop obeying certain rules, but we should obey other rules, and where do we draw the line on that?
Well,
Should people
they
be
said it. They
allowed to
said it,
just
man.
I think it's pretty
walk down the
basic.
street with
Harm, injury,
heroin
and
and shooting
loss.
up? Yeah.
Harm, injury,
Well,
and
I
loss
mean,
is what they'd say. I'm sure.
Yeah, harm,
so
injury, or
we
loss.
But if they
so
do, Howard,
drug
it's not hurting
addicts
anybody else.
Damages or
They're
no
not hurting
case.
anybody else.
so drug addicts
Damages
should be
or
able to
no case.
shoot up on the street
You wanted the line.
and
I just gave you the line. Damages or no
They are
case.
in San Francisco, left lane. They've been given a park to shoot up in.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're not harming anyone else. If they want to do that and stupidly harm themselves, it's their body. They can do what they like. Now, if they're under the influence of that drug, they then harm somebody else, then they're responsible for their action. The drug, if the drug induced the action, I couldn't care less. You did it. You're responsible for the harm you've caused. You have to make good.
Well,
Well,
let's
if I-
talk about the speed limit. Let's talk about the speed limit for a second. You mentioned the speed
Sure.
limit. So you
Sure.
know, it's no harm to. You're not breaking any law to go faster than 70 miles an hour. So
Correct.
you want to go 80 or 85. What if everybody drove like that? It would be a fucking racetrack on the highways.
Again, no injury, no harm, no loss.
Oh, there would
No
be.
loss.
There would
If
be.
you
There certainly
create
would be.
injury,
Yes,
hold
there
on.
would.
Hold on.
And
If
any
you create injury, harm, or loss, then you're going to be arrested and you're
So
going to have to pay the fine.
and then the authorities say, look, guys, we need to put a limit on this. We need to keep these drivers from killing each other. So we're going to put a speed limit on the highways and make everybody abide by them.
Why do they make cars that go 200 miles an hour and 100 miles an hour if the speed limit is 85 or 80?
Right.
So
That's
the point
that's
that
not
I'm
an
making
argument.
is,
That's not an
but it is
argument.
the
That's not what I'm
argument.
talking about.
That's what
You know,
I'm
I've
talking
got hot
about.
rods. I've got a pickup truck that'd probably go 180. But
Right.
it's not an argument against the regulating the people such that they don't kill each other.
You think that just because people don't have driving licenses, they're all going to do 110 tomorrow on the highway?
Well, if you don't regulate it, everybody, if he can go 85, why can't I go 90? You know, everybody's going to think that way. And before long, you've got
Still liable
chaos.
for damages
You're
if
going to
they
be
cause
more
any.
responsible. As somebody who understands this, you are more responsible and conscientious, not less.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
just
that's not
saying. I mean,
guaranteed at all.
You wanted the
and we
line.
talk about we talk about driver's
Give me the
license.
line.
What
Damages
does it
or
what
no
is a
case. That's
driver's
your code.
license? What
It's
what
even
does
in
a
your
driver's
code.
what
It
does
says
a driver's
damages or no
license
case.
represent? What does a driver's license represent?
The ability to use commercial vehicles.
No. It represents that the individual has gone through the testing process and the practical part of the process to ensure that that individual knows the roads, the laws that govern traffic, and can operate a motor vehicle safely. That's what that driver's license says. What
Right,
if we
but you
didn't?
don't
What if
have.
we just let everybody go and nobody got training and they depended
You
on
know, there's
grandpa to
like
teach them how to drive? I mean,
there's like
I think
8-year-olds and 10-year-olds running tractors on farms, and they drive on the county roads. They don't hurt nobody. They're driving
yeah,
tractors. They're 8, 9 years old, man.
yeah,
What are you
but you're
talking
talking
about?
about
Do
the
they have a
masses,
license?
man.
Hold on. Do they
Everybody
have a
doesn't do
license?
that though.
Do they
Everybody
have a
doesn't do
license?
that.
Do they
You're
have a
talking about the
license?
masses. I'm talking about the
Do they have a
masses.
license?
That's not an argument.
Well, obviously, it would be if it was really the law. The kids wouldn't be riding tractors down the highways.
Let me,
Crazy.
Howard. Let me answer that. Howard.
Break
Here's a
the law
question,
every
right? So,
day.
how long have you been driving, Howard? How many years, buddy?
Shit. Let's see. I'm 60.
Just a guess. Just a guess.
So 52.
Excellent. Okay, so if tomorrow you let your license expire, so now for the rest of your life you are unlicensed, does that make you a worse driver?
No, not at all.
There you go. Why do you need a license?
Yeah, but I mean,
No, seriously,
Not a
why?
5-year-old.
I'm
But
okay.
if
I
you,
hear what you said. I hear what you said, Howard. I hear what you said, and I agree. There probably should be an initial competency test that this person can drive, can control a motor vehicle, understands what a whatever means on the road, what a line, not to cross a double line or whatever. But from that point onwards, why do you need a license? Once you've proven you're a competent operator of a motor vehicle, why do you need a license that you have to pay money to the government every year for?
I don't.
Hey,
I do
system's
it like
fucked up.
every 8
Sure.
years. In my
The
commercial
system's fucked
license,
up.
I do it every 8 years.
Yeah, but you know what I'm getting at though. Like your
Yeah,
driving is not influenced at all whether you have a license or insurance, or if you don't have a license or insurance.
I could get down with that. If they make you renew every year, it's a fee involved, and they're generating revenues by making people renew every year.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question about common law, natural law, because the simple definition doesn't seem to say anything on this topic. Can a parent ever be, I don't know, legally punished by natural or common law for the actions of their child?
They're definitely
Child-
financially responsible.
I would think so.
They're definitely financially responsible.
And you do
There
know,
is no
guys, that none of this stuff
So,
existed.
yeah.
When they first had cars, nobody had licenses, nobody had tax, nobody had insurance. They got in them, they went around, and there was none of this. This was all laid on over time to slowly take away your freedoms and your rights.
And your money.
Oh, sure, man. The grip gets tighter and tighter. But if you leave your keys on the counter, your 10-year-old grabs them, knows how to drive a car, goes and, I don't know, crashes into the front of a building, right? Is the parent gonna need to pay for the repairs?
You know they're prosecuting minors now. If they go do something serious, they just charge them with capital offenses, and yeah, they don't get the death penalty. They get
So the kid or the parent then?
The
well,
parent,
And who
because the
decides?
child wouldn't have any, and they're not kids, remember, they're children.
There were two
But
people
yeah.
talking at once, I think. I didn't hear anything.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I just said that they're children, not kids, and obviously the parent would have to refund because they're the
There's a
ones
difference?
that would have the money.
Wait, you said they're children, not kids? Like there's a difference?
Kids are baby goats.
Oh, geez. Okay. You guys
I don't know
are
what
funny.
children is. I know a child means crown.
Well, again, this is what happens
So,
when you get
there's
weaponized
little
autism,
bundles
bro.
of joy.
You know what I mean? But you're dealing with weaponized autism here. You can't defeat it.
I mean, are we going by Black's Law Dictionary or is Britannica fine? I mean,
Whichever one. They do change over time, though. Remember that.
I'm sure Britannica will refer to a human child as a kid in one of its definitions under that term.
Well, they
you really
usually
want to
use
find out? You'll look
sacrifice.
up.
That's why they
You'll
use
get a
kid.
hold. You'll get a hold of the annotated statutes and find out the jury decisions, because that's the law of the land. It's what a jury decides, not some code, not some statutory court, none of that stuff. It's the jury. Any jury decision, they can't overturn it. They've been trying to overturn Hell versus Hinkle since 1908.
So at
Can't
what
do it.
point do you say, I'm not doing things your way, we're doing it the right way?
Well, in Hell versus Hinkle, it says that the government was only committed, created to be a
At
benefit
what
to
point
man.
do you declare
They
that?
can't
At
interfere with
what
their business. They
at
can't.
what
They
point
can't
do you declare
interfere with
that?
their ability to contract with any other man on Earth. They can't
At what
interfere.
point do you say, I'm not doing it your way? I want to. What was the right phrasing? A trial by jury, not a jury trial. At what point do you speak up about that?
Well, you require it before you get there. You let them know how you're going to appear. I'm appearing as. It's going to be in my contract. It's going to be a contract. It says, I give them 10 days to answer
do you do
immediately. Right when they give me a charge, I just say, okay, great charges. Let me get this contract in there and ask them some questions.
Okay,
And
let me
now
make it more
they've
specific.
charged you.
You,
Once
you,
they've
you,
charged you,
you drive your car into the front of a building, you get out, you walk home, you go sit on your couch. when are you going to say after that point, you know what, I don't want your jury trial, I want a trial by jury? When does that happen? While you're in a jail cell? As soon as they show up in your front
I
door?
don't think their system. I don't think their system can accommodate trial by jury.
All the
I
cops,
don't
I
think you
hit
can
this
get one.
building, let me settle the debt. Let me know how much it is. I have so much insurance. If it's more than that, I'll be glad to cover it.
Yeah.
You know, I did some damage here. I didn't mean to.
Who do you
And
speak to about that?
repair
Where,
the
when,
property.
how?
That's what it means to take responsibility, Fundy. That if you do something wrong, you have honour, you have values, and you admit it. You say, "Yeah, I messed up there. Here's the remuneration." Right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, do
what
I tell
being
the
a free
judge
man is
that?
all about.
Who am I saying this to?
Everybody.
Okay,
Whoever's
who's the
the
person I
victim of
say
your
it to that's
action,
gonna matter?
Yeah, who's the victim of your action? The building owner, I presume. So you've done $100,000 worth of damage to his building. You need to make good on that.
So I only got
Yeah.
$25,000 insurance. So I go to the businessman, the man who owns the business, say, "Hey, can I do some, work for you or something to try to work this off? Because I don't really make enough money. I can't spare what I live on. But can I do some work for you in my spare time to help settle the rest of the debt? I'm good at a
Yeah.
lot of things. What can I help you with?"
I'll pay you $100 a month for the rest of my life, whatever I need to do. And you'll
You can't
find that
say no. I
the
can't
victim will be.
pay. You can't because you have hands. You're a man. You can do things. You got a brain. You can do things. A man's never bankrupt.
I'm a handicap driver. I'm paralyzed from the waist down.
Yeah, but you have a mind.
Hopefully, I can give him
Can you
some.
data entry? Can you like get on a computer and do data entry? Turns out you hit a warehouse, and I need a guy that does data entry and keeps track of the inventory. Can you do that for
This
me?
is just getting more and more unrealistic.
No, a man's honorable. He
You
goes
guys
and
are
settles
really
his debt.
you guys are telling pure jokes. It's pure comedy. Everything you're saying.
Look, man, I just tell you, just don't be afraid to pay your debts, man. You gotta own up. You can't.
You're not talking about paying debts. You're talking about washing dishes for the rest of your life, from 9 to 5 for a person who's still trying to make a living on
Man
the
has to be
side for yourself.
reasonable, and if you're honorable, you'll be surprised what the man will let you do.
Yeah,
He'll
well,
say,
what happens?
It's
What happens
just
in
up to
your
him, huh?
scenario, bro?
It's
What
just up
happens in
to
your
him.
scenario? You think you should just be thrown in a jail cell? Is that what you think is the outcome of this should be?
Oh, of course
If you
not.
well, then how are you solving your own scenario then?
Well, here's the thing: a perfect
No,
justice is.
Sorry, go on.
Can I? Here's the thing: a perfect justice system is an impossible thing to describe in all its nuances, and many things should be, like you guys say, handled on an individual case basis. But that doesn't mean that my idea, uh, corporate to the idea that the person who's been harmed or has probably been damaged, agrees with. And what how I'd like to make up my debt may not be acceptable to how he'd like the debt settled. And so, is there a compromise, or does he get all the rights to say how I'm going? But then at that point, that's slavery, because he could lay down his terms of how he'd like you to repay, or make up for the damages you caused him, in a way that's totally fucked up and or just impossible, whether it's time frame or what he expects of you, like someone with no arms and he needs some dishes washed. Well, that's impossible. So
Okay.
these things
So
just
under
won't always work out.
you
under
gotta give
Magna
it your best.
Carta,
You
it
gotta
would go
swear the
trial
best you
by.
can do right now at this time. The best I can
Yeah.
do is I got a pocket full of beans. Will you accept these as full payment? Yes or no?
No.
They have
What
to
are
accept.
magic beans?
They have to accept payment of the debt. If they refuse the beans, no more debt.
Are they magic beans?
Oh, that's a joke, dude.
No,
This
that's
is
the
all I
law. If
got.
you refuse
This is
payment
all
of
I
a
got.
debt,
This is
if
all I
if
got
you
right
refuse
now.
payment of the debt, you
That's a
dishonor the
joke.
debt. You can
I mean,
counteroffer.
that goes against the example you just laid out
Right,
earlier. Someone
Fundy,
else did. It
this will
sounds like
help
there's
you
some
figure this
disagreements
out,
amongst
right?
yourselves.
So in the early courts, the English common law originated in the early Middle Ages in the King's Court, Curus Regis. It was a
That's right.
single royal court set up for most of the country in Westminster. Like many other early legal systems, it did not originally consist of substantive rights, but rather of procedural remedies. So the idea was basically you had somebody that had been wronged, and they would decide the pound of flesh, right, and what to remediate with them. So that's kind of the understanding. So if somebody damages something, it's figured out, okay, you've messed this up. Do you know what I mean? And you have to give something. So that will either be your time through work, or it will be money. You understand?
Yeah, I guess there's, I mean, time, money, or like someone was saying just a second ago, all the beans in your silo, or the hand of your daughter in marriage. Yeah,
Yeah,
you bargain with them with whatever you have to offer to try to give something of value to him or
They didn't
her.
have legal tender at the time, remember? So it had to be physical. This is why we used to have the gold standard to make it finite. So none of that rubbish applies. Your fractional reserve banking or your legal tender. So it
Okay,
meant you had
so
to give something in the physical, you know?
so what I have to offer, I'm broke. I'm a paraplegic, but you know what? I think I'm a pretty good singer. Can I pay off my debt
No,
by
they'd take off your
singing
family
for
instead.
you every night? I'll stand outside your window. Well,
Your
I'll
singing's
lay
worse
outside your
than the
window or
cat.
in my
They're
wheelchair.
gonna take it off your family instead.
They're gonna take it on my
Yeah.
family. They got nothing to do with it, man.
Well, tough.
If
Okay,
you're
well,
paraplegic,
all my family's dead. What now?
See,
if you're
this is your
paraplegic, how
silliness
did you
now.
drive the truck into the building?
Yeah, if
You're
you're a
trying to run
paraplegic,
some payment of the debt. Why?
yeah,
You
Why
got
would you run? I just told you. You just if a man offers to do the best he can to pay the debt and continue to pay it, even in the smallest amounts, the man has to agree.
That's all you can
Can't
accept.
look, man. Look, there is no such thing. You're not the mafia. If a man doesn't pay, you can't go break his legs, dude.
yeah, that's not how it works, Fundy. You're too violent for us.
Sorry. You
okay.
can't
Okay,
throw him in a box
check
either,
this
and,
out.
and for no reason. You can't. There's no damages, no case.
Okay, so I don't need insurance. I don't need a license, but you know,
Did
I
not
put
say
a
any of
ser-
that. Why?
but I put a
Why do
but I
they
put a
always do this?
serious
You see
stat.
how they
Hold on,
argue?
please.
You
Hold
see
on,
how he's
please.
arguing with me?
Yeah, see,
Yeah, hold on a
funny.
second.
The thing is,
Bringing
I'm
up
just
here's
trying to
stuff
funny,
paint
I
another
didn't even
example.
explain
I'm trying to
Come
myself.
on,
get some
guys.
Why are you
clarification.
commenting me, dude?
Come on, guys. Come
Hang,
on, guys.
yeah, hang on.
Because
Fundy, what
I'm
you're
not
doing
being
is
reviewed.
you're approaching this, Fundy, from a point of view and a mindset of how can I use this to
Hey,
get
I'm
me out
learning.
of everything?
No, I'm
How
learning.
can I
I'm
not?
learning, man. Just trying to
How can I
paint
not
another
pay?
example of a fresh, brand new one based on what I've learned from your answers so far. Just trying to progress my understanding here.
But an integral part of natural law or common law is honour and responsibility of the individual. So you're wanting to sidestep all of that. Oh, well, I can just do what I want and I don't have to pay because I've got nothing. That's not what this is about. There is consequence for that. That's what trial by jury is. You would be pulled before, if you
Yeah,
had that attitude,
I
you
got
would
another
be pulled
question.
before your peers.
I got another question. I made some sarcastic responses before. Maybe you can just believe that this next question is a bit more earnest. All right, so driving around without a license, without insurance in my car, my household goods, I hit someone's parked car. All right, so I tell the guy, listen, I I got wealth in many ways. You know, I got a few $1,000s in the bank or whatever, but it's not to cover the damages. I'll give you that, all of that, if that's what you want, but I know the repairs are worth more than that. And I say, listen, I have I have 30 brand new bicycles. I have you know, 1,000 potted flowers. I have lots. I have 100 bottles of expensive wine. And what happens if he's not interested in any of those other forms of wealth you have, after besides your monetary currency, your
The jury
official
will
legal
decide.
tender?
That's what the jury does. It decides what you have and what is appropriate. So they will say
Yeah.
to this guy, right, you will have to accept these things, and he has to say yes. That's how it
Or
works
hang
for
on, hang on.
mediation.
A better solution, if I were on the jury, I would say, well, Fundy, if you've got 30 brand new bikes, you go away and sell as many of those as you need to pay what you owe this man. And if that's not enough, then you start to sell your expensive bottles of wine. And if that's not enough, then you sell your potted plants. Now, when you run out of things to sell, then we maybe then the debt is just extinguished, or, because then you will try and get as much as you can for your bikes and your bottles of wine, because you would ideally like to have something left at the end of this exercise. So there are, and that's just me, the dumb guy in Australia. There are ways around this that, in your example, that's what I would suggest on the jury. Well, your responsibility, it's not my responsibility to accept your bikes, because what am I going to do with your bikes? You
Sure.
sell your
What about
bikes
the
and then give me the
immediacy?
cash.
What about the time frame, right? If it's gonna take me 30 years to sell enough of my stuff to you know, come up with a total amount of currency to, pay off my debt for the damages I
But
did
who
to
would
someone's
know?
property.
Who would know until you've tried?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah, and it'd be honor system, like you said. Honor's a big part of this. But say I'm trying my best, and a year goes by, and the dude's like, "I really need, the money that you owe me." And you come to him and you say, "Listen, I'm trying my best to sell my bottles of wine in my wine cellar. I'm trying to sell my bikes from my bike rack." And he's like, "I really wish that you could pay me sooner." And I'm like, "Hey, it's going to take another 5 years. Is there nothing he can do to get his money sooner? Because if
Well, he
it's
could
just
probably
left up to me and my marketing skills, it might take a
sure.
little
Well,
while."
he could probably then say, "Well, give me your bikes, give me your wine, give me your potted plants. I'll deal with it myself." Right? Like, there's that's
So the
the art of the
immediacy
deal.
it's not on you. It's not on you to get him his money quickly. You can take as much time as you want within reason.
Well,
There
that I
may
guess
be a
would be
time limit on it. They might say,
yeah.
right, you've got a X
Or
amount
else
of
what?
time to sell what you can and X, Y, Z. But again, this would all be worked out.
Or
This
else
is the
what?
point. What?
Well, see, under natural law or common law, there is still incarceration. All right, it's not that there's no jails under this system, so there is still consequence
Oh,
ultimately.
no shit.
So, but it's not. It's not you rolled through a stoplight. Here's a $500 fine. This is if you cause genuine loss or harm, you are responsible for it. But you have the opportunity to make good. Now, if you can't make good, you still are responsible to pay your debt to society.
What about the man in particular? I mean, like if I hit his parked car,
Yep.
I'm taking a while to sell, and then I don't know, some authority, I don't know who it is, but they say we're gonna lock you up in the dungeon underneath the castle. That doesn't
hmm
do anything for the guy who I damaged his property of.
But if every avenue has been exhausted to get the guy his money and has fallen short, well then what? The guy who caused the damage still has a debt to pay. It doesn't get money to the guy who was harmed, but justice is still served at the end of the day.
Not to the guy who is harmed or his
But
property.
the guy has either got his own insurance potentially, and if he doesn't, well then he has to accept responsibility for the fact he didn't insure his own car, and therefore part of his loss is his own fault. Personal responsibility. Personal
If
responsibility
you
is a
say,
wonderful thing that
if you say
nobody
so,
wants to
man.
know about.
All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
No worries, Fundy.
Like I said a minute ago, or maybe like 5 minutes ago, in my opinion, a perfect legal system is actually impossible to write down like a systematic approach of handling, things because there's so much nuance, there's so many individual cases, and that's why I think a jury is important. I think things to be handled with honest, honorable people on an individual basis and stuff like that. And that's why I think it's, it's broken. And why not take advantage of a broken? I can see why people do it. It makes sense
Well, this is
because
why we talk about natural law and common law, because they are jury trials.
you just do
And
your
they
best.
existed.
Everyone do
Common
your
law,
best, I guess.
the common law existed long before the legalese society began. All right, common law has always been here. I don't think it'll ever go away fully, but you never know. They're trying to make this place a cold world. They're trying real hard.
And the thing is, because people like Steele and Fundy and a few others, because they've accepted it, they just clamp down more on the next generation. So now, I mean, I remember 20 years ago with the political correct nonsense where they were telling us, don't say black coffee, it's racist. You have to say coffee without milk. Don't say Christmas, you'll offend Muslims. Say Winterfest. Don't fly the flag of your nation, St. George's Cross. You'll offend people. And, if everybody the next day had just said black coffee, Christmas, and flown St. George's, we'd have been fine. But because people were so brainwashed, they thought the morally virtuous position was to follow this claptrap. And so today, a few years ago, there was a guy, Miller was his surname, I can't remember his first name, but he literally went on Twitter, there was a limerick, he thumbed it up, and then he's got the police phoning him saying, we need to check your thinking. So this is the point, and this is what Fundy and Steele and a few others are not understanding, is it's always the totalitarian tiptoe, as David Icke talked about, and the thin end of the wedge, which is why you have to be intolerant. And this is the thing, people think, oh, because a man in a costume says something, we have to jump and we have to do as we're told. And funnily enough, that is actually 100% true. There was an ITV documentary I saw where a man in black trousers, a black jacket and a hat, no insignias, no anything, just a uniform, okay, a very blank, stark uniform. He was saying to people, we need you to jump on these paving stones. And people did it because he was wearing a uniform. And even though they were being asked to do something absurd, they all did it because
Well,
they've been
geez, don't lump me in
into
with
order
those
politics.
ignorant fools. That's harsh.
Well, most people are like that because they don't question things and they don't research. Freedom begins between the ears. If you're not free between the ears, you're not free in the five sensuality. And unfortunately, you've seen the experiments of I can't remember the university, but they had 4 people in a room. They were in on the experiment. They then brought in the test subject. They sat him down, and in front of them they had an amount of lines, and they were asked which is the longest line, and it was very obvious B was the longest line, but the 4 people said it was C, and the 5th guy, the test subject, put C as well, which shows that because of our reptilian complex, we basically will follow the group, no matter how absurd it is, and no matter the truth and the obvious reality of our eyes. So there's a lot of weird psychology stuff going on here that I don't think people really drill down into. And this is why we're questioning things, common law and travelling. This is just an extension of that. Nobody's trying to break laws. They're not laws, but nobody's trying to drive 100 miles an hour and not, stop at lights and all this silliness that people are trying to apply to us. What we're saying is it applicable under the law? And it isn't. If you know what common law is. Because all acts and statutes, they don't apply to the man, they apply to persons. So, yeah. Please do your research. Please learn and figure these things out. And also educate others. Otherwise, it's only going to get worse. You can see the craziness that they're doing. I mean, the fact that we have to tell people not to mutilate children, I mean, that's a discussion now, really? Like, is it not self-evident? Is it not obvious? But no, today, yeah, we got to have a discussion.
Well, I think this is more, valuable than arguing with Glovers all day about air pressure and stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean,
see, it's amazing when you take your mind off of that, what they're doing, and you start focusing on what we're supposed to be doing, learning, the laws and the nature of this place and the people who live on this earth and what their beliefs are. You don't really want to tread on other man's beliefs. I mean, you can't really harm them. You can't harm your fellow man. That's the whole point.
Right.
Even with a code, a private code cannot cause harm to a man. The second it starts doing that, they start making acts of Congress that say, hey, legal society, quit it, or we're going to use the common law to settle these matters. And that's what they did with the Arbitration Act in 1976. They told the legal society, back up, or we're going to start allowing three arbiters to arbitrate a contract and decide who's right or wrong. Otherwise, just don't quit harming man. You can't do that.
I get why.
And so if you're a man, you learn where you live, you learn what the law is, you study it, and then you just write the contract to them and have a third party, three third party impartial witnesses arbitrate the contract.
I get why people buck against the system and why they spurg out, but the simple fact is they need to do their homework, put some effort in. And
yeah, there's
try
actually
to
real, there's real things, real power that you possess that they don't ever want to tell you. Of course, they're hiding that. They don't broadcast this kind of stuff. You got to dig. You got to learn the law.
Doesn't
You
benefit.
got to learn the difference between legalese and law, because there is a difference. They're spelled different. First off, okay, they have two different meanings. They actually mean the exact opposite of each other. Legalese are private. It's a private language. The law is public. Everyone has the right to it.
Meant for the lawyers. It's not meant for men. That's the point of it. And Robert Menard said it as clearly as this: there is a lion inside of a cage. You are inside the cage. You do not attack the lion. You step out of the cage, and the lion can't reach you. And that's what it means to become a man. You've stepped outside of their jurisdiction, which means to speak the law. That's all it means. Once you break down the words, authority, author of the writ, it makes complete sense, and the trickery is revealed. It's just people have to break these words down.
And all my contracts, so they're valuable. They cannot be, they cannot ignore them. They got valuable consideration. It's actual contract, and boy, they know what it is.
Yeah, and they basically they set people up for failure because they tell them, oh, this is driving. You're a person, and people just go, Bubba, I'm a person, Bubba, I drive, and that's it. Because again, they've got no reason to look at anything. They believe it wholesale, and they just off they go. And once you try and explain to them, well, there's this other information, this other body of evidence and information, and maybe you want to weigh the two against one another and then determine things. They don't want to do that. They just want to scream from a position of ignorance. And I see it in so many areas, not just even in the most basic ones. You challenge people on anything, and they don't want to develop themselves or try to understand. It's complete ego. You're wrong, they're right, blah, 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 done. It's just, very sad.
Even the creator knows that some people are just not going to obey him. They're going to do exactly the opposite of what he teaches. There's no getting out ahead. He knows that. Yeah. It's just what you choose. A man, he's convicted by his own beliefs. So a man should learn and gain knowledge. And through knowledge, help his fellow man. That's
Yeah.
about it.
Men were responsible, and again, it was the man ran the household. He was responsible for this. He was responsible for that, and there was a lot of weight on his shoulders. But today, because of the lack of testosterone in men, the infantilization of men, basically, there's no reason to grow up. Everything's on tap. All the hard work's been done by the older generations. All the grunt work and the graft and the actual thinking has been done, and you have these unappreciative little things, and so these all lean into against one another. But again, you have to put in the time and effort to get the pieces of the puzzle to start making it more clear the direction things are going in, and what may or may not be going on. But the problem is again, people get a little bit here or a little bit there, and then they just want to kind of push that on everybody. But I just use myself as my own yardstick. I am my only competition, and every day I try to just inform myself of something that I don't know about. Jack of all trades, master of none. And I think that's the best way when you're trying to understand the macro of what may or may not be going on. Because, again, these all play into things. They all lean on other things. So, yeah, it's important that people do the homework.
Well, it's important to focus on other things besides arguing about lights in the sky. We need to start thinking about moving forward with the truth and how many more, even despite the censorship, all that stuff that goes on. But we need to start focusing on what we can do about it. I mean, there's ways that we can try to, help people understand that there's two sides. There's a globe and there's also this theology. You choose, but let both sides get out. Let people quit making up stories about what we believe and straw manning the shit out of us, and quit censoring us. Let us show the true nature of this place, and you let them decide whether they want to live on a ball of water or spinning in space, and that story or true Earth.
For me, just try and find your own tribe and get as self-sufficient as possible. And those two things are very possible and very likely. And I think that's where the effort should be put into at the moment. All the rest of this other stuff, you've just got to get away from the crazies and, do what you can on that level, basically. That's what I would suggest. Use the system to escape the system. The younger generation, get some sort of job that actually pays. Save up for 20 years, live frugally, take the shitty apartment, use the same tea bag for the whole month, just put everything away. And after 5 years, look at your budget, buy some land, over the next 5 and 10 years, build it up. And then, boom, you can move in. You'll have enough money saved for any land taxes, and you can be completely free. And now you can develop yourself. You can read the books. You can start to figure things out, because now you've got the time and the effort to be able to put into it. Because again, nobody wants to sit there for 8 hours in the evening trying to, learn all of these topics after a hard day at work, or even just sitting in an office all day. So again, it comes down to effort and willingness. Not everybody has that kind of spark where they want to learn things, they want to know things. That inquisitive nature, it seems to be dead in most people.
I could get out of the beast and not, have to be I don't have to go to war with them. I just don't have to agree with them. That's all. I don't have to speak their language. I don't have to do any of those things that I thought I used to have to. I went around complaining, whining, oh, them crooked judges, oh, this, oh, that. No, I went and studied. They made me a man.
And that's what Carl Lentz eventually realised. When he learnt to be a man, he didn't need all the other rubbish.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's not an act. It's not like something secret going to get you out of it. There's many ways to get out of a code, but very few If you cause harm to men, you ain't getting away with it. You're going to pay the debt, one way or another. Until that man forgives you that debt, you still owe the debt. If you cause damages, that's just been the law forever. But anyways, I'm glad people are starting to wake up to it.
Yeah.
But
I
like I
mean, I
said the
find
other
it
day,
funny that people want to say it doesn't work in this, and it's like I remember there was this young lad who he was in an open carry place, and somebody phoned the police on him. He did happen to be a law student, which helped, but it was really interesting the way he dealt with the man in costume, i.e., police officers, and it was really good how the officer was trying to trick him to get him to say certain things so that he could put cuffs on him, and you see this all the time. And again, it's the vast majority of people are frightened of the police because they're like, oh, I've done something wrong, I've been naughty, because of that infantilization. So they're not willing to meet them eye to eye. They're a man the same as you, they are equal to you, they have no authority over you. But that understanding takes a little bit of time to get your head around, right? Because again, you've been programmed through the school system: sit down, shut up, do as you're told. Teachers there, and do as you're told. So that mentality then goes out into the world. Oh, the boss said this, I got to do it. Oh, the police said that, I got to do it. And they don't think for themselves, and they think they're being naughty if they question. Or so again, it's standing on your own 2 feet as a man, as a pioneer, as an individual. And once you start to do these types of things, then you're able to speak to them with respect. You can, you're polite, you're respectful, and you just explain to them the law.
yeah, you get frustrated though after years and years. Even Carl Lentz said it. He's like, there's no way to teach us. It's just too easy. If you've been through more than the 8th grade, you think you went to college. It's almost impossible to learn this because you believe in that legal system so much. You think it's so real. You think that's the law, and it's just not. I'm just telling you. But if you choose to believe that code is the law, then I guess it's the law to you. That's your belief, and you can be held by your convictions. You can be held liable. So go ahead and believe the code if you wish. I just choose not to. So I don't know what it means.
That's the thing, though. It doesn't matter whether you believe in the Bible or the law book or the science book. You've all got a book for your cult and your faith. It doesn't make it true. And that's why trying to be objective and search for truth is the bigger journey in it all, because again, you have to move past those things in order to see the bigger picture and not be subsumed by them.
I don't know. The word is just something that I think is a beautiful system too. I don't think it's ever been tried. I'm sure there's been communities in the past, like the Protestants, that were trying to obey Yah's laws. And there's some big bullies that run around killing people all over the earth, and they don't like it. They don't like it. Religion, they don't like only their religion. It's the only
Well,
one they
there are
like.
communities. There's Aranya in South Africa. There's also Ubuntu Contributionism in South Africa, and they've been around since the 70s. Aranya. I don't know
Yeah, there's
about Ubuntu
tribes that
Contributionism.
they
But
don't follow the codes.
yeah, they're both up and running, and people can take elements of each one of those and try to do something similar. If lots of people did these in lots of places, at least it would give people options and choices to get away from, the big cities and the towns. And again,
But
the reason cities exist is the things that we talk about only work with small communities, villages, right? It's the cities. The reason nobody cares about anybody is there's too many people. But when you had a smaller village of, let's say, 100 people, you knew everybody in that village personally. So there was no reason to, rob, rape, murder, and kill, because they were all your family. So, yeah, they've weaponized architecture against us, all the straight lines in cities and stuff, So psychologically breaking us down, turning us apathetic and nihilistic, and it's not a good look.
We gave over the public schools to the Catholic Church and their curriculum. So I mean, Who do we have to blame but ourselves for allowing them to teach our children over all these years?
Well,
Who do
The
we
reason
have
I
to blame?
think with Magna Carta is that 1215 was the original document, but I think it was 1297 they rewrote it, and it was the Pope who was heavily involved in the rewriting. Now, get this: so the Magna Carta 1215 was effectively the constitution of Britain, the United Kingdom. So, how is it that an Italian Pope from a country that's not even part of the British Empire or the British Commonwealth, how does that guy get to be part of the rewriting of the British Constitution in 1297? The really interesting part of it is, which part did the Pope and his cohorts remove from Magna Carta? The answer is trial by jury. If you have a look at the different, they're the articles that were removed in 1297, because under trial by jury, the people execute judgment over the king and the government. But once you take that power away, the government
Trial by
then
jury. Call it a jury trial instead of trial by jury.
That's right. Then suddenly the authority figure has control over the people rather than vice versa, how it was first written, where the people could dismiss the king. The people and the barons could dismiss the king if he got out of hand. And that's what they threatened King John with. Sorry, buddy, we don't like the way you're governing us. We're going to give you one chance to reform. Here's our new set of rules called Magna Carta. And from now on, you are answerable to us, because at the end of the day, the role of king is nothing more than a public servant role. There is no royal family. God didn't put his finger down from heaven and say, your bloodline is royal and rules over everyone forever. The role of king is nothing more than a public servant job. And the Magna Carta was the terms and conditions of that job role. So if you got outside of the terms and conditions, you could be sacked. You could be dismissed by the people if you're not serving their best interest. And over centuries, they have usurped that authority away from the people, right through the sort of the 1688, where something happened in England. Originally, the king usurped it from the people, and then the parliament usurped the king. And it's hundreds of years of death by a thousand cuts.
Ultramontane jurisdiction. You need to look this up. It's the two keys that are on the crest. He holds them both. Political power on earth and religious power on earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a joke. And that was done right there around the Magna Carta. Turned the keys back over to him. Because he was trying to depose the King of England for not behaving the way the Pope wanted him to. So,
Magna Carta 15 is the answer to all of our problems, but everybody thinks it's just this document in antiquity that has no relevance to today. It's as valid today as it was in 1215. As I said, if you look up I think it's 2003, the barons in England activated Article 39 or whatever it is, where they effectively dismissed the Queen because it was shown that she was not acting in the best interest of the Commonwealth. But all the systems and everything is still in place, because who's going to depose it? But I'll say legally,
on the
lawfully,
scene,
the royal family.
You had barristers appear on the scene right after that Magna Carta crap with the Pope, changing the trial by jury. Yeah, they started introducing representation of counsel. Yeah, instead of, assistance of counsel. So I believe I have it right to have assistance of counsel from every single man on earth.
Correct.
They can help me. They can help me fight prove the case. And they don't like that. They want representation. They want a lord over you. You want to give your authority over to a lord, a barrister? No, thank you.
Who is part of
They call him the
their
crown.
system. Yeah, he's a member of the bar, the bar association. So you're being defended by one of them, not your
And
own
they
fellow
owe an
man.
obligation to their party, not yours.
Yep.
Yeah. You're really dooming yourself to have any kind of. It ain't even in the law, first off. It's legalese. It's representation of counsel. It only exists in legalese. in the law, Article 6 of the Bill of Rights. This is their law, not their law, not mine. Mine's about the same thing. I agree with it. That you get assistance of counsel. Nowhere in there does it say representation. Well, that means the same thing. No, that's not. They have two. First off, they're spelled different, but they have almost the exact opposite meanings. Assistance of counsel means you have to speak for yourself. You can only get assistance. Yeah. Representation is
basically means
this guy's gonna
you're
pretend
a
that he's
retard.
acting for me.
When you have somebody represent you, it means you're a retard and can't speak for yourself. That's what happens when you get a lawyer.
You're a
lawyer's
defendant.
first duty is to the court,
You're a
not to the
defendant.
client.
Correct. They're obliged to the system, not to you.
Right. And obviously, games are played on courts as well. And this also goes back to the Saturnians, which is where the black robe and the wigs come from. The Saturnian cults in Egypt and all of that. But again, these things, they move over time, like the totalitarian tiptoe. So it starts out as this, Magna Carta, 1215, and then boom, this Pope comes along, change it, takes out some important details, and then it changes a bit more. And eventually, we are where we are today. I mean, personally, this is where, as an individual, you kind of need to stand on your own 2 feet. And as long as you claim to be a man, this is why you have the natural law, God, man, woman, child, animal, because God puts authority outside of the 5 sensuality. If you put man at the top, it means you've got to do as you're told, because they will have authority. But by putting God there, whatever that means to you, could be a mouldy cheese sandwich in your fridge, as Robert talks about, but it means that you have inalienable rights. And that is the only thing that you need, really. And like you said, an 8-year-old can understand this. It's simple because the working classes had to understand these things back in the day because they couldn't read, they couldn't write, but they understood these things. They knew their rights, they knew privileges, they understood what a person was versus a slave versus a man, But today, people don't like details today. When you pick them up like then, I picked him up on kid versus child. He was like, well, no, they're definitions. There's a reason they use that instead of that, And this is the thing. You have to do your due diligence and dig deep into the etymology of these words. They're not chosen by accident, the word magic. They're very precisely chosen and they're very precisely picked to have power over you, so break that down, it all becomes clear.
Yeah, legalese is private, like I said, and it doesn't have anything to do with the law. So if we just, teach people that, they need to really study the legalese and, the bar association and find out what a business is, find out what a contract is. Write your own superseding contract and hand it to the legal society, and I'm going to tell you what they're going to do, what they'll do. They'll leave you alone. They won't want to bother you because if you have your documents in place, there's too many other easy people to take advantage of you other than you. They don't want to fight you. They really don't.
Again, they are not going to arm you with the key to your freedom. You have to arm yourself.
They're not going to do that either.
So that again comes back to taking responsibility as the man of the household.
I'll tell you, they whipped my ass for years before I figured out the law and figured out, their little game they were playing. I mean, they played this game. These people are highly intelligent. They want to just, dress up in costumes, get face paint and, shave their face and pretend and really look pretty and not have to work and do physical labor to contribute to society. They want to prey on the weak-minded. Those with, very low vocabulary, those that don't have friends or witnesses or,
And again,
they're
this is
down on
why
their
they
luck.
brought
They
in.
prey on these people, man.
This is
They
why they
prey on the
brought in
weak.
the reading system. Do you honestly think they would educate you for free unless they were getting something from it? They get you being brainwashed. That's why they brought in reading and writing systems. It wasn't to educate. Well, again, look at the word educate and you'll understand why they use that. But these systems were about locking you in your remember, regurgitate position, left brain prison. And it was about keeping you vocabulary weak. So, you know, it's sad because it's so easily broken down if people actually bother their asses to dig into it. You know, I mean, they want to come in here and try and be clever because, you know, we can't remember 20,000 hours of documentaries we've watched or things we've read, you know, and they, on their little soapbox having a tantrum, giving it the big I am. But the simple fact is I think it shows how disingenuous they are and intellectually dishonest they are. Because if they were actually curious, they would do their research and they would ask for information and evidence. And like, yeah, they may have looked at things, but doesn't mean they've looked at everything, and they might have missed some things. And yeah, so keep an open mind no matter where you are, no matter what position you hold or what level you're at. You know, there's always more to learn, and any position you have today is based on information. And that means that tomorrow, as long as you increase information, you might have to change positions. So again, it takes time to learn that and to be able to become fleet of footed like that, intellectually and mentally. You know, you can't just hold a position because feelings or whatever. You have to hold it because it can be supported by something.
I'm surprised what can happen once you lift the monkey off and how many others you can help if you're in cannabis society 24/7. The purpose on your good is something you were given as a gift. Father, that you're better at than most people, then you contribute that to help your fellow man. That's what I suggest everyone do instead of quit arguing with these, you know, anti-flat earthers, anti-truthers.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
start using your abilities. Try and focus on what you find, you know, that you are the best at, and try to use it in some way to better improve our community by helping our fellow man.
Find a few people around you and just do a little bit of voluntary. You know, do some shopping for the elderly. Just basic things, you know. Voluntarism. It's a good policy.
Use those talents that you have to try and use them for good, you know. Try not to, you know, be too mean to the Globers, the anti-flat
No, they're
earthers, but
victims of the globe psyop, you know.
yeah, don't be too rugged on them. But I usually get, I'm just so fed up with the lies that and the obfuscation and stuff of the truth. But
Yeah, I mean,
you really
it's
can't,
not difficult.
really get too mad at them because, you know, I was one of them for quite some time.
Oh, so you was a militant globie, was you?
Oh no, I wasn't anything like these crazy men. I didn't go on flat earth sites and raise hell or nothing. I didn't. I mean, I think that behavior is absolutely. It
Reprehensible.
doesn't make sense. Okay, I apologize. It does not make any sense. So first off, but
They
yeah,
don't like being wrong, though. They're children, and they don't like being wrong. That's what it is.
yeah, pretty much. But look, I just like I said, everybody's got a talent they're good at, and they were given it to by the Creator, and they should use it to better the world and try not to focus on, you know, fiction for one, like cartoons and space stories, and just quit trying to argue about that stuff and just start thinking about what kind of talent you have that you can improve and try to help your fellow man with.
Oh, they will put hours into frivolities. They will spend 20 hours on their computer games or watching their silly anime or something else, but they won't research these things that we're discussing. It's not
They won't read
important to them.
Magna Carta. No.
Yeah, they won't look at anything actually worthwhile because they're not men; they're children. So they like frivolities. You know, a man understands his responsibilities and his duties, and he tries to, hone himself and learn and better himself. And you can only do that through information.
Yeah. It's just I don't think it's too late because there's too many talented young men that are learning, the truth. Even they tell you, global warming. That was about the people are starting to warm up to the truth. And the climate change is, yeah, we're not quite, winning this game yet. They have to censor us like crazy and send their brigade after us. But if we just forget about the arrows that are coming from the globe, whatever, and just focus on your talent, be good at something, something that's really going to be a benefit to man here in the future, the near future, something that contribute to this thing,
Yeah, thinking
When I say
clearly is
this
not
thing,
their
I just mean
talent.
the truth.
They should stop trying to think because they're not very good at it, and they should find out what they are good at and try that.
Well, any kind of talent that they can do, some people are good at rap music, some people are good at all kinds of stuff.
Oh
But
no, don't say rap music.
I know, I mean, I'm not a huge fan, but there are some stuff that I don't mind if people want to do that. That's up to them. Some of it I like. I mean, you can tell when a person has talent and what they're using it for. If they're using it for good, so I don't think they've defeated the Earth by any means. They've probably got America because they own it. All right, this is their place, man. This is their little whatever you would call it. This is where all their colleges are. This is I mean, they're all over the world, but this is like their, I don't know, Jeremy called it best the other day, their stronghold or something. Yeah, we'll just go set up a stronghold over there. And they have a grip on this country. There is no question. But it's their country. It's Catholic diocese. It's all that. I just don't want to be a part of that. I don't want the canon or the code. I didn't agree with any of that stuff. I just believe the words. And they get me by. I think they're in agreement with
Very
all their
childish,
stuff.
isn't it? They just believe things because again, it's easy. There's no effort, and that, again, men put in effort. Men understand. Oh no, I've got to build. I've got to, collect. We should give them the marshmallow test, and if they don't pass the marshmallow test, we should just not talk to them. What do you reckon?
Some people, they have different talents other than fitness or any of that stuff.
No, but do you think we should give them the marshmallow test?
No, I'm not familiar with the marshmallow test.
Okay, so here it is. When they had small children, let's say 4, 5, 6 years old, they would line them up and they would give them a marshmallow and they would say to them, right, if you don't eat that marshmallow for 10 minutes, we'll give you 3 marshmallows. And basically, a lot of those children ate the marshmallows straight away, but some of them waited 10 minutes and got 3 marshmallows. And what this denotes is the ability to offset immediate pleasure for something later on. So if you don't have the ability to say no to yourself because saving money, you can get the better car or the better house, it means you're going to make poor life choices in a sense.
I think the biggest problem is just trying to mix a whole bunch of people up in one land and say that it's good.
That's not nice either.
Well, everyone of every different belief system, okay, like all the religions that are here. I mean, I don't think that's a good thing. You think that's going to work out well if you mix up a bunch of people with different cultural beliefs? that have different other beliefs from each other, it's not going to end well. I apologize, but I mean, I think every nation should be able to have their own customs and own beliefs without any threat or harm from their fellow man.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm asking for here is just, let us believe in Yah and have our covenant. You guys can do whatever you want over there.
Just
in
want
that
our
land of
own
yours.
freedom of association. We want our own little space to do our own little thing, and that's it.
Have our own beliefs and try not to be, causing harm to other people. That's all.
Man, oh man. I can't believe they still haven't figured it out. You can't see over mountains. It's not difficult.
Anyways, that's my piece for tonight. Just try and think of a talent instead of arguing with, globe heads. Just try and think of your talent and try to be good at it so you can help your fellow man.
Help your fellow man along.
And good luck with that, by the way. I mean, look at Conspiracy Music Guru. He took lemons and made lemonade. He doesn't, I don't think he's afraid of them, dude. I don't think he has any fear of the legal society. For real. I think he's out there. He's not afraid. He even knows what they're doing is wrong. And he doesn't even know what a contract is. I don't think he has a live life claim or any. He might have it. I don't know. He might have declaration of status or something.
I think it's part of the word prison. They're trying to trap them in these, mental prisons like this. It's like a litmus test, who's smart enough to figure it out.
Well, they're making a bunch of movies about it and trying to tell you on a constant basis. They're really not trying to lie to you. They're trying to get your consent. Look, we showed you this is what happened so many different times, and you were silent. You agreed with it.
Cosmic karma. We told
They
you
love
we were
that.
going to do it, and you didn't
tell you.
have any issue with it. So you consented by your ignorance.
Listen, they love silence as acquiescence, but that's the law. Silence is
I
agreement.
know. They got no clue.
They hate it when you use that one against them, because when they're a respondent and they're required to answer, and they don't, they agree with everything in the contract. So those are two of the biggest things they really don't like. That and contracts. What a contract is: a proper contract, a lawful contract. Meaning, facts, on the page, not now time language, not future tense, past tense in the same sentence. That's legalese. It's fictional. Anyways, I could go on and on, but
How did you become a flat earther?
I knew there was a problem with the world, man. Every time I just watched TV, it was a lie. Just too many lies. And so I was already a big believer in, the word. I was still studying it, but I really didn't get into, the law and the word with a passion until I was, I found out by 75 proofs that the Bible, 75 Bible verses that prove the earth is flat. First one I watched. It was 3 hours long. And I said, I'm going to watch this and I'm going to watch it all the way through. Because I was praying to the Father for the truth, the whole truth. I kept praying and praying and praying. I prayed and prayed. And my suggestions in my YouTube thing, whatever, popped out 75 Bible verses that prove the earth is flat. And so I watched it all, and then by the time I was done, I was awake. But it gave me an ambition to learn the Bible. When I started learning conflict resolution in the Bible and what Yeshua really teaches, the red words, it's easy to apply the common law if you follow the red words. It's easy to apply it. So, anyways, once I learned, Matthew, and I was always learning the common law with Carl Lentz for years. 10 hours a day, I'd listen to him do all those 500 shows or something that he did. And then I didn't find out about UR law and contract law until, after I had had a pretty good understanding of, what Yeshua taught. And the contract just makes perfect sense. If you understand that they're running the world off of paper, all these corporations, they exist on paper and they're all actors. That's why they have presidents and CEOs and all these titles and stuff. They don't call them man or woman, they call them titles. They have all type titles.
That's why they have Mr. and Mrs. and
Yeah, I can't accept that wonderful title, because I'm not the head of my family. So, I'm like the first son. But yeah, that title's no good, Mister. That's not a good title. Means that you basically agree with their legal system. Because anytime you take on a title other than that of man, you diminish your capacity, your authority. You're diminishing your authority.
Yeah, unmute Demic or we're riot. Oh, there's no mods here. Sorry, Demic. You got to stop spurging out, bro.
I think everybody does it, man. So you got to release some of that pressure that's upon you.
Unleash the fury.
I mean, I have a hunger to teach people just the stupid contracts so they can just quit having fear of the legal society. If they control you, then you got to question where your covenant lies. If you can let a piece of paper affect your life, when there ain't even a man's signature on the page or his autograph, nothing, no wet ink. This is how they control this country. Yeah, it's all fictional. And they love living that world, man. All they have to do is put on funny costumes, dress up nice, clean up, wear costumes, wear dresses, and look pretty, put on a bunch of makeup, and not have to work. They just take advantage of the weak. Yeah. And the MO, as Yeshua described them as, watch for those that are stealing widows' houses. So it's funny. The marshals, when Carl Lentz was fighting Alabama for the custody of his children, right, for years, Carl Lentz finally figured it out. A judge gave him the secret, told him to start your own case against them and start, using your law instead of their law. Just Carl Lentz started doing it, but they sent federal marshals to talk to him because he was literally going to shut down the state of Alabama with 8 words. And they were pretty terrified that he was going to do it. But he chose to be, he wanted more witnesses. They threatened him, said, if you ever come back to Alabama, we're going to put you in jail and throw away the key. And he said, look, that's fine. He didn't even know the internet was going to be invented or whatever created. He told them, don't worry, I'll come back with 100,000, see if you can throw us all behind bars. And that was his journey, and his journey to teaching people the truth about the law. And it's very simple. If you realize that it's unspoken, everybody knows it. I mean, it's not complicated. Did I hurt somebody? Yes or no? Can I pay the debt right here, right now? Oh, nobody's here? Nobody's saying I did damages? I owe a debt? Okay, I gotta go. Have a nice day. Put it on paper. You know, write it very simple. Is there a man or woman here claiming I do it? You owe a debt, yes or no? If you have to put it in writing. You shouldn't even open your mouth in court. You should just, every time that man in a black robe, anyone addresses you, just hold up a sign that says, put it in writing. Trying to teach people this. Yeah.
But they're all too clever and intelligent for us. They all know better.
No, they don't have very good intentions for us. Just read the Georgia Guidestones, all right? I mean, if I got to point at something, I could say, well, they don't have the best of intentions for us. I mean, you want prima facie evidence, they probably don't like Yah, someone who has covenant with Yah. Probably going to be, trying to persecute you. So you might want to protect yourself. And I'll help. I'll help you out. There's a simple word program. You just put your name and your birthday and your mom and dad and when they were born, and it's got a flag on it. It's the David Windmiller flag. It was copyrighted just for this purpose, so that we could move about the earth with peace with our flag, with our vessel, and we're just a man who only wants the truth. That's it. No fiction, please. Leave me out of the fiction.
Right.
And claiming that authority, they have to protect your life now. They can't. Once you're alive and they discover that you're alive and you claim your age majority, now it turns the tables. Instead of them having absolute power because you're lost at sea, now all of a sudden you're alive and they have to protect you, bring you back to life. They have to, if you're in any kind of trouble, they have to protect you. It's different. A lot of people don't believe this part, they don't believe that it has anything. They just have to do the research themselves. Find out what the Universal Postal Union is. Find out what a contract is. I mean, these things are not that hard to study. UR Law is the best source. And yeah, you might have to sacrifice a few of your hours of labor to learn this knowledge, but you're talking about men that they listen to all the Carlins. They did so much studying to find this stuff. Even ex-lawyers are there. They wrote a lot of these contracts. They're no longer bar members. And they know how to write quite a contract. Yeah. And they don't like the Bar Association. But, I mean, I don't blame them for not naming themselves and stuff. But, yeah, they're at UR Law. They're just in the background. Just helping. It's a nonprofit, urlaw.org. I suggest every single man go and learn the law before they decide to start a community or anything. Do anything. You can't even walk around here without knowing the customs of this place. You may end up in the Gray Bar Motel for not taking your hands out of your pockets, by the way. Yeah, that one was a good one.
Hey, Democ's free.
DMOC?
How's it going, dude?
Do what?
How's it going, bud?
Oh, it's going all right. How you guys doing?
Good, man. I'm glad you've been free. No muting Democ.
Yeah, leave him alone, will you?
Dang it.
What?
Who muted you this time, bro?
It's always Jeremy.
Aw.
No, there's nothing new. I already know that. It's not. You don't got to be psychic. It's because I don't know, they like weird stuff and doing weird magical stuff like magic ether and magic mirages and magic MC squared and magic light speeds and all this magic that nobody can demonstrate. You know what I mean? There's too much magic in the world already. We need to just stick to unmagic shit. But I said all we need is two square blocks where the sides are perfectly able to touch and line up with each other, right? You go put these square wooden blocks on water. On spherical water, they'll never touch. They'll make a V between them. The top part will be wider away than the bottom part. This is what has to happen on a spherical surface. So if we could demonstrate anywhere where we can put two blocks of wood on any sort of liquid, right? And where it comes together, we're on a horizontal plane. If the blocks of liquid can never come together and they make a V, we're on a globe.
That sounds like
No
a good
money
experiment.
needed.
That sounds like a good experiment. Now you're thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my cereal box. So I'm trying to tell you, the two cereal box edges can't line up and touch on a sphere. Not possible. That's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
tell these guys. And it
we
doesn't
can
matter the
actually do
size
something
either.
like that.
Exactly. The micro and the macro of a sphere are the same fucking thing.
Yeah, I
Catch me
mean,
outside.
you can actually build something like that. Two different long pieces of. You can even use, you could use a lot of different materials.
Anything that floats,
Anything
baby,
that
wood.
floated. Yeah, you could use styrofoam for fuck's sakes.
Yep,
But
that's the first thing I used to see. That's the first thing I did it with on all the water. And they all come together perfectly. Perfect.
yeah, but you got to talk about 2 miles or something of this stuff, like 1 mile sections. And then if they don't meet exactly in the middle, yeah, you'd have no radius.
No, you don't understand. I'm talking about right now, everywhere, in every mud puddle, lake, pond, river. You don't need no distance at all.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
already know
No.
water scales. It doesn't change it when you get like more of it.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter how much you have. So you
Right.
can use a mud puddle. You don't need a mile.
Yeah,
You
I've
can
been
use a little
saying
bitty amount. Yeah.
water's level forever. It doesn't matter how
100%.
much you got.
Yeah, you can get far away and do it, but it's not going to help you. You want to see him touch or not. That's all you want to do. You can't have the blocks a mile away and expect them to touch. That's not going to happen.
We
You throw
need
them
is
out
like
there,
an A, B, and C observer,
they shouldn't
and
touch in the mud puddle outside your house,
building
buddy.
at the same time to prove there's no curvature because you're gonna all see a flat, level horizon.
No, you just go throw 2 blocks of wood in any water and see if they can touch. Put them together. If they can touch and you leave your fingers off of them, and yeah, you're good to go.
Yeah, that sounds like. I mean,
I mean, even in a cup of water, your ice cubes.
this.
Any perfect square in any amount of water, they say that even a cup of water is supposed to have a meniscus, right? Or a bulge or a hump. So, yeah, there's no way. There's no way that 2 spheres on any amount of water, the water puddle out here, a mud puddle, my bathtub, the sink, every portion of water, the toilet, every portion should be spherical, no matter where you at, no matter where you are, no matter who you are, no matter where you're at. And if you put the blocks together and just sit them there and like touch them together, let them go, they should make a V. The 2 corners can touch on the bottom, but not the top 2 corners. Yeah.
Doesn't surface tension comes into play though, doesn't it? Which is why you have water boatmen, which can float on the top surface of water.
On a sphere of water?
No, on water.
I gotta go.
Like
I'm
a
tired.
lake.
I gotta get
You
some
have
rest.
water boatmen which don't penetrate and
later.
sink because of the surface tension of water.
I know. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, see? And maybe that's what creates a lot of these other weird things.
Well, I'm just trying to say, like, there's no sphere I've ever seen, not a solid one, not a liquid one. Like, you can't put 2 squares together on it. The bottom corners can touch, but not the whole lined up edges. It would be a V between all of them. You would have to. The most perfect construction in the world would be a V between the 2 buildings. You understand this, right? How come
Say
we
that
can't
again.
do this? How come our buildings aren't made like that if we live on a sphere? How come they
Oh,
all look
right.
like they're on a flat horizontal plane?
Because they're on a flat horizontal plane.
Oh, okay. Okay. How come we don't make our buildings like the Leaning Tower of Pisa away from each other? And shouldn't they all look like that going away from each other?
Yeah, but the Earth's too big at this scale, and then it's too small at that scale, so that's why.
Yeah, right. If it's too big, that means you'd see a big ass V. You'd see a big Leaning Tower of Pisa to the left and to the right between any two buildings that are in your block or any houses or anything that are actually on a sphere based right. Like, because gravity, right? You don't need to level them out because gravity, right? Why would you need to level everything out if gravity on a sphere?
Gravity just levels everything out, bro. Didn't you know that?
No, we level everything out.
Don't you have an auto gravity to level everything out?
No, we level everything out. I'm
Oh,
saying,
yeah,
why
I'm
do we
just
level
being,
the ground?
I'm
Hold
being
on. Why do
facetious. Instead
I
of an
know,
auto
but
level, we should call it an
I
auto
know.
gravity.
Right. Why do we level the ground? We don't need to. Gravity should keep everything on the sphere perfectly. What's going on there?
Well, I've got a bucket of gravity, and I threw it around, and it leveled everything.
Right. Yeah, 100%. It made it all horizontal. Yeah. Horizontal doesn't work with gravity, guys. Do you know that? Horizontal doesn't work with gravity. You'd have people flying into buildings instead of going to the ground at diagonal angles and just weird, like, no, what? No, no. Gravity and horizontal don't get along at all. None. Not even an inkling, not even a pin dot. So what's all this magic 9.8 magic garbage about? And how many people have measured it themselves and measured all objects and measured the rate they fall and dropped them at all different, like, nobody?
Helium does what?
Helium did what to who?
What the juice?
What, the temperature change? The helium's going down, Batman. Oh, look, now it's rising.
Oh,
We better
wow.
go tell Gotham City.
It's like gases use temperature in order to move, entropy. Oh, wow. This is so difficult. Thermodynamics, people, temperature. That stuff doesn't apply. Burp, 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 burp. Now we can all go and have a pizza party. We figured it out.
No, it's because I solved the riddle of the pareidolia, the double slit experiment, and nobody likes it. They want their magic to be true. Yeah, they get mad because I told them, light spreads from the source out. We know that. So if there was a little photon that you can't even see that's so small, it's like smaller than the smallest dot you could imagine on the wall, and they think a human's going to see the little individual photons, that would be impossible. So a human couldn't see anything but the design he sees on the wall, correct? Correct.
They'd have to make that stream a lot more narrow in order to make it accurate. Right?
It doesn't matter what they do. Listen, you can put hairs through there, right? And when you get done, you're gonna have mustaches. I mean,
What, like Tom Selleck? A Tom Selleck mustache? You need a real man mustache. Waves and photons. Light is a wave, but then it's a photon. It's whatever you want it to be. It's gender fluid. It's a spectrum. It's whatever you want it to be. It's funny. Oh my goodness.
Take an eyedropper and I drip it, and you're a little microscopic thing. That's an ocean or a lake to you or something like that, right? That
Right.
drop. So now if I put all the drops together, they make a wave or an ocean, just like they would with the little one. Micro, macro, it's the same thing. You're going to get
Yeah.
the same physical attribute. Now, if I put a whole bunch of these little dots on the wall and they're so little, you can barely even see them. And by the time a million of them get there and they spread out, you know, like you're going to look at it and be like, I see a design of a cartoon rabbit. I don't see little dot to dots because you're too far away. Now you get up close or you look through a microscope, lo and behold, they're separated still. Did they do that because you're looking through the micro? They just separate while you're looking? No, no. That's what things are like. You know, if you're not small enough to fill in the gap, your eyes are going to fill in the gap. You have pareidolia, right? Plus you have blurred vision. Plus everything blends in there. The inverse square. So the inverse square law, pareidolia, and light widening. That's all you need. Double slit explain. Oh, and ignorance of a human who
What?
thinks they want to add magic. Ignorance of a fucking guy who said, I think those photons are wiggling when I look at them, but they're sitting still when I don't. Get the fuck out of here.
How did they get that it was a photon and it's a wave? I mean,
Because they're retarded. Because we're dealing with retards. Every time you have an action or a reaction from something, not people in the room, I'm talking about old people way back when who didn't know what they were doing. They just clearly didn't know. So why do we keep using their stuff when they didn't know what they were talking about? And it's garbage. It's trash. It's just trash goofiness. But yet we got string theory still people talk about. We have the double slit people talk about like they're too dumb to understand that. Like,
what
come
about
on,
the
man.
measurement problem or the observer problem?
The what?
The observer problem, right? So there's and we know this is probably nonsense, but there was a guy. He was some, I don't know, physics guy, BBC, and he said that atoms don't exist unless being observed. He said when they put a camera down an electron microscope, everything's kind of spread out and flat until somebody looks, and then suddenly they pull together into these blobs, which are called
That's what I'm trying
atoms.
to tell you. You can't see an electron. What's it look like? How big is it? That's absurd. What's seeing an electron? Nothing. You can't see a fucking electron.
It's a blob. Have you seen the real pictures of atoms? Hold on, let me find it for you. Well, what they're telling us is, you know, because it isn't like the nucleus with the photons and neutrons and that. It's like a blob. It's strange. Found a high res. Where's that image of it? Yeah, this is what they think they look like. Highest res photo of atoms. Sure, they looked weird and blobby when I looked at them last time. And I'll find
You
that.
can't see a buckyball. You can't see none of that shit. They have to show you it on the screen.
Let me find that thing where he's saying this.
And what are they looking at, really? Are they looking at the glass, the material, the way the particles of the glass were formed and made? Is the shite like what are we really looking at? Do we know it's a photon, or do we know it's a fucking an inconsistency with the making of the fucking material or the glass itself, or the way shit shines through them? Like, how the fuck do we know? How do we know magnifying light's not going to show you the little dots of glass that's shining through? And that's what we're looking at.
And here's another thing. Have you heard of quantum mesh? So I'm watching one of these, you know, things, and they were talking about how when they zoomed in, there was a point at which they couldn't go any further because of this quantum mesh. And you know, they showed this little graphic in that, and it came to my mind, I don't know, a year or two ago, and I'm like, oh, that was interesting. I tried looking for it, and I can't find anything on it. So I have no idea why this, you know, program was talking about it, because
you can't zoom into anything anyway.
Well, I'm just using their.
Listen to what I'm saying. Like if I have a fly, you can't zoom into the fly. You can only put a certain amount of shit on the screen that you can see through, and you can see that. That's the fucking mesh problem right there, buddy. You got to have it flat. You're not seeing into a cave. You're not seeing into an object or a body. You understand what I'm saying? You're not seeing into a cell. You're seeing the front base of the fucking cell, and you're going to make it wider and wider and wider until it's going to mesh on your screen.
Look at
You
that.
see what
Jesse
I'm saying?
said the building would appear below him, but that's exactly what he observed. The building was below. He's just wrecked himself.
Somebody the other day was trying to act weird about the mirror. They were like, when you look in the mirror and it's first the other way. I was like, sure. They was like, why isn't it flipped to top and bottom? I said, because it's not really flipped. The mirror's showing you that the exact image. The only thing in the mirror that's flipped is you. You're looking at your exact image from your eyeball sight, looking the other way. So
Right,
the mirror is showing you the exact of what the fuck you're seeing. Left side of the room, left side of the room, right side of the room, right side of the room. Left side of you, left side of you, right side of you, right side of you. The mirror is showing that correctly. Ceiling and floor shown correctly.
Right at the source matter as such. All matter originates and exists only by virtue of a force which brings the particle of an atom.
Right, it's this one. Hold on.
Consciousness, mind, emerged, came out. How is it unconscious?
Right, I'll time. It's not long. It's like 30 seconds, right? So, yeah, watch this, and he's explaining this thing. I don't think I explained it well. Just so that, we understand that what they're saying, their concepts.
And this is different than the double slit. Like how?
Yeah, this is the observer thing. Just give it a little look. It's 30 seconds.
Hold on a second. It's the observer thing. It's not the double slit.
No, it's the observer problem.
Okay, observer problem. I just want to get that right.
There were two of these little videos, 10 minutes each, and yeah, you got to do a lot of homework to understand each point being made. Not that it's right or wrong or true or whatever, just to grasp where they're coming from. Interesting stuff. I like interesting ideas. Giving my brain a little kick. That's what it is to be intelligent, entertaining ideas without agreeing to them.
He said it only appears if you measure it.
Right.
Now hold on. Leprechaun, hold on a minute. Leprechauns only appear if I measure them too.
Hey, look, don't start on my leprechaun friends, all right?
No, I'm just saying. Look, Pop.
Uh-oh, he's in trouble. Let me listen to it again as well, so.
Of the brain can ever give rise to something as immaterial as an experience.
If you want to see fear in a quantum physicist's eyes, just mention the words and measurement. The measurement problem is this: an atom only appears in a particular place if you measure it. In other words, an atom is spread out all over them until a conscious observer decides to look at it. So the act of measurement or observation creates the entire universe.
How weird is that? The act of observation creates the atoms. Otherwise, they're just spread out everywhere. He uses the term observation and measurement interchangeably. What do you think of that, though? It's interesting, right? A conscious observer creates the atoms. Otherwise, they're spread out everywhere.
You mean your eyeballs? You know your eyeballs supposedly have cones and rods, right? Would that be close to an atom or a proton or a neutron or an electron or the stuff you're observing?
Yeah, but what he's saying there is that atoms don't form into those little balls unless they're being observed by somebody who is conscious.
A tree isn't there until you look at it being a tree. When you look away from the tree, it's not there. What are
Yeah,
they
but the
saying?
tree's
What
not
does that even
spread
mean?
out
No, we're
everywhere.
talking about these dudes are slow. Just listen to that. Listen, imaginary things aren't on the paper until I look at it.
No, they're saying that.
Yeah, no, listen.
No,
Hold on. I
no,
know.
listen. Right,
You
they're
have
saying
to
that
understand what I'm
atoms
saying, bro.
exist.
Listen, my paper is blank, right? It's
No,
blank.
they're not. They're
Stop.
not
You
saying
can't
it's
see nothing
not
on my
there.
paper.
Well, hold on. They're not saying it's not there and then it is there. They're saying that it's in one form, and then when it's observed by the conscious, it changes form.
What does?
Atoms, they change form when observed
Where? I got
by.
a piece of paper right in my hand. If everything in the world is
It's
made,
off your piece of
hold on, please.
Motherfuckers talk
I'm
about that
breaking it down.
goddamn motherfucking double
I'm
slip
trying to break it
motherfucker.
down. If atoms are making everything up, right? Not just atoms imaginarily, correct? They make everything up, right? That means everything would have to follow that law of what you're talking about, from you to the piece of paper in your hand. So you don't exist here until you look at yourself. You understand how crazy that sounds, right? That doesn't
Well,
make
we
any
have
fucking sense.
consciousness surrounding us.
No.
We're held in by our
Consciousness
consciousness. Our
consciousness
consciousness
is you
is
being
our
out of your mama.
spacesuit. That's how it works, Demo. Our
No.
consciousness is our
Consciousness isn't
spacesuit.
looking at paper. Consciousness is not looking at paper or looking through a fucking plastic tube. Consciousness is taking air in, electrical continuity, and being alive.
Our electrical consciousness gives us a field which supports who we are in the physical.
It's not us making it up through our electrical eyeball.
That's how it works. It's our consciousness.
So we're not looking at anything going on. We're just looking at our sight. And then when we get cataracts, now what kind of fucking shit are we seeing? What kind of protons?
Well, cataracts is
I wonder what happens then when we notice the cataracts.
Well, cataracts
What
is just
happens to the
covering up the
protons
lens.
then?
It's like putting an eye patch
I'm
on.
saying, how do we know the doctor who first seen this shit didn't have cataracts?
Because your
How do we know the guy
consciousness
didn't have an eye
exists.
problem? I've never
Eyesight
seen
is
this shit.
one of the five senses, right? So eyesight is one of five senses, but you've still got your consciousness, even if you didn't have your senses. Your consciousness will still exist.
Yeah, people in a jail cell with you for 20 years who are sitting in solitary confinement will be your best friend and be talking to you for 5 of the years. And then on the next 15, they talk to themselves and won't talk to you anymore. Who are they talking to? Protons and photons that they see because they exist only when they look? No. People are fucking insane. Why are we acting like people aren't insane?
Because there's a reciprocal nature between the electric self and the universe.
No.
It works practically.
Listen, I understand what you're trying to comprehend or figure out or make like majestically magical, but you don't have to. You came out of your mom and dad, not a proton, dude. Not like
Yeah,
that.
but they came
And
out of
it's
a
not.
proton.
Hold on, you got eyeballs and you have all this shit in the way, and you're saying, "What am I looking at? I must be looking at a photon." How do you know that?
Well, it's not about whether you're looking at things, because again, these things are in the microscopic realm, right? The quantum verse. So again, like they have to be observed with electron microscopes, right? We know microscopes.
What's the frame rate of your eyeball?
Well, again, we know microscopes are a thing that magnify small
So
things,
are your
right?
eyeballs.
And we know that electron microscopes magnify even more, right? We can agree to this. Telescopes allow us to see further. Microscopes allow us to zoom in, right?
How far can you zoom into a computer screen, bro? What's it going to
Depends
show
how
you?
I can bring it close to my face.
No. Without the computer screen, now what can we look at really close? And then how big is it? You bring it close and you see the front base of it. A computer screen is showing you garbage.
I can see all the little squares.
You see little squares. So if I put a circle object there, you see squares all over the object?
Yeah, because everything is made up of the squares.
What the fuck?
Well, a CRT television uses
You don't
dots to form
understand
the
that your
picture.
screen is made of squares?
Yeah, the picture is made of squares, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's what you're looking at. You're
Yeah,
not looking
squares.
at. No, you're not. The screen is what you're looking at.
Yeah, but
Screen of squares,
I'm
not
saying there's
reality
a
of
mesh
squares.
of squares. There's a mesh of squares which form the image, right?
outside is not made of squares. So
So
what I'm trying to tell you,
each
the leaf is not made of squares, dude.
each one of these little squares is like an atom which forms the whole.
Where? Where at? On a computer screen?
Yeah, if you look closely, whether it's LED or LCD, you'll see
Oh my
the
god.
mesh.
Oh my god.
Because the
It's a
computer
computer
has
screen, bro.
the computer has instructions where to put each dot to form the picture. It's a jigsaw puzzle, and that's why you have refresh rates in FPS.
What do you need that for if you have the stuff?
Because, well, again, it's because things move, things do stuff, and it has to calculate all of that. That's what your graphics cards do and your processors. Oh no, he's gone. I wrecked him. Oh, he's back. Boomer moment. Oh my goodness. Hold on, let me show you. Let me show you a video. Because your old eyes probably can't see it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. When you look through spectacles, you're going to see what the spectacles show you. If I put on your glasses, somebody else's glasses, reading glasses, other glasses, if I put my eye through the electron microscope, it's going to be different, or the telescope, or the binoculars. Like any lens that you put in the way of your eye, any eye that doesn't work accordingly, like everyone's eye. So, like, what we're saying is that every human is going to notice the same thing when you no.
All right, hold on.
What we need to look at is an object and see if it really has, zoom in the best way we can without any help,
Oh my.
right, of any goofy shit in the way, right?
Right, hold on. Let me find this for you. Just so that you know. Here we go. Right. So
You need
I'm
to
going to
take
post
out the
an image.
squares. Have an AI program take the squares out. Just take
Can
them
you
all
see?
out.
Can you see the image that I posted? Right. There's a TV. There's a CRT. There's an LCD, and so as you can see, that is what the picture is made up of. All these little lines and dots, and that's why you have
So is
1080.
that your particle, your wave, and your atom, and your proton?
Yeah, that's what your picture's made up of, right? So basically,
Colors of
this
yellow
is
circles that are flat.
this is where in YouTube, you have 144p, you have 240p, 480p, 720p, 1080p, and so on, 2K, 4K, right? Because it depends
Separated
how
light.
many dots form the image, right? That's why you have 8 megapixels
light.
and 64 megapixel. You understand?
No.
Yeah.
If I take a prism and separate a prism on the thing, it's not. That's just a rainbow.
No. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. That when you see an image, right, it's formed of these dots.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. You complete donkey.
Because you laugh doesn't mean apples are made of dots.
It does. Your screen, your
You know, you're not
CRT.
making any sense. No.
You don't make any sense.
Dude, you're looking through a fucking computer screen. The computer. You're not making any sense, buddy. The computer screen is what you're looking at. You're not looking at life. You're talking about what a computer screen's doing when you look through a computer screen and the lens and the variance of what all that computer does in the way of you even seeing the real object. When I look outside, I don't see anything in dots and squares. You'll never convince me of that. That's the most funniest. No
I'm
way.
just talking about technology, bro.
What's that got to do with reality?
Well, reality is technology. We are the
No.
technological machine that interacts with it.
No, reality is not technology like what you're saying. Reality is not looking through cartoon screens and that being reality. That's not true.
Well, I'm not sure. I feel I'm living in a cartoon when I'm around globies.
Well, I mean, they make you feel that way, and we could put a metaverse, metabunk, whatever thing on our head, and we could see some crazy shit. But that's not reality.
What do you think reality is?
I don't think it's made of those little dots and shit like a TV screen or a computer screen. Not at all.
You don't believe in muons and tauons and Higgs boson?
Nah, I don't believe in none of that, dude. It's all garbage. None of that's. Does any of that look like a grain of sand to you? A grain of sand is the smallest piece of sand. It's not a gluon. It's not a proton. It's a particle of sand or a grain of sand, a piece of sand. Now, when these dudes get magical on you, they can keep it and put it in their pocket because they can't prove anything other than a computer screen they're looking at through glass and through meshed computering. It's a computer gridded image. That's all a computer can do. That's
Yeah,
why
if
they're
we
going to show
if
you.
we
Hold on.
wanted
That's
to,
why they convince you. This is literally how they can convince you that a sphere has flat edges because of a squared off computer screen.
well, that's why you interact with things the way that we do through the five sense
You
reality.
know,
We're tricked all the
that's
time.
not a computer, though. I'm not trying to cut you off, but this is not a computer. My eyeballs don't interact with anything like that computer screen at all.
Oh
None.
no, that's all ones and zeros.
That's
That's
what
all
I'm saying.
binary.
No, it's none of that. It's none of that shit. You've been fed a lot of fucking stories on top of stories on top of stories on top of. Listen, if you and I can't make up the same story that's better today and get just as much money as the other guys for just making shit up we can't prove, where does that leave us? Like, why haven't we got paid? Everybody that just makes something up can get paid for it. That's just crazy to me. They don't have to prove it. They don't have to prove themselves right. Everybody just takes an acknowledgement of half-ass stories. Like, oh, yeah, that's what our eyes are doing because the computer screen looks like that. What? No. Hell no. All these things are the same thing. They're human incomprehension and pareidolia of the fucking brain. Because somebody wants to be the arbiter of magic or some weird shit if they can't explain it or they don't know what's going on. And then they want to confuse shit like, oh, look what happens on this computer screen. That's what we see. No, Bob, those squares aren't in your eyesight. Oh, damn. Time to go back to the chalkboard. And they don't want to. They don't want to go back. They've already spent billions of dollars and convinced everybody this shit was real shit.
But
Why would they go back?
You do acknowledge that your computer screen is made up of dots.
I'm not acknowledging any of that shit.
What?
None of it. None of it.
It's technology, bro.
Your computer screen is made of pieces of sand that were melted into a liquid.
That's
It's magic,
silicon.
Today-Mark, it's all magic. You have to
Yeah.
understand.
No, melted sand isn't magic. These
Magic.
are physics.
It's all
You have
magic.
magic globes and magic gravity that you can't
No,
demonstrate.
you don't know shit,
Can
Daymark.
I ask you a question? Why do
No.
you got to level things out to prove round gravity?
Daymark, why do you have to not? You
So
don't
no
understand shit
answer.
about optics.
So you
I'm
don't
not
know
the-
anything.
You don't. Says the guy who doesn't
Optics
understand
are
the
you
basic
leveling out.
vision.
You're horizontaling out everything to be on a ball. Tell
What?
me about vision again.
Yeah, you don't understand shit about vision. So
Why
shut
are
the
your
fuck up.
cities made on a flat horizontal base and not rounded
Daymark.
and tilted towards or away?
Daymark has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Daymok has nothing to do with what you're talking about. What's
Yep.
Daymok? What's that mean?
Daymark. The Daymark means dumb shit, I think, in French.
That's what it means. That's a
Yeah.
cool word.
Yeah. I think it means dumb
Is that
shit.
Daymok science that you've been practicing for
I
globe?
think no. See,
How do you
whenever I say
demonstrate
Daymark,
Daymok globes?
Daymark globe. Well, Daymark is such a dumb fuck that he doesn't understand anything.
Well, he wants to understand fart
No, he
gases
doesn't.
being in a sphere.
No, he doesn't. He flunked
Is he
out of
swimming
5th
from
grade.
flat?
He flunked out of 5th grade. He hasn't done
So it's
science
5th
since
grade where they taught you how to make spherical gases?
in 5th grade is where they taught you basic science that you flunked.
Can you use time and space to make a spherical gas in a classroom, please? I'll give you a clock and I'll give you an area. The classroom. You have a clock on the wall. You have time and space. Now make some gas spheres for us, please.
I'll make the only way you can make
You don't need
gases
any
by
more than that,
farting.
do you?
The
Do
only way
need
you
more
can
than
make
time and
gases out
space
your
to bend and
ass.
warp stuff?
But then again, you talk out your ass too.
I'm wondering when time and space are bending and warping stuff in the gas sphere bubbles.
Again, since you're in 5th grade, the only way you can make gas is out your ass. But you talk out your ass too, so.
So the only way you can make sphere bubbles is not. You can't make.
With you in 5th grade, out your ass is the only thing.
So do you know what a sun's made out of? Can you make one of those, a little baby one?
Can you make anything other than gas out your ass?
Can you show us where the two cereal box can touch?
You're
Can you show us where
no.
the two buildings
I can't
can
show
touch?
you. I can't
How
show
come
you
two
anything
buildings
because you
can
have
touch
your
each
head
other
up
on a
your
globe?
ass.
How
I
come
can't
it's
show.
able for us
I can't
to
show you
make?
anything because you have your head firmly up your ass, dumbass.
How come it's so easy for us to make buildings touch each other everywhere on a globe for
Well,
millions of miles?
stop touching yourself. That's the problem. You should
A
stop touching
million
yourself.
miles
And
straight,
actually,
you can
you
make
should
all
stop touching
buildings
yourself.
horizontal touch each other.
You know, it's
How is
weird.
that on a
It's
ball?
strange to hear
You should stop touching yourself.
Demok being the behaved one between the two of these.
Damok's being the behaved one? No, I'm just playing Damok back to Damok. That's
Not
all.
funny though.
Yeah,
Anyway,
you see, the only way to talk to
continue.
Damok is to Damok back.
Karen and Nancy, let's hear it. Karen and Nancy.
I just want to hear how two cereal boxes can touch each other.
Hell,
Oh,
shit, fuck, goddammit, shit.
What's a cereal box look like on a ball tilted away from the other cereal box? 1 mile. This is so complex math, isn't it? So hard. Who knew 2 square cereal boxes or 2 square cubes would just defeat the globe so good? And a glober couldn't demonstrate me to be wrong. Not with any sphere they go get. It's got to be a solid sphere, though, a smooth one. You know, a level one. One they like to boast on, brag upon. Can you show us where all your buildings and your squares touch on this cue ball I got here? I'll make a bigger one. We'll make a 10-foot cue ball, and we'll put little squares on it. See if we can make them touch.
Demok, we're looking for something like what I posted in the live stream text just now, just on a macro scale, right? See how the buildings are tilting as the thing curves? Something like this, just on a bigger scale. That's what we should see at some point. You see that?
%. That's exactly what we should see.
Yeah, bro. So y'all be like, oh, it's a cereal box bullshit. We'll see the building on the right there, that tall black building on the right. See how you could say that's a cereal box or a building or whatever the fuck is rectangular standing up. See how it bends at some point? See how they're starting to tilt at some point, at any point ever?
Away from each other?
We never see that with landmarks, with mountains, with nothing. Like, so that's, yeah. I feel like that's what you've been talking about, Demok.
100,000,000%. And see, it only takes 1 mile, a little canal, just 1 mile of anything. And you just show us what it looks like. And then we'll take it a mile away from ourselves. We'll look at the side view, front view, another side view, in front.
Bro, if you can show me this happening at any rate anywhere on the earth, I'd love to see it. Show me this.
The cereal box should tilt. The cereal box is only 12 inches tall and 8 inches wide.
Well, whatever.
Correct?
I mean, just look at see the buildings.
So,
it's if people can't see with that fucking GIF right there, we're done here. You know what I mean? Like they're hopeless.
And if the earth is so big, a little cereal box should show you something drastic. It should drop 8 inches and tilt 8 inches while the bottom of it is touching the sphere, not floating out in space. Whatever globers keep taking a cereal box and running back in their yard with it away from the ball. I don't know how that works. And they're keeping it horizontal. Horizontal ball squares don't exist on a ball. How in the hell? So we just need a perfect cereal box, right? The one you start with. That's the only one that can be horizontal, the one you start with, the top of it. And then we need the other one. I just want to see what it looks like. Like they have math on their side, they have Google, they have protractors, they have arc angles, they have theodolites, they have all this shit, but they don't know what a cereal box would look like, dropped and tilted. None of them have ever done this for themselves. It's just weird. You'd think a surveyor would have all this shit already done, already ready, like a part of his stuff. Like, well, here, I got this, and this, and this. Makes my job so much easier. I know when this cereal box looks this way, that's already this much past the curb. That's already 1 mile away, no matter what I do. I ain't even got to measure it. Just get this far away. As soon as I see that angle, boom, I'm 1 mile away. Where's that at on the globe? Yeah. A certain degree of tilt should be a certain degree of feet away, not miles. A 69 degrees is 1 mile. 69 degrees is one little black dot mark on a ball, on a sphere. Like, so I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. 69, like the whole 69 miles is a hell of a drop. You wouldn't even know the cereal box would be gone. Way gone. Not just tilted. It'd be gone. Like what just that's yeah. When they say 1 degree of tilt on a ball, they mean the thing has to drop and tilt 69 miles away. That's 1 degree. The whole 69 miles. Not a piece of it, not the end of it. The whole patch is 1 degree. To a little bitty human. You guys ever seen 69 miles? So you guys can't even notice a degree of the earth, could you? You could never even notice 1 degree of it. Poor little saps. "69 miles is 1 degree, but the boat's gone." And how many? 6 miles. Disappeared and gone. It's not tilted at all, guys. It's not 1 degree of tilt on that boat, but it's gone. Out of your view. Gone. Done. Around a curve. But not 1 degree of tilt, guys. At 6 miles. Somewhere the math isn't right. You should also see when someone goes around the curve, past the curve of the earth, and they release a balloon, you wouldn't be able to see it. You would not be able to see it ever. It would go horizontally to space. You would never, ever be able to see it as the observer on the beach. So you get your helium balloon and stand in the water, send your friend about 10, 20, whatever miles away, have a guy in a helicopter above you or your drone with a camera, and have him, when he's over there past the curve, let him go a little farther. Say, raise your balloon up, little Billy, Bob, Scotty, Joe, Jimmy. And he'll raise his balloon up, and you raise yours up. And when the drone sees both of your balloon go up at the same rate, and it can see it, which should not be possible, what's going on there? You shouldn't be able to see both balloons. Not unless the drone is looking forward and down at 33 degrees, watching the balloon go horizontally to space, away that way. You should never see the balloon go vertical. Not on a sphere. So that's an easy test too. If your buddy's
Do
over
it.
the horizon,
Do it then.
do what?
Do an actual test for a change. Actually,
Everybody's
do
already
something.
done that. Everybody's already
Nobody.
raised balloons
They
up
have?
and let them go, and they see them. Where do you think a 1,000-mile hot air balloon show is? Where they got thousands of miles of hot air balloons every year.
Why do we
For
see
distances
further?
over miles and miles and
Why do
miles.
we?
What do you mean further?
Why do we see
We don't need
further?
further than thousands of miles. What are you talking about?
Why we don't see thousands of miles, but I mean,
Yeah, we do.
no, we don't.
The hot air balloons are thousands of miles apart from each other. They span the whole area. They cover the
You're
whole
on high
sky.
again. You're smoking something
Are
again.
you okay? You've never
No,
seen
you're
hot
not,
air
though.
balloons? A whole
You
million
haven't.
of them?
Again, why
You
do we
haven't?
see further? But when on the Earth,
What are you
if you're
talking
standing on
about?
if you're standing on the
Listen.
surface, you see about 3 miles. But from a hot air
Hot
balloon,
air balloons.
From a hot air balloon up high, you see further. Why is that?
Hot air balloons. Why would you see one raise on the other side of the curve? Draw me that.
Huh. If you can't
Draw
figure that
that
out,
for me real quick.
if you
You
can't
don't
figure
know?
that, if you can't figure
You
that,
don't
I don't
know
have
anything about a
I don't have
sphere,
any
do you?
crayons. I don't have
I
any
don't
crayons here
recommend
for
you
you.
learn anytime soon how a
I
sphere
don't
works
have any
either, huh?
crayons. You only understand drawings and
So you
crayons, and
don't
I
know.
don't have any. I do know, but explaining it to you
Well,
is
I'm waiting
impossible
for you
because
to
I don't have
draw.
crayons. I don't have
I'm
any
waiting.
crayons, Daymok.
I'm
You
waiting
only
for you to
understand
show all the Globers that your
you only
IQ is really
understand
high,
you only
and then
understand
you know
crayon
what you're
drawings,
talking about,
Daymok. Daymok,
and
you
that
only
someone
understand
from
crayon drawings. I don't have any
Guys,
crayons.
guys, one at a time, please. This is very unpleasant to listen to,
I'm
and let's not
trying, but
personally attack each other. That's just not
I didn't do
interesting
that.
for
I just
anyone.
need 2 balloons, dude. 2 balloons in the sky. The Globers haven't done it, and they won't do it. Do you know why?
Why don't you do it, Daymok?
Do you know why the Globers won't do it?
Because it's a dumb
Because they're
experiment.
afraid.
No, it's a dumb experiment. That's why.
Because they're afraid that you're going to
No,
see the
it's because
balloons go
it's a dumb
vertical.
experiment.
All the balloons will come up vertical. They'll never ever show you anything but balloons going up vertical, no matter how far the guy away is. Isn't that weird? You can't even make 2 blocks of wood not touch in water. You can't make them make that V, can you? Globe water. Just show us globe water real quick. Go to your bathtub, turn your camera on, and put 2 wooden squares in there. And when they touch the fucking edges perfectly, welcome to flat Earth.
You know, that kid in the background is making more sense than you.
Yeah, he likes globes.
Yeah, well, he should because he's smarter than you. Then he's also making more sense.
He likes magic. There'll be no physical demonstrations here. Look at paper and imagine numbers and imagine. I've already demonstrated how spheres look. You don't see the top of objects, and you won't see a balloon raise horizontally. Both balloons can't raise the same way at the same rate on a sphere once somebody's past the curve. There's no way for you to explain it or get out of it. And it's really cheap to do. It's free. No rockets needed. No liars needed. No liars were made in the demonstration of this flat horizon.
So if you've got cones and rods in the back of your eyes, doesn't that mean you see everything in dots and it's made up and it's upside down and it has to be converted and right side up? Right?
I don't know. That's weird. 3,000 years and they wanted to use sunlight and shit.
Demo. Jesse just debunked the globe. Woo!
Every time. He does every time. Every every time a glober has ever done any kind of globe thing, they debunk the globe. Kudos. This is why I got kicked out of 24/7, the Jim Panda room, because every time a glober did a test in there, I said, "You're the best flat earther ever." Every one of you guys, because all you guys are doing is showing how it's flat. There's no tilt, no curve, and everything's flat. Everything's vertical. It's so awesome. Why do you need to show such horizontal and verticalness when there's a sphere involved somewhere? You shouldn't. Crosshairs shouldn't even be in the thing. You shouldn't need a crosshair. Just line it up with the top of your circle. The top of your circle lens. Just draw a frown and line it up with the frown. You know what I mean? Curve your earth. It's a frown.
Geo. UAFK. Geo. Anyone here?
All sleeping.
Ah, Logran. Long time no see.
What's up, buddy?
Good to hear your voice, man. How you been?
Yeah, rocking and rolling, dude.
How's the situation over there? Across the pond?
Same old same. You try to, you know, keep your head down and hide from it all. And yeah, if I can keep sorting myself out, get some shekels, start my little self-sufficient. Huh?
I said, right on, brother. If I get some shekels in the crypto market, I'll send you a few. Get yourself
lad.
a
Yeah, I'm gonna
new computer.
get self-sufficient and just invite people, voluntarism, you know, and see where it goes from there. Really.
Are you
And
still making your art on the Minecraft?
yeah, I'm not doing so much of any of that at the moment. I'm got weird chemical changes and stuff, but yeah, at the moment my focus is on just keep fasting to help myself get right and do some remote work. And yeah, even if I don't do the rest of it, I just want to put some shekels towards it, you know, put it in kind of, I don't know, some sort of trust or something, so that, you know, whatever label you want to give us lot, you know, they can utilize that for that goal, that purpose.
You guys are in bad shape. I mean, we're all in bad shape, but they want to introduce that Bitcoin, that central bank digital fake crypto, and they had the balls to call it Bitcoin. Like, how dare you? How dare you call it that? Like a
Yeah,
rip of Bitcoin. It's like, no. Take that shit and get it. Don't even think about issuing that shit. But I know, obviously, that's their goal, to have everything monitored, every penny you spend be counted for, how you spend it. That's a scary situation. I don't like where it's heading, but I don't know the alternative, because our, like, my voice is just one in the woods, you know, like a tree falling in the woods, no one hears it. Only us, like the small group of people that already know what the hell's going on. It's not really reaching a critical mass. Unfortunately, right? They own all these avenues of information, and they choke it off. We've been choked off to one small corner of the internet with a few random people, and they let us have our little sandbox. Go play in your sandbox, this corner of the internet, and the rest of the world is living with their head up their ass.
So I'm hoping to get my own little sandbox so we can sit around the campfire, singing tunes and having fun.
Do you got a place like that, like a cottage?
Oh, that's what I'm aiming for. That's why I want to do some remote work and that, because I'm fairly good, you know, learning. I mean, programming's easy, and like minimum wage in programming is 60 to 80 grand a year, so it shouldn't be too difficult.
Oh, you know what you need to do is invent a meme coin. There was just a Pepe meme coin, and the people that got in early on it, they made millions of dollars. Like, there was one guy, he put $27 in, and it turned into like $6 million of value, and that was when Pepe coin was around 500 million. It got to 2 billion in market cap, so he was up to around, what would that be? Maybe eight, let me see, 18 or $24 million it was worth. It's like unfathomable that such a small amount could be worth so much. but he was one of the early wallets, probably the people who designed it.
That'd be cool.
I mean, you can only pull off so many meme coins. Like 3 of them have hit really big. There was Pepe, that was the most recent, and then there was Dogecoin was the first one, and there was a Shiba Inu, which is a ripoff of Doge, like a copycat. The dog on Doge is the mascot dog. He's a Shiba. That's the breed of dog. So they invented one, what they called it Shiba Inu, and that thing made billions of dollars. And now Pepe coin made billions of dollars.
Yeah, but isn't all that shit just money laundering? Because the Fed printed fucking like half of all money ever existed, so they had to take the extra money and fucking put it somewhere.
Well, I don't know about money laundering, but they manufactured this crypto into existence, and whoever manufactured it made a shit ton of money. It's not necessarily laundering, it's just innovation. Someone saying, you know what, I'm going to make this and see if anyone buys it. And
Yeah, but
people,
no one, like the money that went to buying this shit all came from a printing press, so no value was actually like
no,
contributed. Everyone
same,
else's value was split in half. Like their money was split in half. And the half
someone
that they didn't
inflated the
have went into
price.
these shit coins.
Someone inflated the price. It doesn't mean $2 billion of money went in, just it inflated the price, and whoever got in early, if they were to cash out, they could make a boatload and live well. No, not everyone's going to be able. There's not $2 billion of funds to cash out. It's just a random number. It's arbitrary because no one's going to cash out at the same time for the same price. When everyone runs for the door at the same time, not everyone can get out, and that's the thing with the market cap of these coins. You think like Bitcoin has a market cap, right? And it's in the many hundreds of billions of dollars. But let's say $5 billion tried to cash out of Bitcoin all at once, even that would crash the price. Even if that small amount relative to the whole market cap, it would completely throw it into a tailspin. It would destabilize so fast. So that's why everything's very controlled. Like the people cashing out, they have to tiptoe out. They tiptoe out so they don't collapse the whole house of cards.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. You have something that nobody uses for anything that somehow has a market cap of like billions of dollars.
Hundreds
And the
of
exact same time that you have this piece of shit that isn't useful for anything being worth billions of dollars, at the exact same time you have the Federal Reserve just so happen to be printing out billions of dollars for no reason. Don't you find that kind of fishy?
They can print as much as they want. They don't care about making cryptocurrency or whatever. They have an unlimited amount of fake money. They rule all the. It's not just when I say the Federal Reserve, I mean like all of them combined. Every country has a Federal Reserve, and they're all tied together as one octopus, this giant hydra. So the Fed is just the American branch, but even the European central bank is no different. It's tied at the hip. They're one. They work in tandem.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is you're seeing the price of some fucking random currency that no one ever used to trade anything ever going up at the exact same time you see every single central bank on the entire face of the fucking earth all printing out money at the same time. So
Well,
would it
that's
not
what
would you not fucking put 2 and 2 together and think, wow,
this is what
these
people
guys
think
are
of.
printing out billions. This piece of shit is somehow has a market cap of billions. Maybe the people who are printing it out are just shoving it into here, like to keep it out of our fuck, and then
Bitcoin's like
saying
$1
it's
trillion.
innovation when there clearly is no innovation. Like nothing's
Bitcoin
been
is like
done yet.
Bitcoin is like $1 trillion market cap. Just that one coin. It was up to it was up to over 2 trillion at its high. So right now it's around $1 trillion of market cap on Bitcoin. But the point being is people think that there's a finite amount of Bitcoin that will ever exist. There's only going to exist 21 million, and a lot of those have been lost. People have lost the keys to it. Like say you had it on a computer or a piece of paper and you lose the key to the Bitcoin, it's lost forever. You're fucked. So there's a lot of them that people have misplaced it. They're like, oh fuck, what did I do with that key? I can't get my Bitcoin. Lots of them are lost. So there's less than the 21 million, and the other 2 million or so have not been minted yet. They haven't been mined into existence. But that being said, the entire crypto market, I think, was a way to introduce us to get people used to the central bank digital currency. And how do you get people interested in cryptocurrency? You make it profitable. So the early adopters, even in these shit coins like a Shiba Inu or Dogecoin or whatever, people made boatloads of money. People see that, and then they get in. They come late to the game. They're like, "Oh, I want to get rich," and they're buying it too late. And all they're doing is pumping up the other people who bought it early in the Ponzi scheme. They're pumping up their wealth by coming in late and buying the shit.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though, is like basically you have these central banker guys, they tap the CIA and the NSA and they say, "Hey bud, how about you make a perfect fucking tracking system for us?" And the CIA is like, "Cool, we'll just name it CIA, but in Japanese, and say it was a dude instead of a corporation." And then people are like, "Oh shit, oh there's this new internet money given to us by fucking Satoshi, which is just CIA in Japanese." And then they're like, "Okay, like now the central banks have their new fucking platform." And they're like, "How are we going to get people over to this new platform?" "Oh, I have an idea. Let's fucking inflate the currency in half, make everyone's dollars worth half as much through inflation, take the other half, dump it into this shit fucking garbage tracking system so that everyone thinks it's popping off and it's an innovation, that it's just the fucking the goal of Adam Smith, the greatest fucking invention ever to fucking grace us on this planet." And then what they do after is then they're going to say, "Oh, we have too much inflation, we need to hike interest rates," and then just demolish all the fucking retail banks. And then all that's going to be left is Bitcoin and the super large banks. The super large banks are just going to fucking partner with the central banks and then partner with the fucking crypto firms, and then just it's just a win-win-win for them and a lose-lose-lose for us.
Hey, crypto talk, my favorite.
Anyway, that's probably what they're going to do, is crash it all and then introduce their shit, problem, reaction, solution. Like, "Oh, ours will not crash. You don't want to put your money in these unsafe private cryptos because they can crash like this." And that'll be their justification. And I'm sure they got a way to do it to like bring down the house of cards, but they're going to do it on their time when they're ready.
Dude, yeah, like think about the name that they give it. They call it a stable coin.
Yeah.
What is there an unstable? Is there something that's supposed to be unstable that this is supposed to be opposed to that? It's stable compared to that?
They don't like
Maybe
stable
fiat
coins.
dollars?
That's their main enemy, is the stable coin, because if you have, let's say, Tether or whatever, you can do what's called staking, and you can earn interest much higher than the bank is paying you. So say the bank pays you a 0.5% or even
That's what I'm
1%
saying,
interest.
though.
Now, if you have
They're
the
trying to destroy the retail banks.
let's
They're
say you have
consolidating.
$1,000 and you have it in the bank and you get 1%, or you could have the same $1,000 in stable coins, which you can cash out at any time for your $1,000, but you could earn 10% interest. They're worried that a lot of people are going to do that instead. Like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll pull my money from the bank, buy some stable coins, and make 10% interest. They don't want that. So all the companies like the larger crypto, like Coinbase, they're going after them for allowing staking rewards. They don't want you to do it,
That's what I'm
especially on
saying,
stable coins.
dude. That's what I'm saying, dude, is that the central banks, the Fed, want the CBDC. That's their goal. And
No
the
shit.
only thing in their way is actually the retail banks.
Nothing is in
By
their way.
giving us these good interest rate deals with these quote unquote hidden technologies or whatever they're fucking, however they fucking market it on YouTube as a fucking bullshit to us, is fucking
Dude,
garbage. They could have
there's
given us.
nothing
They
in
could have
their
no.
way.
We'll talk. Let me finish real quick. They could have given us that interest rate before. They just didn't, and now they're fucking using it as an excuse to basically outcompete the retail banks. And those guys could have been giving us
Don't
the fucking
compete.
interest rate the whole time.
they own these retail banks. They own JP Morgan. They own these banks. Like they're not separate entities. The same motherfuckers that print the money, they own majority share in all of these retail banks. They own it. They own all the media. They own these banks. When I say they own it, they might not own every last share, but they own a controlling share of all of them. It's not like they don't relinquish power. These are not competitors. It's a monopoly. So they ain't
It's a
competing with anyone.
sacrifice. It's a sacrifice they have to make. It's like if I have a bunch of soldiers and they're gonna die, but they take the hill, I'll let the soldiers die, just like the retail banks. You'll let the retail. They would. Okay, here's the thing, dude. They would easily give up all retail banks. They wouldn't bat an eye if it means they get their new fucking ultra security fucking crypto. Watch your fucking asshole as you take a shit every 2 minutes and have all your voice on record. They will fucking give up all the retail banks for that new system. I guarantee it. That's what they're doing.
They're not giving up anything. They own both of them. How are they giving up anything if they own them? They already own both.
You can't have
They're going to
retail.
own the replacement.
You can't have crypto and retail banks. The crypto is going to obviously outcompete the retail banks, right?
No,
so they're letting go of the retail banks, like the
you know
smaller
the percentage. Like there's I think less than 1% that own any significant amount of crypto. Like if you take all the crypto market cap, there's barely any of it owned by like normal people like us. Like if you combine us all together, we own just a fraction of the total market cap. 5-10%. Most of it's, they call them whales. These whale accounts are like, that's them. That's these motherfuckers. Like Michael Saylor, they call him a whale, but he's not one of the biggest ones. And these people that invented it, they locked it up. The early accounts, they're holding most of the fucking Bitcoins. So it's always going to be controlled by a few. We're playing a game, and they want us to come in and buy it now. You buy your fraction of a Bitcoin at what is it, $27,000 right now? So how much can you buy? Can you buy a Bitcoin?
Wolfgang, are you into FE? I guess
Yeah.
you are, right? Yeah. Okay. So,
I'm a
bro,
flat
how's
earther.
this article right now that I'm reading? It's from the Bank of International Settlements, and the article is called "Project Polaris: Secure and Resilient CBD System Offline and Online." As part of Project Polaris, the BIS Innovation Hub Nordic Center has published a comprehensive handbook exploring the key aspects. It's so funny, dude. They're just fucking throwing Polaris in now, like for real. You know what I mean?
I detect a Canadian accent.
I lived in Canada for 5 years.
I could tell. It rubbed off. I could tell. You gotta, because I'm in Michigan. I live right next door to Canada, and I can detect that accent.
Oh, yep. Yes, you, sir, are right there on the border.
I'm in
dude,
Detroit.
look at this. I just
They
put it
come
in.
across. They come across for the Wings games, eh? They adopted the Red Wings as their team, so they actually come and watch them. A lot of people from Windsor, they come over, and they're Wings fans.
Yeah, I'm not too much into sports. I know the Oilers are fucking supposed to be really good or whatever.
That's West Canada.
Yeah. Oh, Michigan's on East. Okay, I see.
Well, yeah, there's the Rangers, that's the New York Rangers, and then you got your you have your Maple Leafs, your Toronto Maple Leafs, right? And over here, the closest team that they could relate to is the Red Wings, because we're just across the river. So they get to see on the free television when it was before even cable, they'd watch the Red Wings because that was the close, and they would play other teams. But you want to watch hockey? Oh, the Wings game is on, and they've kind of grown a liking to the Red Wings as their hometown team, even though they don't live here. They've adopted them. So a lot of Canadians in Windsor like the Red Wings.
Dude, have you guys seen that Elon Musk's thing? He's calling it Truth GPT.
Oh, really? Is it some kind of
gosh.
Fuck, just like Trump and his Truth Social. This is fucking ridiculous.
Oh, it's so, dude, I looked it up yesterday. Here, I'll post the website.
Okay, well, let's ask it about the moon landing. If it's really a truth of GBT or whatever.
This thing is unbelievable. Like the wording of this. Okay, here I'll read it. What is Truth GPT? Discover the unbiased truth to any question that comes to your mind with Truth GPT. Truth GPT is a chatbot that was created. Truth GPT AI chatbot was created to provide unbiased truths as opposed to others that follow biased political agendas and hide sensitive information. Our belief is that all information should be easily accessible to the public in a completely transparent manner. This whole thing is like a crypto blockchain. There's a coin that's launched with it called Truth Coin.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'll post it.
This is funny. You know what? Let's truth bomb it. Let's test it for its accuracy.
Yeah, I want to ask it about fucking Neil Armstrong or whatever the fuck. About these fucking obvious fakers. I want to ask it about that.
Just the way they're using the word truth, just truth GPT. Like because I saw the reason I heard about this, I saw some like little thing where it was saying that like Elon Musk was like, he was saying that the chat GPT, it has like untruthful information. And so he's going to come through and save the day and launch the real truth AI or whatever. So yeah, this is like crazy that now they're trying to actually hijack like even the term truth. But like you said, yeah, they've got other stuff going on with it too.
Well, they like to take names like that, like truth, and even the name woke. We were talking about that earlier, how they co-opted that word, where woke used to mean like you were like red pilled, and now they've co-opted it to mean something else. It couldn't be further from the truth. You know what I mean? They destroyed the word, but it doesn't mean you should abandon it. But it is cringy to say, "Oh, you're not woke," and like it's so cringy now. It's like, oh, it's hard for me to do.
Dude, I just asked it, tell me about fake moon landings, and it's fucking buffering. It's buffering a lot.
Why even say fake? You know what I mean? Like see what it says. Like
you already downloaded it,
dude.
You already
I don't
got
know if it can answer this. It's like seriously buffering.
What did you do? You already downloaded the app?
It just said I can't do this. It can't do it. It can't fucking do it, dude.
Just start asking it like,
I'm screenshotting this, Gio.
What really happened at 9/11?
Gio, dude, it buffered for like way longer than it should have because I used the other one, the chat GBT. I'll tag you.
It's like, sorry, cannot answer this question.
I can't. No, it just said I can't do this, like as if it was like a girl or something, and we're on a date. Like,
well, at least it's honest. Like, yeah, it can't tell you about the fake moon landing. Sorry. That information is sensitive. Oh, does it say on our website that we're trying not to hide sensitive information? Well, yes. That was a lie.
your IP address is being tagged by the CIA.
I'm gonna ask it, what about brain chip mind control?
What really is in the jab?
Oh yeah,
that could be next.
It's Java juice.
Dude, this thing buffers.
But they might try to get like, just as more truth is kind of coming out and as they're being, called out in a way, it seems like they're going to probably try to co-opt it. They're going to build these networks like, oh, this is the real truth one. And then they can throw the other ones under the bus.
Dude, Gino, they always do. They have an official story, the official narrative, and then they have alternative official narratives like the architects and engineers for 9/11 truth. That's the other official narrative, the non-official official narrative. They have plan A, plan B, plan C.
It just said it can't do that either. Okay, I'm gonna ask it like a normie question, like tell me about social justice and see if it can.
How many
Well, it definitely will. That's what it's built for. Built for bullshit questions.
But it's fucking dumb. It's supposed to be called Truth Social, and it's just giving us the same old garbage. Come on.
Everything is an inversion, man. Everything is an inversion. Truth is nothing but lies, like to them. Like, don't expect any truth on their fake app.
We need a conspiracy GPT. Counter all the nonsense.
Right?
Whoever was talking is a genius.
That would be Mr. Logren. He is a genius. So what have you been up to, Gio? I haven't heard you for many, I don't know, a couple weeks at least.
Yeah, I'm doing good. I mean, I'm on the stream at least, every day for some part.
Oh, okay. I don't pop on Discord often anymore, but last
Yeah.
time we were on, some other guy was being like kind of obnoxious, and we kind of just said, "Okay, adios, man." I just bailed out.
Yeah. But yeah, man, I'm good. Yeah, the weather's turning here, which is awesome. Finally past the coldest months. So
Same here. I'm
Yeah.
growing plants like vegetables. I got them in these little cups, and I got like 14 cups with like different vegetables. I got tomatoes, different varieties, and some other. What do I get? Peppers, and habaneros and mild peppers. So that's going to be my project for the summer: peppers and tomatoes, and basil plant. I got
Nice.
just a little bit of greens to have. It's nice to have some vegetables that I can grow myself. I tried to grow some watermelon seeds; they wouldn't pop. I had them in there for 2 weeks, and they just wouldn't sprout. So it's going to be habaneros. I got those. I don't necessarily like the habaneros; they're a bit too hot. But I got some good mild peppers. They're just the right amount of heat.
Get some pickled gherkins.
Pickled what?
Gherkins. Pickled cabbage too.
Oh, you've got to do that part yourself. You got to pickle it. My friend's mom made these peppers. She took pickles, like cucumber slices and hot peppers, and she put them in a jar together, and the peppers became spicy. I mean, the pickles became spicy, and like other vegetables in there. It was like pretty nice. 'Cause I like to have that with a sandwich. Sometimes I make a sandwich and I have like a spicy kind of pepper with it,
Nice.
and that shit was good.
I was trying to tell Denmark earlier about the observer problem. It's this weird phenomena, and again, I'm not, saying it's real or true. I'm just entertaining the idea, right? So, I saw this little video a while back, and there's a few clips joined together explaining the ideas of where we live. Here, I'll post it for you. Because I actually got it slightly wrong when I mentioned it earlier, which is why I grabbed it. And it should be timestamped, but is it still? No, it starts about 20, 28, 29 seconds in, and this chap explains that essentially atoms are spread out everywhere until a conscious observer places his eyes upon them, and then they come together to form what we view and perceive as atoms. It's really weird.
Hey, Logren, have you seen Nikitas? Remember Nikitas from the Ice Wall?
No, which one's that?
Nikitas. He was a flat earther. He had the 1,000,000 Dogecoins. He was one of my good friends on here for a long time, and I lost track when I lost my other account. Same with Ridley Chozo, Chris.
Chris is
I
gone. I haven't seen him in a long
Chris
time.
is gone too.
Yeah.
I know he got a girlfriend. He found a girlfriend, so that was cool. So
Yeah,
that's
he got
probably
his career and stuff as well, didn't he? So he's busy.
yeah. He's got other stuff, but that's good. But I miss hanging out with those guys. I don't come on here anymore. We
Yeah.
have good combos. Geo used to have we used to have good conversations at the old 24/7. Like the late night combos, like when no one's there, we'd have these off topic discussions.
Yeah, those are some fun nights, fun times
I
for sure.
know.
When it wasn't like hectic and crazy, and we could actually just chill out with some.
And we all kind of knew each other well enough, so it was like campfire talk. It was fun. And everybody brought something to the table, different angles and different perspectives. It's like it was good, man. Everyone had something to contribute.
Yeah, we still do that. I've got my little group and a few people in there that don't really stifle the conversations, you know. They're kind of able to play along with the idea and help you form it, so to speak. Yeah, some good people like that.
You see California Nightmare anymore? I think I seen him. He just like texted me like hi or whatever, like, but I haven't hung out with him in a while.
No, again, he's busy with his life. He's being a degenerate at the moment, and he's doing his
He's a
stuff.
young guy. He's like probably 20 by now. He was only
Yeah.
16, I think, when he first
Yeah.
found out.
He's a good lad, but he's just busy with being a degenerate, and hopefully he doesn't screw it up too much.
As we all did when we were his age, yeah. It's like, go have fun. Like, don't spend all your time on Discord. Go live your life while you're young.
Oh yeah, so, but yeah, a lot of that crowd, they've kind of disappeared. I mean, I finally got Citizen on Matrix because I said to him, "It's where you go for free speech, you know, and post whatever you want." I told him 4 years ago, but he didn't want to listen. He's finally over there now.
On where? Matrix?
Yeah, element.io. You can get different addresses than Matrix as well. So, but essentially, I said use the main platforms to advertise where you are on element.io because I said
You know what
that's
else?
eh.
Loggy is Telegram. You should have a Telegram because those are pretty solid. They don't get
shut you
shut
down on
down.
Telegram.
What happened?
They shut you down on Telegram.
Not too much. I know a lot of stuff like that we can't talk about here gets talked about there.
Yeah, but they still lock you down. Matrix is completely. You can say whatever you want. Post. There are no overlords. It's basically a hard drive, and you're talking to each other through the hard drive. There's nobody looking at the convos. There's nobody to report you to. Have at it, basically. It's end-to-end encryption as well, so it's really secure.
Problem is, it's like no one there to talk to. It's just you and one other person.
Well, again, if they'd have built it up over 4 years, there would have been people there, right?
Would have. So that's the. But I'm saying we got to go where
Remember,
people are.
I'll point a very important point out to you here. On Facebook, you used to do whatever you wanted. And there used to be flat earth groups of 35,000. And then suddenly they got shut down and they found a new home, which was Discord. Now they're getting shut down here. So we got to find a new home. And all I'm seeing is that places like Gilded, places like Telegram, because there's money and operators involved, they're going to clamp down eventually, the same way Discord and Facebook did. So I'd rather be over there saying whatever I want to say and having any conversation I want to have. And even if you use it as a place to just text and post everything, because remember, it's 100 meg upload for free, right? That's pretty good, 100 meg for free. So, yeah, even if you just direct people there to view the evidence and information about the other things we can't talk about here. It's a good thing
What,
to have,
100 megabytes? That ain't nothing.
What you on about? You can only upload 25 meg on Discord.
Oh, at one go. At one, I thought you.
You get 100 meg free over there. So yeah, you want it as another tool to your tool belt, right? That's what I'm saying.
I'm on so many different sites. I was on Gilded. I still have an account, but I took that app off of here because it was taking up memory on my tablet. It's an older tablet. It can't service too many apps at once. Like the apps get stored on the memory that I can the internal memory that I can't upgrade. So it's like I had to clear out some of them to make it function because it bogs down. I haven't been able to find a tablet with the wider screen mode. They're all narrow like a cell phone. And I like a wider format because my eyes are going bad and I need a larger area for the text. It's hard for me to read like narrow, small text, and I need a bigger screen. And I don't want it too obnoxiously big that I can't hold it with one hand.
You need one of those Samsung Z Flips.
You know who makes the size I want is Apple, but I don't want to learn an Apple product. I'm familiar with Android and I don't want to change. And I really don't like the prices of Apple products. Are too fucking expensive for me.
Yeah, this is what you want to get. It's the best of both worlds. I'll post it in the chat for you.
I like this one, but it glitches out a lot. It's old. I've had this one for probably 5 years.
So this phone by Samsung, they're on their 4th iteration. It basically folds out to be a tablet as and when you choose, and then you fold it up and use it as a phone, and it has a screen on the outside. So you've got best of both worlds. You've got a phone as and when you want it, and a tablet as and when you want it in one device.
Probably pricey too. Anything that's a phone is a bit small. My eyes are too beat up for read. I can read on a phone, but my print, you should see the size of my font. I had to make it huge.
Can you see that, Wolfgang?
I don't know. Hold on. See, I can't even get out of this. Oh yeah, that is nice. I wonder if that screen would get a crease in it.
Yeah, it's got a little one, but you don't notice it when it's full screen. And the older iterations are cheaper now. So, as
That
I
is
say,
cool.
yeah, it's only going to get better as well. So they've really got some cool and interesting stuff coming out. See, my idea when I was I don't know 12, 14 years old, I had this idea, and they've actually got this now. So the device would be lots of little squares that you could literally lock together to make a bigger screen, and they've actually got that now. They've got these little square, probably LEDs, and they magnetically link and lock to each other to make the screen any size you want and shape. It's pretty cool. I keep up with the tech stuff, through Tech Jesus, Steve, and LTT. But some fascinating bits coming out.
I haven't been monitoring any new tech. I've been obsessed with my crypto stuff for the last 2 years, to the exclusion of everything. I don't come on here much at all.
Look at that. That's pretty snazzy.
Yeah, they're all nice. I mean, they're probably $1,000+ easy.
The new ones will be, yeah, but the older variations are coming down now.
I just wish I could find something like I have, but just an updated version with more memory, faster processor, something about the same size. And only Apple makes that format size that I'm looking for.
What's its name? Just came out with something. You're on about the Apple iPad, aren't you?
Well, that's what they call it, but yeah, they
Right,
make them in the size that I want. Like, oh, that's a convenient size.
There's just done an Android version called the One Pad. All right, let me show you. It's basically a 5x4. It's really nice actually, and they've kind of ripped Apple off, which is great. The price of it's pretty good too. But yeah, that's it. The One Plus pad. Sorry. Let's have a. So yeah, you can have a little. Let's find a little review for you.
See, the one I have is about 50% wider than my cell phone and about the same height. So nearly, maybe 1 3/4 of a cell phone. Not quite twice as wide, but that's a good size because I can hold it like a phone and I can read it easily. I don't want one that's too big because then I put it in my pocket and stuff. Like when I'm toting around the house and I'm just listening to something, like a video, I'll be listening to something on YouTube. I'll just stick
So
it in my
this is
pocket.
7.5 inch, 144 hertz display. It's got a 1 month standby battery on it. Yeah, it's really good. I've seen reviews.
Yeah,
of
that
it.
looks good. That's
It's
how
an
mine
Android.
is. Mine's about this size.
Yeah. So if you want to steer clear of Apple, that's pretty much your choice.
That's
Isn't
about
really
the
much.
exact. Mine's an 8-inch tablet, so yeah.
Yeah, it's about the same size then. They've got this. I forget what they call it. It's not 16 by 10 or 5 by 4. It's a different format, but it's pretty good actually. I quite like it. It's more square. It's not 4 by 3, but it's like 5 by 4 or something like that.
I like that different aspect ratio. Like a cell phone's too narrow in my opinion. It
Yeah.
works because it has to. It's what you can fit in your pocket comfortably. But there's trade-offs. There's a lot of trade-offs with that narrow screen.
What really irritates me is web pages are landscape. So if you've got a phone, you have to turn it sideways in order to use it. But now you've only got 2 inches in which to work in.
Nothing. Yeah, it's nothing at all.
Yeah, it
You know
really.
what? I found something out today on YouTube.
What's that?
When you're watching the video, you hold your phone like horizontally, right? And
Mm.
I wanted to zoom in on it. And if you're holding it sideways, right? Your phone, tablet, whatever, you can zoom in on the video in real time up to 8x. Like you swipe your thumbs apart, touch both thumbs on the screen, you swipe them apart. Like you're zooming in on something, like a pinch to zoom on a Google Earth. And it zoomed in 8x. I'm like, what? It lets you zoom in as much as you want, little by little. I'm like, this is fucking great. Like before, I could touch to fill the screen, like because sometimes there's little sidebars on the video, and you can maximize that, but you can also zoom on top of it. And I just found that out today, almost by accident. I was watching a video, and there was a book. These guys going through an old house, like an abandoned building or house or whatever, mansion, and I wanted to read the book cover, and I just intuitively touched my thumbs and like tried to zoom in, and I'd never done that before, and it worked. I'm like, holy shit, I can zoom in on shit in live video. I can zoom in and out. This is great.
I did exactly the same thing on a book, on a video. They were showing a book going through an old abandoned power station, and I wanted a close up on the details. And
You did the
I
same
stumbled
thing?
exactly the same thing. Yeah.
It was intuitive. I'm like, dude, I want to see that, but I just my thumbs touched it because I was holding it sideways anyway. I had never done that before, and I watched thousands of hours of videos, never done it. But just today, I'm like, fuck, what does that say? And I just touched, and it worked. It was fucking like, wow, this is good. Why I wish I would have known this years ago. And maybe it's a newer function. It might not. When did you do this? When did you first do it?
Yeah, I did it today, and the good
Really?
thing is when you zoom it in, you can pause it, and then you can press it again, so you don't have any like pause buttons showing on the screen. You can take snapshots of it up close. It's really handy.
That is so bizarre. We both did it today. That is weird.
Yeah, do a screenshot of it, and then you can zoom in really close and see what you want to see. Yeah, it's
I thought it
amazing,
was
eh?
amazing. 8x, dude. 8x. I'm like, this is incredible. I could see all the detail on that book. And you can move it around. Like you're zoomed in and you can move the whole thing around. You can manipulate it. You can move left, right, up, down as you're zoomed. I'm like, this is fucking great.
Yeah, it's all the functions, like even the function for like yeah, cropping it and clipping it as well. If you just want to get like a 5-second part of the video, it's all these functions. All the editing functions are so handy.
That's been on there for a while. If you want to clip videos, that function. But this function I just discovered today, and I've always enlarged the screen because there is a maximize button to maximize the pane, and it did zoom in on it slightly, but I never super zoomed like this with my thumbs. There was a way to zoom it so it was larger on your screen. And I've known about that a long time, but it's weird that we both found it.
There's probably heaps of other functions that we still don't know about, eh?
Yeah, like in video games, they had hidden cheat codes, like really old ones, like Sonic. There's cheat codes that you enter, and you could be supersonic, where he's like this gold color and he's invincible. But you have to do the certain cheat code at the certain time. You have to get like 50 rings, and there's a certain process to do it.
Do you have the function on your phone where you get the side of the palm of your hand and swipe it across the screen to do a screenshot?
I do have that feature. I don't enable it. It's probably in all phones, that feature. They have them
It's
that
quite
track
handy
your
because, like,
eyeballs.
normally on an Android phone, you have to press the down volume button and the power button at the same
At the
time.
same time, yeah, it's awkward. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you just do the swipe with the edge of your palm, then you can screenshot it. It's really handy.
If you set it up for that, right? But I put tape over my front facing camera, so I don't like it looking at me.
Yeah, you don't want someone like getting a picture of you picking your nose, eh?
Not even that. I don't want it scanning my retina.
True.
It watches that stuff. Like it would detect, even my old phones could detect your eyeball movement, what you're reading on the phone. And I thought that was creepy shit. I'm like, I don't like that. And your iris scan is going to be like an identification, like your fingerprint, and they're going to have it from the front facing camera's phone. As you look into your phone to check your text, it's looking at your eyeball. And the cameras are so good, they could pick up all the details.
Well, they probably don't tell you that within the screen itself, there's probably little mini cameras doing the same thing, or hidden cameras.
It could be, but the most obvious camera is that it's not even obvious. It's just a pinhole camera right there on the front. Not large at all. Yes, the camera tech has come a long way.
I still miss. I miss the old clamshell Motorola phone that just flips out like Spock on Star Trek.
Oh, they brought back the flip phones. Have you seen them? They got the screens that fold in the middle, the little baby ones.
I have seen those.
Yeah.
It kind of defeats the purpose. I worry about the durability of that flexible screen, though. You flex it enough times in and out, and it's going to crease or crack with enough cycles, right? I mean, maybe it's good for, and that's probably what they intend. It's got a planned obsolescence built in. Oh, I'm getting this line on my screen. It's folded too many. Oh, I cracked right there. Shit.
You're right, but they're getting better at it, and they obviously test them. You know, thousands and thousands of times.
Yeah.
They are getting better at it. And have you heard of Framework? So there's a laptop called Framework, and it's literally everything is repairable. So you can literally, if the motherboard breaks down, you can get another motherboard and replace it. If you want 4 USB-C ports, you buy the little cartridge and you literally slot them in and out. So you can have it any way that you want it. It's called Framework.
Like Legos, like a Lego blocks. You just replace little pieces.
The older laptops had some of this stuff, you know, where you could slide in a DVD or PCMCIA card and things like that. And Framework's kind of bringing this back. But yeah, the planned obsolescence, like, so if you buy an i3 laptop and then you're like, oh, it's not good enough, all you have to do is get the i7 from Framework and literally plug it in, and boom, you've upgraded the laptop with one component and everything else is still groovy. So there are companies that are going against this planned obsolescence rubbish, which is really nice to see. There was the
Not a
phone
fan of
company as
laptops
well.
anymore.
I forget the name, but they've just done headphones as well. But again, it's all replaceable. You know, it's really good.
Nice.
Yeah.
They got rid of the phone jack, the headphone jack on all the devices. Most of them, like Apple, now you have to use the AirPods. You can't plug in a wired headphone device. So you got to keep recharging your earbuds.
Well, thankfully, these have got the jack, and you can just buy the little Lego for it. So
I can understand the cord does get in my way a lot too. Like the cord, I'm like, I snagged it on something and it rips out of your ear. That's not fun when you get it ripped. Those earbuds go and they pop out of your ear and your ear pops, and it messes the cord up. Like say you get snagged on something.
All the modern ones.
What's that?
All the modern headphones just plug like straight into your power jack, into your charging port. Yeah.
Into the charging port. Well,
USB-C, you can get a converter, 3.5 to USB-C. I got one for my phone.
Yeah, the USB 3, the micro one is let me see if my new phone has. I don't know if it does. I've got a new phone. It's a 22.
Yeah, you
It'll
can
be a
buy a little
C-type
converter.
Yeah, it's a Samsung S22.
So it's a C-type charger.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know if it has a headphone jack. Probably I haven't tried it.
No, I don't think it does.
It
But
probably doesn't.
you can buy a little converter.
I don't use any headphones on it. It's just use it as a phone. But my tablet I use for that kind of stuff to listen to music and stuff.
Wow, look at that one. I didn't know they did one like that.
That's weird. See, that looks kind of clunky though, because you got all that additional block hanging off the wire.
There won't be any weight to it, though.
No, it's just clunky. Like it will grab on things. That one looks a little more sleek.
It lets you do both at the same time, so you don't have to keep plugging it in and out.
That's nice.
Yeah.
And you could charge it at the same time. You got your
Pretty-
charging port access and your headphones. That's neat. That one looks good.
I like the one Jeremy had was the phone. The phone case itself was a portable power bank, so you just slip your phone into that and it charges all
Juice
the time.
pack. You had a juice pack probably. That's what they used to call it, a juice pack, where you could charge your phone, and then you got like a Otter box, which is kind of a thick, clunky phone case. I got a pretty clunky phone case, but it's not as thick as an Otter box.
I got a proper man phone. It's a rugged phone because I wanted the most battery I could get. So it's like 10,000 milliamp. And I just thought that's probably the one thing you're going to want because, yeah, you can carry extra battery packs and things, but sometimes you forget to charge them or you forget to bring them. And so, yeah, it's a nice, big, thick, chunky phone you can kick around and manhandle, you know, and it's not going
Mine's
to break.
pretty chunky. Mine's pretty heavy. It's the not the Ultra one was kind of thin. It had thinned out edges. They make 3 versions. They have like a regular, they have like the beefy version, and then they have the Ultra, which is like it's a slim line. The edges are slim. Mine has square edges on it, so it's less prone for me to drop it. I do like I don't necessarily like a chunky phone, but it is chunky and a little heavier than my other phone. But I like it because it feels like it could it's not going to break so easily. If I was to drop it, it feels a little bit more sturdy.
I can't see the weight here, but it's about 500-600 grams, I would guess. Yeah,
500 grams. Let me convert that into English. It's imperial units. Let me see. How many ounces would that be? Like, okay, it's 7
38
grams to a quarter, 28 grams to an ounce. I know my
It's almost
ounces and grams from trading weed, so
it's almost a pound, right?
28 grams to an ounce. 280 would be 10, 16 ounces to a pound. I can't keep track of all the numbers in my head. I'm also half asleep. I missed
23 ounces.
16 ounces of weed that fills up one bread bag.
16 ounces of weed is a pound. Let me see. Usually that would be a 1 gallon Ziploc bag. Would be
Or a bread bag.
Bread bag, a loaf. I never would put it in a bread bag. That's kind of, you're going to get all that nasty bread on your good bud. There's
Turn it inside out.
yeah, maybe. I mean, bags are so cheap. There's no need to recycle bags for something that like you got a product that's that expensive and you're using a recycled bag.
You degenerates.
The price of a pound of weed at the time back then was $2,000. Now it's cheap now, but it even depends where you're getting it. Like different parts of the country, it was more than that.
Oh yeah.
Like we have like a surplus of it now. There's like way too many people growing it because it's legalized, and there's just a glut. It's just dirt cheap. It's nearly like tobacco.
Not
It's
like
great
our
with
tobacco.
hotheads. Hotheads love it.
Our
Abundant
tobacco
weed.
here, I don't know in American dollars, but in New Zealand dollars, it's like how much is it? It's like $130 for 50 grams of
50
tobacco.
grams. That's a good amount.
$130.
That's a good amount, though. I mean, let me see. 50 grams is an eighth ounce is 7 grams, and an eighth ounce over here. An eighth ounce used to be like $30 for an eighth. But that's before the prices plummeted. Quarter ounce was about
We get
60 or 70.
we get two sizes, 30 gram and 50 gram, and in 2025,
Oh, 7 was a quarter. 7 grams is a quarter ounce. My bad. So the eighth was 3.5.
well,
7.
they want to make it smoke free here in New Zealand. So in 2025, they're going to limit the sales to in the biggest city, which is Auckland, of 1.5 million people. It's not that many, but they're going to limit the sales to 5 convenience stores spread out over the whole city. Only 5 stores can sell tobacco legally.
At least they give you good sized bags. That's like 2-ounce bag for $170 or what was it? $130 you said?
Yeah.
That's relatively cheap. That is cheap. Like in the States, you're going to pay a lot more at certain places.
Really?
Oh yeah. I mean, you're getting it less than $100 an ounce. That's dirt cheap. I don't know what your dollar equivalency is, but I'm just if it's roughly what $1 is, then even if it's worth quite a bit more than a US dollar, that's pretty cheap. I mean, a weed was going for $10 a gram. Like, or if you just wanted 1 gram, it was usually like $10. So that's a $500 bag. 50 grams would be if you bought it in grams. Nobody buys it in grams. You always pay the most for 1 gram. Then you buy a larger bag, like a quarter ounce, you pay less. 1 ounce, you pay even less. 2 ounces, you pay less than that. You get a discount with bulk purchase.
We are talking about tobacco, right? Not weed. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about tobacco. 50 grams
Yeah,
of tobacco for that much? That's
yeah,
insane. That is
yeah.
fucking insane. Oh my god. Now see, I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about cannabis. I'm like, well, that's not bad for cannabis, but for tobacco, that's unheard of. Yeah, you could buy
Yeah.
big bags of tobacco for cheap, maybe $10.
Yeah, the nanny state is crushing us. So yeah, by 2025, like I said, they want to be smoke free.
Yeah, I misunderstood because we were originally talking about cannabis, and then it converted to tobacco somehow in one step, and I lost track.
Yeah.
It's a good thing I don't smoke tobacco. If I lived in New Zealand, I'd be growing my own tobacco. I heard that stuff you grow yourself is much healthier, less toxins. but
Yeah,
it's not
exactly.
easy. It's difficult to grow it. You got to dry it properly, and
Yeah, it takes a long time to cure it, and then you've got to try and get the right flavoring, and it's not that easy. It's
not
really,
easy, right? It's best left to the professionals. Well, too bad I can't send you some. I could send you a bunch of cigs or tobacco bulk.
all of our, most of our tobacco comes from Singapore.
Hmm. I heard people covet the American tobacco is coveted everywhere across in. They love American cigarettes in Asia. The flavors, like we produce good tobacco here. The more premium cigarettes. They come at a premium price too. They're like $1 a piece in certain parts, like New York. There's people, which is ridiculous. I mean, the way people smoke cigarettes, the amount, and they're paying $1 a piece. It's a terrible habit, but it's also terribly expensive.
That's right.
But that should incentivize you to quit if you did smoke. So it's not good for your health.
Either quit or skip country. Yeah.
Well, you could quit, or you could take up a different habit. Maybe take up. New Zealand's probably good for growing cannabis, and you'd smoke a lot less of it, and you'd get a nice little buzz. It's less harmful to your lungs. You could probably buy it on the dark web. Buy some tobacco shipped to you from Singapore on the dark web. You get a couple pounds of it for dirt cheap.
Yeah, you can import it. You can buy it online, and you can import it. You just have to pay the duties on it. So if I bought something for $100, I'd probably end up paying $300.
What?
Yeah, because they check everything in customs, right? So you have to pay
Shit.
the import fee to begin with.
200% taxation? That's insane.
I think it's more than that. It's like the government. I think they charge like 500% tax. That's
Oh
on the
my
cigarette.
god. You need a revolt. You need like you know how the British Tea Party or whatever, like the Boston Tea Party, you need something of that magnitude, like to get these leeches off your back. That's unlivable. That is unlivable taxation. That's just
Yeah.
disgusting. I feel bad that they do that to you, but I don't know how it'd probably be like deposing the government here. I'm sure there's not enough people there to depose them. And they've also taken your firearms, and now they're taxing you to death. Like after that event, that
Yeah.
event that they staged, their staged
Yeah.
event that you're not allowed to talk about. So I won't put you on the spot, but
Yeah. Yeah.
you can't talk about it. It's illegal to talk about. Yeah. What if they did that about 9/11? It became so painfully obvious that it was fake that they wouldn't allow us to talk about it. And that's what they've done there to silence people. Because any legitimate person that looks at it with any degree of skepticism would see how fake it is, but you can't fucking say it. We'll make it a law that you can't say it. That is 1984. This is like George Orwell on steroids. That's the level of censorship that and people they're going with it. They're abiding by it. It's like, how is this standing? How is it standing? Because they took your fucking firearms. And you have no say so. There's no, I mean, not to say people would revolt violently, not to say they would, but they took away that capability as a last ditch. What a horrible thing. I hope humanity can free itself of this, but I don't know, man. It's just I see it going. It's circling the toilet, like what you're talking about. That type of I can't imagine that type of tax. And then the price you were quoting, I thought was for something else, not tobacco, which is insane. What about alcohol? What's the taxation on alcohol like?
Alcohol's really cheap.
Okay, so you have one vice. You can be an alcoholic and you can afford to do that, but no
What do
cigarettes.
you mean alcohol is cheap? Where are you from? New Zealand.
alcohol, you can buy a box of beer for $20
in New Zealand.
That's
You
about
can
what
buy
it costs
24
here.
buds for $3.
Hang on, you consider a box how many beer?
24.
That's what we have.
Mate,
24 to a
24.
case.
I bought a carton black, $80 for 24. 80.
Where are you at?
New South Wales, mate, Australia.
Australia, man, you guys are getting raped. Holy shit.
Absolutely right to the alcohol. That's why I'm actually gobsmacked here in Carlos. It's so cheap over there. That's fucking wow.
See, they want us drunk over here. So the Americans, we still have cheap beer. It is roughly $1 a can, roughly, give or take. Sometimes
Mate,
it's less, sometimes
I'm
more.
still getting drunk, even with the amount of money I'm paying for it. Beer's beer.
You guys call it piss, right?
Well, I don't call it
Piss
piss because I'm
water.
drinking good beers. I'm drinking
Yeah.
stouts.
Stout isn't piss water.
Well, it's fucking brilliant. It's nice beer.
I thought you drank
dark.
Foster's. Foster's is Australian.
Foster's is
No,
piss
mate.
water.
I've never had a Foster in my life, nor have I ever seen one at a shop.
Castle Main
Or at a
Forex.
pub.
So that's
They don't
probably like, is that like well, they have enough money to advertise like Budweiser. Budweiser has billions of dollars to advertise, so that's what you see.
Not
that-
anymore.
But why am I seeing ads in America of Foster's beer? I mean, I haven't
reckon
watched
it's-
TV in years. But
It's
they were
probably,
placing ads.
American beer, and they're just trying to push it off as being Aussie because, mate,
They called it
Foster,
Foster's. Not that I even care about it. What do I care about an Australian beer? I'll just
Mate,
drink what's
Probably.
cheap.
Bud went woke and went broke.
Now they did. Yes, now they did. They
lost
Bud
5
Light has been
billion.
tarnished.
They lost 5 billion, bro.
Yeah, well, that's good on them. They get to face the consequences of being woke, right?
24
You know what's funny?
cans of that piss
Hey.
water went down to $3.
Their can of piss is in a blue can. They're blue pilled. It's legit in a blue can.
Well, Wolfgang, right? The original author, Thomas Outhouse of The Matrix.
Outhouse.
Outhouse. Althous.
Oh, okay.
Outhouse. It was called The Immortals, and the blue pill was actually the good one. The red
really?
pill was for sacrifice and blood. They twisted it, bro.
Well, in our
I know,
vernacular,
right?
the red pill is the good one. I mean,
Well,
They-
the movie, remember, was stolen from him, and they twisted it.
as they do everything, right? And I know I don't like the color red. I don't own any red clothing. I would never own it.
I'm not, because I'm not a commie.
No, I don't like it. And probably because of that, partially.
I'll send
And
you the video to it, bro.
I do like blue. I do like the color blue. It's like one of my favorite colors. So it's hard for me to hate on it. I don't hate
You
on it.
can make
'Cause
up your own mind on it, but this guy, it's a big story, and there's a lot of moving parts, so you might have to listen a couple of times, just to get the gist and the basics, but it's very interesting.
well, I'm not changing my terms. The red pill is still the good one because that's the one the blue pill people.
No, you can't do that.
Well,
You
then
gotta
no one will understand. No one will understand me because we live in
No
ass
one
backwards.
understands you anyway.
No. Well, the people I talk to, like my
Yeah, I know.
my small group of friends that I have online, my flat
Aw,
Earth friends. My flat Earth friends, they're so few, but
Oh, friends. You bus wanker.
Well, do you think the Earth is objectively flat? Like, I've come to think, like, it really isn't. When I think about flat Earth, like, I'm a flat Earther, sure, but flat Earth would just mean like flat level horizon sort of thing, right? According to
yeah,
some
that's
eyes.
all it is. It's a
But it
flat
doesn't
plane, not a
necessarily
ball.
mean that. No, it doesn't
It's just
necessarily mean that.
it's a name that's stuck.
You know what I mean by objectively flat?
Yeah.
It's a name that's stuck, right? So it's like it's a term that we use, just like you use the word red pill.
Yeah.
It's a term that we understand, and everyone
Well,
knows what you're talking about.
It's
I mean,
misunderstood.
not the ball. Okay, I could say it's not the ball, right?
That's
It's a
that's
flat
the thing
plane.
about flat Earth. It's what you say you are. If you know the Earth isn't a globe, right? But flat Earth can be misunderstood so easily. It's obviously a lot more complicated than that.
Well, it is a plane. It's a plane. That's all. Flat means it's a plane. So opposite a ball.
It's not even necessarily a plane, man. It could just be just a realm.
Well, it is a realm. It's all of it. I mean, water is a plane, right? Water forms a plane, and the majority of the Earth is covered in water, so the majority of it is flat.
Yeah.
It's just a
To an
logical
extent,
deduction. It's
yes.
like, okay, if this, therefore then this. So it's like you can logically just go down, connect the dots, and you can determine that it's a flat plane of some sort. Sure, there's topography and whatnot, but it's a
But the
plane.
water isn't necessarily flat. Like, for
It
instance,
absolutely is.
how think about the ocean, you realize waves can be like 20 meters tall or some shit.
Right, right. But
40
the
meters
properties
tall.
of
You're
water
talking
were
about
not
massive
disturbed.
waves, mate. That is not flat. Like,
We're not.
that's moving.
That goes
That's
without
shaping
saying.
water.
That goes without saying. But it's this. If you take the surface flatness when you account all the waves into it, and you do the average, the mean. You know what the mean is? You take the mean,
But that's
and
still
it is sea level. It's
hypothetical.
flat.
You got to
So
admit,
the
like,
waves become irrelevant in that situation.
that's still hypothetical. Like, in
It's called
reality, water is
mean sea level.
moving
Mean
and
sea level. So the
Water
waves.
at rest. Water at rest will always be flat and level. You know, your
well,
bathtub,
that's a fact.
the
That's a
thing.
fact.
So yeah.
So that's why we use that term. We understand that there's waves and there's surf and there's tides and such. We understand that. So no one's denying that.
No, mate, completely. But like, you know, I don't think it fully that ultimately proves that it's a plane necessarily.
Well, it's not bending up or down. It's
Because
not
when we
convex
say
or
it's a
concave.
plane, that's just a mental projection, don't you think?
I think no, I don't. I think it's
To
a
me, I think it
we don't
is.
know the outskirts of the realm. We just know that it's at least me
Well, the
know it's
outskirts of the realm is our imagination, no? That's literally the
no, I
outskirts.
mean it's just
Or you think
just because you
what we
haven't
see in
been
our
there.
mind and is connected to the plane, or I don't think it
The,
is.
the realm is like we're pigeonholed into these small compartments. Like Logran being in England, he's pigeonholed into a smaller um, realm than me because the U.S. is kind of wide open. I can get in a car and drive to any state I want, and I don't need anyone's permission. I just get in and gas up and go. That's why they want to have they want to do away with gasoline engines, diesel engines. They want us to have electric cars, which have a very short range, and then you'd have to charge up. So then, really, your only alternative is to fly somewhere, which they control totally. So they would control your electric car because it's such a short range. You got to stop, charge it up. Very inconvenient. For me,
Wow.
as long as I can afford to put gas in the tank, I can keep driving straight across the
Mate,
country.
I'd be more
3,000
worried
miles.
about how boring. Think about how boring it is going to be driving an electric car. Like, I'm around here in the country with a manual. It's like, bang, you're changing gears every second, going around the windy corners. You're not doing
Now,
that in
wait,
an
you're in
electric
New
car.
Zealand? You're in New
No,
Zealand, right?
I'm not in New Zealand. I'm in Australia, mate.
You're the Aussie. Okay, so the New Zealand guy has left the convo.
I'm just listening.
Okay. I got to pay close attention because your accents are similar. I can detect them but I'm half asleep. It's like 3 a.m. here, so I'm not quite 100%, but I can definitely tell an Aussie from a New Zealand. There's a very subtle difference, but I can tell. And I could definitely detect Canadians. Like Canadians, boom, got them. Now different dialects in the UK they're difficult. Different dialects, like a Logrian of London and different sections of England. Like it's hard for me to pick out those subtleties. But I understand a posh British accent and then like a one of the blokes. The blokes Logrian's a bloke. He's not like a posh. Actually, he's somewhat in between, I'd say. He's not quite a bloke either. He's somewhere in between. He's more like a proper Englishman and a little bit of a bloke. I'm not sure where to categorize him.
Well, I'm a bit all over the place because of moving, but when I'm online, I try to use what we call our telephone voice to enunciate and make ourselves understood a little bit better. Right?
See, like crypto, like flat Earth crypto, he used to be he's more of a posh. He's actually South African, but he has a more of a proper British accent.
Yeah, I'll take the piss out of him for it.
He speaks the Queen's English, yeah.
Well, that type of English that they invented was to kind of make themselves seem better than us. So they removed all flavour to the accent and stripped it away to make it dull and boring. Hello, yeah, sure. Fucking assholes.
I do like his though. Like Crypto does have a very I do like that proper British
Yeah,
accent
that's
though.
why
It
we
does-
mock him for it.
Yeah, but it does come across like as very
Pretentious.
no, not even pretentious, but very to me it comes across as someone very polite, very proper and
No,
polite.
he's pretentious.
To you it might come across as smug and arrogant and whatnot, but like over here they would project someone like James Bond as a proper gentleman. Like that's he's just a proper gentleman. He's
Well,
very
that's a woman now, so that's no good.
that's a what?
A woman, a black woman now is 007.
Oh, great, great. They subvert everything. So now it's a black woman instead of a proper English gentleman. But at the
Yeah.
time, like the way how he spoke, like he just spoke in a way that was very charming. He didn't come across as like vulgar or anything like
You want
that.
to see a
Everything.
very good movie about this, right? There's a movie from 1938, Pygmalion, George Bernard Shaw, and it's basically about this guy who's a philologist and a linguist, and he takes this common Londoner and he kind of passes her off as a duchy, and he has to train her in how to be a lady and how to speak. It's really good fun, so I definitely check that out. It's black and white and it's old, but it's good, you know.
See over here, that was like that would be. It used to be passed off as like a like there's different accents that would be passed off as just a very proper like this person's very well spoken. It's passed off as someone like that that's very well spoken.
Yeah, it's a really good, fun little film. So definitely check it out. There's been a few iterations of that, but that was my favourite. The follow-ups were not very good.
So you're putting on an accent, you're putting on your telephone voice, you're not being like your genuine self with us.
Yeah, otherwise you'd have even more trouble understanding me.
Like a Scottish accent can get kind of hard to
No,
understand.
even we don't understand them weirdos. Why do you think we built the wall to keep them out?
Yeah, it's like, wait, what the hell are they speaking? I can't understand them.
Yeah, that's why we built Hadrian's Wall. It's like, yeah, keep them buggers over there.
They're all pissed drunk. I think all the entire England, everyone likes their drinks.
I'm if you watch Braveheart, I'm the Irish guy. It's my island, don't worry. That's me.
Even Welsh, the Welsh people and the Irish and the Scottish and like they can't get along. They all war with each other.
Wolfgang, mate, do you know your ancestry?
Yes, I do.
So you sound like
he's
you're
African.
into the British and the Irish.
What's that?
You're into the British and the Irish, so you must be one, mate.
No, I just know their history. I'm friends with my friend is Irish.
Oh yeah, nice one. Well, I'm an Aussie and I'm 100% from the British Isles, including Ireland, and only 4% Scandinavian. That's the only outlier.
And
So
Vikings.
Aussies are all pure British and Irish, especially.
Yeah, you know why? The AC/DC came from there, like, but they were British. They were like, but they lived in Australia, and like at the time, where the hell's Australia? You know, like they're rock band from Australia. What the fuck? But
Well, that's the thing. Like the British and the Irish fused into one culture, obviously, which is the Aussies.
one of
over,
my
like,
favorite rock groups.
200 years. Yeah, fucking oath, mate. AC/DC, they Aussie. I don't even know that.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
You're Australian. You didn't even know that?
Well, I was born in 2000, so you know that shit's sort of
He's
fucking.
a young pup.
He doesn't like AC/DC,
Not into
but you
that
can't like that's like you cannot
He's
be
into rap
Australian.
music. What are you talking about?
Okay.
They
Well, I
don't
love
listen to rock and roll anymore. They're uncool. You know what these millennials are like.
I'm a
into hard
metalhead.
techno. No, you got to listen to your techno, your fucking Berlin shit.
Oh, he's a
No,
Zoomer.
yeah, not me. I'm a metalhead. I like metal. I like rock and roll metal.
Yeah, we actually come from a time when there was music, so
You're not into club music. That's sort
No,
of
That's
too old
too
for
for
that.
my brain, dude.
It's
That's
so
like so.
it's so spiritual, man. But like
Too
you
old
get
for
into
that,
especially the how would you say it? Melodic.
Melodic
melodic.
EDM.
The melodic techno. No, not the
Melodic
EDM,
trance.
not the one with the build ups and the gay shit. Like it's just it's like hypnotizing, you know?
I'd rather put a garbage can on my head and
You'd
bang it
call it
with
deep
like,
techno.
yeah,
Deep
to
techno,
bing.
fucking you're not
Speak
into
to the
this.
Welshlet and they turn up, damn it.
We appear.
Piss off, Fladdy.
Fuck you.
Nobody likes you,
Obviously,
sheep
mate, you
shaggers.
got to get into this.
Sheep shagger. I love so the
Loggers,
New
mate, you gotta
Zealand guy he's the sheep shaggers, right?
Yeah, they're sheep shaggers because they've been known to fuck their sheep out there.
Not
Yeah,
only
yours
do they
is
make
the
the
women.
best wool, why
Loggers,
do they
mate,
make
you don't
such
get
good
on your
wool?
caps.
What's that,
You
Vanny?
don't get on your caps and go out to your clubs out in
No, I'm too old for that. But I when I was mental, I used to listen to. There was this pole position. It was called 1 and 2 that I used to really like. But it was really like heavy, and I used to listen to a little bit of black metal and death metal when I was walking around. It put me in the
Well, that
right
shit's
frame of
fucked.
mind.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
don't
I
you think
don't
it's sort
listen
of
to it
demonic?
anymore. Like
Nah, mate. Don't you think
I
it's
figured my
demonic?
way out of it, you know. Because
It's
you
not
got to
very
be mentally
spiritual.
ill to listen to that shit. I'm sorry, there ain't no way you're mentally normal listening to that shit.
That's
That
what
I
I'm
never,
saying.
I never,
It's fucked up.
I
I know.
never
I
liked them.
was fucked up at the time, so I listened to it.
That will melt your brain. That stuff is demonic. But like good metal, like AC/DC would be like hard
Isn't
rock
that
and
the
roll.
same shit? It's the same
They
shit,
were
Wolfgang.
not really, no, not at all. Like the death metal he's talking about, that's not AC/DC's like rhythm and blues rock and
Cannibal
roll. Like
Corpse.
Right. See
Like
yourself.
if he's
I'm
talking
on
about like
that. Yeah, go
That's some
listen to
nutty
some of
shit,
that,
eh?
Vanny. That put you in a
what's it
good mood.
Ah, mate.
what's it
Now you gotta
called?
listen to the spiritual shit.
Like
Hypnotizing,
Slipknot or
deep
something.
techno.
Like where people are
Mate.
screaming. They're just screaming, illogical, just nonsense screaming,
All
and
that shit. It's crazy.
that's not to me. That's not musical. That's just some asshole screaming in a microphone.
Yeah, but
Well,
when
you
you're
at least
mental,
you gotta listen.
it
You
really
gotta listen to
helps.
the Hertz. Hey?
When you're
You gotta
mental,
listen
it
to
really
Hertz
helps.
music.
You know.
I guess I don't know.
No, we gotta listen to Hertz music these days. You hear that?
No,
Those frequencies. And you just have
human resonance.
yeah, well that's what you gotta get around, eh?
Yeah, listen to a bit of that sometimes. Solfeggios.
Yeah. That's what I've been
Hey,
saying. It's good
is
beer.
New South Wales? Is that east or
That's
west
the gay
coast?
part.
Eh?
Where,
It's
where
Sydney. It's the
Sydney?
state of Sydney. It's
I'm
like
not sure.
it's basically the main part of all of Australia.
The most
A bit like
populous part.
San Francisco, but it's Australia's version of San Francisco.
All right, it's the gay capital. Where
I'd
was the
say it's
part?
more. It's not Sanford. It's more California sort of thing, or San
So you
Francisco. I don't
guys,
even know what that is.
San Francisco had the trolley cars. Did you have the electric trolley cars too? The street cars?
Electric. Yeah, probably. I don't even know what that is, mate. Yeah, but Sydney's fucked.
Trolley
You gotta get out
cars.
of there.
It's like a driverless thing. You get in and it's it looks like a train, like
Yeah, there
you
was a
take the cars
driver.
off
He
the train.
used to do the little handle thing. I'm sure
Yeah,
they
they
had.
have a handle for the brake and such. Yeah, but I'm
Yeah.
saying that you couldn't go off the tracks. It just followed the
Oh
tracks.
no, yeah. Bro, he's 20 years old. He's got no idea about anything.
He sounds much older. His
Who's
voice
He's
is
got
much
20,
more
like
mate?
5
mature.
years of knowledge. Anything below
I'm
15
23.
years, he's got no idea.
I would not put him. I see. I would have thought he's much older. He has sound. I thought he was around 40.
The
His voice
Australians,
sounds
they all
pretty.
sound like that. It's a dry
It's
desert.
because I'm 6'4". People say that it's just this, like how tall you are. Taller you are, you have
All
a
right,
deeper voice.
that's what it
Isn't
is. Yeah,
it?
but it
If
sounded like
someone has a
maybe he
deep
had a
voice
few
that comes off that
cigarettes.
way or whatever, it's or whatever. It's because they're taller. It's
It's
just
the beer and
that's
cigarettes, maybe as well.
If you're equating
mate.
California, you basically got to cut Sydney out and dump it into the sea like California. Then you got to push it out to the ocean and get rid of it.
Not really. You just have to take over and let them do their thing in their corner, but like clean up the sewage. You know what I mean?
Put a wall
No
around
sewage
them,
on the street.
turn it into one big gulag, and just keep them in there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
no,
it's a
Sydney's
beautiful
fucked.
section.
So
California's
you
the
know
most.
about Australia, Wolfgang? You're asking New South Wales.
I know pieces. No,
Yeah,
I don't.
you don't want
I
to. You
couldn't
don't
tell you
want
which
anything
is
to do
which.
with Australia. I mean, it's all
I
right, but be better
I don't know
than
which is
America
which.
for sure.
I haven't studied maps, so I
Um,
don't know if New South
Plenty of
Wales is East
Brits and
Coast.
Irish coming down here as well. They think Australia is the grand getaway.
Promised land.
You know what? It probably could be the Netherlands, the part in the middle where no one's at.
Hey, so many fucking immigrants here, man.
We should get rid of all the Welsh to
There's
Australia.
hardly any Aussies left in Australia.
Yeah, we'll get rid of all the Welsh to Australia.
Is there a lot of Welsh?
Fuck, I'd go to Australia, man.
I like
Just spend
Welsh
a shine
people.
every day.
Yeah, they got
Flat-
loads of sheep over there for you.
What's his name? Martin, Flat Earth British is Welsh, I think.
Yeah, I live near him.
You
Why'd
live
you
near
guys all
Martin?
go quiet? What's going on? Bloody hell.
Is the mic on?
Yeah.
I hear Logran. I hear the Aussie.
Can you hear me? I got new headphones. They probably got a shit mic.
No, we can hear you. You still sound like a twat.
I always sound like a twat.
I know.
Is that your phone, Loggy? That's your phone. It looks like it's got a built-in OtterBox case.
What's that, bro?
Is that your phone that you use? This one here?
No, this is my snowball mic.
That's a quite beefy phone case.
Oh yeah, that's my man phone. That is.
So this is part of embedded into the phone. This is not the case.
No, that's not the case. The case it's even bigger with the case.
Wow. See, it doesn't. It looks like it doesn't need one. It looks like it's armored.
It is armored. You can drop it from 60 feet and it'll be fine.
Wow, that's one of those. Fuck.
Yeah, and it's 8,000 milliamp battery, so you can leave it all week and you don't have to charge it or nothing. And even
We gotta
if you
find
use
one of them in the States. See, I don't know that my phone carrier would take that. We have I think we have CDMA and we have GSM. We have both carriers.
both
GSM.
CDMA.
What is yours called? CDMA there?
I don't know, but they've got it on the thing. It's Ucatel.
Got it on both?
Yeah. It's called Ucatel. Ucatel. About $100.
Send me it in the DMs. Again, I've already bought a Samsung. This one set me back a pretty penny, but
I know, why are you buying the big name brands?
they what?
You shouldn't buy any big name brands ever.
That's what they had at the store, and I needed a phone. I'm like, fuck. I was at T-Mobile, and T-Mobile offers you only so many selections. You could buy an iPhone, you could buy a Samsung, or you could buy maybe a couple other selections. They didn't offer a whole lot.
On the corner of the street.
No, I just went. But I'm saying I just went to the store because I was in a pinch. My phone was giving me problems, and I'm like, "Fuck! I need to get a phone like ASAP." And which one? I selected one because they're all the same price. They're all fucking ridiculously expensive.
You see, no matter the distance, we all line up. The Aussies, the Brits. Do you know what I mean? We all just like vibe. There's an understanding, like with the not so much they're gay, the New Zealanders, but the Aussies. There's like just this back and forth, you know. It's different. You can't do it with Americans, you know. They don't get it. I don't know what it is.
Your banter is different.
Yeah,
like
just the fun, you know, of like calling each other names and having a bit of a laugh, and
the figures of speech are different, right? Like
yeah, there's like nuances. You know, there's a lot of people don't get sarcasm and the jokes and things. They take it literally.
Yeah, there's more vulgarity, I think. Like, I hear a lot of F-bombs and stuff. Like, it's especially the Australians like to use the F-bombs like loosely, and it's
Well,
like
they like this.
That's incorrect.
C word a lot.
Actually, you'd be
Cunt.
right, Wolfgang. It's awful how much we drop the F-bomb. Is that not a thing around the world?
unnecessary vulgarity is what it is. Like, that's what I mean.
What are you talking about?
It's not vulgar, but it's just like you say, it has a different meaning. Like, I don't know what it's like for you
It's
guys.
like saying, "All right, mate," isn't it? It's just we treat it like that, friend or mate.
Well, that's how it is,
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying, like, crypto gangster, he would not speak in vulgar terms. He would
he's
speak.
gay.
He's gay. Well, because he speaks proper. He doesn't use vulgarity, so he's gay. I'm just saying, in terms of like if a normal person, like a normie, heard him say, "Oh yeah, he speaks so well," and then one of the blokes dropping F-bombs is vulgar. oh, this guy's he's a ruffian. He's a one of the back. What are the backwoods? What's the term? Outback. The outback.
A bogan.
One of the blokes. One of the blokes is
He's
more
one of the
crude.
petrol huffers. He
Petrol
wants to see
huffers,
the
mate.
snake.
Nah.
My cousin went there and he said like the blokes are like the lower class guys that are like
Working class, mate, you know?
yeah,
Mate,
they
you're
call
talking
them the
rubbish.
blokes.
You're talking
So-
rubbish.
What?
Wolfgang's talking rubbish.
I'm talking rubbish. Well, that was it. He told me. So a bloke is not just anybody is considered a bloke.
Why do you consider them low class, working men or whatever?
So like a banker or like a white collar worker wouldn't necessarily be a bloke. A bloke is like a
Maybe if
construction
they can get
worker.
loose at the pub, who knows? Fucking, they can
But
be
I'm
a
saying
bloke.
it's just a general term. It's a wide
Probably get
encompassing
on
term.
coke doing their job.
Yeah, it just
No.
means man, really. A bloke, a geezer, you know? He's
No, a
Ebenezer
geezer,
good.
geezer means you're old or an American. Like if
No,
there's a
geezer's
geezer.
like a bloke. Again, it depends on the
Geezer.
generation, you
Having
know?
a geese, having a geese, mate.
You're having a geeze.
Over here, that word has been like only used like an old geezer. Old and geezer go in the same sentence. Like, oh, he's an old
Yeah,
geezer.
but
Like
if you're
he's an old
saying
fart.
old and geezer means old, that would be like a tautology. So you'd be saying old or geezer,
It's
geezer.
redundant. It would be redundant. You wouldn't necessarily say an old geezer. You would say he's a geezer. Like an old. Say there's an old man. You say, oh, he's just a geezer. That you wouldn't redundantly say he's an old geezer.
We call them diddy dodderers.
A what?
Diddy dodderers.
Diddy doddlers.
Yeah, old people, diddy dodderers.
Old cunts.
Yeah.
See, yeah, that term. I mean, like, I guess we speak some of the same words, but have a different usage. over
Diddy
here.
dodderer. They're because they get a bit wobbly, you know, in their old age. Like weebles. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down.
Or a fogey.
Geezers. Yeah,
Fogey.
fogey.
The old fogey. The old git. Me. Me. Do you remember
That's
that?
a term I'm familiar with. That old fogey.
Flatty remembers the old gits. Me.
Now, is the Aussie bloke? Is he a flat earther, or he's somewhere that
Yeah,
doesn't
he's a
like to
flatty.
use that term? Okay. As long as he knows. How are the Cumberland Plains by your area?
Which plains?
Cumberland. In Australia has what's called the Cumberland Plains, which are like a massive plain.
Oh, he's deafened himself at the moment.
He's
I don't know about
AFK.
Cumberland. He's AFK.
Drinking his piss beer.
He's gonna fight a kangaroo.
She's gonna shag a kangaroo.
Me make their master farter.
See, now that's how they
You
get
know
the
about
good.
Mick and his double jointed arse?
My friend had kangaroo skin boots. They were
I've
leather made.
eaten kangaroo burgers.
You have?
Yeah, tasty.
Where the hell would you buy kangaroo meat?
You get it out of the shop. They do it at the shop, and they had a burger bar, an Aussie Outback burger
I
bar.
don't know. That doesn't
So we
sound
get
right.
ostrich, we get kangaroo.
Oh man, that's it. I wonder how they keep it fresh from so far.
It's too lean though. It's not enough fat on it. I need the fat from the ribeyes, you know.
Yeah, I like a steak with some
Nice
fat in
and
it.
raw. I'll do a
Marveling.
30-30 steak Wolfgang. Very hot pan, 30 seconds, flip it, 30 seconds, eat it.
Wow, you just seared
Yeah,
it.
baby.
I like it.
It's
I don't like it that. I like it rare, but not that bloody. Because
mate,
it's got a
you gotta
certain
do it. So you get all the
toughness. The meat is too tough if you undercook it.
Oh,
It's
bro,
chewy.
it is the
chewy.
tenderest steak you'll ever have if you do a 30-30 steak. It will be so tender and melt in your mouth.
I like it that well. I let my meat rest. If I sear the meat and I let it rest under foil, so that the juices they have time to rest. You let the meat rest under some aluminum foil. But I cook mine a little bit longer than that, quite a bit more. about 4 minutes. I sear them on both sides, so it's seared. I like a crust on it. I like to
I
have
tell
a
you
crust.
what's weird, right?
I like the middle to be rare.
It's so weird talking to younger people. They're like from a different planet. Because like people of my generation, you know, like Faddy and things, the way that we kind of talk and you know everything else, like the younger ones, if you try and talk like that with them, they start falling apart on you and stuff. It's weird.
They don't get your dialect.
It's not the dialect; they just become all pussies and snowflakes. You know, so you have to kind of walk on eggshells with them. You know, it's all gone bad. Oh, there's a really good channel you'd love to listen to. Let me find it for you. I've been listening to all of these old bouncers that used to knock out about 30 people a night in the clubs. It's really good fun listening to them. What's his...
They'd knock out the drunkards.
Yeah, just knock them straight out.
You know where Birmingham is.
Oh yeah, Birmingham.
That's where Ozzy's from. He's from Birmingham.
Ozzy Osbourne, Birmingham.
Yeah, he's from Birmingham.
Grammys.
So is that considered? There's like a working class town.
Yeah, everywhere's a work. You got to remember these towns were built up around industry. So basically, if you think of any town in England, you will see, oh, that town existed because of the mills, or that town existed because of steelworks. And that's basically how all of these places existed. You know, the docks or the mills.
They're all
or the
gone. All the shipyards and steel mills are
yeah,
pretty much
everything's gone now, sadly.
So none of them. There's no such thing as a working class town. They're all just fucking.
Well, they're still working class. They just get government money now because there's no jobs for them.
Man. Horrible.
3 or 4 generations have been on government benefits, you know?
That's terrible.
Working class. What do you mean, mate? Like, don't you have tradies up in the Isles?
Tradies? What are you chatting?
You know what a tradie is? Like, electrician or a.
No, because what they've
specific
done.
jobs.
Tradesmen.
They
Skilled
priced it
trades.
out with insurance. So what happens is normally, you would go and work with an electrician for a certain number of years, right? But they've made the insurance so high that no company can really afford to do it. So they do have them, obviously. But
It's like 2,000 hours of on the job experience to get a
Well, let's put
journeyman
it this way,
journeyman's license.
the guy that
You don't
comes
like
to
that,
the
yeah.
gas board, I always poke the workers in the head, right? And this gas man came, and I kind of was having a chat with him. This was, I don't know, 8 years ago now. And I was asking, I don't know how I got around to it, but he was basically saying that they come out of these colleges with their little degrees and they're useless. He said they have to spend a good number of years with actual on-the-job training before they know what they're doing. He said if they came out of the college and went straight into doing it, they'd fucking kill themselves, you know, blowing people up. So, yeah, it's just the whole system. Again, it's all designed to fall apart like this. It's not by accident. Let me find this thing.
See, there's not enough skilled tradesmen to keep the place running. That's just all falling apart.
Yeah, what Logos was saying to Wolfgang about it was like we had the coal mines and we had the steel industry, so it created tons of like places that kind of where these workers would be, and then they go and fucking close all the coal mines and they ship off the steel industry to somewhere to India or whatever. So then there's these generations of kind of working class that haven't worked.
They've done it here in America. Like I'm in Detroit, and the auto industry has downsized enormously. You wouldn't recognize it. Like back in the day, everybody had someone that worked, a family member that worked either in the auto industry or the parts industry, like the components.
Yeah, it's exactly like that, man. Yeah, it runs exactly the same, but with like the coal industry, the steel industry, and the shipping industry, and all those. It's just gone, you know.
That sucks. I miss that. Like the self-sufficient working people, they put in an honest day's work. They were welders and they were ship makers, steel makers, coal.
Oh,
They all
there's
did.
competition.
Well, that's the third world. Like no need for the Western people to do like hard labor anymore. Like in America, they had a lot of steel mills, like in Pittsburgh and other places, Ohio, Cleveland, Indiana had steel mills. Even in Michigan, we
Yeah.
had steel mills in Detroit, but
So
they've
we know
all
what the
went away.
problem is: globalization, connection with fucking China and shit countries like this, and shipping, and all the immigrants coming taking the jobs. You're talking about the Western world. That's why there's no Western lower class or working men anymore, because you don't need them. Cheaper labor over in China.
Right. Well, that's what I was talking about this earlier on another server. They're coming after the middle class, and the middle class back in the day, if your dad worked at the auto industry, one person, one income could support a family. So the wife would stay home with the kids, the dad would work at the auto industry or the steel mill or whatever, and he could afford to save some money and send his kids away. They wouldn't live lavishly. They would live like middle class lifestyle. They wouldn't be like eating thick steaks every night. They would just, maybe once a week they'd have a steak, but whatever. The wife would cook chicken or whatever she would cook, right? But nobody went starving, and you had a roof over your head and decent clothing. But that lifestyle has been attacked. Like all these jobs have been outsourced to China, Mexico, places with lower wages. And then the working man has been forgotten. Like all these towns become like ghost towns. And that's what Trump, I mean, I know it's all a game, but that's the type of people he attracted. We're going to make America great again. We're going to bring back manufacturing. And that's what everyone wanted to hear. All these displaced workers wanted to hear that because it was music to their ears. They've become demoralized because they're the forgotten man. They feel like a lot of people. I could relate to this. I'm self-employed, so I've never relied on an employer, but I could relate to all the other people that can't find work, and they end up working at places like Home Depot or Walmart or some shit job like that in retail because they can't work at a factory job making good wages because they don't exist. They've been outsourced.
I DM'd it you, bro. You'll enjoy that. He does some really good things, and as I say, some of his guests are absolutely hilarious. They obviously can't say everything; they get in trouble,
But that was the message Trump brought. That Trump bought. There was music to everyone's ears, including myself. Because I was not a flat earther back then. He was running when he announced. It was like 2015 when he announced his presidency, and that's when I fell down this rabbit hole. Right around that same time when I was researching into him, I'm like, yeah, I like what this guy's saying. Let me find more about him, and that's when everything. And I thought he was going to be good. I'm like, yeah, he'll be good. And then he's making the Space Force. Oh, we're fucked. It's always a sham. Like once I figured out the whole flat Earth thing, I kind of figured out the whole voting system is a scam. Like all of it, like it's all a joke. It's all good cop, bad cop. They play games, and didn't take me long to reach that point.
Oh man.
Unfortunately,
You listen to it really makes me miss those good old days where you could just knock people out and nobody bothered.
what do you mean the good old days? You can't do that?
No, you can't just punch people out anymore. Did you see it, right?
Well, you got cameras
That's
everywhere.
dead set.
Say again?
Mate, that's dead set. My grandfather was telling me a story how there was this gay cunt hitting on him, and he just bashed the cunt. And then he bashed him, right? And just completely got away with it. It was fine. Like, you do something like that nowadays, you're in fucking prison.
I know. I was just watching a video earlier. This guy was testing the First Amendment rights in America, right? So he goes into this public building. He's got his little camera out, and there's security cameras everywhere, and they're going, you can't film here, and all this nonsense. Then they call the police. Literally, 10 police officers show up. The guy's not kicking off. He's very calm. He's, I've come here for business. I'm looking for a FOIA request, you know, and I film to test. I'm an independent journalist. He's got lieutenants and sergeants and everything, and it's like the guy was just standing there with a camera going for a FOIA request, and it's insane. You know, this is literally what they do in like North Korea and crazy countries. And I just long for those good old days where you could punch people out.
Well, you can if you're a cop. You could punch out the.
Well, yeah, but you could punch out cops and get away with it back in the day. You know what I mean?
As you should, right?
But it's just and there was another one I watched. This young lad, he's gonna sue the hell out of him. But basically, he was riding his gas powered motorcycle, bicycle, whatever the frick it is, and some idiot neighbour shouts at him, says he's going to beat his head in. Some old, curtain twitcher phones the filth, and basically then escalate the issue by saying the young lad had a pistol on him in his shorts. So the filth turn up, mob handed, there's about 10 of them, and they speak to the father, and the father, it's all consent based, and he's like, no, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Goes inside the house. They just run in his house, and it's like, hold on, you haven't got a warrant. He's committed no crime, so you're breaking and entering. They, arrest him, put cuffs on him, purposefully did it too tight, and a couple of them have been fired in that now. But again, like, these cops, they don't even know the Constitution, and it turns out one of them was a homo, so he's obviously a communist, and that's probably,
They
but,
roughed
yeah,
up the dad. They roughed up his dad. Is that what you said? They cuffed him.
Yeah, but they just broke into his house and cuffed him.
Yeah, those pigs.
It's nuts, bro.
You got
They're
to get stopped
overreaching
for
all the time. And we were talking about this earlier. You'd have loved it, right? We were trying to elucidate left lane and steal something that acts and statutes are not law. They have the force of law by your consent. Your consent is what makes them law. And they couldn't wrap their heads around it. And they can't wrap their heads around the difference between driving and travelling, or a vehicle and an automobile.
Color of law. They're operating under the color of law, so it's not lawful what they're doing.
They're completely enslaved mentally, and it's the conditioning you get at school. They're oldies as well, boomers. Left lane's like 60, so he's finished a bit basically. But in the school system, it's shut up, sit down, do as you're told. Right? Teachers, God, you do as you're told, and that mentality. Then you carry on. Oh, he's in a uniform. Oh, I've got to do as I'm told. No, he's in a costume, but you're equal to the police. They've got no authority over you unless you commit crimes. And they don't even understand what a crime is, which is injury, harm, or loss.
Right.
But, yeah. These police are overstepping, man. Overstepping massively. And the thing is, there's less and less police now because they're not getting backed up. And things are only going to get worse because the only police they can get are going to be the retards. And then they're going to bring in the robots, basically. Like Boston Dynamics, the dogs and all of that, because there aren't going to be enough people. And either these police officers are not getting educated correctly, they're getting some communist training education, because they have no clue about the First Amendment rights, they have no clue about any of this stuff. And it's very bizarre, because it's like, it's pretty prominent, Bill of Rights and things. So yeah, it's kind of strange how they don't seem to apply. But again, this is what we were trying to tell them to. If you don't use your rights, you lose them. And the fact is that you don't even know what your rights are. That's the problem. And that's why the vast majority of people can't use rights. They don't know what they are. But yeah, hopefully people figure it out somewhat. But I'll be on my island. I don't care. I'm going. I'm out of it. It's all too retarded. I'm bouncing. I'm unplugging. I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to go to Siberia.
Do you sleep much, Logran? You're kind of like an insomniac, right?
Not anymore. I mean, through the fasting and that, my sleep's pretty good now. And even if I do wake early, I'll try to lay down because it all helps, you know. But I mean, the other day I had 2 hours sleep, which was pretty good. And
2
yeah,
hours. That sounds like me.
well, yeah, as I say, you need to just try fasting. Get some protein shakes. Do 2 protein shakes 5 days and meat 2 days. And make sure they do high fat butter and beef tallow. That really helped me, the beef tallow.
Beef talent. I like regular butter.
Yeah, beef tallow is really important.
Is that
Really
lard?
important.
Is that like lard beef talent?
Yeah, lard is like the pig version. You need the beef version.
But I'm saying the consistency is like beef
Yeah,
is like
yeah,
lard.
pretty much the same. Super cheap. And if you get any butters, make sure if you can get it around you or get it shipped in, it's pasture raised because otherwise you don't get the K2.
I gotta try some. That probably sounds like something good to cook a steak in.
Yeah, I mean, the K2 is really important. It's what clears the arteries and stops heart attack because it gets rid of the calcium that builds up. That's
Nice.
what, yeah, people have been saying. Dr. Berg, Dr. Ekberg, Dr. Ken Berry. So they talk about arterial sclerosis and how it can be reduced by LDL cholesterol and K2.
Beef tallow. What's the name brand of it? Like something I could pick up.
No idea. TALLOW. We call it dripping in Britain.
We might not have it here. I don't know if we.
You do have it. I know you have it.
In the baking stuff, like lard is in the baking section. They
Yeah,
have
get
it.
lard if you can't find tallow, but if you can get tallow, beef tallow, definitely get beef tallow.
Lard is used in like if you want pastries to have a flaky crust, so probably the beef would be good in there as well. I like a beef flavor better than the pork might. It does have a little bit of an odd taste, the lard, but not bad. It's not off putting. Not like you would think. Like, oh, that's pig lard? Ew, that'd be disgusting. Doesn't sound good.
Yeah, just try that. Try the protein shakes twice a day, 5 days a week, and butter in your coffee.
I tried that. I didn't care for it. I like cream. I put some
You can
milk
do
or
cream.
cream.
I mean, you don't put a lot of butter in. You only put like half a teaspoon or something.
The
If
cream
you
will do
don't
as
like
well.
it in the
Cream.
coffee, just eat it. Just eat half a teaspoon.
I use it on my toast. Yeah.
I just eat it. I don't see carbohydrates are what mess you up. So I've cut all carbohydrates and sugars.
I
And
don't eat a
do
ton
feel a
of
lot
it, but
better.
I do like a slice of toast in the morning.
I know, bro. I've had to cut it all out. I've been eating it longer than you. Trust me, I like it more than you do. You know what I mean? But you
It's
can't have it.
difficult. It's
You can't
difficult to
have it,
change
you know?
the diet. Well, if it's making you overweight, then you don't want it. I
Well,
know the
it's
carbs are
about.
bad.
So we're not actually omnivores, right? Depending upon your genetics, there are certain foods which are poisonous to you, and there's certain foods which are optimal. You need to figure out what is optimal. So basically, 30 days you live on red meat, and then you add in a bit of fasting, and then if you need to, you can add a bit of dairy and some honey sometimes, right? And you
That's what I
figure out what works, but you definitely don't want to be eating more than once a day if you are eating once a
That's
day.
all I eat. That's exactly what I'm eating. One time a day.
You now need to eat once a week.
Huh?
You now need to eat once a week.
I don't know about that, man. That's gonna be a big
Listen
leap.
to me. Listen. If you get the protein shakes and you have 2 of those a day, right? And you eat at the weekends, I'll tell you what happens, yeah? When you fast, the body repairs itself. So, okay, let me explain this, right? I'll send you the link to the channel to go through it all. But essentially, the body uses all of its resources and energy to break down the food, right? When you don't put food into the body, it switches that energy and resources into producing stem cells to cleanse the body and heal any damages. But if you don't fast for a long period of time, then you don't get that benefits of the stem cell replacement. And you can still get those benefits of fasting and stem cell replacement while having 2 protein shakes and butter and fat.
Then you're not necessarily fasting if you're having a
You
protein
are
shake.
fasting though. That's the point. You can still fast and have up to 750 calories a day.
Well, that's then as you're not fasting. I consider fasting
'cause
would have nothing at
you
all.
don't understand. Fasting means to go without. It doesn't mean
Yeah,
you live on water, right?
Well, that's what you said. Go without eating for 1 week. I don't know, man. To me, that's.
Yeah, you
But-
don't have food, but you have protein shakes.
But that okay, but that is food. It's still nutrients.
Yeah, but you're still fat. You'll still get the benefits of fasting. I've done it myself.
All right. Well, then that's not. I could do that, but I'm just saying eating nothing at
No,
all for a
you
week.
are still fasting because you're fasting from carbs. You're fasting from sugars. You're fasting from meat.
Well, yeah, that's a different situation altogether. But I mean, that's totally different.
Yeah, but
There's
just understand the word fasting does not mean no food.
Oh, you said going without, right? Fasting in my terms is like I eat 1 time a day. Would that be fasting, or that's just my diet? That's my
No, that's 1 meal a day.
right.
Yeah. To what I'm suggesting is don't have food, but have protein shakes and fat.
But I consider a protein shake is still food to me. If whether
Yeah,
you
but your
drink
body
it or chew
doesn't.
it. So if you chew it or drink it, it's
You're
if you're
hacking the
overweight,
body. Yeah, it's a hack.
if you're overweight, it's people tell you don't drink your calories if you're overweight. Like
It
if you're
doesn't
drinking,
matter. You can lose 2 pounds a day.
oh, you probably can, but that beef is still you're taking in lots of fat.
No, fat doesn't make you fat. Carbs make you fat.
No, I know. I don't subscribe to that notion that it does. That's everything that they tell us is ass backwards.
Yeah.
Don't eat this; it's bad for you.
But I'll
That
give
means
you the
eat it.
rundown, right? So the channel that I'll send you, okay, he did a 40-day fast, a 7-day fast, and a 5-day fast. The most recent one, he actually ate 350 calories a day and walked 15 miles a day. But he still lost a kilogram a day. Okay, so when you fast, you
2
lose a
pounds.
kilo a day, right? Now I lose a kilo a day on my 2 milkshakes and my 2 protein fats. So you are still fasting, but you're ingesting something, right? So this
Yeah.
is what I'm saying. It's like a hack. So if you listen to him and he break it down for you about the HG1 and how it does this and does that, and it's really good stuff. I'll find it for you now before I forget.
Well,
But
I'll ask
yeah,
you one question quickly, mate. Do you fast to go into alkaline state? Is that, or do you go for ketosis?
I fast to boost testosterone.
Yeah, like I'm looking to do a big fast, but like you do go into an alkaline state. That's right. No.
Yeah, but my main goal was because they don't want to give it you unless you want to chop your
You want
dick
to
off.
fast
and
for
roast it.
testosterone.
No. What I'm saying is I needed to boost my testosterone.
Well, have
and
you heard about sunning your balls?
Eh?
Have you heard about putting like your balls to the sun?
Oh no, none of that will work for me.
Look it up. Look it up.
I
Mate,
know.
it doubles.
I've tried all
You
of
know
that
about
stuff.
it. It doubles your
Yeah, it
testosterone, mate.
No, it didn't work for me. But the doctors don't want to give you
balls.
testosterone unless you want to grow tits and cut your dick off or some weird shit, right? So basically, I was messing around and I just managed to double my testosterone rate, which has been really amazing.
And you did it through fasting.
Yeah.
You didn't sun
Wow.
Yeah, I don't. My testosterone is probably pretty high.
What'd you say, Santiago?
I said you didn't sun your balls?
No. I tried. Didn't sun my balls. No.
You haven't sun your balls at all, ever.
I just washed up.
Santiago, I sun my balls almost every day.
I mean,
But that's indecent exposure. Maybe
The
in
problem
Australia.
is, it gets sunburned. I'm only
Right.
doing 10 minutes, even less, and my balls get sunburned in a day or two of doing it.
That's the part that's supposed to be see no daylight, right? Where the sun don't shine. Like those
Well,
are the
exactly.
things.
That's the thing. I did it a few months ago for the first time, and I thought to myself, I've never given this part of my body light
Dude,
since the day I was born.
You guys don't know about sunning your balls?
Honestly, do you know about it?
Is Vanny
There's
the one?
scientific evidence. It doubles your testosterone, Santiago, correct?
Yeah.
You know
I mean,
about
I sun my balls. Everybody suns their balls, don't they?
Yes. Yes.
You know what? I'm gonna try it. So then your ball sack gets super hairy with all that testosterone.
It's
You grow
good.
more.
Look it up on the internet, man.
You know what? It's worth a try. It's like, but you don't want to burn them. Don't burn them. 10 minutes max.
Well, that's the thing. It depends if you're what type of blood you
How
have.
fair
Like
complected you
I
are. Yeah.
sunburn. Well, I don't tan at all. Not even complexion. Some Germanic peoples usually they have the ability to tan, but Celtics they cannot tan.
I go red, white, red.
I just go
brown.
red. I just go burnt.
I just
No
go
sun,
red
no
and
tan.
fucking white.
Exactly, mate. And my freckles get darker. That's about it.
Okay, you're Irish then.
Oh,
You sound
definitely.
like a Leb. You sound Lebanese, big time.
Son, Lebanese. Fuck off, idiot. I'm Irish, Scottish, Welsh, English, and a little bit Scandinavian. So I'm pure Aussie, Roofy. So I don't know who you are to call me Lebanese, mate.
You got a Leb accent for sure.
That's nonsense.
Roofy, you sun your balls, right?
I sun my balls and my
It
asshole.
sounds like a
yes.
proper Aussie to me.
Yeah, he's talking bullshit. Maybe I have the modern Aussie accent because there's lots of Lebs that have moved into Sydney. So, but you know,
You're a criminal, Vanu. That's what you
See,
are.
now
Well,
that's
actually,
bullshit as well. I think
I do have. My grandfather, right, figured out ancestry directly to a cunt who was on the first fleet, and that was with Captain Cook, the guy who actually arrived. And I have ancestry to him, so partially a criminal, but you know, the majority is free settlers, you know, from Ireland and Scotland and Wales and whatnot. So
don't deny it, man.
Only a slither are criminals. All right.
The convicts reestablished. No, but see, that's a false narrative. Our history is all false. All the shit, even in America.
Well, it is true. It is recorded, mate.
It's
They
true.
did
It's
actually.
exactly true.
They took prisoners
Everything
to
that they
found this
wanted.
whole. Sorry, Santia. They took prisoners to found this entire country. They used us as slaves.
Okay,
So,
you
I
gotta
don't want to
look
hear
into
about
it.
black people talking about slaves. They use white people. They use fucking, the prisoners still. This cunt actually, who I'm related to, right? His name's John Small. He actually robbed a train, so highway robbery, right? But they sent him around here, and to build the country. So the country was
But
built
the
by
country was
prisoners.
built. The country was built before your grandfather arrived. There was a
No,
previous.
there was Aborigines here. No,
No. That's.
I don't believe
I'm telling
you.
you.
I don't
There's
believe
buildings older. There's buildings older than the narrative allows for. In other words, like in America, they show Abraham
I will
Lincoln.
say one thing. Are you referring to Tartaria?
Yes, that's what I am.
All right. Well, the
So,
Aussies
hear me out.
definitely
Hear me out.
did.
Hold on.
The
Hear me out.
Aussies did build the Tartarian buildings in Sydney. It was just
Maybe
white,
so.
really
Maybe so.
Aryans. That's all it was. All right.
Here's the thing: in America, the narrative that the Christopher Columbus arrived and there was just these Indian tribes here, and there was nothing else. Abraham Lincoln lived in a log cabin. People that live in log cabins do not build buildings of stone. If you go to the Amish community, it's still horse and wagon people still build with wood. They don't build with stone. So these buildings were built by people that had the means.
Oh, but this is
to work with
America.
stone.
Different
In
story.
America, but Australia as well. Australia has buildings older.
There's
your
no old
timeline.
buildings here. No, that's incorrect. You're talking shite, mate. There was
What do you
no
mean?
old
I'll
buildings.
show you old buildings. I'll show you old
You go
buildings.
show me.
Okay,
Go on.
AC/DC video. It's a long way to the top.
Are you referring to like buildings in Sydney and that, like the old churches?
I don't
and
know. I don't know what town they were in, but they're in Australia, and it's an old. They're in an old city, and this is in the 80s, mind you. So the timeline that the Australians arrived there, that your country's supposed to be newer than mine. Like America is older than Australia established. Okay, Australia's
Okay, go
supposed to be
ahead
one
and
of.
show me the fucking building that you're talking about. You're trying to
It's
tell me that
all.
white
They
men
got trolley
couldn't build the
cars.
building? I disagree because men back in the day, 100 years ago or so, were capable of things we can't even fathom today. Like
Europeans
than
have been
100
building
years.
out of stone for a
Well,
long time.
The building was 100. The building was much older than that. I'm
you're trying
saying,
to tell me that there's buildings in Australia that we found. Go on, show me. Because we have records, mate, of the convicts, all these
the
things.
false
I
records,
have
though.
direct linked bloodline. So, mate, I
Okay,
don't believe you.
okay, but it doesn't mean that when he
Maybe
got
in
here, there was
America, no.
nothing.
Maybe America and other continents, but Australia, no. No way.
It doesn't mean there was nothing there.
So a false
Hey?
record. How do you know your record's not false?
My record's not false, you bloody idiot. Who are you?
He said that your record of being built
He
after
thinks it's false.
1800.
Well,
I'm saying the history book, the narrative
That's
that
why I
they
say I don't
feed you,
believe him. You can
it's a
say whatever you
false
want, man.
narrative. It's a
But
false
how do you know
narrative.
yours is true? How do you know yours is not false? You
Right, you're
claimed
20
ours is
years
false.
old. How do you know anything beyond 20 years? Like, you don't know
Excuse me,
anything.
I'm 23 years old, and actually
Okay,
I know
23.
things from my grand.
Okay.
What, you're saying my age has anything to do? Like, what have you
I'm
done in the past
saying,
20 years? Probably
how
fuck
far
all, mate.
back can you trace this is what I'm saying. You can only track it back to your
My
grandfather.
grandfather traced it. My grandfather traced it back
Okay.
to a man known as John Small on the First Fleet. And there's plenty of ancestors, probably like over 124 descended from that man.
How far back does that go is my question. Like, how far back does their great-grandfather or the John Smith, whoever he was, how far
John
back
Small.
does that?
That's
John
what I'm
Small.
saying. He was on the First Fleet with Captain Cook, who
What year was
founded
this?
Australia.
What year
I'd
was
have to
that?
look it up when
1788.
Captain Cook went to Australia. 1788.
1700s?
1788, yeah. That's when the convicts arrived, I think.
Okay, so
The
that
First Fleet with Captain Cook's especially, mate, they didn't arrive and see any old buildings there or some nonsense.
the thing is, the
Is
story.
that what
of
you're
it-
saying? Sorry, is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying, okay, let's say Captain Cook landed there, and he's got a handful of men. How does it go from that to a city the size of what you have, like
They're
Sydney?
white people. Don't you understand?
Exactly, they're
what
white people,
do?
and it's not like 2 minutes. You're looking at 100 years of time, like generations of people. Of course, they're going to be able to build a fucking good building because they're pure Aryans.
They're master craftsmen, Wolfgang. We've been
Exactly.
at
I'm
it
saying,
thousands
though,
of years.
I'm not denying who the craftsmen were good. They were skilled people. I'm saying the timeline when you arrive.
No, but
until
that's the
you
thing,
have a
man. You
city.
think about this.
You're
Think
on
about
the
50
timeline,
years.
dude.
Think about 50 to 100 years time. That's a lot of fucking time,
But you're
man.
missing the point. A horse and cart people building things in advance of what they have the materials for. You don't mine
Maybe I'd
stone
agree
with a
with
horse
the
and cart.
pyramids and stuff,
No,
sure.
no.
But when it comes to the buildings in Sydney and things like that, nah, mate.
These are old buildings with no power tools. I don't care how good the men are. If you have no
They had
power
the Industrial Revolution in the 1800s, Wolfgang.
with the horse
They
and
had
cart,
water mills. They had the Industrial Revolution. They had all of that stuff.
I'm
Wolfgang,
saying
just
the
show us
technology,
this building and how you know it's really old, please.
the brick buildings and the structure and the trolley cars and the infrastructure.
Right? Yeah.
When you arrive,
Demonstrate to us that they are older.
like it'd take me too much time, and it's 3 a.m. I don't feel like dumping through so much
Okay.
hoops, but you could do a little bit yourself.
No.
You said Abraham Lincoln lived in a log cabin.
No, that's what the narrative is. He read under candlelight. He lived in a log cabin, whatever. I'm
Yeah,
saying
so-
that was the settlers of everybody who came here. Christopher Columbus, we came here. There was Indians. They had teepees, and the first shelters we built were log cabin style homes. That's the first structures that the early Americans built because that's what they had available. They
But
had
what do we
that.
live in now? We live in brick structures. So how did that happen?
Okay, but what I'm saying, if you go to Washington, D.C. and look at how it's constructed, you go to any large city, it's constructed of marble. A lot of the structure on the inside is marble, polished marble. The Washington Monument is marble. Those materials, you cannot work that with without power tools. There's
Right.
no way to work. There's no way to get
understand
polished
that.
stone.
But you're
Hear me
saying
out.
that these horse and cart people could not progress beyond that. Is that what you're saying?
You cannot, Logrian, you just put your thinking cap on. You cannot polish stone without machine tools. You cannot do it. Impossible to have polished stone without machine tools. No ifs, ands, and buts. It's just impossible.
Well,
I don't care how good a craftsman, you cannot produce polished stone without machine
the point
tools.
I'm making is you can see how horse and cart people have now evolved to what they are today, building skyscrapers 1,000 feet tall, right?
They were doing it back then. There was buildings 600 feet tall in Philadelphia in the United States with horse
Yeah.
and cart people. How?
Because they were good. They used steel
How do you-
frame structures.
This is before the steel was allegedly invented.
They would have
The
used brick
Bessemer
then.
steel.
They would have used red engineering bricks for the main inside structure, and then they would have faced it with facing stone.
My point being that there's no way to get a polished stone without a machine tool to do it. And if you're in an era with no electricity and you don't have machine tools, how are you constructing these buildings?
Hold on a sec. Polished stone, isn't that just wet sanding and things?
No. Polished stone is you need precise machine tools to fit a polished surface. To
I'll
get a
have to look
polished
into
surface on stone takes machine tools of high precision. And they need to be powered by something, which is electric motors. You could say you could power with water wheels or whatnot, but you're building precision tools in a water mill or whatever.
Well, they did have that in the 1800s, remember? They had the steam age, they had industrialization in the early
This
18th
is
century.
pre that, 1700s. This is pre-industrial steam engine narrative.
Well, I'm sure I've seen polished stone in the medieval and Gothic arches.
That's
and
my
things.
point. That's my point. That requires technology. That's my point.
Well, I don't. I'd have to look into it because I'm not a stonemason. I don't know how to polish stone and things. So I'll
To get
look
that
into it.
polished surface is very difficult. It's not easy. Like, think, how would you go about it right now if I gave you a hammer and a chisel? How would you go about quarrying a stone and then polishing, having the surface polished and flat? It's
Yeah,
not easy.
I don't have enough information to.
So with diamonds, we have diamonds now that polish stone. They're diamond encrusted pads for, like, the radius edge, like a bullnose edge on your countertop. Some of it's done by machine tools, and then the rest is done by hand polishing to get the radius polished. But it's very difficult to work stone, and to get a polished surface requires machine tools. It can't be done by a horse and cart people, which means that people that had advanced technology were building these, whether they're white or not.
You
They
say
had
horse and
advanced
cart
technology.
people like they're backward or something.
It's not that. It's just you can be the most skilled craftsman. If you don't have the tools, you can't do a certain thing. If you ask me to lift a 5-ton block and I don't have a tool to do it, I can't lift it. There has to be the tools. Saying these are people of an advanced people. These are not horse and cart people.
Well, yeah, but you got to remember that the people entering Australia and America, they were master craftsmen. They
With
knew the
tools.
trade.
They were craftsmen.
They
I'm
had
not
tools.
denying that.
They
I'm
had
not denying
chisels,
that
they
at
had
all.
hammers, they had tools.
No, it ain't. They weren't working hammer and chisel. These were They were better craftsmen than we have
Hold on
today.
a sec. Let's look into it a bit, because again, let's see what the officialdom say, and then try to break that down.
The quality of workmanship was like that across the realm, whether it's Australia, United States, England, Europe. The quality level was produced at that same high standard everywhere in the time period. The
Right, let's
craftsmanship
have a
was
look.
off the charts compared to what we have now. The stuff we have now is shit. Cinder block buildings that are disposable.
Wasn't the best example of that maybe like in Michelangelo's fucking marble sculpt fucking statues, to where
That as
there's
well.
a
Yeah.
chick with like a veil over her face? Like, how can you fucking create that on on
Flawless.
this marble and exactly flawless, bro? Like amazing. Like
Flawless statue.
I don't even think we can recreate that today, to be honest, bro.
It
Even
ain't
with
a,
our
it ain't a hammer and chisel.
God.
Guarantee you that. It was not a hammer and chisel that made that.
There's
Guarantee.
little hammers and chisels. I've shown videos of how they would have done it. There's a guy doing it right now. I think what happens is these skills are no longer required because we moved on. Like, nobody paints to realism anymore because we have cameras, right? And I think that a lot of the times when you break it down and understand it, it's sometimes a little bit simpler. I'll show you the video of the guy doing the hammer and chiseling.
Well, it's one thing painting and drawing, but when if you're working with marble stone or limestone, like to create these, dude, go ahead, show me the video. I want to see your video you're talking
I'll
about.
show you the video. I saw the video. What? I said
It's
what?
best if you try it yourself, though, to get your hands on a piece of any stone, and try and do it yourself and see how far you get, right? And then see, okay, I need to produce 100,000 blocks of this precision to make this building, right? They have to each be perfectly squared edges, and that's going to require technology. That's my point. Not that the men didn't have skill. They obviously had skill, but they also had machine tools capable of producing perfectly polished blocks, which even building the tooling itself is a task.
Are you guys talking about the pyramid?
No, I'm talking about the cities that we have, these ancient cities, the cities that we live in. Every modern city is older than they tell us. Even the ones in Australia, they're much older than they tell us. And the men who built them had a skill level high. I'm not denying that. But there was some kind of technology, machine tool technology that they had as well as the high skill level. There's just certain things. Even the Mormons. You tell me the Mormons arrived in Utah with just shovels, picks, hammers, and horse and cart people, no electric, and they're producing a marble palace of polished stone in Salt Lake City, in the middle of nowhere. Like that, it doesn't get done today. Like you could go to an Amish community; they're not building buildings out of stone.
No, but that's because they don't want to. They want to stay at that level.
They don't have capabilities, man.
No, but they don't want to.
I'm asking you to put your hands to the stone and try it and see how difficult it is and see if it's feasible. Because you've never done it, so you don't know that it's not feasible to work with those materials. If you've done it, you would realize how impossibly difficult it is. It's not that that one guy does it, he carves a little soapstone or whatever with the Dremel tool.
Even still, he has a Dremel tool. Come on, he's
right.
That's the whole point. He can't do it
in
with
a
just a hammer
diamond.
and a
This
chisel.
guy's doing it with a hammer and chisel, though.
No, I just saw him do it with the Dremel. He had a Dremel in his hand.
No, he's got a hammer and chisel.
No, but oh wait, hold on. Let me give you a timestamp.
Wolfgang, sorry to interrupt, mate. You're completely Aryan, correct?
I'm what?
Aryan.
Okay.
Why don't you believe that Aryans a few hundred years ago were capable of building these magnificent buildings?
That's not what I said. I never said that. What I said is
right there.
I said they had technology. They had technology, and it does the timeline that they didn't have their horse and cart people with no technology is bogus. Somebody had technology, is my point. I'm not denying
so the
they
free
didn't have
energy,
skill.
yeah. So, but yeah, exactly. And I agree. There's definitely we had technology,
at
but we had it. It wasn't someone else that disappeared.
Oh yeah,
Sorry,
might.
bro.
But they can still do that with mini chisels and that. He's just being lazy.
Well, exactly. We can still do this. It's just forgotten technology. But it was us who had it, right? It wasn't something that disappeared.
Did Michelangelo have a fucking...
Yeah, hammer and chisel. That's how they did it.
Michelangelo, how he had photorealistic paintings and stuff. Like they looked
Here you
like...
are, a Pocky. Check that one out.
No, what about his sculptures in marble? What about his sculptures in marble?
There you go, carving marble with traditional tools.
Right. Is okay? I'm gonna check it out. And is it comparable to what they did back then? The one with the veil, the chick with the veil in her face? Okay, I'll check it out.
Well, like Loggers said, there were master craftsmen back in the day, and when nothing compared.
Remember, they didn't jerk off to porn. They didn't smoke weed. They didn't get pissed. They were decent.
Hey! Sativa has been around with the Indo-European.
Yeah, I know, but you know what I mean.
2,000 years. Yeah.
But
the indica.
The problem is, right, and again, I'm not being rude to anybody here, but there's a gap in people's brains because they don't have the necessary information, right? It's like a magic trick, right? You're like, oh, that's amazing, but once it's revealed, you're like, oh shit, is that how it's done? So these look magical and mystical, but once you see, it's like, oh, they just fucking hammered and chiseled it, and then they sanded it with files, and oh yeah, simple, it's easy, you know, like. But I can see how people can be misled. But if you actually get traditional tools and things, you can see, yeah, it's easy, bro. Easy. And remember, they've been at it for 2,000 years.
It's
on
not
the official timeline.
That's not easy. You're watching someone else do it, and you never put your hands to the stone and done it yourself. I've even worked with tile floors.
Doing it. Somebody's doing it to the same level and the same quality.
No, it's okay. If I need someone to do it, even today, it's okay to get even a granite countertop. Granite is hard as fuck, dude. Granite is much harder than marble to work that. And some of these stones were granite, which is a tremendously hard to. What cuts granite? Diamond, right? So they had to have diamond crusted wheels to cut this stone. You can't cut a harder material with a softer material. It's
Yeah,
impossible.
that's what we've been told. But I have seen people do experiments with granite where they've been able to shape it and cut it with copper tools.
Vibration. I've seen that as well. They use
Do
stone.
you know what's in sand? Wolfgang?
Silica.
Corundum, which is like on the level of emeralds, sapphire, diamond.
Different aggregates are in sand. It's like it depends what kind of sand you have. There's different aggregates. Like there's garnets. Garnets are in sandpaper, and it's like a ruby, and they
No,
are
I'm not
hard.
talking about sandpaper. I'm talking about sand and water.
No, garnets. I'm saying sand. It comes from is
I'm not talking
in
about
garnets
garnet
are in
either. I'm talking about corundum.
corundum.
Yeah, corundum.
A specific type of sand.
No, that corundum is it's not a gemstone, but it's on the same level of hardness as emerald, sapphire, ruby, diamond, everything.
Okay. Where do you find it naturally?
In sand.
In sand.
Yeah.
So it is sand. So you're picking fly shit out of the pepper, bro.
No. You use sand and water and you rub it against something, and some of those things are softer, they break apart. A lot of those things are harder, and they stay, and they corrode the surface.
Well, like garnets, like that's what I'm saying. There's certain
Ancient
stones
people have
within
done this
sand.
like throughout all of time. Okay, it's not like something you need to wrap your mind around. Like, oh, they have ancient technology. No, they just use sand and water, dude.
That's what they tell you, and you believe it, so you eat it up, bro. Just eat it up. Eat up the official narrative. Don't question their story. It's his story. Don't question it.
You go on, King. You go on.
Yo, here's one of the ones that fucking is just awesome, dude. Like, hold on, let me post it real quick. Where are we at? Gem Pandas? I mean, in Geos. I'm gonna post it real quick. Like shit like this, dude. That's amazing, dude. Like, dude, that is fucking. That's tits right there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but
do you
that's
believe it was
thousands of
done with
years of
hand and chisel?
knowledge. This is the point. You're at the end of an era where something got really good like this, and then basically the skills have been lost because they've moved on to other techniques and other things like painting, right? It's very difficult to find people that can paint like Constable or Picasso. Why? Because people use photos now. People use computers, right? So this older way of doing things is lost. There are a handful of people out there that are capable of doing things like this.
No, I agree with you. Like, there's no question about how it was done. Like, I think the alternative is the whole sound frequency thing, some sort of like wacky wizard shit. Like, man,
Well,
it
that's what
was just
Logrian
someone.
was talking
Yeah, but
about.
Wolfgang, it was just someone who spent, think about this, their entire life, and that's their magnum opus. You know, that's their final.
That's right.
That's what they show off.
And one wrong blow and the whole statue's ruined.
Yeah, because this guy's a legend who's doing it. That's the whole point, isn't it?
That is correct, man. And many statues were ruined, which you do not know about.
Remember, when you're down to this much finery, you're using things like needles to just pick away tiny, tiny amounts. Obviously, when they start, they got big fucking hammers and chisels to get the basic shapes, and then they go finer and finer and finer, like with sanding or anything. And I admit, it is amazing and it looks mysterious, but when you see what they're able to do, even today, like the thing that I just showed you, you know, it is possible.
I think there's also two different arguments too, because not only was the master craftsmanship and detail of a statue, but let's get to the bigger construction of it, of blocks that had precision. Now we could talk about pyramids or other, structures like that.
Ziggurats.
To where those blocks, even in today's using modern day technology like forklifts to lift that much weight. Like I have a video of, dude, a big massive fucking forklift is having a problem like picking up a limestone block.
Yeah, it was
And
getting upended. I seen that. It was a
yeah,
front end loader, a rubber
right,
tired loader, and the ass end was coming off the ground of a
right,
big. Yeah, I've seen that.
exactly. And it's like, how if they if they're having a problem with a big ass machine that can lift thousands of pounds of weight, and he's just trying to move one, now you have to move 1,000,000 of those in the time frame. It just doesn't make sense, bro,
The
with such
precision.
precision.
Yeah, the
Exactly.
precision of the
With
blocks is less than 1,000th of an inch. It's like, tenths of a thousand. Just like today, we have what's called surface plates, which
right,
you get a granite surface plate, like it's a precision instrument, and that's what you calibrate your surface gauge, your height gauges, and things like that when you're laying out, like when you do CNC machining, or even on a Bridgeport mill,
yeah,
you gotta set up your piece. Your work piece is done on a granite block because it's a perfectly flat surface, and you pay a lot for these. These are expensive stones. So to produce that in an era without electricity or a machine tool, that's the narrative. No machine tool, you cannot produce that level of precision without very precise machine tools. The tool creating a polished stone block has to be precise.
We can't do that because all we have is this machine level intelligence. You know, the esoteric knowledge of the ancients and the natural way of doing things, the more effective way is completely lost to us. We're completely lost.
They can do it. Today can be done at right angles. You can do it, but I mean, we're led to believe this is the highest level of technology that's ever existed. That's the narrative. But
Yeah, and
today
it is for like the physical technology. Sure.
well, we don't know
Like
that. Like these,
no, I mean like there's scientific and there's like spiritual, and we are completely blind when it comes to the spiritual end.
I'm
Like
saying is
they probably knew
quality.
how to levitate these things and stuff like that. They probably knew how to like resonate with them, like so they would vibrate at the same frequency and levitate. Who knows, man? But they probably could have like
The
the
quality
secrets that we don't know about.
quality of the fitment of the stones proves that they had precise machine tools.
yeah.
You
Well,
cannot get that fitment. The quality level is too high. That the building exists, and that proves that they had high tech machine tools.
I wouldn't say it's the same level of technology, man. I wouldn't say that they had like electricity, machines, machining, and that sort of thing, mechanical, physical based technology. I wouldn't say that.
There's no other way to do it. It
As
just
far
can't
as
be
you
done.
know, but who knows what
Flat blocks.
what they had in
It
their
just can't
arsenal.
be done. Nobody's doing. The guy with the chisel's not producing flat polished stone. He's
So,
making.
so what do? They mine diamonds. They created diamond encrusted blades, and they did it the same way that we're doing right now. That's literally what you're saying.
Maybe I don't know if they did it that
You're
way.
saying like they've had mines and the manpower to actually produce all the electric instruments that we have done in the last 100 years.
Yeah, come on.
They
man.
have some
You think they had
technology.
hydraulic pumps? Come on, man.
They had some technology to polish stone, which it takes a high degree of machine tools. So, however they're polishing
That's
stone
how we
is
do
high
it.
tech.
There's different methods. There's the machining, like
There's
the way
more
that
than
we do
one
it.
way. Yeah,
Yeah, and
more
then
than
there's
one way to
whatever way
skin
that they
a
were
cat.
doing it. I don't think it was the same way. I don't think they had machines with like metal
They
and
definitely
oil
did.
and engines, and I don't think so, man.
They had some. There had to be a machine to produce a consistent polished surface. Like to have that consistency, the uniformity, it can only be reproduced. Like it can't. Things of that nature are not reproduced. In other words, that guy's not. He's not hammering out a slab of stone with a perfectly flat, level surface. He's got contour. He's not doing flatness. These blocks are flat and square. They're flat and square to within a precision level that cannot be done by human hands.
Yeah, there's a belief though that they moved this really heavy block of limestone or whatever it is with using frequency, using sound,
I've
and
heard
then
that too.
yeah, and I've actually seen a video of this one, I want to
Coral
say
Castle guy?
I want to say like a classroom experiment but there's this guy that he has this device on the desk in front of the like a lecture hall, and he turns it on, and the sound elevates. They put a disc on it and it elevates it. It picks it
I
up,
seen that.
and then they put
Professor
weight.
Hold up. Before you guys all talk about all this random nonsense. Okay, look, how do you carve jade? Do you know that, Wolfgang?
How do you carve jade with a material harder than the jade itself?
Okay, and
Could be
how hard
carbide or diamond.
How hard is jade?
I don't know the most hardness. You tell me.
On the most scale, right? It's a 6 to 7. Okay. Now, how
Okay.
hard do you think marble is?
Marble's like butter next to that.
Yeah, it's a
Hold
3.
up, on the most scale, it's 6 or 7.
Jade is, yes.
What about on the least scale?
I don't know the least scale. I just looked this up, bro. I'm bringing this up as an argument. If you want to chime in with some other evidence, I'm bringing it up.
Continue. Carry on.
Okay. So look, people of different nations have carved jade all over the world using their hands with no technology whatsoever. You're not saying that these people had.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
No,
they carved it with no
There's YouTube
technology.
videos.
You're assuming they did.
YouTube video.
No, okay. Look, dude, people carved jade, right? They made trinkets out of it all over the world. Okay.
How did they do it?
It has a 6 to 7 hardness scale. Okay. Limestone, marble has a 3.
Okay. So what's your point?
So what are you saying that's difficult to carve?
They have something that's harder. Granite is hard to carve. Jade is hard to carve.
Granite.
Whatever they carved it with had to be harder than the material they're carving. You don't carve jade with copper, or you don't carve it with this is before the Iron Age. So according to their narrative.
No, but there are a bunch
Water
of
carves rock. Is water harder than rock?
There are a bunch of makeshift tools.
How does it? You mean water jets? Water jets have aggregate.
No, I mean erosion.
That's what they tell us. Erosion. Yeah, it's erosion. There's also sand and abrasive. There's aggregate in the water. It's not just water without aggregate. It's just like a water jet. A water jet, you could cut steel. It's not just water. There's aggregate. There's stone. There's fine stone in there.
The point is, with friction and with whatever other material, and with time. I don't want to say time,
but the question would be like, how did they do it back then?
Process.
Though?
You can whittle
That's
it down.
the tech.
Hard jade. You could whittle down other materials.
No, it's not.
The meaning it was.
We're trying to bring Wolfgang out of his hole right now.
They had tech. They had tech. Carving things.
That people.
You know what a Fabergé egg is?
Tools back in the day, which is absolutely not.
You don't carve. You don't carve a harder material with a softer material. So they had technology. They had something, obviously, to work with a hard material. They had something to cut it, obviously, because the piece exists. The question mark is how. They're not revealing the how part. How was it done?
Dude, it's not a question of they're not revealing. It's a question of you not actually
looking. Question is how. Question is how was it produced? How was it cut? There's only certain things that will cut, right? You could cut it with a diamond. You could cut it with carbide. Did those things exist? How did they have carbide tooling in that era? They had something harder than the jade because they cut it. The evidence is they cut it. How? Question is how did they do it?
Sand and water.
Okay, sand.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think I would argue.
I cut the deck, and my hand is softer than the deck.
But I would say a better argument is okay, not how they cut it, but how did they move it? Because those blocks, they would have required this crazy, like a really, really very skilled, tactic. I get it, but if we have bulldozers today, think about a bulldozer with the hydraulics, the engines, the power that can move weight, and they somehow moved 1 million plus of these stones and put them into a fixed position all the way up as high as the pyramid may go. I think that would be the better question, not about carving and about cutting it,
We're
because
not
obviously
even
there's all these.
talking pyramids. We're
The
talking
pyra-
buildings.
yeah, the
Yeah,
Build
exactly. Just in general. I know. Even if
he's
a
talking
building
about
itself.
literal brick buildings in New England. Okay, you're talking
These
about
are not
pyramids.
bricks. These are not bricks.
Yeah, he's talking
Stone.
about like limestone granite brick buildings in New England, right? That are like predated 200 years, circa. But
Were
like,
they big blocks like the pyramid ones?
no,
Oh, okay. Well, then that's different. That's not what I'm talking about.
We're not talking bricks, a man-sized brick that a man could lift with his hands. We're talking blocks, stone blocks, large stone blocks. Like, okay, look at the Washington Monument. It's constructed of large stone blocks in a horse and buggy. You can't even put that on a wooden cart, like a block of that size. Like that tractor he's talking about is like 1,000 horsepower front end loader, and the ass
Right.
end of it's off. The wheels are off the ground. He's trying to pick this block up. I think it weighed like, what was it 10 tons or 5
Yeah,
tons?
and it couldn't pick it up. Yeah, it was
It was
struggling.
lifting
Couldn't pick
the
it up.
ass off this thing this machine. It was a huge machine. The tires were probably at least 6 foot tall, maybe bigger. So are you
fucking
going to put
lift it.
that on a horse-drawn cart? The block? Hell no. It would collapse a wooden cart. A block, a tenth of that size would collapse that wooden cart.
That's
That
what
machine
I'm
probably
saying.
didn't have the best leverage on it though.
Well, the axle of the wheel has to carry the certain load over a shitty mud road, right? Like, you got to think about the logistics of moving stuff like this. Even with the
Right.
perfect machine, like he's saying, 1,000 horsepower tractor, it's incapable. He's struggling to lift a block. It was at a stone quarry. I seen, like, it was somewhere, maybe they were filming a stone quarry, how they quarry blocks, and he was loading one piece on the truck with this large machine, and he was struggling to lift it. Like, the block
Yeah.
was heavier than the counterweight on the machine.
Yeah, and that would be more my argument. Like, how the fuck did they move that shit, dude? Like, back in a time when they didn't have heavy equipment to move it.
Exactly
This is
my point. Exactly my point. It required
yeah.
heavy equipment
Oh, I
and
found it. Oh, fuck yeah. Hold on. Let me grab it. I
yeah,
found it.
share it with these guys because we've
Save
seen it.
video. Look at it. Oh my god, this shit's crazy. Raise all the way up. Oh shit. This is dope, dude. Hold up. I got it right here.
I'm all the way up.
Yeah, and think about here it is right here. Check it out, guys. Look at that video. Look how fucking high his fucking vehicle goes off the ground. Like whoop. Like look, he lifts all the way up. And that's one block.
That's a
Wha-
huge loader too. That's no Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, that's a
stuff.
big boy. That's a
That
big
loader.
boy right
That's a
there.
big ass loader.
Yeah, that's a big boy. So
I don't even
imagine-
need to. I don't even need to see the video, but just imagine if that thing picked it up. Actually,
well, it does pick it up, but and it moves it. But think about how did they do that without this? How can you move that block without this piece of machinery? If this machinery is struggling, then how there's obviously a either a hidden or a forgotten
That
technology.
machine probably has 1,000 horsepower. That would take 1,000 horses to have equal that machine's lifting power. Like, think about that number. Like, it's not feasible with ropes and pulleys and wooden carts. This is a machine made of
Well-
steel, and it's struggling. Hydraulics, diesel engines. It's struggling.
What do you think? It's either they use water, sound frequencies,
No,
water,
no.
or
Maybe they had
giants.
machine tool tractors like
Or-
this. They might have had
Wolfgang,
tractors.
or it was giants like the ancient Egyptians actually depicted. They have pictures of giants carrying these blocks over their arms. That's the only depictions
Who
they
knows?
have.
It's all
structure that-
question
I'm
marks.
telling you, the only depiction they have of the construction is giants carrying the blocks over their shoulders.
That may
So I don't
have
know if
been.
that was
They
done.
did.
I don't know if that was done a long time after the pyramids were built, but yeah,
it would
Dawn
make-
PhD has. That's correct.
Those are questions we can't answer. That's what I'm saying. Like, we don't have a view into the past like that. Like a accurate. You have drawings, but maybe it was giants. But even like I'm saying, this machine is struggling, and that's in today. That's today's technology.
Well, exactly. So without
They
a
had
doubt, there's
higher-
something without a doubt, there's something forgotten, and something not only that, but something held from us They
it is.
purposely don't want the masses to know this how it was built. They obviously
Something
know
with
how
some
it was done.
I think
enormously
today's
powerful
technology is
machine.
good. Today's technology is not good, man.
Not next to theirs, man, because the
You're right.
evidence is the buildings. The evidence is those buildings exist. And even today, someone's trying to replicate one part of it. And with what we have, this like that heavy duty loader, and look at
Well,
that's
that's the
just one
problem,
part
mate.
of the logistics.
It's the mass delusion that people today seem to think we're at the height of technology and advancement in the human race.
That
Completely
was my
incorrect. You know,
point.
I know that. I know that voice.
no,
Who's
but
talking right
Wolfgang,
now?
100%. We're devolving. You know,
I know that voice. Who's talking right now?
It's the
Gerald.
Aussie.
What do you mean?
I know that voice. Who is it?
Your best friend, mate.
It's your father, man.
Yeah. Who is it? What name is that?
How many
I'm not
fathers do you
looking-
have, bro?
I'm not. No, I'm not. Come on now. I'm not looking at the thing. Who's talking?
You can call me Gerald.
The new guy.
What's your
Call him Papa.
what's your name in here?
He's the new guy.
Vanu.
Vanu. Okay. Yeah. We okay. Good. Okay. Cool. Got you. I know that voice. That's why I was like, I know that guy right there.
I come in here when I'm drunk sometimes. You know, I don't remember. But...
I usually come in here drunk too. To be honest.
I don't come in here because I'm not gay.
Wow.
You guys are
There you
getting
go.
cringy, man.
There you go. Sent you that. No, but there's obviously something, going on here.
The time, the amount of technology that the people had is being suppressed. They don't
Right.
want us to.
Can we not feel the
What if
chaos?
it's just like unlocking like this personal kind of
Don't
like
fill the
limiter
unknown
inside
and the
of you?
chaos with nonsense. Let's go and actually try to figure out what officialdom claims and then break it down. Because at the moment, what's happening is you've got people who know absolutely nothing, but they're not going to the people still doing these things today. There are still stone carvers today. There are still,
No one's
stone workers
talking
today.
about that. I'm talking about the blocks.
I know,
No
but
one's-
I'm just saying, even the blocks, they can move pretty heavy blocks with the old wooden cranes and stuff.
Thank you.
It's
I was saying,
leverage.
I was saying that it might be that there's like this personal limiter within us that we as humans are capable of more, and through like meditation or elevation or unlocking the third eye or whatever it is that we can unlock these superhuman powers and lift these heavy objects like a lot easier than we do now.
I've seen that
Using
block. The
more
guy
of our
with the
brains.
pebbles,
They say
dude.
we use like
Seen
20%
that.
of our brains. Sorry, let me just follow up with this last part. They say we use like very little of our brains at any given point, right? So imagine like somehow activating your entire kind of capability as as what you were meant to be. Maybe we're just like very like locked down on limiters.
I think the way that they describe it is that you're using too much of your brain, and that's limiting you.
I honestly think a lot of this stuff is disenfranchising us from our ancestry and our heritage, and they're trying
Not
to move
at
us to the
all.
new world order.
It's not. How is it disenfranchising to say that they did things with primitive means? The thing is that what they've had was more than this primitive shit. They're depicting is
The only ones
these
primitive are us.
ideas of
Okay.
we know they had water swords, we know they had things like that, right? But again, it's this understanding from ignorance in a sense. When you go and look at the hamster wheels they had to like move the blocks up and down, when you look at the cranes, they were pretty advanced. They could literally start digging through a mountain at two different sides, meet up in the middle about an inch apart. Look at the aqueducts and things like that. These guys, they had
That's what I'm
knowledge
saying.
and engineering.
I have
that
an
was
argument.
engineered.
I have an argument against this one dude that moved that one. It was amazing, by the way. But that one man lifts a 20-ton stone block by hand. Here's the thing: Watch that video. Look how long it takes him to move one. And they moved 2.3 million fucking blocks.
Yeah,
And
but
he
they
didn't
weren't one
stack it.
guy.
Just
The
he just
idea
flipped
is
it
if you've
over.
got
He
one
flipped it
guy who
upright.
can do it,
Even
He didn't.
dude,
He
come on,
didn't
dude.
lift it. He just
and they
flipped
might
it
have used
upright.
water to float the blocks, remember? They could have had water's canals to float the blocks into place.
All
So
he
that's
did
the
is he
point too.
stood it upright. He didn't stack it one top the other, hundreds of feet tall. He didn't. He stood it upright.
Yeah, exactly. So think of it this way, guys. Think of it logically. How does he do that 20 steps up in a pyramid or all the way up there? Where's that same technology being used? Because he used a hole in the
Well,
ground for it to fall into and then
the
for it to
idea of
prop
the
up.
pyramid, they would have had an internal ramp which they would have used to build up the outside. And
But that
obviously
ramp
they'd have had thousands of people too.
but the ramp wouldn't have been able to support the weight of the stones. Do you get that?
Yeah, the ramp would have been an internal dirt ramp. That's what the pyramid is filled with, dirt, right, on the inside. And then you've got rubble, and then you had the facing stones. And the facing stones have been stolen over time. So now all you can see is like the infill and the rubble.
I think there's something that we'll never know, and we could guess all we want.
Well,
But
there's been
there might have been this
they did this new scan with muons, and
Uh-huh.
they've actually found empty pockets which kind of prove some of the or lend evidence to some of these ideas and theories about this internal ramp.
Right. Well, however they did it is quite fucking amazing. I think I'm more on the side of either a giant or some
Well, I
technology
don't
we don't
know.
know about today.
The more I'm learning about this stuff, the more it seems probable that it was just lots of humans.
The precision though is amazing, dude. Like I it's not even fathomable, bro, because it's how do you move 2.3 million blocks with such precision to where you can't even slide a credit card through its through its seam? That's crazy, dude.
Well,
You
that
can't
would
even
have
put a
been the
paper into
smoothing
it.
process.
What I'm saying too about the skill level, they had the ability to work with metals that are still they're not corroding like the modern metals we have today. Like here's a pair of armored gloves that somebody made, right? Look at the fineness of detail. Now, is this necessary in some
Weren't they
made
made
for
for a king, Louis XIV or something?
I don't know, but what I'm saying is the fineness of the metal quality. It's not there's no corrosion, and it's not just this, but on these buildings, the copper. You know how copper turns green, and the materials that they were using, they're not corroding. Like even the cast iron, the cast iron fencing and detail
This would have been
ornamentation.
steel, mild steel, right? And this would have been towards the end of armor. And so these types of things, obviously, when they started out and you look at plate armor and things, it's very rudimentary and chunky. This would have been like the king's armor, so it would have been the best of the best. They would have measured it to fit, and that would have been gold and filigree, right? So again, obviously, steel doesn't rust. We know that, and this is why it's not rusting. I
Well,
think.
steel does rust.
No, steel doesn't rust. Iron does.
Steel rust. Stainless steel does.
Yeah, still
Well,
rust.
that's not stainless. That's like mild steel.
No. Still iron.
Steel rust.
I don't know.
Look at it, bro.
I'm gonna
It will
fact check you.
It will no. It will. Dude, I'm an iron worker. I'm fucking telling you
Me
the truth.
too. Me too, dude. Go take a fresh piece of mild steel and you leave it out overnight and it gets a little dew on it. The shit's got surface rust overnight.
Yep. Hey, you're an iron worker? What local?
See, I do welding, I do metal fabrication. Yeah, I do it all.
Okay, so check it out. So even if you grinded steel, like the shards of the iron, if it goes on concrete, you better
It
sweep that
rusts your
shit up
concrete.
because if you
Yeah,
don't, it will
concrete
fucking
gets rust.
stain the concrete. It'll fuck it up, dude.
I know.
We have to do that
My
all the time on
house
the
has
job
that.
sites.
On my driveway has that fucking shit. The grinding dust. It's like I got iron marks in my
Stainless steel
concrete.
doesn't rust.
What'd you say?
Stainless steel has a protective
No,
layer.
we're not talking about stainless steel. I was
Talk
talking
about
about steel
normal
in
steel.
general. We call iron / steel same thing, but
Well, that's
stainless steel. You're right. Stainless steel it's not gonna rust the way like a steel beam.
If you leave it on the when we have steel on the boneyard, after days and days and days of it sitting there will be rust on it. So guess what? When the inspector comes and he has to do a little what the fuck do they call it? I'm really lost for words. They do an ultrasound to make sure your weld is good and the root's good. We have to grind the rust from the steel because it will rust, bro. Steel does rust. Now
Overnight,
stainless,
dude. Literally,
yeah, overnight,
stainless is high
exactly.
nickel. Stainless
Yeah,
has high
Again,
nickel and chromium, which they
you'd
didn't
have to
have in that
figure out,
area.
you know, the metallurgy of these things. But
stainless steel is different though. I will say that.
Way
You
different.
can leave you can leave stainless steel railing out and you're right. It's not going to build rust the way an
But there's
iron beam
different
will.
types. There's
Yeah, yeah.
non-magnetic stainless. So if you got the high nickel stainless, like a 304 series, is not going to rust. Your
Right,
marine
right.
grade stainless, if you got a 400 series, it will rust.
hold on a sec. I'm learning. I'll figure
Yeah, no,
out
yeah. Fact check
what they
us,
say.
learn it. It's okay. It's on a journey, bro. You're learning. That's all. That's the whole
This
point
is
of this
I work with
conversation.
these materials, so I know, and that's why I know the difficulty of producing something to that fineness. I'm like, wait, I'm just comparing my skill level, which is shit, next to these people. I'm building with Legos, like my level, and not
Right,
just me.
right.
Even the iron worker, we're building straight upright 90-degree box structures. These guys they're running circles around us.
Bruh, yup.
Their skill level.
They have a skill that's definitely fucking forgotten or fucking not even taught these days. That's for sure, dude. Because what they did back then blows our
Well,
minds, bro. Like, how the fuck were they able to do that?
again, they can make things like this. It's just, you know, it depends where you go to because they make things like this for the films.
But I'm saying the precision blocks, Logran. The precision blocks. If you go get a Starrett stone granite stone, right? If you go get they call it a surface plate. If you go buy one, it was obviously done by a machine tool to produce the flatness that's required, right? You have to have it flat. It's like to a tenth of a thousandth of an inch. It's dead flat,
Right.
and they don't come cheap. So to reproduce over and over blocks of that precision, where there's no mortar between the stones. It's just perfectly polished stone upon perfectly polished stone.
Mhm.
That is not done by horse and cart, hammer and chisel.
Right.
Even though the guy is carving a statue, that's not the
No, that would
same
be done
thing.
by sandpaper.
No, no,
Right.
no, no.
Water
We're
and
talking. No,
sand.
no. We're talking about steel butting up against each other, and it's perfectly flat. That means they would have to be perfectly cut. That means
Machine.
that the machines to cut steel so precise in today's world is fucking tedious and time consuming. Now back it up, rewind it to when they built these structures in let's say like it took them 7 years to build it.
All I'm
Well,
saying is because we don't know, let's not anchor ourselves to anything. Let's just say, okay, that's an idea and a
No,
possibility.
the only
That's an
solution
idea.
is a machine tool.
Well,
That's the
again,
only thing.
because we don't know, let's just be open to possibilities. Is all
Okay,
I'm
but the
saying.
possibility, the 100% I could omit that it was done by hand. 100%. Because human hands do not build perfect stone of flatness like that. They just don't. So you can omit that from your list of possibilities.
I don't know enough yet. I don't play with stone, do I? So it's
You don't
difficult to say
need to.
100%.
I'm just saying that it requires a machine tool. I've done a limited amount of like countertops that I always have to buy it with the whole the sink and shit. I have that done at the shop where they cut it. They have the facility to cut that stuff when I install a stone countertop. But I don't even mess with that shit because it's cheaper just to have my friend does it. He has a marble and granite countertop place and he put a $2 million machine in that I helped install. It came from Italy and it cost $2 million and it has like suction cups to lift the stone and it's like a CNC. It cuts a hole in it, like like say you got your sink. It cuts the sink holes and all that shit. It's automated. He programs it in. It's got a computer. But what I'm saying is, like in an era of George Washington's era, they were producing blocks of that same precision in an era before any machine tools in their narrative. No, men with hammers and chisels did this. I'm calling bullshit.
Also, with the armor and that, remember a lot of it evolved because of weapons and things, so they changed it and developed it over time.
What I'm saying is the metallurgy back then, they had high quality steels back then, very high quality.
Well, yeah, because they had they used to get it from the Middle East. Well, the Vikings did. There was a documentary on the Ulfbard sword, right? So they found this sword, and it had this guy's name carved into it, Ulfbard, and it was a steel sword, right? And it didn't rust. You know, it would have been flashy. I think it was rusted, but it was really good, obviously. And they got the block to build that sword. The Vikings did, because they used to traverse the riverways, and they traversed the riverways down to the Middle East, and they got this material, came back, and obviously it was a lot better than their iron swords, which would
Fucking
bend and
Damascus steel.
Yeah, Damascus steel, crucible steel. So yeah, they had some good shit. I'm trying to find more on the actual metallurgy. It's difficult to find, specific fucking shit like
I
that.
can tell you, I know a little bit about metallurgy. I could tell you because I know the different welding rods I use, what they contain. My boy, who's the metal worker, he probably knows like ER70 S6 or 7018, 6010.
All right, let's have a look. So yeah, they started off with iron. Obviously, that was the heaviest and the original. It was soft. It rusted. They learned about forging. They had wrought iron, which increased its hardness. So they'd heat it and hammer it, heat it and hammer it, and that's what gave you wrought iron.
Even their ornamental ironwork is still very well preserved after all these years exposed to the elements. The shit we do now is not of that quality, and it does rust. It needs to be painted. And their ironwork. It was a lot of that was ripped out in England. They ripped out a lot of it. They said, "Oh, it was for the war effort." Bullshit. It was just to get rid of it.
Yeah, it was a mixture of iron and steel. Steel gradually became the preferred material for armor, especially during the late medieval period. It provided better protection while also being less susceptible
You know what steel
to
is?
damage.
Steel is iron with a little bit of carbon. That's what it is. That's the difference. You add carbon to iron and it makes steel. There's molybdenum. There's that makes steel different. Chromium, molybdenum, carbon, and nickel to make different types of steel.
Yeah, it's getting rid of the slag, isn't
alloys. It's alloys, different alloys of steel. But steel
it?
is mostly iron.
Are iron-carbon alloys that may contain appreciable concentrations of other alloying elements. The percentage of carbon determines the type of the ferrous alloy. Iron, steel, cast irons have become an engineering material with a wide range of applications. So yeah,
Pure
steels are
iron is brittle. Pure iron is brittle. You add carbon and it gets more ductile. Just a little bit of carbon and it becomes steel and it's ductile. It's bendable.
Yeah,
It's not.
adding a small amount of non-metallic carbon to iron trades its great ductility for the greater strength. Due to its
He's
very
reading
high
my
strength.
words. That's exactly what I just said.
I know. Due to its very high strength, but still substantial toughness, and its ability to be greatly altered by heat treatment, steel is one of the most useful and common ferrous alloy in modern use. There are thousands of alloys that have different compositions and/or heat treatments. The mechanical properties are sensitive to the content of carbon, which is normally less than 1.0 Wt%. So yeah,
There you go.
quite
Less
interesting.
than 1% carbon.
Low carbon steels, medium carbon steels, high carbon steels, and ultra high carbon steels. Yeah, I won't ask you for the carbon amounts.
The difference is very, very minute between the ultra high carbon and low carbon steels.
Well, low carbon is 0.05 to 0.25 carbon, whereas ultra high carbon is 1.25 to 2% carbon.
Right, so it's still 99% iron, regardless of each.
Don't know. Hold on. Ferrous alloys with carbon content above 2.14. Right, so iron is above 2.14 WTC percent. Between 2 and 4% WTC carbon. And 0.5 to 3 silicon. Iron alloys with lower carbon content. No, so iron. Interesting stuff.
There's other trace things like manganese in the welding rods that give it like lots of tensile strength.
Right. Depends on also what rod you're using. Like, I mean, what do you usually use if you're stick rod? You on a 704? Or
I
what
use
you usually use?
7018. I use 6010 for my root pass and 7018 for my cap.
Yeah.
Mostly
Yeah. That's
7018.
about right. It's about right. Yeah.
5P plus for my 6010s. I like the those are better. The Lincoln rods I use.
Oh, dude,
Mostly,
dude, Lincoln rods are shit. To be honest, bro, they're shit, bro.
which
They're
ones
the
are you
better ones.
using?
No, those are the ones we also use. But even we in our union in local 433, we have our main CW instructor. He's actually like one of 3 people in America, and we are privileged to have him here at local 433 in Southern California. And he actually literally he writes the books for Lincoln, instructions for welding. He's a cool ass guy, bro. But he himself, his son works for Lincoln, and he tells he tells us all the time that he tells his son, dude, your rods are shit. The 718s, dude, they're compared to there's another, I forgot the other company, but there's
There's
another company that makes
Hobart makes good rods. I use them. Even ESOP makes good rods, but I
right.
use Lincoln there's a wide variety. Even 6010 is not all the same.
Mm-hmm.
The 5P plus, they
It
strike
just
easier. The slag comes off easier. It's more like glassy. It's more
right.
like a 7018 slag.
Yeah, yeah, it's just the quality of it, and even him being like I said, he's one of 3 people with this certain credential, and because he's been doing this shit for a long ass
Well, how
time.
are they shit? Like they're shit because the bead quality, the
Yeah,
ductility, like or
yeah,
they
the way even just the usage of them, like they burn the way they burn, the way they stick, the way they even make the weld themselves. When you're bending when you bet, let's say you're gonna do it like a sample,
DuPont test. Yeah.
and the way when you bend it, like he said you can tell the difference just clearly by what type of what type of stick you used, because the that weld is typically usually it's harder to work with. It's hard, put it that way, it's harder to work with because you have a lot of what's the word I'm looking
Porosity.
for? Yes, porosity, and also what's the word I'm looking for? Where there's
Inclusions, undercut.
yes, but there's a word that explains all that. It's impurities. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah,
There's a lot.
impurity. That's your
Yeah, yeah,
overarching. Yeah.
yeah. Overall of a 7018 through Lincoln, the impurities, you have so much of it that it just doesn't make it a good rod. But it's the most used. It is
Well,
literally like,
why is that? I mean, who's better? I mean,
well, because it comes to cost. Because Lincoln's charge like cents to the dollar compared to other companies. So to save money, a lot of fucking companies will use the 7018 Lincoln, but because it's a cost effective thing.
I don't know
And
that. I don't know that they're much cheaper because the welding store sells them all about the same price. Like the Excalibur rods are not cheap. Those are the Lincoln Excalibur. I buy the 50-pound cans,
right.
and they're not cheap. You can get ESAB, which is like a Swedish company. You can get
Well, we're talking
Hobart.
about when you buy in bulk. When you buy in
I
bulk, a
buy
lot of them.
50-pound cans. Those are bulk.
No. I'm saying you buy 300 cans of 50-pound cans because
Well, yeah.
yeah, exactly. I'm talking about in the sense of like he's running our entire punk school, so he has to order a shitload of them. So cost effective for the school, they'll go with the cheaper,
But I don't know that they're any cheaper. Like Lincoln is a premium brand. Their shit is not cheap.
No,
I'm
no,
just
no.
saying.
That's the problem. That's the problem. They are cheap in bulk, but cheap in quality
Oh,
in
okay.
comparison to others, into other
Hobart
rods
Hobart
used.
makes good rod. Hobart rods are fucking good.
Right.
If you tried them, you should try each ones and see how they lay beads. I mean, I like the slag removal. For me, I know a 7018 is going to have good strength, right? It's going to have good
Oh yeah,
ductility.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Your
Regardless,
cancel straight, yeah, for sure.
I've never broken a stick weld. I've never had my welds cracked. Like my welds are pretty. Like I've repaired machines like those, like that loader. I've repaired heavy iron like that with a
Right.
7018, and I've never had it fail. They've my stick rods are pretty fucking reliable. So I mean, some are better than other for slag removal, for bead appearance, and like you're saying, undercut inclusions, all these details to make it
Impurities,
easier to
yeah.
work with. But it depends a lot on your welder and your surface prep. If
Oh
your
yeah,
surface
Yo,
prep,
no
your
doubt.
girl tried to break my stick rod, but it was too reliable. So
Oh
so I had to
wow.
remove that slag.
Wow.
he's running an 1/8 inch rod.
Right.
He's running,
He's got to get out of here with your 1/8 inch rod, Bubba. Get out of
uh,
here. No, but all I'm saying is this, bro. If 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 this gentleman, I don't want to say his name because I'm gonna put it on blast, but if he's telling us this is a piece of shit rod in comparison to other rods he's worked with, and by the way, he's a fucking phenomenal fucking welder, bro. That motherfucker could outweld
I don't
fucking
doubt him. I don't doubt
everybody
him.
in the local.
I've tried them all. I've tried all the brands, and I actually, I don't. I mean, for me,
But he
things that are important: bead appearance,
right,
buildability. I don't get a lot of inclusions with mine. It's like
he did
I,
he
I
did
do
say
this.
this. He did say this. Even though that the 7018 is a piece of shit, rod, he did say that it does depend on the welder because he can make a 7018 give a perfect weld with no impurities, but that's because that's his skill. So he's saying on the level of if you have a bunch of apprentices coming into the fucking union and you're giving them 7018, but they don't know how to fucking weld the way and like a journeyman can weld, then this is why like there's this is where that comes into play because you should try to uh give them a rod that's gonna be let's say maybe
What does he
easier to pass a
prefer
bead.
over?
You know what I mean? What was that?
What does he prefer over Lincoln rods? Like, what would he
I
recommend?
forgot the name. I swear to God. Matter of fact, I'm gonna email him right now. I'm gonna email him. It's fucking 2 a.m. I'm gonna email him. Say, hey, what rod do you prefer over a Lincoln 7018? Because he's told us before, but on in God's truth, I forgot.
It's
But he does
probably
have a preference.
it's probably Hobart or Aesop. There's not. Those are the only two
That
other
that
major
that
ones.
that kind of sounds familiar, to be honest. That kind of sounds familiar. But
And they make
I'll email him. I'll email
Hobart
him and
makes
I'll get back to you.
retail rods, and they make like Tractor Supply store. You could buy Hobart rods, but you could buy them at Home Depot too. Like Lincoln rods, you could buy at Home Depot. Doesn't mean that they're shit, but it's like and Lincoln makes different grades of 7018. It's all 7018 is not the same. There's like different versions of it, different flavors. Well, if you have a catalog, you could look and see how many different types they have.
All right, I'm literally emailing him right now. Subject: I need your opinion. Hold on. Again.
Also, the
What
machine.
rod do you prefer over a 7018 Lincoln?
They
7018 Lincoln rod.
they have about like 10 different kinds of 7018. There's their Excalibur. They have an AC version that you could use with an AC welder. AC version of 7018. They have when I look through the catalog, they have different properties. They have different V notch. They have different ductility. There's a lot of different things that but it's still classified as 7018, right? Because it has those 7018 is kind of it's a range, and within that there's many different flavors. I had a book about all that stuff, their filler metals and stuff, and they had a lot of varieties of it. And then there's other stuff. There's like a 90, there's like a 9010, and there's higher strength ones for pipe welding rather than structural. Structural is mostly 7018.
Right.
6010 and 7018. 6010 is good for the dirty metal. When you got rust in it, it burns out all slag, floats out all that shit.
All the impurities. Yeah.
Yeah, the impurities rise out in the slag. And that's what, like Logran with his steel, the mild steel that it rust overnight, you can deal with that with 6010. You don't need perfectly clean metal. It'll burn that out. And then the 7018, once you get
it all comes down to the equipment you're using,
I've got inverters.
your settings, Oh, you use inverters?
I use inverters. Yeah.
One thing about inverters is I've noticed is that it's not because there's such a high voltage at the beginning, it can
Hot
kind of fuck
start.
up your root. Yeah, at the start, it can kind of fuck up your root. I've
You can
noticed
soften
that.
that up. You can soften your hot start and your arc force. I have both of mine are Lincolns. They're both Invertex. But you can there's a hot start, you can adjust your arc force and then your amperage. So you got one has 3 different settings: your arc force, your hot start, and your amperage. So once you get them fine tuned for your rod that you're working with, you can fine tune it, and you can get
What's key? What's key? And then just what you said right there is exactly what George just said his name. His name's George. So that's what George was saying. That George, he was saying like you can have a shitty piece of equipment, a shitty rod, but if you're a badass welder, you can fucking make it work because you know how to adjust. And his name, George, like I said, he's one of 3 people in United States that hold his fucking classification. And like I said, he literally, if you ever read a manual in Lincoln, he fucking wrote that shit, bro. Like we're very, very privileged and honored to have him as an instructor for our entire local, for sure.
There definitely sounds like he's got loads of skill. If he ever has like
dude,
an
he's
SA200, one of the old pipeliner welders from the like the 50s and 60s, they had these copper wound generator welders, right? Where it looks like a torpedo sticking out the front. Those are the welder generators that lay the best beads, man. If you're talking like you take a 7018 and it could weld itself. You lay that bitch down and you just let it fall and it'll lay a bead all by itself. It's so nice.
Nice.
That's the old pipeliner welders. Yeah, they're called SA200, SA300, but the older ones with the copper, those were the best welders ever made, and they're very high prized by pipeliners. The pipeliners are like they're like fucking divas. They're very picky, and they like that shit because it makes their job easier. They have a difficult job getting up underneath pipe and shit. It's difficult. You got sparks falling in your face. It's not an easy job. So you want every advantage you can get. And those old pipeline welders, Lincolns, they were some of the best. And then they went to aluminum. They got away from the copper because it's so expensive when you're mass producing thousands of these. But the pipeliners would pay up. They still pay up for the old machines. They just fix the engines and they still run them.
Yeah. It's funny that you say that because I remember him telling me that he started as a pipe welder way back when he first started. And then he just worked his way up. He just became a badass and he fucking then he
Pipe,
you know he
the highest because they have to pass X-ray on all that shit. They have the highest skill set.
And I mean I remember years ago, back when I was an apprentice and I was in the punk shop, in the welder shop, and I remember, dude, our whole class, he can just come up behind all of us, and even though like because we were just learning, even though our welds were shit, dude, he just had the magic touch, bro. He could make that shit work. Like he made it look so easy, bro. He makes it look super, super easy. And then we have another instructor that they literally say that like he's a dinosaur. Like he's been around before welding even existed. Cause he's been in the trade, I think about now at this point, 60 years.
Damn.
Dude,
He's
and he is
dinosaur.
badass, bro. Like he is a he's local 433. Badass welder, bro. Like
I'm
and he's
surprised
just
his eyes are that good still, man. After 60 years of welding, his eyes are that good. He could still lay beads like that.
dude, hey, I swear to God, he shows off. He will lay a bead and he'll be looking at you, talking to you, and
He
he's laying a
does
bead.
blindfolded, yes. It's like
Yes, bro. He gets down, bro.
it's
He's
you know what it
badass.
is? It's in the feel. It's in your hands. He's like a
Yep.
surgeon. The
Exactly.
like any little manipulation is going to show up in your puddle. So he's got the fineness of touch of just like a surgeon. Like
That's
he's
called
dice.
experience.
Yeah, it's skill, man. It's very high skill. You know who's good at welding too is like people that like women with good handwriting because it's a lot of fine muscle movement. Now me, my handwriting is terrible, but I can lay good beads. It's not always that way. Like, but some people like women that have very beautiful handwriting, they're good at
Yeah.
TIG. They can make really nice looking welds. Some
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah. Because
Have
it's
you noticed
all
that?
like it's like a
Very
surgeon. It's
fine.
like a surgeon. It's like a surgeon,
Yeah,
like you said.
very fine hands. Yeah, if you got very fine muscles in
Yeah.
your hands. Now, me, my hands are meat hands. I have like crude hands. I don't have very fine motor movement. My handwriting's very awful looking.
Matter,
But
matter of fact, one of my boys, Julio, he actually went over to longshoreman. He does both. He does longshoreman and he does ironworking. But Julio, he had the most fucking steady hands in our class, and he always like laid beautiful fucking beats, dude. But because he had hands of a surgeon, like perfect, dude. And he took his
see,
time.
my it's more in the wrist. You're manipulating your stinger with the wrist, and just having a like a if you can keep time, like a metronome, you're keeping time with your bead as you're doing your weaves and stuff like
Right,
that. As
right.
long as you keep good timing and a smooth movement, you can lay good beads. It's to me that's easier to, and you know what it does? It clears my head of all the shit, like all the crap that I think of. All that clears out because I have
Yes,
when I'm concentrated on my beat, it clears my mind. I go
absolutely,
into
dude.
I'm
Get in
just
that
watching the
zone, huh?
puddle.
Get in that
Just
zone.
watching your puddle. Yeah, it's like
Right.
zzz, and that sizzle sound. The sound will tell you what you're doing right or wrong, right? The
Yep.
sound and
Yep. 1000%, dude. You can hear a weld happening, and you know if you're fucking up or not. That's for
a
sure, dude.
nice sound, yeah, like your teacher, he has that nice sizzle. You know he's laying perfect beads. That sound is so smooth and consistent, and you know that's going to be a beautiful bead. When he cracks that slag off there, boom, he's going to have a stack of dimes. It looks almost like a TIG. He's laying stick beads like a TIG welder.
Exactly. Like so fucking perfect. Actually, to be honest, I've seen him cut with a torch. That motherfucker can cut with the torch like better than
Like
our machine.
plasma.
Yes,
Yeah,
like a plasma cutter, bro. Like his hand is so fucking perfect, bro.
I've seen a
And
guy like that, dude.
he'll even do a 45 on that shit. He'll fucking
Really.
tube it, dude. I'm telling you, local 433 is very blessed to have both of these guys in
You
our
got like
trade.
two superheroes, dude. Those guys like that fucking
Yep,
skilled. He's
yep.
got an
There's
acetylene
literally
torch cutting like plasma. Like it's he don't even need to grind. He's got his cut so nice.
no, exactly, dude. When he cuts a plate, he'll be like, "Let me cut a plate for you guys, a test plate." You know, this is what I remember when I was an apprentice. He'll cut a test plate. You won't even have to fucking grind it down. It was so perfectly, dude. I'm like amazed, bro. Like
With
what?
acetylene torch. My acetylene has all kind of dross on the bottom. They look all shitty. Like it's
Exactly, dude.
it's so hard to make a clean acetylene cut.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's facts right there, bro. But these guys, yeah, man, I'm telling you, they amaze me though. They literally amaze me. In
Those are my
ironwork,
people, and those are my people I relate to.
hey, if you ever come out to California and want to be an iron worker, let me know. I'll get you a job, bro. I'll get you in the union. Piedmont, he's our fucking president. Actually, I think there's a new president, but I'll fucking definitely get you a job in California. Right now, our package is $80 an hour. You know, we
Dang.
fucking yeah, it's good. It's good money, bro.
My
But
problem is my eyes, dude. I'm having trouble with my eyes. I fucked up my eyes
hey,
with
if I tell you what, do you what all certs do you have? What all medals do you do stainless steel too? Do you do light gauge? What do you do?
Oh, I'm just me. I'm a fabricator. I don't do any. I'm not like a
Oh
a
shit.
certified pipe welder or any. I don't have certs.
No. Well, you don't have to be a pipe welder. That's a whole nother trade. But I'm saying though, welders that come into our trade, if they do light gauge, stainless steel, and they have their LA City certs, dude, they are golden. They can get above pay. That's how. That's how like valuable they are in our trade, dude. I've seen welders get $10 above pay, bro. So that they're making $90 while the welder next to them is only making $80 simply because they fucking they know their shit, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'd
So
have to
yeah,
brush like most of my stuff. I do repair work. I do fabrication. So I'm like repairing trailers or equipment or fabricating things,
right,
fabricating metal. So I'm
right.
doing that type of it be more rudimentary. It's not being X-ray quality shit, but I still try to keep pride in my workmanship. I don't like dog shit looking beads.
Yeah, no, well, definitely in our trade, like you better pass the fucking X-ray because if you don't pass the X-ray, they'll let you slide once, but if you fail a second one, you're getting your 2 checks, bro. You're not. You're
I don't have an X-ray machine. That's what I mean. I'm doing stuff for just like construction industry repairs and
right.
stuff. And these guys, they still don't want their shit to be. They don't want their welds to fail, and they don't want it to look nasty. But they are not up to the standard of X-ray quality. It just needs
Oh,
to be
okay.
strong. You know what I mean? I'm not.
No, for
I'm not doing any structural.
yeah, for our trade in structural, especially in LA City, you have to pass the fucking X-ray. You have to pass the ultrasound. If
Of
you get a
course,
fail, if
yeah.
you get a rejection, oh, dude, if you get 2 rejections, you're getting 2 checks. You're not working no more. At
Well,
least
you
for
shouldn't
that company.
do these structures if you can't do that. I mean, I
hmm
wouldn't want some half-ass welder building my skyscraper or whatever.
Exactly. That's why they have a very very like
Well, you
uh
have to. You have to, man.
yeah, no, for no doubt, no doubt. And I didn't mean to kill the chat, but I got really involved in this conversation because that's my career right there. That's what I've been doing. So it's
How
good
long have
shit.
you been at it? How long have you been a welder?
Me personally, 7 years now.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm a baby in the union. I'm a journeyman, but when you journey out after 4 years, you're now an apprentice journeyman. You feel me? Like
Right.
like
You're not an
once
OG yet. You're not
exactly
blindfolded fighting.
once you get 15 to 20 years under your belt, then you're respected as a journeyman. Like at least in our local, and
Wow.
and, and yeah,
Hey,
and in California, at least in local 433, not no, I shouldn't say California. In Southern California, local 433 we have this like really weird pride. So check it out. So in LA, we put up, when we're building a building, we have the crane and we're building a fucking box, we're building a skyscraper, we're building whatever it is. We built the SoFi Stadium, we built, Hollywood Retail Park, we built LEX, all that shit. When we put up, if you put up 80 pieces in one day, you're a fucking Joe. You fucked up. Somewhere you're fucking slacking. You better pick it up because typically we do 95 to 110 pieces a day. I went to Arkansas, all right, because I met some girl. I fell in love with her. She's still my girl to this day. I moved with her over in Arkansas, and the local over there at 321, dude, we put up 4 pieces and they were high fiving each other. I'm like, what the fuck? Like we only put up 4 pieces.
four
Dude, and
pieces
so
of what? Four pieces of
four
structural
pieces
iron?
of yeah, structural iron. So we used the crane. We put up 4 pieces for the day, and they were happy with it. Like, yeah, we did
Really?
good.
How
I was
much they
like,
ever gonna get done? 4 pieces a day.
hey, check this out. It's a funny story. So we were building a 4-story like a bank building, right, in Arkansas, and I was the job steward. I go out there and I meet all the guys. Hey, what's going on? I am who I am, and let's do this, right? Let's fucking get it, Bubba, And then I look at the fucking boneyard and I'm like, cool, we'll get this up in one day. And then the foreman looks at me, he's like, one day? I was like, yeah, like, I mean, that's about like 100 pieces. He's like, dude, we have 4 months. I'm like, what? 4
They're
months of put.
milking the clock, bro.
Yeah,
Those
dude.
guys.
It's just a slower pace of living out there, bro. It's like
You know what
like
it is? They're not getting $80 an hour, so like fuck it, we're gonna work slow, dude. I think that's part of it too. They're not getting that high
yeah,
pay
true.
scale.
Yeah, true. Because the pay scale out there was only I think $29 an hour. But that was
Oh
good
God.
that was good money over there because it's all cost of living, right? Cuz like you're making $30 an hour in Arkansas, you're fucking living nice, bro. You're living nice because
But
most people over there are making like
it
$12 an hour, $10 an hour. You know what I mean? It's real cheap.
cost of living in Southern California is very high, so you need to make that
Oh,
$80. Yeah,
oh
just to
yeah.
get.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's way different, bro. It's way different. And the pace. You look at your foreman is like, hurry the fuck up, you fucking little bitch. Get that fucking shit. You know what I mean? Like, they go crazy on you. And oh shit, you're like scrabble, scrabble, scrabble. Because guess what? If you don't hustle and work hard in LA, you'll get replaced, bro. They'll fucking give you 2 checks. Like, you didn't work out, bro. You're too slow. You're not good.
See,
Like,
I thought it was the opposite. I thought all the slackies were out west, and like because
nah,
it's
bro. It's
like a
opposite.
more laid back lifestyle, like the
up
West
up
Coast.
north up north in San Francisco, they're laid back. Yeah, that's why I said Southern California, local 433. Like we like kind of set the precedence, bro. Like we are like put it this way, when we boom out to other states and they find out you're from LA, they're like, oh shit, because they know that they
Job done
know the way we
fast.
fucking work.
No
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
around. Okay, I respect that. I like people who don't fuck around.
Yeah, they know how we get down.
I'm self-employed and I can't afford to fuck around. If I don't get it done, I don't get a check. So I got to get it
Hmm.
done. You know what I mean? When you don't show up, there's no call-in sick day. That's the problem with being
Right.
self-employed. You can't. Who you gonna call in sick? You don't get it done. You don't get no money, man.
I remember one of the jobs that I went out to in Arkansas. It was a tear down for this a factory out there that makes Huggies Pampers and shit.
Uh
But I
huh.
guess they sold the plant, so they were doing a demo. And then I was the only guy from LA, from local 433, and everybody else there was kind of like from the area, and that's where they live. And they tripped out on me, bro, because the way I worked, like I was just smashing, bro, like bah 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 bah, getting it. And then even the owner of the company was like, "Hey, you need to slow down," because he's like, "We gotta keep these guys working. Like you need to slow down so that way."
You're gonna run out of a job. You're gonna work them
Right,
out of
right,
a job.
yeah, exactly. You're gonna
It's like,
work us
oh, I'm
out of a
not gonna
job
have
here.
checks for the next week if you keep this pace up. I will get done, and I won't have. Yeah, they have to milk it. Not only that, but
Right,
they do know they're being paid a low pay scale compared to the rest of the country. So they
right.
probably like, you're gonna pay us. You're gonna pay us cheap. We're gonna work slow.
Right, exactly. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's more like like you said, they milk it because they know that if you go too fast, you're gonna work them out of that job, and then you gotta get money somehow, right? You gotta
Right.
get that weekly check somehow. So then, I actually, I turned it down, but that was still too fast. I was like, "Are you kidding me, Brent?" And then the owner was yelling at me, like,
Really?
"Hey," yeah, he was like getting mad at me, like, "You work unsafe." I was like, "Unsafe?" I was like, "Are you kidding me? Your guy over there just hit his head on a fucking pipe because he's fucking stupid, doesn't know how to cut down this shit. Like, why are you getting mad at me? Like, I know what the fuck I'm doing." It was funny, dude. It was a fuck. I ended up dragging up on that dude. I was like, "I'm out of here, bro. You guys are fucking retarded." I left, and then I went over to a paper mill plant. We did a shutdown over there. That was cool. It's fucking real chill. But
Probably the
honestly,
Pampers is using paper products too. That was probably like paper mill type facility. The
eh,
diapers are probably the same type of stuff. Paper plant.
yeah, well, the thing about over there in Arkansas, they have nuclear silos.
Uh huh.
So and there's shutdowns, and on the West Coast we have refineries, and we also do shutdowns on those too. So that's kind of equivalent, but the pace is way different, bro. Like you work way slower over there than here in California. I
Even
didn't
in
like it personally.
the oil field, you got to kind of hustle because those pipes need to get in. But maybe a refinery would be a slower pace because you don't want no explosions. You take time, and most of that shit's TIG welded. All their pipes
Right.
are non-corrosive, like stainless, different types of Inconel and stuff.
Well, we were dealing with an alkaline unit, so we had to wear fucking rubber hazmat suits to even work in there, and we had to be very, very careful of our sparks because a spark could fucking ignite the whole fucking place. You know what I mean? We had to be very careful. That was a very interesting job here out in I think it was not Long Beach, but there's another refinery. The what gas company was it? Something with the E. I forgot the name, but we were
Exxon.
there. Exxon, there you go. Yeah, Exxon refinery. We were fucking building this fucking unit for these guys. But it was a turnaround. We were doing we were doing 712s. My paychecks were like $3,600 take home a week with 712s. Good money. But the thing is though that we had on a turnaround you have 24 hours, so you have the 12-hour shift and then another 12-hour shift came in behind you, and then you're just kind of leapfrogging it. But we got the shit done though. It was good
12
shit.
on and 12 off. Yeah, that's a rough schedule to keep.
Yeah, we did 712s for a full a full month straight. And
Wow.
then they have a safety thing though. Once you work 2 weeks in a row, you have to take 1 day off. So we only worked I think it came out to like 26 days of
You know
sevens.
why too? Because the fatigue, man. You
Or
start making
12 hours.
you make mistakes when you start getting like cloudy.
Right.
You don't get enough rest. Your welds start to suffer. Like your quality goes down. Like
Right,
even
right.
truck drivers have mandatory sleep because you don't want your driver getting sloppy. Getting outside his lane. Oh, I'm drifting into the next lane, like because he's getting tired and shit.
Right, right. Yeah, no, I love what I do, man. Actually, should I say I love what I do? Because I got injured and now I had to see a state doctor and all this shit for my fucking. I have a whole settlement going, and now now it's like they're
What did
telling
you
me
injure?
they're telling me I might have to go on permanent disability because I fucked up my lower back and I have nerve damage.
Ooh, me too, man. I got sciatica. Like I did a lot of roofing, and I
Mhm.
got a sciatic nerve problem in my back. Get that, that pain down your leg. That shit.
Yeah.
You probably know if you got back pain. Welding and metalworking is heavy, hard on the back too.
Oh hell yeah,
They're
yeah, yeah.
heavy shit. It's heavy. The drills are even heavy. The mag drills, like all that shit. Your cables, your steel, moving the iron, your oxygen tanks, all that shit's heavy.
Oh yeah, dude. You lift fucking an oxygen tank by yourself and carry it. That's gonna put some weight in your back, dude. That should it adds up. It adds
Shit,
up.
dude. All the I beams, I lift all that shit myself. Like I don't have overhead cranes. I'm like when I'm laying out something like a trailer or
Right.
something, I'm lifting all those beams, and that shit's rough.
We call that baby iron. If you can lift it yourself, that's baby iron.
It is baby iron, but it's 200 pounds of baby iron.
Right, 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 right. You gotta fucking learn how to. That's when you have to learn how to fucking balance. Balance is key. When you could balance a piece of steel on your shoulder, you're good. Now I never lifted 200 pounds. That's not me. But I lifted a good 80 to 100 pound iron. Quite easy. 'Cause you just have to find the
Fat
middle.
ones. These were, you know what they were? They were drops. I bought these drops from this metal like I think that maybe they sold the shit or fabrication shop. I bought a huge, maybe 6,000 pounds of it. There were drops, maybe 8 foot long, but they're thick, 1 inch webs on a
Oh, that's
I beam
hoggy. That's
channel.
hoggy.
Yes, it is hoggy. Yes, so I mean, I had to stack it. I made a rack. I made an iron rack in my friend's pole barn, and I was stacking it in there by myself. And some of these pieces I know were over 200 pounds, and I'm stacking it on a rack that I built, and it was fucking hard work. Man,
That's
this is
kudos
fucking,
right there, man. That's
yeah, it's
kudos
pretty.
because that's heavy shit right there.
Yeah, like 3/8. Some was half inch, and some was 1 inch. Some of the smaller, there was box sections, there was I beam sections, and there was channel. It was all random pieces.
Right. Yeah. Typically, as long as you can fucking find the center of it, it's as light as 10 pounds. When you can find the center and you can just let that
Right.
work, then
Keep
then
it close to your body. Keep it
Right.
close to your body, like your midsection, and you keep your body stiff. Don't bend at the back, and you could. I moved it. It wasn't fun. I was moving actually one end at a time. It was some of the shit was real heavy. Putting one end on the rack and then grab the other rack and flip it up there. I
I
know.
ended up getting hurt moving some plates for a bridge that we're building at LAX for the pedestrian bridges, and these plates were like a good 80 pounds, but I had to move about like 300 of them. So by the end of the day, I think I just fucking moved the wrong way and I got a hernia from it. Fucking
Oh,
fucked me up. Yeah, dude. It was kind of like a buildup, I guess.
so if you're good at welding, you could do TIG welding where you don't have to do any heavy lifting, and it's more
Yeah.
you could even sit at a desk and do it, like sit at a table and TIG weld parts.
Right. Well, in our local, you do have your welders that they don't move anything, and and you let the other iron workers move and shake it out. But typically on a job site, we were the welders and the shaker out. We also shook those pieces out, so we had to do everything.
You
So
had to do
that's
both jobs. See, in the pipe industry, they got a pipe fitter, the guy who does your grinding and your wire brushing, and then it leaves the welder so he doesn't fatigue himself on a grinder. He's got a helper to do all his
right,
dirty work, like the
right.
grind.
As a little
'Cause that shit
apprentice.
wears you out, dude. You get a 7-inch wire grinder, 7-inch angle grinder with a wire brush, 9-inch grinder. That shit's gonna wear you out. You're not gonna have the fine tune because you're hogging around this big heavy grinder with the wire wheel. That shit you got to wrestle with.
Right. Yeah. You usually get apprentice to do that shit. Let apprentice fucking take that job.
Right, because
You-
you need your fine motor movement, and you're going to get numbness in the hands too, running that thing all day.
Right. Yeah.
How'd you
No.
say, guys? It sounds extremely depressing.
It's a beautiful job, but the grunt part of it sucks, but the finesse part is enjoyable.
Look, I like working with my hands. I'm not saying anything about that, but lifting fucking 200-pound metal beams, yeah, it sounds like slave labor.
I only did that because I bought it at an auction and I had to stack it. I got it for $400. And some of the stuff was over 20 pounds per foot. The weight of it, because I calculated the thickness. I'm like, this is over 20 pounds a foot. Some are 8 foot long, some are 10 foot long. I'm like, this is some
Well,
heavy.
you just went and bought some iron beams for fun.
No, I bought it as scrap metal. I got it for scrap metal
Oh,
prices. So I'm like, maybe I could utilize this. When am I ever going to use a thick piece of iron like that? I don't know. It's not practical for what I build. It's too heavy. Like the shit I build is usually 3/16, 1/8 inch, 3/16 ball. Some of this shit, like I said, it's close to an inch, and it's too heavy for what I need. I'm probably going to end up scrapping it, but I have thousands of pounds of it just sitting on a rack, rusting away in his pole barn.
So scrap it then. The fuck are you keeping it for?
I don't my truck don't work. I got to get my truck running to go scrap it. Scrap metal's pretty high right now,
Oh, I know.
and it's thick iron, so you get a good price for it. It's real thick and heavy, so it doesn't
Some
take
of
a
my
lot.
Some of my friends found this old engine out in the woods once, an old copper engine from like the 1800s or something, and it was about half a ton of copper in there, bro. For free. Completely for free. Half a ton.
Fucking A, copper's $5 a pound. That's a lot of money.
I know. And they just found it there, just abandoned. There's like a big, one of these
they
big
stole
copper
that
steam
fucker.
engines.
They stole that bitch. Where'd you get
Yeah,
this,
they
son?
did. Of course they did. Of course they did.
See, over here, you got to give your driver's license in case you come up with something that's stolen like that. They're gonna. Where'd you get this? Where'd you like? Coming up, well, I found it in the woods. Sure, you did.
They actually did find it in the woods. They did find it in the woods. No, it's true. They did find it in the woods. However, they don't know who it belonged to. It could have belonged to someone.
The mining company, probably a mining company, or who would have such a thing like that?
Well, it was a factory machine. Like one of these old steam machines from the factories from 1800s.
Why is
It was
it
one of them
copper?
big machines.
Why was it? The boiler was probably brass. You're saying it was copper, brass.
I have no idea. I have no idea. I wasn't there.
Steam engine. Okay.
Some kind of steam stuff. Yeah, some kind of steam engine. I don't know.
It's probably worth a lot more if you didn't scrap it as a piece of nostalgia, like a historical, you know what I mean, like a historical thing for a museum. To scrap something that old is kind of sinful, man.
Yeah, but these guys that I know, they're like junkies. Do you get me?
Oh yeah, right. They
So they
scrapped a
see
priceless piece of machine tech from the ancient machine tech for scrap metal.
a pipe. Yeah, to buy pipe. Yeah.
Oh man, that's horrible.
I know it is. I know it is. This is fucking blasphemy.
It just went up in crack. Those meth heads, they're probably on meth too. Those guys will do shit. They'll rip the wiring out of houses, like the copper wiring.
Meth addicts. Yeah, meth addicts. They were. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll do tedious work, man. They don't sleep.
That's the thing. You just see them running around all night. That's all they do.
Yeah, the tweakers. Watch out for the tweakers. They'll steal the copper out of your house.
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as welding goes, like I never really learned how to TIG weld. I've tried it like once or twice, but I haven't really mastered it. Mostly I MIG. I do MIG welding and stick welding. So there's different varieties. There's even gas welding, like with a torch, acetylene gas welding. I do want to learn to TIG weld aluminum. Is the welder guy still here? Who is the welder guy? My bro from California. Anybody else do construction work?
I have done.
What kind of construction? Like carpentry, woodwork?
Bricklaying, painting, plastering, tiling work.
I've never really done any brickwork.
It's
I've done
yeah,
paver bricks. I've done paver bricks, but not brick walls. Those guys have a good skill set. I could never get it to stick right. The mortar, it always come up a little bit dry, and the bricks didn't stick well.
Yeah, it's a difficult job. Yeah, I was working with this guy for a while, laying bricks, man, getting paid quite good money daily. But it's difficult. It's a difficult job.
You know what's bad too is the mix goes bad really quick, where it'll go from too dry and it won't stick anymore, and you got to throw the batch out. Like getting all that just right is difficult on a hot day.
That was my
especially.
job. That was my job, to mix the mixture and then to keep it mixed and keep it moist throughout the day. Which
Yeah,
means
that's
that I have to go and like look at it's
hot
it's
place like
difficult.
Australia. That's got to be very difficult.
Well,
keeping
I'm
it
luckily not in Australia. I'm in England, but in Australia we even worse. We sound the same to you Americans. I know we do.
No, you're a little. I could detect you, but the other guy, he was the tall Aussie guy. He said he's like 6'4". I could detect the Englishman, an Aussie, and a Kiwi.
Well, I'm a 6'3" Englishman. I'm a 6'3" Englishman, so that's different.
Okay,
I'm
you
different.
big tall Englishman too.
That's actually impressive because most people can't.
I can detect like yours is more northern than Logrian. Logrian
Yes.
is Londoner.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. They're filth. London is a filth.
There's no
Yeah.
need for that.
You'll find that we from the north are a little bit more down to earth.
It has more of an Irish note to it. So like
Someone thought I was Irish yesterday.
Oh yeah, you sound Irish a little bit.
No, you
Thank you. That's a compliment.
one of my good friends is actually from Ireland. He lives in America now, but he was born in Ireland. He don't come on here much anymore, but you might have met him. His name is Chris, and he was I haven't seen him because he found a girlfriend and he hasn't been on. He's got other things to do with his life. but he was born there and he's living in the States. So Irish men are welcome in America. Englishmen as well.
There's loads of Irishmen in
Tons, man.
America.
Tons. St. Patty's Day. You should see all the Irish. Everyone thinks they're Irish after St. Patty's Day. I think they just wanted an excuse to get drunk. So yeah, I'm Irish.
Just an excuse to get drunk, bro. That's all it is.
Yeah.
St. Patrick was the man.
He was, man. At the bottoms up. Drink to him. It's like,
I don't know. I don't like drinking anymore.
well, I haven't drank in many years actually. I do I have to keep my sobriety because I need to keep concentration.
Oh, right. Oh, because of your work.
Yeah, I need to keep a steady hand. I can't be getting shit faced.
Yeah, cut your fingers off or something.
The accidents happen like that. Yeah, when you get overly tired or you let your guard down, you get sloppy, come to work drunk or something, you could lose a finger. Some things. I've got all my digits. I've never cut a finger off. I work around power tools.
Seen it happen to other people. Cut off their thumbs and shit.
Yeah, the singer or the guitar player for Black Sabbath cut off his fingers. He cut off his fingers in a metal shop, and he still learned how to play again with his artificial fingertips. You probably heard that story. Like he was from Birmingham. Him and Ozzy, they made Black Sabbath, the band Black Sabbath, and
Yeah, of course I know. The thing is, I think he actually played better. I reckon he actually played better.
Yeah, even though you can't feel the string, because it's like when you play a guitar, you need to feel the vibration in the string singing. And yeah, Tony Iommi is a master. Like he's like his tone that he can produce, one of the most beautiful tones of anyone with no fingertips.
Yeah. Well, his skill, isn't it?
Yeah. It's good he didn't quit. It's good he didn't quit. He's like, you know what? I've got to give up. I've lost my fingertips. No. You just learn to play like that, and
it's like Jimi Hendrix. You know that Jimi Hendrix, when he started playing, there were no left-handed guitars. So what he did is he learned how to play his guitar upside down.
Yep.
And you see him in all his concerts. He still kept playing it upside down.
One of my favorite, Jimi Hendrix.
He's my favorite.
Yeah, I like him. And let me see. I like Tony Iommi. I like.
Yeah, I like him too. He's good.
Boy, that's a tough one.
What is he called? Not Full of Weber. He's called From Dire Straits. He's good too.
Oh, there's a guy. He's Irish. Vivian Campbell. He played with Dio. He's a great guitarist. He's got a woman's name, but he plays great guitar. Vivian Campbell.
He's got a woman's name, but he plays great guitar.
He's a great metal guy.
That's sexist.
I don't know. I mean, maybe in Ireland, Vivian is a man's name, but I mean, over here, that's a woman's name.
No. It is. You're right. You're right about what you say.
But he can really kill it on the guitar. He's got incredible. He plays with Def Leppard now. He's in Def Leppard, so he doesn't get to unleash his skill level. He keeps at a low skill level for him, when in reality he's like one of the best metal guitar players ever. And obviously Eddie Van Halen, another one, great, masterful guitar player.
Van Halen is something different, though.
Fast metal. He played fast, but he was so skillful. Eddie, he would do shit a lot of people can't. It's not just about fast, but making like really sweet tones.
It's like he invented his own style, though.
Right, he did.
I'd say Van Halen invented, he did something no one had done before him.
The tapping and the hammer-ons and stuff.
Yeah. I loved it. I remember when I first heard it as a kid. I absolutely loved it.
Oh yeah, it was original at the time. Especially if you're into like metal music. Like, but his was kind of fun. Like Black Sabbath was kind of dark, but it was still beautiful in a way. The contrast, like the bass, like Geezer with the heavy bass, the distorted bass, and then the Tony with the sometimes like Heaven and Hell and songs like that. He's got this really delicate melody after this really heavy riff. It's like the contrast is like, whoa.
But it's meant like that. It's meant to evoke emotion, meant to shock you.
Yeah, the contrast makes it that much heavier. Like, oh, after this heavy ass riff, then this very delicate melody.
What's the weather like in America? We're finally getting sun and nice and beautiful skies here.
My part of America, I'm at about 43 north. So I'm at a northern. You guys are further north than me. So what's your latitude?
I'm 43 too.
Scotland. I'm not far from Scotland, so.
Oh boy, you're way up there. 50 maybe.
Yeah. Probably around 50. Yeah.
I'm 43 north too. I'm in Massachusetts. Where are you from?
I'm from Detroit. We're right at the same latitude, bro.
Fuck, when you get cold as well, I know what it's like.
It gets cold up here, yeah. But he's further north than us. He's at 50. He gets way. But I think you get a Gulf Stream. You don't get quite as cold.
No, we get Gulf Stream. We don't get as cold as you get in Detroit and in Michigan in winter. Because you guys actually get a lot of snow. We don't.
That's odd. I always found that odd because you're so far north, and they say it's the Gulf Stream, the warm air from the Gulf Stream.
Yeah, from the Atlantic. Yeah.
So that current keeps you guys nice and warm. We get shit weather here. We get like really heavy cold. Chicago you know what's funny? Chicago gets it worse than us. Chicago's to the west of me, maybe 300 miles, and it's always colder and they always get more snow, but we're the same latitude.
We barely had any snow at all. We had like a week's worth of snow. That was all our winter.
We had a mild one. This winter was mild, thank God. Very little snow. But sometimes we get a lot. We get feet of snow, sometimes a foot at a time.
I know, I've seen it. Crazy.
It sucks. It sucks to dig that out. It's like, oh shit, especially if it's a wet, heavy snow. It's like, oh man, I've got to dig all this out. And you go out there and you're breathing and you're like, oh, that cold air is biting your lungs and you're lifting heavy stuff. It's horrible. It's like, why do I live here? Why do I live in this hellhole?
Move to California. What are you doing? You fucking live in America, move to California, move to Florida. You have so many nice places to go to.
Well, that's just where my family.
Anyway, I don't know.
Can't just bail out on everybody, like my whole surrounding family. Like I'll be all on my own. I'll live in a nice weather, but I'll be all on my own.
California sucks, dude.
California's expensive as fuck. It's the libtards. You can't own guns. There's too many things I don't like.
Everybody's leaving California. Why would you go to California?
California is all turned gay.
No,
sorry, am I allowed to say that on the live stream?
Just for the weather.
No, you can talk about it. You just can't be like. I mean, it is what it is.
I can't say my opinion on it. Basically.
Well, we don't want to offend our listeners, right? We want to be PC.
Speak for yourself. I don't care. But yeah, no.
I don't either. It's like I don't want to shit on his server.
Yeah. No, they've been nice enough to let me in, so because I get banned from everywhere else normally.
You do? Wait. Have you been banned on 24/7?
Yeah.
Really? Wait. Let me see. What's your username?
This one, the same one, Elasma.
I've
been permanently banned from what I know.
I don't know. You don't sound too bad.
No comment. It's early in the morning, bro.
Anybody who likes rock music is a friend of mine. I don't care.
I think Jeffrey Dahmer liked rock music.
Oh, well, then there's an exception, but...
I And Charles Manson. Charles Manson was a rock musician.
But you know what? That was the CIA propaganda. I don't like that whole thing.
Yeah. I agree.
You gotta understand all the psyops, even that they're pulling off today. He was one of the psyops of that era.
Yes. That's why he's still alive.
Yeah, right. And the guy that allegedly shot Reagan, you're telling me an old ass man took a shot from like point blank and he survived? That was complete bullshit, man. The story was
You mean
fabricated.
Sirhan?
Yeah, there was another one, right? Gabby Giffords, the woman.
Oh yeah.
In the head, point blank, survived. Get the F out of here. And her husband works for NASA. That was another psyop. Nobody's gonna take one right in the fucking skull, point blank, and be like, she's just a little slow now, but she took a bullet to
I've
the
seen
head.
it, bro. I've seen. I didn't see it personally, but there was a kid who was like 23, got shot in the face, literally in the face, like at point blank, dude. He in his eyeball.
In his eyeball.
And he was chilling for like a couple months. I mean, he ended up dying from just post-traumatic injuries. Like, I don't know, something happened, like brain damage. He just ended up dying.
But
A
I'm
couple
saying when
months
you
later,
get
some
dome,
complications.
you get shot in the dome, right? Someone hits you with a 9mm in the dome. You're getting brains everywhere. It's not like he got shot through the eye socket.
Dude, he got shot with a revolver, dude, in the face, and was
Right.
walking around. And he was like in an interrogation room asking him questions because they thought that he killed his girlfriend. He didn't even kill his girlfriend. It was a B&E.
Or you could say 50 Cent. 50 Cent was shot in the
What
face.
caliber was on the revolver?
It was I don't know, man.
Because it makes difference.
But it was
It makes
still,
a very big
yeah, I know.
difference.
Yeah, the
44
caliber's
Magnum,
all of it.
44 Magnum to the head and a little bitchy 32 to the head is not the same thing.
No, I know.
No, yeah. Definitely.
If he shot
I
with
don't
a
know.
22, it's survivable. But even a 9mm is going to make a mess.
Of course,
And that's
it depends on the bullets you use as well.
Gabby Gifford that allegedly shot in the dome at that distance. It's going to be a mess. It's going to be like
That rapper Little TJ that just got shot like last year. He got shot mad times and survived.
I mean, that's the narrative. We don't know that it's
50 Cent got shot like 5 times, didn't he? 50 Cent, he got shot like 5
Cent
times.
said 9 times in the face with a
9 times,
32.
exactly. But 50
Now,
Cent,
I don't.
he's like a super character. He's like a super character, like an unlockable character in the game. So that's a bit different.
Now, let me ask you, what 32 caliber pistol holds 9 rounds? Like, 32 is kind of a pocket pistol round.
38 caliber is like 6 rounds.
No,
usually.
32, not 38. 32 is like intermediate pocket pistol size. 32 ACP. It's not a really heavy. It's not a real powerful round.
It's not. No, it's small. It's a tiny. I've seen it.
Yeah, so it's not. But you wouldn't necessarily see one that holds 9 rounds. A lot of those would be pocket guns that hold 6 rounds. So someone's going to reload. He's going to shoot you 6 times and then reload and shoot another 3 times in your face. What are you doing while he's reloading? They don't have like double stack magazines on them.
Well, yeah. Well, that was the thing with Reagan, wasn't it? That there was like 9 bullets. There was like more bullets fired than the magazine could have held.
He got shot with a 38 revolver, I think, but I don't think he would have survived it. To be honest, I think that was a
Not at
psyop.
that distance. Not at that distance. I don't think. Not at that distance.
An old man hit in the chest is going to bleed out. He's not going to survive that. Plus, he has to survive surgery.
I've been stabbed in the neck. I've been stabbed in the neck by a guy with a screwdriver, and I survived. And my mate, the same thing happened to my mate, and he died.
Where did he hit you, though? They hit you in the artery.
No, it missed my artery with 2 millimeters. Check that out.
Oh,
2 millimeters it missed my artery. Yeah, in my jugular vein, in my neck. This guy stabbed me for absolutely no reason. I've been stabbed a few times, and I've been lucky every single time. So it can happen. It can happen. You should see. I've got the biggest
driver. What the fuck,
bro? You'll see. I'll show you. I've got the biggest stab wounds. I've been cut across my stomach. Been stabbed in the groin. Been stabbed in the back, in the neck. So it can happen. You can still survive, but I mean, you have to be lucky.
You got some shit luck, my friend.
It is, yeah. Very, very lucky. Very, very lucky.
No shit luck to be stabbed so many times. Fuck. But I mean, 2 millimeters. Holy shit!
2 millimeters, yeah, 2 millimeters from my jugular vein. Happened to my mate, but he got stabbed with a knife. My mate got stabbed with a knife. I got stabbed with a little screwdriver in the neck.
Still,
So
man, man, it sucks about your friend.
it's all right, man. It happens.
Not that much. I mean, that's horrible. That what area are you in where people getting stabbed in the neck?
Bro, there's a lot of stab crime in England.
Really?
There's loads of it, yeah. Because we don't have as many guns as you guys do. So we have a lot of knives instead. Like little kids running around with knives. If you look in like London, there's an epidemic of it now. Little 12-year-old kids getting stabbed to death. They're just stabbing each other to death. It's the same thing that's going on everywhere, really. But it's just that we don't have as many guns as you guys have. If we had guns, it would be crazy.
Well, no, not necessarily. Maybe it would keep them honest.
Well, I suppose I am of the theory. I think guns should be permitted because the way I see it is someone can come for me with a gun, but if guns are legal, you best believe I'm sitting there with an AR-15 waiting for you. So
you should be able to defend yourself. You should be able to be armed. It's a right here. It's a constitutional.
Exactly. And do you know why? In the Constitution, there's not even many Americans who know. It's not even to defend yourself from other people. It's to defend yourself from the government.
For sure. That's what it says in the Bill of Rights, in the not Bill of Rights, in the Declaration of Independence. In case the government becomes tyrannical, which it always does, the people have the right and the duty to throw off that government, to cast off that government.
Thank you.
You know, after a long line of abuses. So just read the Declaration of Independence. They don't like to read that because it tells you exactly what the Second Amendment's there for.
Yes.
And they don't like that.
Have you seen the Family Guy skit when they take the piss out of it? If we put in there that you can bear arms, are you sure people won't misinterpret it? And they show like a cutaway to where they show someone's got bare arms on the wall.
Yeah, like from a grizzly bear.
Yeah.
We all know what armament. We all know what armament is, right? Everyone says like, "Oh, arms dealer." They know exactly what that word means.
Yeah, of course.
It's literally called an army, right? The army, right? They are armed men. It's like they know exactly what armaments are. And there's no wiggle room. Shall not be infringed. The word shall has no room for interpretation. Must not be infringed. Shall is not. It's an absolute term. That this must not be infringed. So there's no wiggle room.
I like the American Constitution. I'll be honest with you. People say Americans are crazy and this and that, and they talk about Texas. I would love to live in Texas. If I lived in Texas, I would have a sniper rifle and I would have put a pot of gold in my garden, basically a chest full of gold, and I would have aimed on that chest from my roof and I would have put a sign that says trespassers get shot, and then I would have just waited for anyone to try to come in and take my pot of gold, and I would blow their head off. And you can in America, and I love that. You should be.
You should. That's called defending your. Well, they have what's called the castle doctrine in Texas and Florida, that you have the right to use deadly force to protect your property. So if someone tries to steal your property, over in all the other states, it's to defend your life or safety, or say someone's trying to attack someone that's with you, your neighbor or your friend. You have the right to use deadly force to protect them from a violent attack or whatever, imminent danger. So if someone's trying, your mate, your friend with the screwdriver or knife in the neck, you have the right to defend him with deadly
That's
force.
what I'm saying, and I like that, and I love that concept. I think it should be like that everywhere.
It should. It should. You have a right to live and to defend yourself. Absolutely,
Exactly.
It's a God-given right. They make it illegal to even use pepper spray to defend yourself. Like the woman that's going to get raped, she uses pepper spray. She gets charged with a crime. Like, this is insanity.
I got pepper spray for my wife, and it's actually illegal here to wear pepper spray. So I've told my wife, keep it in your bra, so that in case you get searched or something, no one's going to say anything. But it's actually illegal here. I've bought a pepper spray from America, Mace, but it's actually illegal here. That's ridiculous.
In different parts of Europe, it's illegal. It's like the women defending themselves. It's like
it's illegal here.
It's illegal there too.
Yeah. Mace is
What the
illegal here. That's what I'm saying. I've got mace for my wife, but I've told her keep it in your bra in case the cops search you. In case
Right.
if there's not a female copper there, then they're not going to search your bra. Do you get me?
Right.
So
Well, you know what?
if
Mace, keep the mace, and tell them to fuck their laws, and your wife won't be a victim. At least she can get away.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
need
No one's going to do anything. I mean, it is against the law technically, but if the cops stop her, the worst thing that's going to happen is they're going to take you off her, and then they're going to say go, and then they'll just buy her a new one, and a new one, and a new one, and a new one. The thing is, I'll
It's not
buy her a
really
gun,
force. It's
but
less
it's
lethal. Considered less lethal here. I mean, yeah, you could have an allergic reaction to it. Say you have, and you can't breathe. You don't want to be sprayed with it because if you
I've been sprayed with it loads of times, bro. I've been sprayed with it a few times, man, by cops. It hurts. It's bad.
yeah,
It
it
hurts
is
bad.
painful. And it's hard to breathe when you get hit with it. It's like it
Oh
doesn't.
yes. You get blinded. I once had a copper empty a can from like a distance of maybe three inches away, just empty a whole can in my face, and I went completely blind for about half an hour, like completely
Why
blind.
did you do that? What the fuck?
Because I hit him because he was saying that I was resisting arrest, which wasn't true, and then he got a bit